Chapter 001. The Qi Refinement Clan, Li Qingyuan. In Yunxia Town, the Li clan of immortals, though referred to as an immortal clan, is merely a small, third-rate Qi refinement family. Yet, even as a third-rate Qi refinement clan, it remains an awe-inspiring and unattainable existence for ordinary mortals. 7.5 years. Before a modest courtyard, a 7-year-old child, clad in a green robe with his long hair tied back, possessed a delicate and charming visage, his bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Qingyuan's youthful face radiated expectation, intertwined with a thread of anxiety. This year, at the age of 7, I finally reached the age for the family's annual spirit root assessment. Will I possess a spirit root? Li Qingyuan felt a mix of eagerness and trepidation, worrying, what if I do not have a spirit root? Having traversed 7.5 years in this world, Li Qingyuan had come to understand that he had entered a realm where one could cultivate immortality, born into a Qi refinement clan. Even if this clan were merely third-rate, possessing a spirit root would ensure his cultivation and pave his path toward immortality. Though the starting point may be modest, he had already placed one foot upon the threshold of celestial destiny. Among mortals, there are occasionally those with spirit roots, yet lacking celestial fortune. They squander their lives, never attaining the path of immortality until they pass away. Now, Li Qingyuan stood on the cusp of unlocking the key to celestial fortune, the spirit root. In this life, my father possesses the 5 spirit roots. While my mother is an ordinary mortal, my potential for possessing a spirit root exceeds that of an average mortal. Li Qingyuan inhaled deeply and declared, even if it is merely a 5 spirit root, the lowest grade of mixed spirit roots, it is still a spirit root. As long as there is a spirit root, cultivation is possible. Yuan's father, Li Qingyuan, approached the small courtyard with a leisurely demeanor, stretching his limbs as he asked, Yuan, why are you up so early today? Upon seeing the mix of anticipation and anxiety on his son's delicate face, Li Qingyuan smiled warmly and remarked, seeing that expression on your face reminds me of my own spirit root assessment in my youth. How is it? Are you feeling nervous? Li Qingyuan. At that moment, his mother, Chen Xiuyun, also emerged, playfully nudging her husband and chiding. Yuan is already nervous enough. Must you tease him? Is this how a father should behave? Chen Xiuyun added, hurry along, today is the grand day of the family's annual spirit root assessment. The Li clan conducts spirit root assessments for children annually, with an age requirement of at least 7 years. The reason for this annual event is that assessing spirit roots requires special instruments, consuming a considerable amount of spirit stones to operate, thus limiting it to once a year. Half a year ago, Li Qingyuan had turned 7. Now, at 7.5, it was his turn for the assessment. Li Qingyuan nodded, let us go, Yuan. Li Qingyuan quickly followed, waving goodbye. Mother, we are off. Chen Xiuyun watched as the father and son departed, clasping her hands together and murmuring softly, ancestors of generations past, may you bless my son Yuan with a spirit root, allowing him to smoothly become an immortal master. The Li clan, comprising 3,000 members, governs Yunxia Town and its surrounding 30 miles, with approximately 60 cultivators possessing spirit roots residing within the clan. The ordinary populace of Yunxia Town numbers in the tens of thousands, serving as vassals to the Li clan, safeguarded by them while rendering service in return. The Li clan resides at the center of Yunxia Town, atop Yunxia Mountain. On Yunxia Mountain lies a first-tier defective spirit vein. Though incomplete, it serves as the foundation of the Li clan's existence. When Li Qingyuan and his son Li Qingyuan arrived outside the hall designated for spirit root assessment, they found the area already bustling with people. Li Qingyuan surveyed the surroundings and stated, it seems there are at least 50 or 67-year-olds here for the assessment this year. Each year on this day, every child of the Li bloodline who meets the age requirement is accompanied by their parents to undergo the spirit root assessment. Qingyuan, my brother. A middle-aged man hurried toward them, followed closely by a 7-year-old girl. Li Qingyuan greeted him with a smile. Ah, you have arrived as well. Li Qingyuan offered a salutation, Uncle Qingyuan. Hello, Sister Qingqing. Li Qingyuan, possessing 5 spirit roots and a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator, shared the same spirit roots and cultivation level as Li Qingyuan, with the two families maintaining a cordial relationship. 7-year-old Li Qingqing, charming and lovely with her twin braids, chimed in with a bright voice. Hello, Uncle Qingyuan. Hello, Brother Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan glanced around and remarked, according to past customs, we can expect about 3 to 5 children to possess spirit roots this year. Alas, I wonder if either Qingqing or Qingyuan will be among them. Li Qingyuan shared his uncertainty. Though the Li clan is a family of cultivators, their bloodline superior to that of ordinary mortals, the number of those with spirit roots remains disappointingly low. Li Qingyuan too felt a sense of foreboding. It is worth noting that his grandfather, his father's father, did not possess a spirit root. In their lineage, aside from his father, the last spirit root bearer was his paternal grandfather. It appears that a spirit root emerges only once every generation. And within each generation, there are often several siblings, even as many as a dozen. This makes it evident that even within the Li clan, those who possess spirit roots are exceedingly rare. For ordinary mortals, it is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Soon, the doors of the hall swung open, and an elder of the clan announced, "The spirit root assessment begins. Children whose names are called may enter the hall accompanied by a relative for the assessment. First up, Li Qinghao, enter the hall. Next, Li Qingyu, prepare." Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. He recognized both Li Qinghao and Li Qingyu. Both of their families had a fourth-layer qi refinement cultivator. It appeared that the order of the assessment was determined by the strength of each household. Before long, Li Qinghao emerged from the hall, his spirit seemingly shattered, while his father wore an expression of utter disappointment, sighing deeply. Shortly after, Li Qingyu and his father exited with similarly disheartened expressions. Following a series of failures, a chubby little boy dashed out, exclaiming joyfully, "Haha, I have a spirit root. I have a spirit root." The chubby boy's father beamed with pride, as others gathered to offer their congratulations. Even Li Dingzhou and Li Dingyuan approached to congratulate this fellow clansman. Next, Li Qingyuan, enter the hall. Li Qingqing, prepare. Li Dingzhou patted Li Qingyuan on the back and said, "Come on, son." The father and son entered the grand hall. As the doors closed behind them, isolating them from the outside world, Li Dingzhou clasped his fists in greeting and politely said, "Esteemed elders, thank you for your assistance." The two elders, both fifth-layer qi refinement cultivators in their 60s, nodded. One elder spoke, "All for the good of the clan. Little Qingyuan, step forward and prick your finger to draw blood for the assessment." At 7 years of age, children have yet to cultivate their innate elemental spiritual energy. It is impossible for them to simply touch the assessment instrument to ascertain their spirit root attributes. As the Li clan is merely a third-rate clan with limited resources, their highest cultivator is only the sixth-layer clan leader. Thus, the instruments for assessing spirit roots are understandably not very sophisticated. Li Qingyan was undaunted, taking a dagger to gently pierce the tip of his finger, allowing his blood to flow into the instrument's blood slot. After the blood was drawn, Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the assessment instrument. Simultaneously, Li Dingzhou held his breath, silently praying, "May the ancestors bless my son with a spirit root, ensuring the continuation of our family legacy." Li Dingzhou's anticipation, tension, and anxiety were no less than that of his son. Buzz! Suddenly, the instrument before Li Qingyuan emitted a resonating hum, illuminating with bright flashes of light. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy. There's a response. "Haha, I possess a spirit root. I possess a spirit root." Buzz! 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 The instrument shone with 1, 2, 3 beams of light. A green light representing the wood attribute. A red light representing the fire attribute. A yellow light representing the earth attribute. Li Dingzhou's breath quickened. Disbelief etched on his face as he stammered. "Wood, fire, earth, 3 spirit roots. Haha, my son possesses 3 spirit roots. It is indeed 3 spirit roots. 3 spirit roots." Li Dingzhou, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of elation. Chapter 002. 3 true spirit roots. My son, Qingyuan, possesses the foundation for establishing himself. To actually have 3 spirit roots. Li Qingyuan stood in stunned silence, as if struck by a million accolades, overwhelmed with happiness to the point of dizziness. He had anticipated that he might possess a mere 5 spirit roots, or at most 4. Never did he imagine that he would possess 3 true spirit roots. The two elders momentarily halted in their breaths, their expressions brimming with unbridled joy, equally moved to tears. 3 spirit roots, truly, the revered true spirit roots. And they are wood, fire, and earth, 3 mutually supportive attributes. They belong to the upper echelon of 3 spirit roots. Haha, our Li clan's rise is within reach, within reach. Quickly, notify the clan leader. Whoosh! The clan's grand elder, overcome with excitement, swiftly affixed a lightweight talisman to himself, instantly becoming as agile as a swallow, soaring away like an arrow. As soon as the doors of the grand hall opened, he immediately performed a spell, riding his sword into the sky, disappearing from sight. After his departure, the doors of the hall closed automatically. Inside the hall, the second elder gazed at Li Qingyan, his gaunt features betraying his exhilaration, beaming with delight. Excellent, excellent, excellent. 3 spirit roots. Our Li clan is destined for greatness. Li Qingyuan, his face alight with excitement, proclaimed, with 3 true spirit roots, my son Qingyuan possesses the potential for foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan, not only them, but Li Qingyuan too was filled with immeasurable joy in the realm of cultivation. A consensus prevails. Those with 5 or 4 spiritual roots are deemed mixed roots, possessing the slowest cultivation speed and low-grade aptitude, merely qualifying for the path of immortality. Conversely, those with 3 or dual attributes are referred to as true spiritual roots, signifying superior qualifications. As for the rare mutated roots and singular celestial roots, they're considered legendary and exceedingly scarce. Within the understanding of the Li clan, it is acknowledged that nearly all foundational cultivators possess true spiritual root aptitude, predominantly with 3 or dual roots. The instances of mixed roots successfully establishing their foundations are exceedingly rare. It is for this reason that Li Qingyuan exclaims, my son Qingyuan possesses the potential for foundational establishment. Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the grand hall, 2 streams of light raced towards it, entering the chamber in succession. The foremost figure appeared to be in his 60s. He gracefully descended, wielding a sword, clad in a black robe, with a slender frame and hair as white as snow. The trailing figure was none other than the clan's esteemed elder. Upon their entrance, the door of the chamber closed behind them, sealing off the outside world. Li Qingyuan, upon seeing the arrivals, respectfully saluted, saying, Clan disciple Li Qingyuan pays his respects to the clan leader. Li Qingyuan, too, offered a respectful bow, stating, I have met the clan leader, grandfather. Good child, let me take a look, the clan leader said, hastening towards Li Qingyuan, seizing his wrist. As he circulated his energy at the 6th level of qi refinement, he infused spiritual power to assess the condition. After 2 breaths, the clan leader's expression froze, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson as he laughed heartily. Ha! Splendid, splendid. Indeed, he possesses 3 spiritual roots. The second elder elaborated, clan leader, this child has awakened wood, fire, and earth attributes, 3 interrelated roots. These are high-quality 3 roots, second only to dual roots. Upon hearing this, the clan leader became even more animated and joyful, repeating the word good 3 times. Good, good, good. After the exuberance, the clan leader composed himself, his expression slightly serious, commanding, what transpired today must remain a secret, known only to the 3 of us, along with Qingyuan and Qingyuan. No other clan members must learn of it. Do you understand? The clan leader's demeanor turned stern, his gaze sharp. The 2 elders responded with solemnity. Rest assured, clan leader, regarding the family's future, we shall remain tight-lipped. Li Qingyuan, regaining his composure, quickly assured, clan leader, rest assured this concerns the family's future as well as my son's safety. I know what must be done. This matter shall not even be disclosed to my own wife. The clan leader nodded, stroking his beard. Very well. For the sake of the family's grand plans, this must remain confidential. A century ago, the Chun clan detected a genius with 3 spiritual roots, the clan leader sighed. But not long after, that genius was killed by bandits. Since then, every clan has exercised greater caution, conducting root assessments behind closed doors within the grand hall, isolating themselves from the outside world. Moreover, children undergoing assessment may only be accompanied by a single elder. The clan leader expressed his relief. Fortunately, although our clan has not birthed a genius with 3 spiritual roots in 100 years, we have maintained the practice of conducting assessments within this hall. Had we assessed in the open, young Qingyuan's aptitude would surely not have remained concealed. With a warm smile, the clan leader asked, Young Qingyuan, promise your grandfather that you will not speak of your spiritual roots to anyone. Do you remember? Li Qingyuan nodded. Yes, grandfather. Rest assured I know what to do. Those who stand out in the forest are often beset by the winds. Li Qingyuan remarked, if I excel too much, they will shun me and seek to destroy me. If I fail, they will trample upon me, looking down upon me. Only when I am of similar standing to them will they accept me. The clan leader's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. Precisely, exactly right. Truly, Li clan's prodigy, young Qingyuan speaks so aptly. The clan leader tousled Li Qingyuan's hair, saying, all right, let us all proceed outside. As for Qingyuan's aptitude, we shall publicly declare it to be 4 spiritual roots. The 2 elders, along with Li Qingyuan, responded respectfully, understood. Outside the grand hall, the crowd buzzed with speculation. What has transpired? Why did the elder suddenly leave? And then the clan leader flew in, entering the grand hall. The hall isolates sound, we cannot hear what they are saying. Li Qingyuan remarked, Hush, the clan leader is coming out. The crowd fell silent. The clan leader slowly emerged, facing the gathered clansfolk. All the clan's people bowed respectfully. We greet the clan leader. The clan leader raised his hand, his expression calm and unwavering, stating, "The artifact used for root assessment malfunctioned unexpectedly, prompting the elder to urgently report to me. Now, the artifact has been repaired, and the assessment shall continue." Whoosh! The clan leader leapt several zhong, producing a mid-tier first-grade artifact from his storage bag, a flying sword, which he mounted and soared away. The second elder announced loudly, "Li Qingyuan, for spiritual roots." Next, Li Qingqing. As Li Dingzhou and his son, Li Qingyuan, stepped out of the grand hall, a throng of clansfolk rushed forward to offer their greetings and congratulations, inundating them with praise and accolades. Li Dingyuan, envious, remarked, "For spiritual roots. Among our clan's 60-odd cultivators, there are scarcely a dozen with 4 spiritual roots. The clan leader and both elders possess 4 spiritual roots. With 4 spiritual roots, one is virtually assured of becoming a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Mid-stage Qi refinement refers to those at the 4th, 5th, or 6th levels of Qi refinement, having already cultivated spiritual awareness, capable of flying on swords, surpassing the initial stage of Qi refinement." Li Dingzhou was grinning broadly, joyfully stating, "This lad is merely fortunate. Qingqing, let us go assess your roots." Li Dingyuan and his daughter Li Qingqing entered the grand hall. Before long, Li Qingqing emerged from the hall, her small face radiating joy. Li Dingyuan was equally beaming. The second elder announced loudly, "Li Qingqing, for spiritual roots." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 2 4 spiritual roots in one go. It seems our clan's fortunes are favorable this year. First, a 5 spiritual root. Now, 2 4 spiritual roots. The quality of our seedlings surpasses previous years. However, perhaps due to Li Qingyuan and Li Qingqing exhausting their fortunes, no further seedlings appeared after Li Qingqing, not even a 5 spiritual root. As noon approached, the assessments concluded. The first and second elders exited the grand hall, declaring, "The root assessments are complete. From this moment forth, Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qingbao shall be designated as the clan seedlings. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you are to gather at the clan's law transmission hall to study clan techniques and receive resources for cultivation." "Understood," Li Qingyuan respectfully affirmed, his face alight with anticipation. At last, the journey of cultivation begins. Chapter 003, Past and Present, Selection of the Great Chuan Technique. That evening, Mother Qin Xiuyun prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. The feast's richness lay not in the variety of dishes, but in the rice. "Wow, spirit rice!" Li Qingyan exclaimed, gazing at a large basin brimming with spirit rice, his mouth watering. Spirit rice is precious and costly. Typically, it is reserved for festive occasions or significant celebrations, gracing the table only during such times. Qin Xiuyun smiled gently, looking at her son. "With the ancestors' blessings, Yuan not only possesses spiritual roots, but is also blessed with 4 spiritual roots. My son Qingyuan shall undoubtedly become a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator in the future, a master capable of spiritual awareness and sword flight." Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan exchanged a glance, sharing a tacit smile. Li Dingzhou felt a quiet sense of pride within himself. What was the mid-stage of Qi refinement? Qingyuan would undoubtedly become a master in the late stage of Qi refinement, and might even attempt to break through to foundation establishment. After all, Qingyuan possessed a superior quality among the 3 spirit roots, with potential remarkably close to that of dual spirit roots. If the dual spirit roots comprised the metal and wood attributes, the metal would restrain the wood. Such dual spirit roots, characterized by conflicting attributes, could not match the cultivation speed of the 3 harmonious attributes of wood, fire, and earth spirit roots. Qin Xiuyun continually served her son more dishes, expressing her concern. "Yuan, make sure to eat plenty." Li Qingyuan devoured his meal, not forgetting to praise. Mother's culinary skills have truly improved. In this lifetime, he holds great affection for his parents, as they have instilled in him the warmth of home. After having his fill, the family of 3 strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Li Dingzhou, as a 3rd-tier Qi refinement practitioner within his family, holds a status that, while not particularly elevated, is certainly respectable, allowing him to possess a modest independent courtyard. After a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, he proceeds to freshen up and retire for the night. Li Qingyuan slept alone in his bedroom, which was a modest side room, and he cherished the privacy of his own space. That night, he enjoyed a particularly deep and sweet slumber, for he had awakened to the realization of possessing a spiritual root. However, he was once again plagued by nightmares. In his dream, he found himself as an infant, abandoned by his biological parents due to a congenital heart defect. He felt an overwhelming chill and hunger. Eventually, He was taken to the police station by a kind-hearted stranger and subsequently placed in an orphanage, where he miraculously survived. Yet, he had always been frail and sickly, suffering from cardiac weakness that resulted in inadequate blood vitality. This deficiency led to insufficient qi and blood circulation, leaving his spleen and stomach cold and weak, and his hands and feet icy. He dreaded the arrival of winter. Even after receiving generous support from benevolent individuals to complete his high school education and graduate from university. Just 2 years into his employment, his heart condition deteriorated, culminating in a sudden death. Li Qingyuan suddenly awoke, drenched in sweat. He gasped for breath, reminiscent of a drowning man, inhaling deeply and rapidly. After stabilizing his emotions, Li Qingyuan declared resolutely, in this new life, not only must I possess a robust and healthy physique, but I must also pursue the path of immortality. The Chinese people's obsession with cultivation and the quest for longevity is deeply rooted within their genes, bloodlines, and souls. Throughout history, emperors, esteemed Taoist masters, and practitioners of the mystical arts, along with the myriad of common folk, have harbored an intense yearning for cultivation and eternal life. This fervent desire has ascended to an immeasurable height. Li Qingyuan is no exception. At this moment, dawn has broken. Li Qingyuan arose and attended to his morning ablutions, while his mother had risen early to prepare breakfast. After partaking in the meal, his father, Li Qingyuan, remarked, "Come, my son. The Grand Elder instructed me yesterday to accompany you to the family transmission building." "Very well, father," Li Qingyuan replied, nodding in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, the father and son arrived at the family transmission building. Li Qingyuan, a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement, had not yet attained spiritual awareness. His qi could only be wielded at short distances for combat and defense, rendering flight beyond his capabilities. Thus, the two had journeyed on foot. Although a practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement is significantly more formidable than an ordinary human, this strength does not signify a qualitative transformation. Even martial artists among mortals, upon reaching profound realms, can vanquish those at the initial stage of qi refinement. Tales have long circulated in the realm of mortals, recounting the inspiring stories of martial generals who defeated qi refinement cultivators, thereby obtaining cultivation techniques and embarking on the path of immortality. Here we are. At the entrance of the transmission building, the Grand Elder was already awaiting their arrival. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, "I have the honor of meeting the Grand Elder." Li Qingyuan, Li Qingxing, and Li Qingbao respectfully bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Grand Elder." The Grand Elder helped Li Qingyuan to his feet, his demeanor warm and gentle as he spoke. "Dear Qingyuan, there is no need for such formality." He continued, "In my youth, when I first embarked on the path of immortality, it was your grandfather who guided me, and I have known your father since childhood. According to our family lineage, you ought to address me as uncle." Li Qingyuan, certainly not a narrow-minded individual, promptly smiled and said, "Nephew Qingyuan pays his respects to Uncle Guangyao." The name of the Grand Elder is Li Guangyao. Among the clan, there exists a hierarchy distinguished by the characters Guang, Ding, and Qing. In the alchemical family, there is a clear order of seniority and respect. The Grand Elder Li Guangyao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Nephew Qingyuan, you may proceed to the side hall. The clan leader has matters of great importance to discuss with you. As for Qingyuan and the other two, leave them to me." Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, "Indeed, I take my leave, dear uncle." Li Qingyuan glanced at the three individuals and remarked with a smile, "Come along, little ones." He led them into the hall of transmission, conversing as they walked. This hall of transmission is the sacred abode of the Li clan's celestial techniques. Each year, the newly identified celestial seedlings come here first to select their methods. Inside the chamber, several mats were scattered about. The Grand Elder, Li Qingyuan, instructed, "Please, take a seat. I shall select the techniques for you." Li Qingyuan and the two others obediently took their seats. Li Guangyao coughed softly and leisurely remarked, "On our Lioa Island, it is not difficult for any cultivating family to acquire methods of qi refining. Among the techniques of the qi refining stage, with the exception of those pertaining to special and mutated spiritual roots, nearly every qi refining family possesses a complete collection of the 5 elemental methods." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling the old demon Han. It was only at the Ascension Conference that the old demon realized that the Changchun technique was, in fact, a widely circulated method of cultivation, priced at merely a few spirit stones per volume. However, even this commonplace Changchun technique remained a rare opportunity for mortals. Li Qingyuan beckoned, and 5 ancient tomes soared from the wooden rack. He introduced them. These are the 5 elemental cultivation techniques prevalent in the realm of immortality. Namely the Great Chuan technique, the Fiery Sun technique, the Stone Stacking technique, the Golden Binding technique, and the Water Origin technique. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Li Qibao, you possess a unique constitution with an amalgamation of the 5 elemental roots, enabling you to cultivate any form of martial arts." Li Qibao is the first chubby child to have his spiritual root detected, round and adorable in his plumpness. The boy hurriedly exclaimed, "Great Elder, my father has instructed me to cultivate the stacking stone technique." Li Qingyuan pondered, "Your father practices the stone stacking technique. This is fortuitous. Upon your return, you may seek his guidance. In this manner, your comprehension and cultivation will progress at an accelerated pace." He then turned his gaze towards Li Qingqing, a gentle smile illuminating his face, exuding kindness and benevolence. Li Qingqing is a charming and delicate young girl, whose appearance endears her to most elders upon their first encounter. Li Qingqing spoke in a clear and melodious tone, "Grand Elder, I choose the water elemental skill. This is also the selection my father advised me to make." Li Qingyuan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, your father has perfected the third level of water element cultivation. He can guide you in your practice. Lastly, it is your turn." Xiao Qingyuan. With a smile, he inquired, "Which technique do you wish to choose, Great Chun Gong, Yin Yang Gong, or Dai Shi Gong?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingyuan added, "By the way, your father has cultivated Yin Yang Gong." Li Qingyuan, with a heart full of blessings, exclaimed, "I choose the Great Chun Gong." The phrase Great Chun Gong immediately brought to mind a passage from a renowned classic of his previous life, Zhuangzi Xiaoyu. In ancient times, there existed a Great Chun, which flourished for 8,000 years in spring and endured for 8,000 years in autumn. The Great Chun, in Chinese classical mythology, is a divine tree synonymous with longevity and immortality. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "Oh, De Chun Gong, are you certain?" Chapter 004, The Treatment of Foundational Seeds, the Patriarch's Generosity. Li Qingyuan nodded and affirmed, "I am certain. Grand Elder, I wish to learn the Great Chuan technique." Grand Elder Li Guangyao replied, "Little Qingyuan, should you choose the Sunfire technique, your father is more than capable of instructing you, enabling you to grasp the method more swiftly and attain the initial stages of qi refinement." Li Dingzhou, possessing a 5-element root aptitude, has perfected his cultivation of the Sunfire technique to the third level of qi refinement. For Li Qingyuan, having such a father to provide daily guidance in his cultivation undoubtedly facilitates a swifter mastery of the techniques, enabling him to advance to the first level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan, following the call of his heart, expressed, "I still wish to learn the Great Chun Gong." Li Qingyuan suddenly smiled and remarked, "Very well. From this day forth, I shall guide you in the cultivation of the Great Chun Gong." "Ah, you will instruct me?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. "Could it be that you two have practiced the Great Chun Gong?" Li Qingyuan seemed to grasp something and inquired. Li Qingyuan stroked his beard thoughtfully, nodding with a smile as he said, "Indeed, I have perfected the Great Chuan technique. At the same time, I am also the sole first-tier spiritual plant master of my family." The three young ones exclaimed in surprise, "A first-tier spiritual plant master?" Li Qibao blinked and remarked, "A first-tier spirit plant master. Only those cultivators capable of nurturing first-tier spirit plants and first-tier spiritual medicines can attain such a title." Li Qingqing remarked, "My father once said that a first-tier spirit plant holds considerable value, ranging from a few spirit stones to several dozen." Li Qingyuan thought to himself, spirit plants, one of the myriad arts of cultivation, seemed to possess a certain intriguing allure. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and 2 manuals of martial arts flew forth, landing before the 7-year-old children, Li Qingqing and Li Qibao. He said, "Little Qingqing, this is your water elemental technique. Little Qibao, this is your stone stacking technique." Li Qingyuan stated, "After acquiring the cultivation techniques, you shall each proceed to your family's storeroom to collect the resources for your practice. Subsequently, return home and consult your fathers on how to cultivate these techniques." Li Qingqing and Li Qibao rose and bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder was responsible for selecting and imparting martial arts techniques. However, both Li Qibao and Li Qingqing opted for the practices cultivated by their respective fathers, thus rendering their fathers more suitable as mentors than the Grand Elder. After all, the Grand Elder practiced the De Chun technique, which was not aligned with their chosen paths. Li Qingqing said in a sweet, crisp voice, "Brother Qingyuan, I shall take my leave now." Li Qibao also greeted, "Brother Qingyuan, see you later." The 2 little ones quickly departed, hopping away towards the family treasury to collect their cultivation resources. Li Qingyuan settled himself cross-legged and said, "Come, Xiao Qingyuan. Open the cultivation method. I shall guide you in practicing the Great Chun technique. First, recite the incantation of the technique. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire." Li Qingyuan nodded, "Very well, esteemed Grand Elder." As he opened the De Chun Gong, he began to read aloud, with breath anchored in the dantian. "I draw in the essence of the spirit. My heart, like the great cedar, embraces the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tides, following the meridians, as the resonance of spirit converges within the purple palace. Meanwhile, at the heart of the family's spiritual lineage, within the patriarch's courtyard, the Li clan of immortals, a family of qi refiners, is led by the venerable patriarch Li Guangyao, who, at the age of 70, has achieved the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Possessing a mixed aptitude of 4 elemental roots, he stands as the most formidable cultivator within the Li lineage. Li Dingzhou respectfully bowed and inquired, "Patriarch, did you summon me?" Patriarch Li Guangyao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Dingzhou, you have indeed sired a remarkable son for our clan. He possesses a superior quality among the 3 spirit roots, and the future of our family rests upon the shoulders of young Qingyuan." Li Dingzhou chuckled while scratching his head. "Hehe, I never anticipated that among our trifling qi refining clan, a once-in-a-century prodigy with 3 spiritual roots would emerge as my son. In a third-rate qi refining family, possessing 3 spiritual roots truly signifies a rare genius, endowed with the potential for foundation establishment." Li Guangyao remarked, regardless of fortune, as the father of Xiao Qingyuan. You have made contributions to your family. Here, take this small essence pill. Li Guanao continued. You have stagnated at the third level of qi refinement for many years. This small essence pill will undoubtedly aid you in breaking through and advancing to the fourth level of qi refinement. Li Dingzhou exclaimed with immense excitement. Is this a middle-grade first-rank elixir, the minor essence elixir? The minor essence elixir is a simplified version of the superior first-rank essence elixir. It belongs to the category of middle-grade first-rank elixirs and possesses remarkable efficacy for breaking through the third level of qi refinement and stepping into the fourth level. Li Dingzhou exclaimed in disbelief, Patriarch, is this truly for me? A single spirit-nourishing pill is worth no less than 30 spirit stones, and its value only ascends. Li Guanao remarked, Dingzhou. I am aware that you have been diligently accumulating spirit stones in preparation for purchasing the minor essence elixir to ascend to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Alas. He sighed deeply, it is indeed a pity. Your grandfather was a cultivator, yet your father's generation experienced a break in the lineage. You were but an infant when your grandfather passed away, which deprived you of vital cultivation resources from an early age. Otherwise, with your innate understanding, you would have long since entered the fourth layer of qi refinement. Li Guanao exclaimed, after all. You are indeed a practitioner who has mastered both qi refinement and body cultivation. Recognized by the clan as the foremost warrior among those in the early stages of qi refinement, Li Dingzhou, feeling a sense of embarrassment, remarked. The clan leader's praise is unwarranted. It is merely the affection of our kin. Li Guanao remarked, now, having nurtured Xiao Qingyuan with great merit, I shall bestow upon you the Xiaoyuling Dan. Both the great elder and the second elder are in agreement. Furthermore, upon your attainment of the fourth level of qi refinement, there will be a significant enhancement to the family's combat prowess. Accepted. Li Guanao closed the jade box and presented the elixir. Li Dingzhou received the jade box with both hands, his expression shifting with emotion as he said, Thank you for the generous gift, clan leader. The grace of the family shall forever be etched in my heart. Li Dingzhou was acutely aware that he had indeed risen to prominence through his father's esteemed status. Li Guanao stroked his silver beard, then patted his storage pouch, producing a jade stone the size of a pebble, radiant and resplendent in its verdant hue, emanating a mystical aura. In addition to the jade, there was also a small pouch of spiritual rice. Li Dingzhou exclaimed in astonishment, Patriarch, what is the meaning of this? Li Guanao remarked, last night, after a night of deliberation with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, we reached a unanimous decision to designate Xiao Qingyuan as the foundational seed of our family. We shall accord him the privileges befitting such a status. The ordinary disciples of the celestial seedlings receive training resources every 3 months, which consist of 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice. The family shall generously provide these resources free of charge for 3 years. Li Guanao's expression grew solemn as he spoke. However, Xiao Qingyuan possesses a rare triple spiritual root, an extraordinary occurrence for our family in a century. Therefore, the 2 elders and I have unanimously decided to grant Xiao Qingyuan a spiritual stone each month, along with 10 pounds of spiritual rice. He shall be entitled to this support 12 times a year. Furthermore, we have extended the duration of complementary provisions from 3 years to 5. Li Dingzhou gasped. Incredulous as he exclaimed, the family actually grants Qingyuan 1 spirit stone and 10 caddies of spirit rice each month? Moreover, this generosity extends for 5 whole years? He was utterly astonished by the patriarch's grand gesture. It is worth noting that he had toiled for several years to amass merely a dozen or so spirit stones to procure a minor nourishing spirit pill. In stark contrast, the patriarch and the others were willing to invest 12 spirit stones and 120 caddies of spirit rice annually for the cultivation of Li Qingyuan. And this support would last for a full 5 years. The resources expended on nurturing Qingyuan for 5 years could have sufficiently enabled the family to produce 2 additional practitioners at the 4th layer of qi refinement. For the Li clan, having practitioners at the 4th layer of qi refinement was indeed a pillar of strength. The Li clan, a third-rate cultivation family, boasts a patriarch at the 6th level of qi refinement, alongside 2 elders at the 5th level. Among the clan, there are merely 5 cultivators at the 4th level of qi refinement. Indeed, you heard correctly, the Li family possesses only 5 individuals at the 4th level. To nurture 2 cultivators at this level, the clan has chosen to invest those resources exclusively in the prodigious talent of Li Qingyuan. A strategic decision aimed at securing a prosperous future, albeit at the expense of their present. Li Dingzhou pondered to himself, the treatment of foundation-building seeds is indeed a grand gesture. Li Guanao remarked, indeed, regarding the matter of the foundational seeds. You and I are aware, as are the 2 elders. You shall personally come here each month to receive the cultivation resources for Xiaoqing. Remember, it is imperative that this remains concealed from the members of your family. Li Dingzhou accepted the spirit stone and spirit rice, respectfully stating, yes, clan leader, Dingzhou understands. Oh. By the way, Li Guanao seemed to recall something and said, when Xiaoqing cultivates her first strand of spiritual energy, be sure to inform me. Li Guanao's face brightened with anticipation. When I refined the first strand of spiritual energy, it took me a full 3 months. Xiao Qingyuan possesses 3 spiritual roots, and they are of the superior quality. I eagerly await his performance. Chapter 005, Cultivating the First Strand of Spiritual Energy, Mysterious Space, Doubling Resources. The Great Chun Technique. A wood attribute cultivation method is among the 5 most widely disseminated and popular chi cultivation techniques in the realm of immortality. Its ubiquity does not denote inferiority, rather, it signifies a foundation that is robust, practical, and broadly appealing. Furthermore, although it is commonplace within the world of cultivation, it remains an elusive treasure in the realm of mortals, still requiring spiritual roots for practice. The elder Li Qingyuan remarked, "The Great Chun technique cultivates a power that is exceptionally pure in its wood attribute, brimming with vitality, capable of extending one's lifespan. In addition to enhancing one's spiritual realm, it fortifies the body, prolongs life, and grants immunity to toxins. Moreover, as one advances in cultivation, they can develop spiritual awareness, allowing for the exploration of objects through this awareness, flying with a sword, activating talismans, and manipulating formations to vanquish foes." Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Moreover, there is one crucial point. The elder stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Practicing the Great Chun Gong will greatly benefit your journey to becoming a spirit planter." The elder continued, "Our family possesses few resources. Mining for ores is laborious. Hunting spirit beasts is perilous. Taming spirit beasts requires a lengthy period. Planting spirit rice yields low returns. In our Li clan of immortals, only the patriarch and I have mastery over the myriad arts of cultivation." Li Qingyuan, with a timely expression of admiration, remarked, "Grand Elder, you are truly remarkable." Indeed, the Grand Elder appeared quite pleased, exuding an air of pride as he proclaimed, "The clan leader is a mid-level first-tier talisman master, while I am a first-tier spirit plant master." He continued, "Little Qingyuan, you possess 3 spirit roots and represent the future of our family. Your sole focus should be on cultivating your skills and swiftly reaching the latter stages of chi refinement. Therefore, engaging in the extraction of minerals, hunting spirit beasts, or cultivating spirit rice is either a time-consuming endeavor or too perilous for you." However, the Grand Elder added, "According to family tradition, every immortal seedling must, after 3 years of cultivation, participate in family enterprises to contribute to the clan and earn resources for their training. To avoid appearing exceptional and facing exclusion from your kin, you may accompany me to learn the art of nurturing spirit plants." Li Qingyuan's innate talent must remain concealed. Thus, any special treatment can only be administered discreetly. Should it become public, it would certainly incite discontent among his kin. It is not scarcity that breeds concern, but rather inequality. Such is the nature of humanity. Li Qingyuan immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your guidance. I shall not disappoint you." The Grand Elder replied with a smile, "Very well, let us continue our study of the Great Chun technique." The day swiftly passed. "Grand Elder, I must take my leave now and will return tomorrow," Li Qingyuan said respectfully before departing from the Hall of Transmission. The Grand Elder beamed with joy and remarked, "Good child, off you go." Soon after, the door creaked open, and the clan leader, Li Guanao, stepped out, inquiring, "How's the child's comprehension?" The Grand Elder replied with a grin, "His understanding is extraordinary, and his memory is exceptional. In just a single day, he has already committed to memory the thousands of characters constituting the essence of the Great Chun technique, nearly able to recite them verbatim. His aptitude is unparalleled, surpassing even my own understanding of the technique in my youth." Clan leader Li Guanao repeatedly praised, "Excellent, excellent. He truly lives up to the reputation of our Li clan's prodigy." As time flowed steadily onward, days turned into weeks. Li Qingyuan diligently studies the Great Chun Gong under the tutelage of the esteemed elder every day. The only distinction lies in the change of venue. Shifting from the transmission hall to a quaint wooden cabin nestled within the herbal fields on the back mountain. This 10-acre medicinal field, cultivated atop a fragmentary spiritual vein of the first rank, is rich in spiritual energy. Beyond the 100-jong perimeter of the medicinal field, encircling the spiritual vein, lies a 100-acre family spiritual field, specifically designated for the cultivation of spiritual rice. Li Qingyuan engages in daily meditation and cultivation, reciting mantras to guide the spiritual energy, drawing it into his body, transforming it for his own use. In the blink of an eye, he has practiced the Grand Cedar technique for 10 days. On this day, seated in a cross-legged position, Li Qingyuan finds clarity in his consciousness. The surrounding atmosphere resonates with a hum of spiritual energy, which he draws into his being, circulating through his meridians. He sinks his energy into the dantian, inhaling the essence of the universe, his heart as expansive as the great cedar embracing the cosmos. The rhythm of his breath flows like tides through the meridians, harmonizing the spiritual resonance within the purple palace of his mind. Li Qingyuan felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility, as if he had transformed into a grand tree, an ancient parasol tree, standing immovable, breathing in the essence of the universe. Suddenly, a warm current surged within his dantian. A vibrant green spiritual energy coalescing within, then circulating through his meridians in a grand cycle, harmonizing the yin and yang within his body, ultimately converging in the sea of qi. At that moment, Li Qingyuan was overjoyed. Ha ha, the first strand of spiritual energy has manifested. He had successfully entered the first level of qi refinement, marking his initiation. Abruptly, the great parasol technique within him began to operate autonomously, the spiritual energy became agitated. Rushing towards his dantian, flowing upward in reverse towards the Niwen Palace. Boom. The spiritual energy flooded into the Niwen Palace, and in an instant, Li Qingyuan's sea of consciousness resonated with a hum, his mind spinning, and he collapsed, his eyes rolling back. Where is this place? Is it? Li Qingyuan's spiritual essence unexpectedly penetrated into his Niwen Palace, where he encountered a small bronze door of a verdant green hue, exuding an air of ancient Taoist charm, mysterious and obscure. It was indeed the same small bronze door. In his previous life, during the first month after receiving his salary, Li Qingyuan wandered through the antique street to unwind, and, captivated by its allure, he purchased this small bronze door. His fondness for it led him to carry it with him ever since. Li Qingyuan vaguely recalls the moment when he suffered a sudden cardiac arrest, gripped by excruciating pain, his hand tightly clutching the bronze door. Subsequently, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Li Qingyuan found himself nestled within his mother's womb, already a well-formed fetus, destined to be born into the Li clan months later. To his astonishment, "You have come along with me." Li Qingyuan's emotions were intricate. This bronze door stood as the sole testament to his previous life. Li Qingyuan suddenly paused, murmuring to himself, "Is my time travel merely a coincidence? Or is it somehow connected to you?" Li Qingyuan extended his hand and gently touched the bronze door. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, the bronze door erupted in brilliance, engulfing Li Qingyuan and drawing him into an entirely different realm. When Li Qingyuan opened his eyes, he discovered that he had inexplicably arrived in a mysterious realm. A thread of consciousness entered his mind. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, murmuring to himself, "The gate of Xianpin, the space of Xianpin." It turned out that the bronze door was known as the gate of Xianpin. In the space beyond, it was referred to as the space of Xianpin. Li Qingyuan was certainly no stranger to the gate of Xianpin. In his previous life, he had perused many texts, including the Tao Te Ching, which mentioned the gate of Xianpin. This gate symbolizes the primordial source from which all things in heaven and earth are born. Akin to a mysterious realm capable of generating myriad creations, the gate of Xianpin is also the portal of creation. Li Qingyuan has become the master of the Xianpin space, where he has perceived a faint yet intriguing piece of information. His brows arched in surprise as he exclaimed, "Replication. Is that true?" In the next moment, with a mere thought, Li Qingyuan's consciousness exited the Xianpin space, returning to his physical form. He sat up in a lotus position, retrieved a pouch of coins from his waist, and extracted a spirit stone, murmuring, "Receive." In an instant, the spirit stone vanished, entering the Xianpin space. Li Qingyuan's consciousness observed a spiritual stone in the Xianpin space, which resonated with a humming vibration. It transformed into two beams of light, subsequently replicating into two identical spiritual stones. The size, shape, and quality of the stones were utterly indistinguishable, a flawless duplication. Li Qingyuan gasped, his face alight with excitement. A single spirit stone had transformed into two. It was a miraculous duplication. He realized that he had likely stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity, a remarkable fortune. In essence, his external aid had arrived. Chapter 006, the first level of Qi refinement, a powerful soul, cultivating the first strand of spiritual energy and successfully operating a complete grand circulation signifies the official attainment of the first level of Qi refinement. This marks the threshold of entry into the realm of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan, brimming with motivation, murmured to himself, "My father once said that a cultivator must first refine the initial strand of spiritual energy before they can harness the energy within to refine spirit stones, thereby accelerating their cultivation process. Now that I have reached the first layer of Qi refinement, I have fulfilled the conditions to activate the Xianpin space. At present, I have successfully activated the Xianpin space, allowing me to replicate spirit stones and double my resources. With this doubling of resources, my cultivation speed shall also be amplified." Li Qingyuan slowly rose to his feet and stepped out of the quaint wooden cabin. As he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a radiant landscape bathed in sunlight. Spanning 10 acres, the medicinal herb field sprawled before him, marked by winding ditches and furrows, nurturing a variety of seedlings imbued with spiritual essence. Some of these herbs, lush and vibrant, had begun to blossom and bear fruit, exuding a rich fragrance and brimming with vitality, clearly on the verge of ripening. Li Qingyuan extracted a young spirit plant seedling, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if, aside from replicating spirit stones, the Xianpin space can also replicate spirit herbs?" Li Qingyuan silently recited, "Gather, gather, gather." After much experimentation, he reached a conclusion. It was futile. He pondered, could it be that he could only replicate spirit stones? Koth the Grand Elder emerged from his wooden abode, clearing his throat, and irritably remarked, "You little rascal. Why are you neglecting your meditation and training to meddle with my precious herbs?" Li Qingyuan's delicate face broke into an awkward smile as he replanted the herb seedlings, saying, "Grand Elder, I was merely curious, so I took a look. But there was no need to uproot them," the Grand Elder replied as he approached. "The spirit plant seedlings are exceedingly delicate. Your actions could lead to their demise." Spirit rain technique. With a hum, the Grand Elder invoked the spirit rain technique, drawing upon his own spiritual energy and gathering the ambient spiritual essence from all directions. A cascade of ethereal rain, several zhang in width, fell gracefully to nourish the spiritual herbs. "Now, you should go meditate and cultivate," the Grand Elder instructed. I still have to tend to the herb fields and will return to guide you shortly. Having spoken, the Grand Elder continued to employ the spirit rain technique. Each invocation capable of irrigating an area of several zhang, covering approximately 10 zhang in diameter, with 10 acres of herb fields to attend to. A single session of irrigation would keep him occupied for quite some time. Li Qingyuan scratched his head and said, Grand Elder, I have successfully cultivated spiritual energy. The Grand Elder, while unconsciously casting the rain of spirit technique, replied, Is that truly worthy of such commendation? Suddenly taken aback, the Grand Elder's spiritual energy trembled, causing the rain of spirit technique to dissipate. He abruptly turned around and asked, What did you say? You have cultivated spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan blinked and nodded, saying, Indeed. Look. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, channeling spiritual energy throughout his body, circulating through his meridians and converging upon his palms. A strand of spiritual energy, pure and emerald green, danced gracefully above his hands. Though faint, it was undeniably visible. The Grand Elder seized Li Qingyuan's hand and scrutinized it closely, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, you have indeed cultivated spiritual energy. Realizing the potential repercussions, the Grand Elder took a deep breath to steady his mind. He scanned the surroundings of the 10 acres of medicinal fields, ensuring they were devoid of any onlookers before he felt at ease. You, my young Qingyuan, are truly a once-in-a-century talent in our Li clan of immortals, the Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. You must understand that, under normal circumstances, one with 5 elemental roots might require 4 to 5 months, or even half a year, to produce their first strand of spiritual energy. While those with 4 elemental roots fare slightly better, they still need around 3 months to achieve the same. I never anticipated that you would accomplish this feat in merely 10 days, just 10 days to successfully manifest spiritual energy. The Grand Elder continued, his exhilaration palpable. A genius. A true genius. Come, let us meet the clan leader. Summoning a magical artifact, the Grand Elder cradled the 7-year-old Li Qingyuan in one arm, infusing the flying sword with spiritual energy and guiding it with his consciousness as they soared into the sky. Moments later, they arrived at the secluded courtyard of the clan leader, who was in seclusion. As soon as the Grand Elder set foot in the courtyard, he called out boisterously, Clan leader, where are you? With a loud crash, an explosion echoed from within the building. The clan leader emerged, his silvery hair singed and his face charred. Struggling to contain his agitation, he addressed the Grand Elder, Li Guangyao. You better have a good reason for this disruption. The Grand Elder's heart raced at the sight and he hurriedly replied, I apologize for interrupting your talisman drawing. Talisman crafting, alchemy, and artifact forging all require a tranquil environment and a serene mindset. Speak, what is the matter? And why have you brought young Qingyuan with you? The clan leader, Li Guangyao, inquired as he casually affixed a cleansing talisman, instantly restoring the cleanliness of his silvery hair and face. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, this cleansing talisman is truly a boon for the lazy, a miraculous tool for household management in the eyes of earthlings from my previous life. The Grand Elder stepped forward and whispered, Patriarch, Xiao Qingyuan has cultivated spiritual energy and officially entered the first layer of qi refinement. What? The Patriarch was taken aback, inquiring, Is it true? Xiao Qingyuan, have you really cultivated spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan nodded, channeling the Great Chuan technique, a wisp of spiritual energy swirling above his palm. Aha! Splendid, splendid, exclaimed the clan leader, Li Guangyao, with a hearty laugh. This was his secluded retreat, apart from the 2 elders, no one else. Not even the clan's elite at the 4th level of qi refinement could dare intrude without summons. In this place, there were no others. Little Qingyuan, come forth. Allow this old man to have a look at you. Li Guangyao summoned Li Qingyuan, expressing his curiosity. Generally speaking, even with a triple attribute true spiritual root, it typically takes over 20 days, if not a month, to cultivate the first wisp of spiritual energy. Yet you managed to accomplish this in merely 10 days. As he spoke, the clan leader Li Guangyao channeled his cultivation, releasing the pressure of his 6th layer of qi refinement. Placing his palm upon the spiritual acupoint at Li Qingyuan's forehead, infusing him with spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his very essence were being suppressed. Fortunately, this discomfort swiftly dissipated, for the clan leader retracted his spiritual energy. The clan leader, Li Guangyao, laughed heartily, saying, I had a feeling it was not merely due to possessing 3 spiritual roots. The Grand Elder, intrigued, inquired, What is it, clan leader? Is there another reason for young Qingyuan's rapid cultivation of spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan wore an expression of curiosity. Yet a shadow of concern loomed over him as he pondered. Has the mysterious shimp in space been discovered? No, that cannot be. The expression of the clan leader does not suggest such a revelation. The clan leader stroked his silver beard and remarked with a smile, Young Qingyuan possesses extraordinary talent. His soul is far more robust than that of ordinary individuals. Those endowed with a powerful innate soul not only exhibit unparalleled comprehension, but will also find it considerably easier to transcend the 3rd level of qi refinement and advance into the 4th, ultimately achieving spiritual awareness. The stronger the soul, the more potent the spiritual awareness. This will greatly benefit his future transformation of spiritual awareness into foundational consciousness during the foundational stage. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it beneficial for foundation establishment? The clan leader nodded and replied, indeed. Little Qingyuan, if we consider your previous state as merely a seed for foundation establishment, I can now confidently assert that your prospects for achieving it have increased by a significant margin. The Grand Elder, Li Qingyuan, overwhelmed with joy, nearly tugged at his beard in his enthusiasm and exclaimed, a formidable innate spirit will aid in foundation establishment? If we could acquire a foundation establishment pill, wouldn't that enhance our chances even further? The clan leader, Li Qingyuan, sighed deeply. The foundation establishment pill is not something a humble clan like ours can aspire to. As a third-rate qi refining family, we lack even a single member in the late stages of qi refinement, with merely around 60 cultivators in the entire clan, placing us at the very bottom of the qi refining sections. The foundation establishment pill is beyond the reach of even a second-rate qi refining family as collective efforts. Only a first-rate qi refining family possesses the qualification to acquire it, and even that is merely a qualification. Suddenly, a streak of light dashed across the sky. A crane appeared, soaring gracefully above, landing atop the clouds at the summit of Yunxia Mountain, right at the heart of the Li family. Upon the crane stood a middle-aged man, braving the wind, looking down with an air of superiority. He declared, "Where's the clan leader of the Li family?" Chapter 007, The Dominance of the Foundation Establishment Sect. What brings the Lu family to our humble abode so unexpectedly? The clan leader, Li Qingyuan, instinctively glanced at Li Qingyuan before turning his gaze back to the visitor, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he instructed, "You all wait here. I shall see what this is about." Li Qingyuan leaped gracefully and soared through the air for 100 zhang before landing softly on the ground. He clasped his fist in salute, proclaiming, "I am Li Qingyuan, the clan leader of the Li family, here to welcome the envoy from the Lu family. May I inquire what instructions the esteemed envoy brings?" On the back of the celestial crane, a middle-aged man exuded an unmistakable aura of mastery, embodying the 7th layer of qi refinement, his demeanor replete with arrogance. The Grand Elder, Li Qingyuan, expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "The visitor is indeed a master of the 7th layer of qi refinement in the advanced stage." Li Qingyuan inquired, "Great Elder, is this individual truly the sole foundation establishment cultivator of our Lioha Island, hailing from the Lu family?" Yunxia Town, a territory of the Li clan, spans over 30 miles. However, Yunxia Town is merely one of the numerous small towns and cities on Lioha Island. The island itself stretches over 3,000 miles, with a length and width of approximately 7,000 miles, firmly under the control of the Lu family. Beneath the Lu family, there exists a plethora of vassal forces, including 3 first-rate qi refining families, 6 second-rate qi refining families, and 12 third-rate qi refining families. The Li family of Yunxia Town is one of the 12 third-rate qi refining families. It can be said that the foundation establishment celestial clan, the Lu family, reigns as the true sovereign of the expansive 3,000 miles surrounding Lioha Island. The 21 qi refining families, various factions, numerous merchant guilds, and roaming cultivators on Lioha Island all bow to their authority and abide by their commands. On Lioha Island, anything coveted by the Lu family, be it spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts, or mines, becomes their possession. The 21 qi refining families that have established themselves on Lioha Island and flourished have done so solely due to the protection afforded by the Lu family. Thus, the clan leader, Li Qingyuan, displayed utmost respect when confronted by the cultivator from the Lu family. This individual not only belonged to the foundation establishment celestial clan, but was also a formidable master at the 7th level of qi refinement. The envoy from the Lu family produced a token, which levitated in the air, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The character Lu inscribed on the token represented absolute authority as he coldly proclaimed, "By the order of the family head, from this year forth, all qi refining families must increase their resource offerings by 10%. What? Li Qingyuan suddenly raised his head, incredulous, an additional 10%? How are we, the Li clan, to survive? The visitor's icy gaze sharpened, and he replied coolly, "What? Does your Li clan intend to defy orders? Humph. Were it not for the Lu family's generosity and kindness, your Li clan would not have been able to settle in Yunxia Town for centuries. Remember, without the Lu family's protection, your qi refining families would have long been slaughtered by the demonic beasts that roam Lioha Island." The effeminate man added, Li Qingyuan, "One must learn to be grateful in this world." Li Qingyuan inwardly cursed, "It is your Lu clan that truly embodies the greatest villains of Lioha Island. Each time the demonic beasts rise in rebellion, it is we, the numerous qi refining families, who take the lead, while your Lu family remains comfortably stationed at the rear, reaping the benefits. Now, the demand for resources has increased once more, a sheer manifestation of insatiable greed. However, he found himself unable to refuse. The Li clan was far too feeble. On Lioha Island, those qi refining families that defy orders have vanished in droves, only to be replaced by new ones who were propped up. Many rogue cultivators yearn to serve the Lu family, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully and said, "The Li clan humbly adheres to the commands of the Lu family head. We appreciate your hard work, esteemed envoy." He then regained his composure, a smile gracing his face, with not a trace of anger visible. He presented several first-tier medium-grade talisman papers and 20 spirit stones. Though his heart ached, he understood that failing to offer these gifts could lead to petty grievances and slander. If this individual were to return and spread rumors that the Li clan harbored rebellious sentiments, it could spell disaster for their lineage. After accepting the gifts, the middle-aged man revealed a faint smile and remarked, "I knew all along that the Li clan possesses a keen sense of propriety." Li Guanao respectfully said, "I kindly invite the esteemed envoy to rest here. Allow me to host you." The envoy replied, "There is no need for hospitality. I have orders to convey." The cultivator from the Liu family gently patted the celestial crane, which let out a cry before soaring into the sky. Soon, the Liu family's messenger departed. Upon the crane's back, a middle-aged man weighed the spirit stones, tucked away several first-tier mid-grade talismans, and with a slight smirk remarked, "My uncle was indeed correct. Delivering the celestial decree is a most lucrative task. Alas, such a bountiful opportunity cannot be enjoyed alone, as they have dispatched 3 individuals for this mission. I must hasten my pace to reap greater benefits." The Li clan, led by Li Guangao, waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone disperse." Furthermore, he casually informed that the family meeting for cultivators of the Qi refining stage level 4 and above would be convened tomorrow morning. The crowd clasped their fists in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood." Li Guanao returned to the small courtyard and turned to Li Qingyuan, inquiring, "Little Qingyuan, how do you feel?" Li Qingyuan felt a heavy weight upon his heart and remarked, "I have a dreadful feeling. The members of the Foundation Establishment Immortal clan are exceedingly overbearing. Furthermore, the unsettling sensation of the entire clan's fate resting in the hands of others is profoundly disquieting." Li Guanao stated, "Remember this feeling, do not forget it. It will become the driving force behind your diligent cultivation, propelling you toward strength. In the realm of immortality, power reigns supreme. Without strength, one must rely on others for mere survival." Li Qingyuan nodded, assuring the patriarch, "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall devote myself diligently to my cultivation." Li Guanao smiled gently. His heart filled with comfort as he said, "Go on, return home." Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed, addressing the patriarch and the elder, "Grandfather patriarch, grandfather elder, I take my leave." The elder watched as Li Qingyuan departed and remarked, "Patriarch, do you not think that your words may place undue pressure on the child?" The patriarch, Li Guangao, chuckled softly and replied, "Rest assured, Qingyuan is far more extraordinary than you perceive." After a brief pause, he added, "In terms of both his cultivation talent and his intellect." Before long, Li Qingyuan returned to his home. His father still in seclusion? He wondered, glancing at the chamber where his father was engrossed in his cultivation. He then proceeded to his own room. As for his mother, though she was a mortal, she too had her responsibilities. For instance, she would venture to the seashore to forage for spiritual shells and sift through spiritual sands, crafting artificial spiritual fertilizers, which she would then apply to the 100 acres of spiritual fields, while also tending to the weeding and nurturing of spiritual rice. The Li clan, comprising 3,000 souls, boasts merely around 60 cultivators, among whom some are but fledgling practitioners of the mystical arts. Consequently, many labor-intensive tasks and time-consuming endeavors are entrusted to the mundane members of the family. The Li clan, mere mortals, toil in Yunxia town, exchanging their labor for the mundane currency of the world, their workforce ample. Can a spirit stone, once replicated, be duplicated anew? Li Qingyuan, holding 2 spirit stones, quietly intoned, "Receive." This time, the 2 spirit stones remained utterly motionless, unable to be absorbed into the champ in space. It appears that a spirit stone, once duplicated, cannot be replicated again. Li Qingyuan pondered, or perhaps, one can only replicate once each day? Let us test the spirit rice. In Li Qingyuan's humble abode, there lay a bag of spiritual rice, weighing a full 10 pounds. His father had already informed him about the family's provisions. Each month, he received 1 piece of spiritual stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice. In the market, 1 pound of spiritual rice was valued at 5 spiritual coins. Thus, 10 pounds of spiritual rice amounted to 50 spiritual coins. A piece of spiritual stone, comparable in size to a mahjong tile, could be crafted into 100 gossamer thin, translucent spiritual coins. Therefore, 100 spiritual coins equated to a single piece of spiritual stone, while 10 pounds of spiritual rice, valued at 50 spiritual coins, represented half a piece of spiritual stone. Receive. Li Qingyuan intoned silently as he grasped the spiritual rice. In the next instant, with a swift motion, the spiritual rice vanished. The 10 pounds of rice disappeared from the sack, only to reappear within the mysterious realm, where it was duplicated, transforming into 20 pounds of spiritual rice. This newfound quantity held the worth of an entire piece of spiritual stone. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, "I have succeeded. The spiritual rice has doubled." Chapter 008, Li Dingzhou's Breakthrough, 30 Spiritual Stones. Ha ha ha, I have made it. I have reached the mid-stage of Qi refining. Just then, from the backyard of the main house, the booming laughter of his father, Li Dingzhou, resonated, exuding vigor and grandeur. His father had made a breakthrough. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy as he hurried outside. In the courtyard, Li Dingzhou strode with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his hands forming the gestures of the chi manipulation technique. While a long sword, a magical artifact, circled around him, its brilliance flashing like lightning as it soared back and forth. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Qingyuan immediately offered his congratulations, saying, "My child, I commend you for your father's advancement into the mid-stage of chi refinement, having developed spiritual awareness. At the fourth level of chi refinement, the soul undergoes a transformation, evolving into spiritual consciousness. This consciousness allows one to manipulate magical artifacts, synergizing with their own spiritual energy to perform initial feats of sword flight, engage in combat from a distance, and execute short-range sword maneuvers. In the eyes of the common folk in Yunxia town, a cultivator capable of flying with a sword is truly a celestial master. Conversely, those at the third level of chi refinement can only barely control magical artifacts, capable of engaging in combat from a few paces away. Upon reaching the mid-stage of chi refinement and developing spiritual awareness, the speed of artifact manipulation is greatly enhanced, the offensive power is significantly amplified, and the range of attacks extends further, rendering the third level of chi refinement virtually powerless in comparison." Li Qingyuan laughed heartily and said, "The surprises do not end here. I have also transcended in my martial arts cultivation. Yuana, watch closely." Boom. Li Qingyuan was enveloped in a surge of vitality, his blood and energy boiling within. With both hands poised, he channeled this force into pure essence, delivering a mighty punch that struck the formidable stone of a foam mountain standing over 10 feet tall in the courtyard. With a resounding bang, the solid rock, measuring 10 feet in height and 3 feet in thickness, erupted instantaneously, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Remarkable." In his heart, he mused, with such destructive power, one might be regarded as an unparalleled master in the realm of martial arts. Li Qingyuan inquired curiously, "Father, have you indeed attained the status of a congenital master among martial artists, cultivating innate true energy?" "Indeed," Li Qingyuan replied with great delight, after refining the minor essence elixir. "I have successfully surpassed the 9 blood transmutation stages, undergoing a transformation in my vital energy and blood, thus becoming a congenital martial master." Li Qingyuan remarked, "It appears that Father, after years of arduous cultivation at the third level of chi refinement, has amassed a profound foundation, with the small spirit-enhancing elixir serving as a catalyst. You have experienced a remarkable breakthrough. In the realm of mortals, an innate martial artist can utilize true chi to refine magical artifacts, achieving the remarkable feat of a flying sword that can strike an enemy from 100 paces away, rivaling even those at the fourth level of body refinement." Li Qingyuan chuckled and said, "Indeed, as a father, I have now reached the fourth level of chi refinement and have cultivated spiritual awareness. My innate true energy has attained the fourth level of body refinement." Li Qingyuan, in high spirits, remarked, "With my current combat prowess, I shall undoubtedly stand as a paragon among the fourth tier of chi refinement within the family. Even if my adversary is at the fifth tier, I can still engage in a worthy contest." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan promptly exclaimed, "Father, the contest of spells among cultivators is influenced by various factors such as magical artifacts, talismans, formations, elixirs, and spirit pets. Our Li family possesses insufficient heritage. Do not recklessly provoke cultivators at the 5th or 6th layer of chi refinement. After all, the only magical artifact in your possession is this flying star sword, and it is merely a low-grade first-tier artifact." Li Qingyuan glared and exclaimed, "You little rascal, are you now lecturing your father? Rest assured, I am well aware of my own situation." Li Qingyuan retorted, "If I were a reckless man, I would not have survived to this day." Li Qingyuan stowed away his magical artifact and unfastened the pouch at his waist, stating, "Here lie 15 spirit stones, the accumulated wealth of your father over the years. Initially, I intended to procure a minor spirit-nourishing pill to enhance my cultivation to the 4th level of chi refinement." At this point, a proud smile graced Li Qingyuan's face as he continued, "To my surprise, I too have savored the benefits of a father's esteemed offspring, due to your exceptional root talent. The clan leader graciously bestowed upon me a minor spirit-nourishing pill." Li Qingyuan respectfully declined, saying, "Father, you have already reached the 4th level of chi refinement and advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement. It is time to consider acquiring a first-tier medium-grade magical artifact." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan let out a faint sigh and remarked, "A mid-tier first-grade magical artifact costs over 100 spirit stones. Do you believe our family can afford it?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan let out a helpless sigh. Ultimately, it all boiled down to being too impoverished. Li Qingyuan said, "Yuana, your extraordinary spiritual roots signify the future of our family. You require the spirit stones more than I do." "Thank you, Father," Li Qingyuan replied as he accepted the spirit stones. Within the bag, a dozen spirit stones clinked together like a set of mahjong, producing a crisp, melodious sound that was truly delightful to the ears. This bag was merely an ordinary coin purse. Storage bags were a luxury for the Li family, far beyond their means to acquire. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Yuana, once you have refined your first wisp of spiritual energy and entered the realm of chi refining, you will be able to refine spirit stones, thereby enhancing your cultivation speed. With the aid of these dozen or so spirit stones, coupled with the resources provided by our family each month, it may be possible for you to achieve the consummation of the first layer of chi refining within a year." Such a rapid advancement in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the first layer within a mere year, is a prospect that Li Qingyuan could scarcely have imagined. Yet, it appears that for his son, this feat seems entirely attainable. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Father, I have successfully entered the realm of qi refinement. Behold." Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, a wisp of spiritual energy emanating from his palm. Spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha. You have cultivated spiritual energy, advancing into the realm of qi refinement? Excellent, excellent. When did this happen? Li Qingyuan responded, "This afternoon, just a short while ago. The clan patriarch and the elder have already been informed." Oh, by the way, Li Qingyuan seemed to recall something and added, "Father, the clan patriarch mentioned that tomorrow morning, all practitioners of the family at the 4th level of qi refinement and above are to convene for a clan meeting." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied, "Very well, I understand." Having lingered at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement for several years, he was eager to showcase his recent breakthrough and witness the astonished expressions of his family members. Just the thought of it filled him with anticipation. "Father, I shall now return to my cultivation." Li Qingyuan, having acquired 15 spirit stones, felt an overwhelming eagerness within him. In the confines of his chamber, he extracted the 15 spirit stones and intoned, "Gather." In the next moment, within the mysterious spatial realm, the 15 spirit stones were absorbed, duplicated, and instantly transformed into 30 spirit stones. He had struck gold, indeed, 30 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan retrieved the spirit stones and spirit rice, placing them into their respective pouches, the money pouch for the spirit stones and the rice sack for the spirit rice. He possessed 30 pieces of spirit stones and 20 caddies of spirit rice. Li Qingyuan pondered, "It appears that I must devise a reason to reside separately from my parents. Otherwise, the sudden influx of cultivation resources, particularly the ethereal rice, would be too conspicuous and difficult to justify. It is not that my parents lack trust, but rather a concern that should our secret be divulged, it could bring calamity not only upon them but also upon our entire lineage. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. The Xianin space must remain confidential. No one aside from myself may be privy to it." The following morning, the Li clan convened a family meeting. In the assembly hall, the clan leader, Li Guangao, along with the elder and second elder, as well as 5 cultivators at the 4th level of qi refinement, arrived one after another. Li Qingyuan, filled with joy at the occasion, strode briskly into the hall and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "Qingyuan pays his respects to the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder." "Qingyuan, what brings you here?" inquired a middle-aged man. "My uncle has summoned us for a family meeting, and according to clan regulations, you must excuse yourself. If you have matters to discuss, please wait until the meeting concludes." The uncle he referred to was, of course, the clan leader, Li Guangao. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan chuckled softly and remarked, "Brother Dingen, I have come to attend the family meeting." Buzz. Li Qingyuan stood surrounded by an ethereal aura, as spiritual energy permeated the air. A magical artifact soared from his waist, while his consciousness wielded the sword with grace. Li Dingen exclaimed in astonishment, "Qingyuan, have you truly reached the 4th level of qi refinement?" The other 4 practitioners at the same level were equally taken aback. After a brief moment, they regained their composure and, with clasped hands, congratulated him, saying, "Brother Qingyuan, or Junior Brother Qingyuan, we extend our heartfelt congratulations on your advancement to the mid-stage of qi refinement." Li Dingen chuckled, "Excellent, excellent. With Qingyuan from our clan advancing to the 4th level of qi refinement, our Li family now boasts another mid-stage qi refinement cultivator." The clan leader and 2 elders exchanged glances, their faces adorned with smiles. The clan leader, Li Guangao, cleared his throat and remarked, "Please, take your seats." The meeting commenced. As everyone settled in, the discourse began. Li Guangao sighed deeply and, with a sense of helplessness, addressed the assembly. "Esteemed colleagues, yesterday afternoon, representatives from the foundation establishing a mortal clan, the Lu family, delivered a decree. Henceforth, starting this year, the resource offerings will increase by an additional 10%. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Chapter 009, The Li Clan of Immortals, United in Purpose. "What? An increase in offerings by 10%? One exclaimed. "Does this mean that the total annual income of our clan will be siphoned off by the foundation establishing a mortal clan, the Lu family, to the tune of 60%? That amounts to 600 spirit stones." The second elder, aflame with indignation, declared, "The Lu family is exceedingly overbearing. Their intention is to completely drain us, leaving us bereft of any resources to bolster our clan's influence." In that moment, all members of the Li clan of immortals were filled with righteous indignation. Li Qingyuan, gritting his teeth, joined the chorus of denunciation against the Lu clan of the celestial tribe, expressing his wrath just like everyone else. Li Dingen inquired, "Uncle, have you agreed?" Li Guangao retorted, "Can I possibly refuse?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent. The Lu Island, spanning over 3,000 miles, was dominated by the foundational cultivators of the Lu family, akin to the sovereign deity. With but a casual wave of their hands, they could dispatch 2 or 3 late-stage qi refinement practitioners, and within a day, they could obliterate Yunxiao Mountain and annihilate the entire Li clan. Li Guan'ao occupied the principal seat and remarked, as the year draws to a close, we are less than a month away from the offering. Let us all report on the earnings from our various family enterprises this year. We shall begin with the Grand Elder. After a brief cough, the Grand Elder produced his ledger and stated, this year, the spiritual plants I have cultivated have yielded a profit of 300 spiritual stones after deducting costs. Upon hearing this, the assembly was invigorated. Li Guan'ao took the ledger and began to peruse it, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the elder has worked tirelessly for the sustenance of our family. His contributions are indeed commendable. The Li clan, each year, generates an approximate total income of 1,000 spiritual stones with slight fluctuations. The Grand Elder alone contributes nearly 1/3 of this revenue. At this moment, the second elder remarked, this year, the family's hunting team has achieved profits comparable to last year's, amounting to 200 spiritual stones. After speaking, he also submitted the account book. Li Qingyuan remarked, Uncle, the annual output of Yuan Taisher has consistently maintained at around 1,000 pounds over the years. After sale, the proceeds amount to 100 spirit stones. Yuan Taisher serves as an auxiliary material in the crafting of first-tier magical artifacts. With a market price of 10 spirit coins per pound, 1 spirit stone can procure 10 pounds. Thus, 1,000 pounds of Yuan Taisher is valued at 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan attended the family meeting for the first time, absorbing the various returns on investment and gaining a deeper understanding of the family business and its revenues. At that moment, he noticed the eldest elder's third niece stepping forward. She was the only possessor of spiritual roots among the second generation of the eldest elder's lineage. Li Dingfang respectfully presented the account book, stating, esteemed clan leader, this year has witnessed an abundant harvest of spiritual rice, yielding over 5,000 jin. According to customary regulations from previous years, 5,000 jin of spiritual rice has been sold, while the remaining several hundred jin has been stored in the family treasury. From the sale of the spiritual rice, a total of 250 spirit stones has been acquired. Regarding the spiritual fields, Li Dingzhou is undoubtedly well informed. The 100 acres of spiritual fields are divided into 2 halves, with 50 acres cultivated in rotation. This practice of crop rotation is implemented to ensure the fertility and spiritual essence of the land, thus promoting sustainable agriculture. Each year, only 50 acres are cultivated, while the other 50 acres rest for a year to replenish their fertility, allowing for future cultivation. The spiritual rice is harvested once a year, with an average yield of around 100 jin per acre, resulting in approximately 5,000 jin from 50 acres, subject to fluctuations. This year, the harvest exceeded expectations, yielding several hundred jin more than usual. Li Guan'ao, filled with great joy, laughed and said, the harvest of spiritual rice is abundant. It must be due to Fang's hard work. Li Dingfang humbly stepped back, stating that he dared not take credit, attributing all success to the strength of the family. Finally, Li Dingqian offered a slight bow and remarked, clan leader, this year the family has raised black-toothed fragrant pigs and unicorn zebras, but not many of the offspring have survived. The black-toothed fragrant pigs were sold to the tavern, while the unicorn zebras were sold to the merchant shop. The income barely reached 50 spirit stones, which is only half of last year's earnings. Li Dingzhou understood that the black-toothed fragrant pig is a delectable first-tier early-stage beast, much favored by qi refinement cultivators for its exquisite meat. As for the unicorn zebra, it too is a first-tier early-stage beast. Upon reaching maturity, it becomes robust and well-fattened, exhibiting remarkable endurance and a gentle disposition. It can effortlessly traverse 300 miles a day, making it an excellent mode of transportation. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and said, it matters not. If this year's profits fall short, we shall strive harder in the coming year. Li Dingqian replied softly, yes. Li Guan'ao remarked, lastly, it is my turn. Over the course of this year, the talismans I have crafted, aside from those allocated to the family hunting team and distributed as resources for the cultivation of our family as practitioners, have yielded a total of 200 spirit stones from sales. The Grand Elder acknowledged, the clan leader has toiled greatly. Not only must you labor for the development of the clan, but you also provide talismans to our practitioners as means to vanquish foes and defend against threats. Otherwise, the talismans you create would undoubtedly represent the clan's most significant source of profit. The second elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the talismans provided by the clan leader, the casualties and losses among our hunting team would be incalculable. The assembly echoed, for the sake of the clan leader has indeed worked hard. Li Guan'ao pressed his hand down and remarked, everything is for the family. The old man calculated and stated, this year, the family's earnings are approximately 100 spiritual stones. Li Guan'ao also took out the ledger and said, this is the family's expenditure for the year. I invite you all to review it. The family's current stock of spirit stones amounts to a mere 550 pieces. Li Guan'ao sighed, expressing his disbelief that the Liu family would audaciously demand an additional 10% in taxes. Consequently, there remained a deficit of 50 spirit stones required for the tribute. With less than a month to gather the necessary 50 stones, time was of the essence. Amidst the crowd, Li Dingzhou produced 3 spirit stones. His face flushed with embarrassment as he lamented, Patriarch, I find myself in a dire situation. These are all the spirit stones I possess. My son, Qingyuan, has been identified this year as possessing 4 spirit roots, and as his father, I must ensure his proper cultivation. With a determined expression, Li Qingyuan extracted 10 spirit stones and declared, Uncle, our family is in need, and I am willing to lend my support. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, each producing 15 spirit stones in response. Li Dingfang and Li Dingqian also each took out a handful of spirit stones. Upon witnessing this, Li Guanao felt a profound sense of comfort and chuckled, ha ha ha, splendid. You all are remarkable. As long as the Li clan stands united, what do we have to fear regarding our family's prosperity? Soon, 50 spiritual stones were gathered, totaling 600 spiritual stones, which was more than sufficient. Li Guanao instructed, everyone may return. Please stay, Dingzhou. The others respectfully withdrew, responding, yes, Patriarch. Soon, the hall was left with only the Patriarch, the Elder, the Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou. The Patriarch inquired, Dingzhou, are you aware of Shaoqing's entry into the Qi refinement stage? Li Dingzhou smiled and said, I understand. This child, Yuan, has indeed brought a tremendous surprise to the family. In merely 10 days, he has successfully cultivated his first strand of spiritual energy, marking his entry into the realm of Qi refinement. Li Guanao remarked, furthermore, I have discerned that Shaoqing Yuan possesses an exceptionally potent innate divine soul, which will facilitate the refinement of his spiritual awareness and ease his ascension into the mid-stage of Qi refinement. When his spiritual awareness ultimately transforms into divine consciousness, he will hold a distinct advantage. The probability of his foundation establishment exceeds our expectations. Li Dingzhou exclaimed with delight, the primordial divine soul is remarkably powerful. The Second Elder, equally elated, expressed his anticipation. The future of our Li clan's celestial lineage rests upon Shaoqing Yuan. Should he succeed in establishing his foundation, our Li clan shall ascend to the ranks of foundational celestial clans. Li Guanao proclaimed, thus, I have summoned you all to announce a matter of great importance. He gritted his teeth and asserted, regardless of the hardships our family may face, the cultivation resources for Shaoqing Yuan must never be in short supply. If necessary, I shall draw additional talismans each day and venture to the market to trade them for spirit stones. The Second Elder immediately concurred, stating, indeed, I shall toil harder, even slaying more first-tier beasts. I can also cultivate additional spiritual plants. The Grand Elder echoed this sentiment, infused with vigor and fervor. The mere thought of a future where their clan would harbor a foundational cultivator, where the Li family could ascend to the ranks of a foundational immortal clan and govern a territory spanning 1,000 miles, filled them with inspiration and relentless determination. Li Guanao expressed with satisfaction, indeed, 70 years old is precisely the time to strive. Us 3 old bones can still contribute our remaining vigor for the family. Li Dingzhou's blood surged with excitement as he declared, Second Elder, I have now stepped into the 4th level of Qi refinement. I am capable of contributing more to the hunt for demonic beasts. For you honor, as a father, I must make my efforts count. Chapter 010, Second Layer of Qi Refinement. 3 days later, before a small wooden cottage at the heart of Yunxia Mountain, his mother, Chen Shoyun, spoke with lingering reluctance, You honor, you are merely 7 years old. Why must you isolate yourself and engage in solitary cultivation? My child, the home is not an unsuitable place for your training. Your father and I will not disturb you. Li Qingyuan chuckled, Mother, I only come here during the day to cultivate and meditate. In the evening, I must return home to rest. However, Mother Chen Shoyun still had more to say. Li Dingzhou remarked, Enough, enough. What are you, a mere woman? Understand? You must comprehend that this place is the very heart of our family's spiritual lineage, a mere 100 paces from the family herb garden, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. It is the most coveted sanctuary for cultivation within our clan. Others would be unable to approach it, were it not for the directives of the clan leader. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder, Yuan would never have encountered such fortuitous circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chen Shoyun could only acquiesce. As a mother, she must not hinder her son's prospects if it would benefit him. Soon, the relocation was complete. Li Qingyuan waved and said, Father, Mother, I shall practice during the day and return home at night. Understood. Li Dingzhou and Chen Shoyun gradually walked away. Chen Shoyun, with a touch of reluctance, remarked, This child has always been quite determined since a young age. Li Dingzhou embraced his wife's delicate waist, raising his eyebrows playfully and said, You may. How about we consider having another child? Chen Shoyun's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she gently pushed him away and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? After a brief pause, she added, Such matters are best discussed at home in the evening. Haha, very well, Li Dingzhou responded with hearty laughter. Within the quaint wooden cabin, Li Qingyuan expressed his contentment, saying, A place for seclusion has been established. Although the family's spiritual pulse is merely a flawed first-tier vein, it does not qualify as a true first-tier pulse. The core region still brims with abundant spiritual energy. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to rigorous cultivation, striving to advance to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan immediately settled into a cross-legged position, hands pressed together at his dantian, cradling a piece of spiritual stone within his palms. He silently recited the incantation of the Great Chuanzong technique, commencing the absorption of spiritual energy. entering a state of secluded cultivation. With the qi sinking to the dantian, he drew in the essence of the universe, his heart akin to the great Chuanzong embracing the cosmos. The inhalation and exhalation flowed like tides along the meridians, with the spiritual resonance coalescing within the purple palace. Li Qingyuan was wholly engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. Days turned into weeks. Each morning, before dawn, he ventured out to the core of the spiritual pulse, where he engaged in seclusion and cultivation. At noon, he prepared spiritual rice for himself, accompanied by 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, ensuring a balanced meal. He consumed half a jin of spiritual rice, equivalent to 3 bowls. After a brief respite following lunch, he resumed his practice in the afternoon. Dinner was also self-prepared, with 2 meals a day managed solely by him. In total, he consumed a jin of spiritual rice daily. Initially, he refined a spiritual stone every 3 days. This gradually improved to 2 days, and eventually, he achieved the remarkable pace of refining a stone each day. Over the course of a month, he utilized 32 spiritual stones and 20 jin of spiritual rice, depleting his resources entirely. During this month, with the consistent availability of spiritual stones for cultivation and nearly daily access to spiritual rice, Li Qingyuan made significant advancements. In the subsequent months, at the beginning of each month, his father, Li Dingzhou, reliably delivered the family's resources, 1 spiritual stone and 10 jin of spiritual rice. Li Dingzhou, accompanied by the second elder and others, hunted ferocious beasts, possessing the 4th level of qi refinement and the 4th level of body refinement. His combat prowess rivaling that of the second elder, resulting in the successful hunt of numerous lower-tier spiritual beasts. The majority of the spoils from their hunts were contributed to the collective, followed by equitable distribution among the members based on their labor. Li Dingzhou exchanged the spirit stones he obtained for spirit rice from his family, sending it to his son, Li Qingyuan. With his father's support, Li Qingyuan received a monthly allocation of resources for cultivation, 1 spirit stone and 20 pounds of spirit rice, at the beginning of each month. As soon as the resources were in hand, his first action was to store them in the Xianpin space, duplicating them. Consequently, his monthly resources for cultivation amounted to 2 spirit stones and 40 pounds of spirit rice. Within just 2 days, the 2 spirit stones were consumed. Subsequently, his daily sustenance consisted solely of spirit rice, followed by meditation to refine the weak spiritual energy within the rice, absorbing the essence of the spiritual veins for his own use. Lacking the nourishment of spirit stones, Li Qingyuan's cultivation pace was far inferior to that of the first month. However, he remained composed, patiently retreating into solitude day after day for introspection. Cultivating immortality requires one to endure loneliness. In his previous life, due to a congenital heart condition, Li Qingyuan often found himself in solitude, with few friends. Experiencing and overcoming loneliness became a familiar routine for him. Moreover, this life was dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. Li Qingyuan devoted himself entirely to the path of immortality, completely oblivious to the pangs of solitude, utterly immersed in the joys of cultivation, relishing the invigorating flow of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. His unwavering disposition brought immense comfort to the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, who proclaimed with admiration that he was indeed the prodigious son of the Li family, destined to become a master of foundation establishment in the future. In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged upon the couch, for spirit stones placed before him. He murmured to himself, "A month ago, I sensed that I had reached the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Now, after a month of contemplation and refinement, this bottleneck has become increasingly distinct. With the addition of the spirit stones from last month and this month, I possess a total of 4 spirit stones, which should aid me in breaking through this barrier and advancing to the second layer of qi refinement." With that, Li Qingyuan grasped the spirit stones, holding 2 in one hand, while he inhaled deeply and focused his mind, silently channeling the Great Chun technique. A humming sound resonated as the spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and converging in his palms, drawing upon the spirit stones, separating the spiritual energy to circulate within his meridians and become his own. Simultaneously, the thin spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth gathered, seeping into his body's acupoints and following the guidance of the Great Chun technique to commence its circulation. 1 hour passed, then 2, followed by 3. Finally, with a sudden jolt, Li Qingyuan's body trembled as the spiritual energy within him seemed to reach a critical threshold, breaching the barrier, and a substantial pressure of spiritual energy emanated from his body. This pressure formed a gust of wind, stirring a gentle breeze within the room. Li Qingyuan exhaled a deep breath, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "I have reached the second level of qi refinement. After 6 months of diligent practice, achieving such a rapid advancement surpasses the progress of other talented individuals in his family by tenfold. Numerous factors contribute to this remarkable feat. Firstly, Li Qingyuan possesses 3 innate spiritual roots, and they are of superior quality, facilitating a faster cultivation pace. Secondly, his innate soul is extraordinary, with a level of comprehension and mental acuity that far exceeds that of other 7-year-olds, significantly aiding his grasp of cultivation techniques. Furthermore, the Xianpin space provides a doubling of resources, affording him access to substantial cultivation materials that other practitioners lack, particularly in the first month, with 32 spirit stones. his progress was most pronounced. With all these factors combined, Li Qingyuan was able to ascend to the second level of qi refinement in merely 6 months. He had yet to fully refine all the spirit stones, intending to do so to solidify his newfound realm. Li Qingyuan remained humble and composed, continuing his cultivation. A day later, once all the spirit stones had been refined, he had preliminarily stabilized his second level of qi refinement, allowing the once fluctuating energy to become steadfast and subdued. At this moment, the sky had already brightened significantly. Li Qingyuan has been in seclusion for a day and a night. The Grand Elder has stated that once I reach the second layer of qi refinement, he will impart to me the art of spells. Li Qingyuan stepped outside with an expression of eager anticipation. Now that I have reached the second layer of qi refinement, I can cultivate spells as well. One of the obsessions of the Chinese people regarding immortality is the mastery of magical arts. Spells, here I come. Chapter 011, Mastering the Qi Blade Technique, the second marvel of the mysterious space. Grand Elder, I am coming. Li Qingyuan raced forward, stirring up a brisk wind. The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, was engaged in the art of spirit rain, nurturing the medicinal fields. With a mere gesture, his inner spiritual energy surged, converging the essence of heaven and earth with vaporous moisture to manifest the ethereal rain. After completing the incantation, he turned and inquired, "What brings you here today, young one?" For the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had been in seclusion, immersed in his cultivation, never leaving Yunxia Mountain, nor venturing into the mortal realm of Yunxia Town. The Grand Elders would catch but a fleeting glimpse of him every 10 days or so. Li Qingyuan glanced around, ensuring there was no third party present, before he began to channel the Great Chuan technique, emanating the aura of the second layer of qi refinement. He smiled and said, "Grand Elder, isn't it time for you to impart some spells to me?" Second layer of qi refinement. Grand Elder Li Guangyao's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at Li Qingyuan, stammering, You rascal, have actually broken through to the second layer of qi refinement? How is this even possible?" Almost biting his own tongue, the Grand Elder exclaimed in disbelief, "In just half a year, you have reached the second layer of qi refinement?" Li Qingyuan chuckled softly, "You all have declared me a genius, haven't you?" "Naturally, a genius is bound to surprise," the Grand Elder remarked. "But your speed is truly astonishing." Initially, they had anticipated that Li Qingyuan would reach the pinnacle of the qi refining stage within a year, subsequently preparing to challenge the second level. To their astonishment, he accomplished this in less than half the expected time. Their predictions were not entirely erroneous, however. Due to the mysterious Xianpin space and the doubling of resources, his cultivation speed had surged exponentially. "Ha ha ha, blessings be upon the Li family." The Grand Elder exclaimed joyfully, "Good lad, you truly are a prodigy. Speak your desires. I shall impart all my knowledge to you." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyuan inquired, "Grand Elder, what spells does our family possess? My father knows only 2 or 3. How about you?" The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his pride evident as he proclaimed, "Our Li clan of immortals commands a total of 6 first-tier spells. Spell levels are categorized into 3 tiers. First tier for the qi refining stage, second tier for the foundation establishment stage, and third tier, which can only be mastered by legendary Golden Core practitioners. The 6 first-tier spells within our clan are Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spirit Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique. The first, Qi Blade Technique, refines one's own spiritual energy, condensing it into a blade of qi, which can slice through gold and jade with unparalleled sharpness." Li Qingyuan nodded, remarking that it sounded quite impressive. The Grand Elder continued, "The Spirit Rain Technique is widely practiced. It is a spell tailored specifically for spirit planters, primarily aimed at irrigating spiritual fields and cultivating medicinal herbs. The Fireball Technique condenses one's spiritual energy into a blazing orb to strike forth. In the realm of cultivation, the Fireball Technique is the most prevalent first-tier spell. The Earth Armor Technique transforms spiritual energy into impenetrable armor, serving as a defensive spell. The Iron Arm Technique fortifies the arms with iron, granting immense strength akin to that of a bull, suitable for both offense and defense. Lastly, there is the Moon Shadow Technique, a method of movement that, once mastered, allows one to chase the moon as if it were light, leaving an afterimage in one's wake. This technique can bewilder foes, facilitating seamless maneuvers. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Grand Elder, I would like to first learn offensive spells, starting with the Qi Blade Technique." "Very well." The Grand Elder replied with a smile. "I shall impart the Qi Blade Technique to you. Pay close attention." The Grand Elder gently raised his hand, and his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement began to circulate. With a swift motion of his hand, he conjured a blade of qi that sliced through the air. Then, with a series of fluid movements, the Grand Elder executed 3 successive strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blades of qi were unleashed, varying in length, piercing through the air with lethal precision. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 blades struck a tree several meters away, severing it with a clean cut at the waist, leaving a smooth gash in its trunk. The Grand Elder inquired, "Little Qingyuan, do you perceive any differences?" Li Qingyuan replied without hesitation, 3 types of attacks, each with varying lengths of qi blades. The longer the qi blade, the greater the power it wields. Indeed, the Grand Elder affirmed. The art of qi blades, like all spells, is categorized into stages of proficiency, initiation, minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Upon initiation, one can unleash a 1-foot chi blade. With minor mastery, 3-foot chi blades can be produced. Upon reaching major mastery, one can conjure 7-foot chi blades. Should one attain perfection, the practitioner is capable of manifesting a 10-foot chi blade, possessing boundless might. However, the Grand Elder added, it is generally understood that to achieve perfection in a first-tier spell, one must at least be a practitioner in the late stage of chi refinement. Furthermore, an innate understanding is indispensable. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, Grand Elder, please teach me. I am eager to learn. Very well, let us begin, replied the Grand Elder. The cultivation of the chi blade technique is primarily divided into 3 steps, refining spiritual energy, condensing it into a blade, and releasing it to vanquish foes. Pay close attention, for I shall now impart the incantation to you. 1. The elder diligently imparted wisdom, while the other, the youth, attentively absorbed the teachings. The practice of spells, much like the mastery of martial arts, demands patience, focus, tranquility, and, above all, time. This is a gradual endeavor. No one can achieve mastery in a single leap. Li Qingyuan practiced time and again, experiencing failure repeatedly. On the first day, he barely managed to refine his spirit energy according to the requirements of the chi blade technique. After 3 days, he had become proficient in refining spirit energy and had even begun to gather it into a blade. However, he was still unable to unleash the chi blade outward to strike from a distance. 7 days later, a week had passed. The chi blade technique. Li Qingyuan refined his spirit energy, gathering it in his hand. With a swift motion of his hand, a 3-inch chi blade sliced through the air, striking a small tree. With a crack, the tree, as thick as an arm, was severed in 2. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, "Ha ha, it has finally been released." Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated in his mind. Within the mysterious space, a shadow appeared, a figure cloaked in darkness, rendering its features indiscernible. Yet the intricate network of meridians and acupoints was vividly visible. Within the silhouette, spiritual energy surged, flawlessly exemplifying the perfected technique of the chi blade. In contrast to the teachings of the Grand Elder, this figure's meridians illuminated, and the acupoints sparkled, vividly demonstrating the flow of spiritual energy, its refinement, and the process of converging energy into a blade. Li Qingyuan observed intently, experiencing a sudden epiphany that unveiled a striking visual clarity, recognizing many of his own shortcomings. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with satisfaction and remarked, "Your innate understanding is indeed commendable. In my time, it took me a fortnight to barely manifest the chi blade attack. Subsequently, it consumed an entire month before I could be considered a novice, managing a chi blade of merely 1 foot. Yet, you, in just a week, have managed to produce a 3-inch chi blade, barely mastering this first-tier spell." The chi blade technique. Li Qingyuan remained calm and composed, connecting his thoughts to the mysterious Xianpin space, sensing the guidance of the shadowy figure within. He harmoniously channeled his vital energy alongside the entity. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan wielded his blade, and a 1-foot energy blade soared forth, effortlessly severing a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. The elder's eyelids twitched in astonishment as he exclaimed, "A 1-foot energy blade? Has he truly reached the threshold of mastery?" Gasping in disbelief, the elder stood agape, pondering whether the formidable advantages of a powerful innate spirit truly defied the heavens in such a manner. Li Qingyuan gazed at the severed trees, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the Xianpin space, in addition to replicating resources, possessed such remarkable capabilities for guiding one's cultivation. This sensation was truly exhilarating. It appeared that further exploration of the Xianpin space was essential to fully harness its potential. "Second uncle, something is amiss," the hurried voice of Li Dingfang, the elder's niece and a 4th-tier female cultivator of the family, broke through the air. "Members of the hunting team have sustained serious injuries. You must come at once." "What?" Alarm coursed through Li Qingyuan's pale visage, a wave of anxiety washing over him. His father was also a member of the family hunting team. The elder quickly reassured, "Do not panic, little Qingyuan. Come with me. We shall assess the situation together." The elder swiftly donned a medicinal satchel, summoned his magical implements, and affixed a lightness talisman to himself. He then lifted Li Qingyuan into the air, soaring toward the family hall. As the family's healer, he was not only well-versed in mundane medical practices but also adept in various healing spells. For a third-rate cultivation family like the Li clan, every cultivator represented a vital resource, and any loss of life was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 012. Casualties. Whoosh! The elder flew at full speed, covering the 5 to 6 mile distance in mere moments. Within a few breaths, they arrived at the family hall. "Dad." As soon as Li Qingyuan touched down, he rushed toward his father. "Father, are you injured?" His eyes glistened with concern, full of trepidation. Li Dingzhou ruffled Li Qingyuan's hair and feigned a hearty laugh, saying, "Rest assured, your old man is quite robust and will not perish easily." Cough, cough. Li Dingzhou, wincing from his injuries, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, followed by a fit of coughing. Hiss. The pain made his eyelids flutter, drawing in a sharp breath. Li Qingyuan was deeply concerned for his father, who had sustained an injury to his lower back, accompanied by deep claw marks on his thigh, the wound nearly 3 inches deep, having reached the bone. The elder approached and said, "Dingzhou, my dear nephew, allow me to treat your injuries first. With a low hum, the elder began to circulate his cultivation technique. The great Chunkraft, channeling pure would attribute spiritual energy adept at both healing and nurturing. Under the gentle caress of this energy, the bleeding soon ceased, and the wound began to scab over. Subsequently, he cleansed the injury, applied medicine, and expertly bandaged it. Once he had attended to Li Qingyuan's wounds, the elder continued to circulate his energy to heal others, employing bleeding cessation talismans and medicinal pills, ultimately wrapping their injuries with care. This time, even the second elder had sustained injuries, requiring treatment and bandaging. The family hunting team comprised 10 members, led by the second elder, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Among them, there were 3 members, including Li Qingyuan, at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The remaining 7 were at the 3rd level. The family boasted only 6 cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refinement, including Li Qingyuan. Notably, Li Qingyuan was responsible for leading the other cultivators at the 3rd and 2nd levels, guarding the family's or mine, overseeing its extraction, defense, and sales. Li Dingfang, responsible for Li Qingyuan, is also of great significance. Li Qingyuan, entrusted with the nurturing of the family's spiritual beasts, plays a pivotal role in their prosperity. For the advancement of the clan and its flourishing future, everyone, from the patriarch to the 2 elders, and even the young prodigies above the age of 10, dedicates their efforts to contribute to the family's well-being. Li Qingyuan glanced around and inquired, "Father, where is Uncle Dingyuan? He has been serving in the hunting team recently, hasn't he?" Li Dingzhou's face was etched with sorrow as he sighed deeply and spoke. "Yuaner, you must remember your Uncle Yuan." He sighed once more. "Come, let us proceed to the ancestral hall." His expression was one of profound grief. Soon, a group of people arrived one after another, reaching the family shrine. As Li Qingyuan arrived at the ancestral hall, he was immediately enveloped by heart-wrenching cries. "Father, please awaken. It is me, Qingqing. Look at me. Father, please look at me," sobbed the voice, filled with anguish. Li Qingyuan's body trembled as he stood in a daze, gazing at the scene before him in disbelief. "Uncle Dingyuan, no, it can't be." Beside Li Qingqing, a woman in her 30s wept inconsolably, her tears streaming down like rain, her cries piercing. "Li Dingyuan, you must wake up. You cannot leave us. If you do, how are we, your orphan family, to survive?" "My dear brother Yuan." She was Dingyuan's wife and Qingqing's mother, Luodonger. In the hall of the ancestral shrine, a body lay quietly, draped in a white cloth. Qingqing wept, her aunt wept, and the family members wore expressions of profound sorrow. Li Qingyuan could not help but shed tears. Uncle Dingyuan had a close bond with his father, and the 2 families often visited each other, akin to brothers. During his childhood, Uncle Dingyuan frequently took him and his sister Qingqing out to play, and every time they returned, whatever Qingqing possessed, he would have a share as well. "Qingqing." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, unsure of how to console her. In the face of life and death, any comfort or words seemed utterly futile. Li Dingzhou's eyes once again brimmed with tears, his voice heavy with sorrow as he spoke. "During this hunting expedition, we encountered 4 mid-tier 1st-level demon beasts. The second elder restrained one, while I, risking my life, engaged another. My disciples, Ding Shui and Ding Ming, both at the 4th level of Qi refinement, led their respective teams to contain the remaining 2. Li Dingshui and Li Dingming are indeed practitioners of the 4th level of Qi refinement within their family, being slightly younger than Li Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou added, "During the battle, you encountered the untimely demise of your uncle, who suffered a grievous injury when a monstrous beast severed one of his arms and struck him in the head, leaving him critically wounded and beyond recovery. In the final moments, it was the second elder who, at a certain cost, vanquished one of the beasts. Subsequently, with the second elder's assistance, both my father and he joined forces to slay the second monstrous creature. This pivotal alliance turned the tide of the battle, leading to the complete annihilation of the 4 beasts." Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically. For mid-stage 1st-tier demon beasts, mid-stage 1st-tier demon beasts correspond to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, equivalent to cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of Qi refinement. A full 4 of them. Li Dingzhou, filled with lingering fear, remarked, "Fortunately, among these 4 demonic beasts, there are none comparable to a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Otherwise, our family as hunting team would undoubtedly face annihilation, and even my father would meet his end at the jaws of these beasts." Li Qingyuan was filled with trepidation, realizing just how perilous the hunt for demon beasts truly was. Li Dingzhou spoke softly, "In the conflicts of mortals, when 2 nations clash, rivers run red with blood and mountains are piled high with corpses. As cultivators, we strive for resources, for spirit stones, and for strength. We contend against heaven, earth, and each other, destined for endless strife. Our Li clan of immortals sees only 3 to 5 seedlings of immortality emerge each year. Yet our family of cultivators remains stagnant at 50 to 60 members, making growth a formidable challenge. Now, do you understand why?" Li Dingzhou gazed at his son. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, "The child understands. The family receives celestial seedlings every year, yet simultaneously, there are casualties among the cultivators each year." Li Dingzhou remarked, "The perils extend beyond mere hunting. Other family members, when venturing out to sell primordial iron, spirit rice, spiritual medicines, or even spirit beasts, equally face dangers. Although Luo Island is fortified by foundational celestial clans, it is not entirely at peace. There are always marauding cultivators lurking about, preying upon the vulnerable. Li Qingyuan's expression momentarily froze. The world outside was fraught with peril. Li Qingyuan pondered. It appears that until I possess means to contend with the cultivators of the later stages of qi refinement, I shall refrain from venturing outside. At that moment, his mother, Qin Shoyun, approached. She helped Luo Donger to her feet and gently reassured her, Sister Donger, do not weep. Be cautious not to harm your health. You still have Qingqing, who embodies the greatest hope of the Dingyuan brothers and the future of your family. With a heavy heart, Andy shed tears as she embraced her daughter, Qingqing. Gazing at the lifeless body of Li Dingyuan, she vowed inwardly, rest assured, Brother Yuan. I shall raise our Qingqing to adulthood, ensuring she becomes a true immortal master. At that juncture, the clan leader proclaimed loudly, Li Dingyuan, a descendant of the Li family, sacrificed himself for our kin. His name shall be inscribed in the family's immortal register, enshrined in the ancestral hall, and honored with offerings from future generations. All clan members shall mourn him for 3 days. The clan leader, Li Guangao, turned to the frail and delicate figure of Qingqing and ultimately declared, the orphan of Li Dingyuan, Li Qingqing, shall be recognized as the family's immortal seedling, in accordance with family regulations. The period of free resource provision shall be extended from 3 years to 5 years. Li Dingyuan has sacrificed his life, and his daughter, Xinyao, has lost the nurturing of her father. The family ought to shoulder the responsibility that belongs to Li Dingyuan, for he made the ultimate sacrifice for their kin. The Li clan has always been united, sharing both honor and disgrace. In this moment, the essence of the word family has been vividly embodied. Li Qingyuan felt a surge of recognition and emotion within, contemplating. This family, united in warmth and affection, resonates deeply with me. Chapter 013, The 6 Laws of the Family. Fully under my command. 3 days later, Li Dingyuan was laid to rest, and a memorial tablet was placed in the ancestral hall. This matter reached a conclusion. Upon returning home, his mother, Qin Shoyun, bore a sorrowful expression. You honor, your Aunt Dong has fainted from crying 3 times these past few days. Qi is still so young. Alas, Li Dingzhou remarked, had it not been for our fortunate circumstances during this hunt, our family would have undoubtedly suffered a severe blow. If I had not fortuitously advanced in both qi refinement and physical cultivation, it would have been impossible for me to single-handedly restrain a beast of comparable strength to a 5th-level qi refiner. Furthermore, if the clan leader had not provided us with 10 first-tier, medium-grade talismans capable of inflicting damage on mid-tier spiritual beasts, our casualties would have been even more devastating. Li Dingzhou, still haunted by lingering fears, remarked, our safe return this time was largely due to fortune. However, the gains we achieved were quite commendable. Li Dingzhou contemplated. The hunting team, in addition to hunting demonic beasts, also undertakes the task of gathering spiritual plants. During this expedition, which lasted over a month, a total of 13 first-tier spiritual plants were collected. Among them, 2 specimens were of the mid-quality first tier. The Grand Elder estimated that the value of the spiritual plants is no less than 50 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou added, furthermore, we have hunted 7 early-stage spirit beasts of the first rank and 4 mid-stage spirit beasts of the same rank. When converted, their value amounts to over 100 spirit stones. The gains from our hunting expedition this time nearly rival the total earnings from hunting over the past half-year. Having said this, Li Dingzhou produced 5 spirit stones and remarked, you honor, my contribution to this hunt is second only to the second elder. And I have earned these 5 spirit stones. You may take them all. Li Dingzhou lifted his cup to sip tea, continuing. May you swiftly achieve a perfect mastery of the first layer of qi refinement and soon advance to the second layer. Li Qingyuan smiled and, channeling the Great Chun technique, revealed his cultivation at the 2nd level of qi refinement. He said, Father, I have already reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Puff. Li Dingzhou erupted with a splutter, tea spilling from his mouth as he coughed, cough, cough, cough. The 2nd level of qi refinement? You have attained the 2nd level. His mother, Qin Shoyun, wore an expression of astonishment, unable to believe her ears as she exclaimed, you honor, you have achieved the 2nd level of qi refinement, but you have only been cultivating for 6 months. Li Dingzhou swept away the gloom and laughed heartily, exclaiming, ha ha ha, splendid, truly worthy of being my son. The auspicious child of the Li celestial clan. In just 6 short months, he has reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. My son is indeed a prodigy. Li Dingzhou's expression grew solemn as he said, Yun Mei, regarding you honor as cultivation, it is imperative that no one speaks of it. Do you understand? Qin Shoyun shot him a glare and replied, I am not foolish, of course. I know the importance of discretion. You honor, Li Dingzhou inquired. Who else is aware of your cultivation? Li Qingyuan remarked, the child made a breakthrough 7 days ago, and currently only my parents, the clan leader, and the elder of our clan are aware of it. I suspect that the 2nd elder has also come to know by now. Li Dingzhou nodded and said, from now on, you must inform the clan leader, the elder, and the 2nd elder each time you make a breakthrough. These 3 are the high-ranking members of our Li clan. The more extraordinary your talents, the more they will value you, and the more resources they will devote to nurturing your potential. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, Father, the child understands. I shall descend to cultivate. Li Qingyuan took 5 spirit stones and departed from his home, heading directly to his solitary courtyard. Within the confines of the courtyard, he stored the 5 spirit stones in the mysterious space of Xianpin. After a process of duplication, his resources doubled, resulting in 10 spirit stones. Seated cross-legged upon his couch, Li Qingyuan clasped the spirit stones, absorbing the ethereal energy around him. Despite possessing the cultivation of qi refinement at the 2nd level, he remained a mere insect in the vast realm of the immortal world, and even within the 3,000 miles surrounding Luhai Island. Any unforeseen incident could lead to his demise. The death of Li Qingyuan, aside from evoking profound sorrow, intensified Li Qingyuan's sense of urgency regarding his cultivation mindset. Subsequently, the progress of the Li clan's celestial lineage encountered occasional setbacks, yet overall, it remained relatively tranquil. In just half a year, Li Qingyuan ascended to the 2nd level of qi refinement, garnering increasing attention from the clan leader, the elder, and the 2nd elder. Following a clandestine council among the 3 elders, they unanimously resolved to augment the resources allocated to him. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan would be entitled to receive 2 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spirit rice each month for his cultivation. Additionally, his father, Li Dingzhou, would provide 5 pounds of spirit rice monthly, along with the occasional donation of 1 or 2 spirit stones every few months. These cultivation resources would be duplicated and amplified through the mysterious Xianpin space. Li Qingyuan receives a fixed monthly allocation of 4 spirit stones and 50 pounds of spirit rice. This does not account for the occasional contributions from his father every few months. Li Qingyuan was immersed in the pursuit of immortality, and during his leisure time, he would often accompany his sister Qingqing, offering solace for her sorrows and guidance in her cultivation. In addition to honing his spiritual power, Li Qingyuan diligently practiced various spells. The 6 techniques of his family consisted of first-tier spells, suitable for the qi refinement stage: qi blade technique, fireball technique, earth armor technique, spirit rain technique, moon shadow technique, and iron arm technique. He diligently practiced each of them. In terms of spell cultivation, not only did the elder grandmaster enjoy imparting his wisdom, but the clan leader and the 2nd elder also took pleasure in guiding him during their spare time. These 3 venerable figures seemed to relish the opportunity to mentor a prodigy, finding joy in the nurturing and the sense of accomplishment it brought. Li Qingyuan possesses the Xianpin space and 6 basic first-tier spells. As long as he can manage to cast them, he will receive guidance from the power of the space, initiating his journey to enhance his proficiency. The guidance offered by the Xianpin space is nothing short of exemplary. Li Qingyuan's comprehension is indeed remarkable. A year later, he had mastered the 6 techniques of the family, achieving a minor level of proficiency in each. The reason for only attaining a minor level, with power insufficient for greater mastery, lies in his cultivation being at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, still far from the mid-stage of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan wore a smile of satisfaction, remarking on his significant progress after a year of diligent cultivation, having reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, nearing perfection. Awakening his spiritual roots at the tender age of 7.5, he had achieved the 2nd level of qi refinement within merely 6 months. Now, at the age of 9, he had mastered 6 first-level spells and was on the verge of completing the 2nd level of qi refinement. For Li Qingyuan, the path of cultivation was neither tedious nor monotonous. Rather, it was a source of joy. Immortal cultivation and the pursuit of longevity had deeply ingrained themselves in his heart, becoming an unwavering obsession. As time passed, another year had swiftly gone by. Now 10 years old, Li Qingyuan had dedicated 2.5 years to his cultivation journey. On this day, he was fully prepared to embark on the challenge of advancing to the 3rd level of qi refinement. 3 months prior, he had reached perfection in the 2nd level and was ready to break through to the 3rd. Li Qingyuan pondered. In order to solidify my foundation and ensure that each realm is achieved flawlessly, I have diligently refined my abilities for an additional 3 months. Beyond the patient honing of his spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan also prepared spiritual stones. Over the span of 3 months, his family provided 6 spiritual stones, which, when doubled, amounted to 12. His father contributed 2 spiritual stones, which, when doubled, became 4. Thus, with a total of 16 spiritual stones, this breakthrough felt assured. Li Qingyuan brimmed with confidence, knowing that his own realm had been meticulously perfected, allowing him to transcend even without the stones. Nevertheless, to facilitate a swifter and more stable breakthrough, as well as to rapidly consolidate his realm and fortify his magical power thereafter, he still opted to prepare the 16 spiritual stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, clutching a piece of spirit stone in each hand. He cultivated the great Qunyuan technique, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, refining the spirit stones, and striving to break through his bottleneck. Chapter 014, the 3rd level of qi refinement, father and son battle. Several hours later, buzzing, Li Qingyuan radiated with an aura of ethereal energy, a potent spiritual pressure emanating from within him. An invisible restraint effortlessly shattered, flowing naturally without any hindrance. As expected, this breakthrough was remarkably simple. With a deep exhale, Li Qingyuan released a breath of stale air, completing the final cycle of the Grand Chuan Gong, channeling the energy back to his Dantian. Out of the 16 spiritual stones, he had only consumed 4. Li Qingyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his heart brimming with joy as he proclaimed, "Next, I shall refine all the spirit stones to firmly establish my cultivation. Over the course of the following week, Li Qingyuan consumed spirit rice daily and refined the spirit stones. Several days later, his cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement was completely solidified. The spiritual energy within him was contained, as if he had dwelled in this realm for several months. At the tender age of 10, he had achieved the third layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan chuckled, remarking that such a pace of cultivation is indeed rare among the foundational clans of immortals. The attainment of the foundational realm is but a matter of time. Upon concluding his seclusion, Li Qingyuan departed from his tranquil retreat and made his way home. In the courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, was engaged in martial practice. His upper body bare, muscles coiled and formidable. Armed with a long blade, his vitality surged like quicksilver, and the true essence of martial arts erupted forth. As he wielded the blade, the air was sliced with the force of his strikes, cleaving through boulders, wooden stakes, and stone tablets, causing the ground to fracture. The sound echoed, thud after thud, as the family training ground was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and the resounding roar of spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan marveled, the innate martial master at the mid-level of body refinement is indeed formidable. For ordinary cultivators at the foundational level, the martial path possesses certain merits. Regarding martial arts, Li Qingyuan had heard tales from his father. The journey of martial arts encompasses the 9 blood transformations. While cultivating breathing techniques, one employs special elixirs to solidify the foundation and enhance vitality, allowing the essence and blood to undergo 9 transformations, rendering them as fluid as mercury and as powerful as an ox. After the 9 blood transformations, the quality of essence and blood transforms, giving rise to true martial energy, thus entering the realm of the innate. Innate true energy enables one to strike from afar, delivering powerful punches within a 3-inch radius, unleashing sword strikes that extend 4 feet, and manifesting blade aura, sword energy, and fist pressure. Furthermore, it can be combined with blood-refining techniques to temper magical artifacts, wielding true energy to vanquish foes from a distance. In the realm of mortals, the battlefield is never devoid of innate martial generals capable of launching flying swords from 100 paces to claim the heads of their enemies. An innate martial master possesses combat prowess comparable to that of a mid-level body refinement cultivator. However, without spiritual roots, mortal martial masters are unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rendering them incapable of harnessing such power, thus reaching an impasse. Li Qingyuan, observing his father practice martial arts, felt a surge of excitement and said, "Father, would you be able to suppress your cultivation to the third level of qi refinement and engage in a sparring match with me?" The Chinese people's obsession with the cultivation of immortality encompasses not only flight and mystical powers but also the art of combat and martial prowess. Li Dingzhou sheathed his sword and stood tall, his vitality ablaze, his true energy radiating forth. In a deep voice, he remarked, "Reaching the third level of qi refinement? Is that not a mere act of intimidation? I shall directly suppress you to the second level of qi refinement." With that, Li Dingzhou waved his hand, and the longsword soared 10 zhang away, swift as a flash of light, returning to its sheath with perfect precision. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "Father, you might as well display your cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement." Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Li Qingyuan activated the great Chun Gong, allowing the spiritual energy within him to surge forth, thereby unleashing his cultivation realm. Li Dingzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. The qi refinement stage, the third level. Have you truly broken through again? After 2.5 years of cultivation, and now at the third level of qi refinement. Such a pace of advancement is something I have never witnessed or heard of in my entire life. In my earlier days, with my 5 elemental roots, I would receive family resources every 3 months, 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice, free for 3 years. It took me half a year just to enter the first level of qi refinement, 5 long years to reach perfection in the first level, and I achieved the second level in the same year. Subsequently, I dedicated myself to serving my family, gradually accumulating spirit stones for my cultivation. It took me another decade to attain perfection in the second level of qi refinement. After stagnating at that level for 3 years, I finally broke through the barriers and entered the third level. By the time I reached the third level, I was already 25 years old. Later, it took me another 15 years to achieve perfection in the third level, after which I remained trapped in that realm, lacking any elder cultivators in my family. My journey was particularly arduous, relying solely on the early training from my family and my own relentless effort. Yet, at the age of 40, I found myself still unable to break through to the perfection of the third level or ascend to the fourth, nor could I cultivate my spiritual consciousness. That year, I resigned myself to fate and chose a gentle and graceful wife from the mortal realm of Yunxia town, selecting the then 19-year-old Qin Shouyun to marry. The following year, Li Qingyuan was born. Thus, Li Dingzhou is now 51 years old. However, due to his dual cultivation of both qi refinement and body refinement, he remains robust and free from ailments, appearing to be no more than 37 or 38 years of age. Li Dingzhou gazed upon his 10-year-old son, who had already manifested the cultivation level of the third layer of qi refinement. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. Finally, with a proud smile, Li Dingzhou exclaimed, "Haha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Though I, Li Dingzhou, have led a life of mediocrity, my son is a prodigious talent. Yuan, Show us your prowess. Li Dingo said, let me see what talents you possess in the art of combat. Li Qingyuan harnessed his spiritual energy, slicing through the air with his hand, and said, Father, be cautious. Whoosh. The Qi blade technique, condensing energy into a blade, reached the minor accomplishment stage, with a 3-foot Qi blade. Li Dingzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, the Qi blade spans 3 feet. The Qi blade technique has reached a modest level of proficiency. Quite impressive. Boom. Li Dingzhou unleashed a powerful punch, his vigorous vital energy shattering a 3-foot-long blade of air. His mastery of body refinement was equally formidable. He did not rely on innate true energy, but merely the 9 blood transmutations. The eruption of his immense vitality was remarkable in strength. Li Qingyuan struck once more, conjuring a fireball that soared through the air, delivering a lethal blow from a distance. Li Dingzhou leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch, his vital energy transforming into a radiant fist aura that shattered the fireball technique. He swiftly closed the distance to launch an assault on Li Qingyuan's chest. With a swift motion, Li Qingyuan activated the moon shadow technique, his afterimage flickering as his true form deftly evaded the strike. Li Dingzhou marveled, what a remarkable young man. You have mastered the techniques of air blade, fireball, and moon shadow to a commendable degree. However, there remains a certain naivety in your skills. With that, he leaped forward. His movement swift and agile. Although not employing the moon shadow technique, he was able to swiftly close the distance to Li Qingyuan. This was a martial arts technique that allowed for an instantaneous surge of vitality, resulting in a dramatic increase in speed. As he caught up, Li Dingzhou swept his hands, condensing energy into blades, launching an attack from a distance. 2 energy blades, each 3 feet long, sliced through the air, also embodying the air blade technique. Li Qingyuan's expression was one of astonishment, leaving him no time for contemplation. With a swift motion, he extended his hands. Buzz, buzz, infusing spiritual energy into his arms. They transformed into iron, exhibiting not only the strength of an ox but also the hardness of steel. This was a family technique known as the iron arm technique. After Li Qingyuan's arms transformed into iron, he faced 2 energy blades head-on. With a firm grasp, he crushed the blades and channeled his spiritual energy to create a barrier, though his body was still propelled backward, sliding along the ground for several yards. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in blocking the attack. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed in, accompanied by a deafening sound. Alarmed, Li Qingyuan quickly formed hand seals, invoking the earth armor technique. As his spiritual energy coalesced into a thick earthen armor that adhered to his skin. With a sharp crack, Li Dingzhou delivered a powerful kick to Li Qingyuan's side, shattering the newly formed armor and striking his body directly. With a resounding thud, Li Qingyuan was sent hurtling back several yards. Coughing, he felt his blood surge uncontrollably. Li Qingyuan clutched his side, his complexion pale. Goodness, he truly is my biological father. Had I not promptly employed the earth armor technique to deflect the majority of the assault from that last kick, several of my ribs would undoubtedly have been fractured. Even with the healing elixir, a period of recuperation would still be necessary for several days. Li Dingzhou expressed his satisfaction, saying, well done, young man. In your first battle, you adeptly employed the family S spells and maintained inner tranquility even in perilous moments, enabling you to execute the best defense. It appears that not only are you gifted in your cultivation, but your talent for combat is also quite remarkable. Li Dingzhou waved his hand to brush aside his garments and gestured invitingly, Yuana, come again. As cultivators, we may not revel in slaughter. Yet we must not shy away from mastering the art of combat. Chapter 015, The Patriarch's Delight, the Li clan's celestial lineage, Kalinzi. A father-son spar ensues. A clash of magic and skill. Through this simulated battle, Li Qingyuan gleaned a wealth of knowledge. The execution of spells, the rhythm of combat, and the orchestration of tactical arrangements and traps, all of these he learned greatly from his father. Although Li Dingzhou was not a prodigy in cultivation with an average spiritual root, his extensive experience in combat, having engaged in battles against spiritual beasts and fellow cultivators for over 40 years, endowed him with the ability to guide Li Qingyuan effectively. As the evening glow descended, their mother, Qin Shoyun, returned from her labors to prepare dinner. After their meal, Li Dingzhou took Li Qingyuan outside, heading directly to the residence of the patriarch, Li Guangyao. Within the patriarch's lineage, there were 4 cultivators: Patriarch Li Guangyao, his nephew Li Dingyan, his niece Li Dingqian, and his grandnephew Li Qilei. Li Dingyan, responsible for the family Yuan Taisher mine, has perfected his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement. A prominent leader among his peers in middle age, he is 52 years old, 1 year senior to Li Dingzhou. Li Dingqian, responsible for the domestication of the family spirit beasts, possesses a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi refinement. In her 40s, she has taken on a mortal son-in-law, yet remains wed to her family. Li Qilei, a peer of Li Qingyuan, is a remarkable individual at the tender age of 15. Possessing 4 spiritual roots and currently a practitioner at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he stands out as one of the most exceptional talents within the family lineage. The clan leader, Li Guangyao, like his predecessors, resides in solitude within the core area of the spiritual vein, dedicating his time to cultivation, talisman crafting, and contemplating the family's future. Esteemed grandfather, Qingyuan has come to visit you. Outside the modest dwelling, Li Qingyuan respectfully bows and greets him with a resonant voice. Li Dingzhou respectfully said. Disciple Li Dingzhou pays his respects to the clan leader. With a creak, the door swung open, and Li Guangyao's voice resonated. Dingzhou, Qingyuan, come in. The father and son entered the room. In the living room, Li Guangyao had already prepared tea, using his abilities to pour 3 cups, and with a smile, he remarked, "Do savor this. It is the spiritual tea cultivated this year by the Grand Elder." "Thank you, clan leader." "Thank you, grandfather." The father and son expressed their gratitude before each savoring the tea. Li Qingyuan inhaled deeply, savoring the rich aroma of the tea. With a delicate sip, the exquisite flavor lingered on his palate, and as he swallowed, the ethereal brew enveloped him in a refreshing embrace. Truly delightful, it was indeed a remarkable infusion. His eyes sparkled with delight as he finished the cup in one swift motion. Li Guangyao chuckled softly, stroking his beard, and casually lifted his cup to sip tea. "Dingzhou," he remarked nonchalantly, "is there something you and your son wish to discuss at this late hour?" Li Dingzhou remarked, "Patriarch Qingyuan has reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement." Li Guangyao exclaimed in astonishment. "What? The 3rd layer of qi refinement?" Cough, cough. Li Guangyao was choked by the spiritual tea, his face reflecting shock. Li Qingyuan chuckled softly and said, "Grandfather, the clan leader, please take a look." Boom. Li Qingyuan practiced the Great Chuan skill, channeling his energy to the 3rd level of qi refinement. His spiritual power not only reached this 3rd level but was also remarkably stable, suggesting that he had been in this realm for 2 to 3 months. Li Guangyao then came to his senses and joyfully exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. Not only have you advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, but your spiritual energy is also well contained, and your realm is stable. Qingyuan, when did you achieve this breakthrough?" Li Qingyuan said, "Grandfather, the clan leader, I broke through a week ago." In astonishment and delight, Li Guangyao responded, "It is no wonder you are a prodigy of the Li family. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent in cultivation. With your superior 3 spirit roots that generate the 3 attributes, you truly possess extraordinary prowess." Li Guangyao, with an expression of great excitement, surveyed Li Qingyuan back and forth, gently patting his shoulder. "Good child," he remarked. "After 2.5 years of cultivation at the tender age of 10, you have attained the 3rd level of qi refinement. At this pace, you will undoubtedly reach the 4th level in 3 years and develop your spiritual awareness. With an additional 20 years of diligent practice, breaking through the constraints of the 6th level of qi refinement and advancing to the later stages should pose no insurmountable challenge." Li Guangyao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he expressed with great anticipation. A practitioner in the late stage of qi refining at just over 30 years of age is indeed a rare gem among the youth of the entire Luo Island. Li Dingzhou was equally overwhelmed with excitement. In the realm of 3rd-rate qi refining families, the clan leaders are typically cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement, with the rare emergence of a 7th-level cultivator who barely qualifies as a late-stage qi refiner. In 2nd-rate qi refining families, the clan leaders and elders are predominantly at the 7th or 8th level of qi refinement, with the occasional 9th-level cultivator appearing. Across the expanse of Luo Island, only the leaders of the 3 foremost qi refining families achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, possessing the qualifications to aspire towards the foundational establishment stage. Li Guangyao remarked, "In the future, even if Qingyuan is unable to establish a foundation, my Li clan still harbors the hope of becoming a distinguished family of qi refiners, ensuring that our lineage thrives for at least a century." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. If one could only ascend to the 7th layer of qi refinement in their 30s, reaching the later stages of qi refinement, then attaining the 10th layer in its entirety would nearly approach the age of 60. 60 is a critical juncture for attempting to establish a foundation, akin to the societal demarcation of 35 years for women in childbirth in my previous life. Surpassing 35 renders one a high-risk mother. To endeavor for foundation establishment after the age of 60 not only diminishes the likelihood of success but also harbors the peril of backlash from spiritual energy, which could result in severe injuries, a significant decline in cultivation, or even death. Even if one were to miraculously succeed in establishing a foundation, their future potential would be severely constrained, impeding any long-term progress and rendering them incapable of forming a core. Li Qingyuan felt an urgent need within. Resources. I require resources. Spirit stones. I crave spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyuan performed a deep bow and respectfully addressed, "Grandfather clan leader, according to our ancestral regulations, all members of the family must engage in the management of our family enterprises after 3 years of cultivating the celestial seedlings. Over the past 2 years, I have greatly benefited from the family's grace and your generous guidance, allowing me to swiftly attain the 3rd level of qi refinement. Grandfather clan leader, I sincerely wish to give back to the family, to contribute my humble efforts towards the development of our lineage." Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao felt a profound sense of relief and, stroking his beard, remarked, "Good child, you are grateful and considerate. My affection for you has not been in vain." After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangyao continued, "You are now 10 years old and should become acquainted with the family's enterprises. Moreover, having reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, it is unwise for a young person to remain secluded and disengaged from family interactions." However, Li Guangyao faced a dilemma, stating, Once you reveal your strength, it will be impossible to conceal it. After all, our Li family does not possess any techniques for concealing one's aura. Li Qingyuan concurred, stating, indeed. Qingyuan's cultivation must remain concealed. At merely 10 years of age, possessing the third layer of qi refinement. Such a pace of advancement is certainly not an exaggeration for one with dual spiritual roots. Should his cultivation become known to others, it would inevitably attract attention and be discovered by practitioners from other qi refinement families. At that juncture, Qingyuan would find himself in peril. Li Guangao pondered for a moment and suggested, why not accompany the Grand Elder in nurturing the spiritual plants? The family medicinal fields are solely managed by him. This way, your cultivation will remain concealed from others. Li Qingyuan shook his head and bowed respectfully, saying, Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn the art of talisman drawing. Upon hearing this, Li Guangao was momentarily taken aback. Li Dingzhou rose immediately, reprimanding, Qingyuan, cease your nonsensical chatter. The art of talisman crafting was an opportunity bestowed upon our clan leader in his early years, not a family inheritance. How dare you covet it? Li Dingo hurriedly bent down and said, Tribe leader, Qingyuan is still young. I implore you to forgive his rudeness. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, finally coming to his senses. The art of talisman crafting was not a family inheritance. It was a skill acquired by the clan leader through fortuitous circumstances in his early years. This was his prized possession, as well as his expertise in earning spirit stones. If it were to be passed down, it would be to the disciples of their lineage. Li Qingyuan expressed his apologies, saying, I am truly sorry, Grandfather clan leader. Before he could finish his words, Li Guangao immediately responded with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Very well. I wholeheartedly agree. Li Guangao cast a piercing glare at Li Dingzhou, puffing his cheeks in indignation, and exclaimed, Li Dingzhou, do you truly believe that I am akin to those antiquated fools outside? Over the years, had it not been for the inadequacy of our clan's disciples and the exorbitant resources required to cultivate first-tier talismans, would my profound mastery of talismanic arts truly remain unpassed down? Li Guangao expressed his delight, stating, Qingyuan possesses exceptional insight and has mastered all 6 family techniques. Now that he has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, he is indeed the most suitable candidate for learning the art of talisman drawing. Qingyuan, come to me early tomorrow. I shall impart to you the skill of talisman crafting. Li Qingyuan wore a beaming expression as he exclaimed, Thank you, Grandfather clan leader. Chapter 016, The Initial Steps in Talismans. Early the next morning, Li Qingyuan set out and arrived at the solitary residence of clan leader Li Guangao. Grandfather clan leader, I have come to pay my respects. He called from outside the door. Li Guangao's aged voice resonated, Come in. Inside the room, an elderly man and a young one were poised to draw talismans. Li Guangao spoke earnestly, Shouting Yuan, the art of talisman crafting demands immense patience, considerable time, and a natural talent. Over the past few years, I have observed your insight and your earnest quest for knowledge. If there is to be anyone from the Li family who can master my talisman techniques, it can only be you. Li Qingyuan chuckled softly, Grandfather, you flatter me. He then continued, Now, without further ado, let us commence. Li Guangao gestured towards the materials and tools laid out on the table, stating, to craft talismans. One requires a talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Generally speaking, the higher the quality of the talisman brush, ink, and paper, the more potent the resulting talisman will be. Li Guangao picked up a talismanic brush, his expression radiating pride as he introduced it. This is my Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, crafted from the bones and fur of the Wind Spirit Wolf. Classified as a mid-grade first tier. The talismanic brush is indeed a magical artifact, however. It is not forged for the purpose of combat, but rather for the intricate depiction of runes. Li Qingyuan suddenly realized and asked, I see. Grandpa clan leader, what is the price of this talisman brush? Li Guangao remarked, It is worth 150 spirit stones. Initially, in order to acquire this talisman brush and enhance my success rate in drawing talismans, I spent all my savings accumulated over several years in one go. 150 spirit stones? Li Qingyuan silently gasped, exclaiming, How truly expensive. Li Guangao smiled gently, setting aside the talisman brush, and continued his explanation. Next, we have talisman ink. Talisman ink is primarily made from spiritual spring water, combined with ground cinnabar stone, and ultimately infused with the essence of demonic beast blood. Li Guangao patiently elucidated, The various ingredients I have meticulously arranged for the magical ink amount to approximately 10 to 20 spirit stones per pound of the ink. Li Qingyuan felt a sense of realization. It appears that the art of talisman drawing is indeed a craft that consumes considerable resources. Ultimately, regarding the materials for talisman paper, Li Guangao remarked, The talisman paper is crafted from the bark of spiritual plants, stalks, and a blend of demon beast hides. The materials for low-grade, first-tier talisman paper are priced at 1 spiritual stone in the market of Yoha Island. The materials for medium-grade, first-tier talisman paper are sold for 3 spiritual stones. As for high-grade, first-tier talisman paper, it requires 5 spiritual stones for a single sheet. Li Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, Is the material for talisman paper truly this expensive? Grandfather, the clan leader, my father mentioned that low-grade, first-tier talisman paper corresponding to the attack power of an initial stage Qi refinement practitioner, varies in the market from 2 to 4 spirit stones. As for the mid-grade, first-tier talisman paper, its potency is no less than a strike from a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, priced at 5 to 6 spirit stones per sheet. Li Qingyuan nodded and remarked, indeed. The creation of a low-grade, first-tier talisman paper, considering the consumption of talisman brush, talisman ink, and the material for the paper, along with labor, amounts to nearly 2 spirit stones per sheet. Selling a low-grade, first-tier talisman paper can yield a profit of 1 spirit stone. If it is a superior quality low-grade, first-tier talisman paper, perhaps one could earn 2 spirit stones. However, this represents the most ideal scenario. With a deep sigh, Li Qingyuan continued, in the art of talisman drawing, failure is inevitable. Even with my extensive experience in this craft, the success rate for producing low-grade, first-tier talisman paper is only around 70 to 80%. The success rate for crafting medium-grade, first-tier talisman paper barely reaches 40%. Li Qingyuan sighed, lamenting that after deducting costs, the earnings amounted to merely 300 to 400 spirit stones. Furthermore, a portion of the talisman paper was utilized to assist the family's cultivators in combat, self-defense, and hunting demonic beasts. The actual sales of talisman paper throughout the entire year only totaled 200 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan had long been apprised by his father of the family's revenues, assets, expenditures, and the annual tribute of 600 spirit stones to the Lu family. The current state of affairs for the Li clan is one of relentless toil and struggle, akin to laboring as beasts of burden for the Lu Hidao, a foundational celestial clan. Despite their utmost efforts each year, they can scarcely sustain the family's operations. In years of poor harvest, the family's income falls short, necessitating perilous ventures to hunt more ferocious beasts or venture into the sea to capture spiritual fish, which often leads to casualties among the clan's cultivators. Li Qingyuan's expression grew serious as he spoke. Grandfather clan leader, please teach me how to draw talismans. Qingyuan wished to contribute to the family. My father mentioned that despite the family's financial struggles over the years, you, along with the grand elder and the second elder, have been selflessly funding my cultivation resources from your own pockets. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction. The grateful and intelligent young man was always cherished by his elders. Very well, Li Qingyuan chuckled, retrieving a piece of talisman paper. This is a talisman for lightness. Xiaoqin. Place this talisman upon yourself and activate it with your spiritual energy. Experience the profound mysteries within. Li Qingyuan followed suit, affixing the talisman to his chest and infusing it with spiritual energy. With a hum, the talisman emanated waves of mystical power, instantly coming to life. Qingyuan. Refrain from using your spiritual energy. Rely solely on your own strength to leap. Li Qingyuan instructed once more. Li Qingyuan did not employ any spiritual energy. Instead, he relied solely on the strength of his legs to leap. Whoosh. With a bending of the knees, Li Qingyuan soared into the air, covering over 10 meters in a single bound. The rushing wind met him head-on, evoking the sensation of flight. Haha, how swift. My body feels so light. As agile as a swallow, as delicate as willow fluff. Li Qingyuan leaped joyfully, each bound covering over 10 meters, soaring to the treetops and gliding over the mountain peaks, startling flocks of birds from the rear hills. After a few breaths, the energy of the levitation talisman was fully expended, and Li Qingyuan landed gracefully. The levitation talisman. How wondrous. In his first encounter with talismans, utilizing one filled Li Qingyuan with a profound sense of curiosity and a desire for exploration. Li Qingyuan stated, the lightness charm. A low-grade talisman of the first tier. Upon activation, the user becomes as light as a swallow, with a remarkable increase in speed. Today, we shall learn the lightness charm. Li Qingyuan's spirit soared as he finally arrived at the crux of the matter. At that moment, the clan leader, Li Qingyuan, retrieved a low-grade, first-tier talisman pin from his storage pouch and said, Qingyuan, this is a talisman pin that your grandfather, the clan leader, used several years ago. For the time being, I shall lend it to you. As long as you can produce a usable talisman paper, even if it is just a single piece. Li Qingyuan smiled with his eyes narrowed, resembling a cunning old fox, and provocatively offered, this talisman brush, valued at 30 spirit stones, shall be a gift from me to you. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded and said, Grandfather, the clan leader, I shall strive with unwavering determination. Li Qingyuan chuckled heartily and said, allow me to first create a few levitation talismans while you observe. With that, he grasped the wind spirit wolf hairbrush and laid out a piece of inferior talisman paper. After dipping the brush tip into the talisman ink, his expression became serious, and he focused entirely on his work. It was evident that he had mastered the art of crafting levitation talismans. The talisman was completed in one fluid motion, akin to flowing clouds and running water, taking no more than half a minute. Li Qingyuan suddenly felt a moment of bewilderment, as if he beheld Uncle Ing wielding a brush, dipping it into crimson cinnabar ink, effortlessly crafting an exquisite Mozhang talisman for exorcising evil spirits. The first, the second, the third. Li Qingyuan observed intently, meticulously committing each stroke to memory. On the sixth attempt, a loud bang echoed as a minor error caused the spirit paper to become chaotic, resulting in its self-destruction. Ah, Li Qingyuan remarked, Drawing talismans not only depletes spiritual energy but also exhausts one's spiritual consciousness. When mistakes occur, it is essential to take a break. Li Qingyuan pointed to an ordinary sheet of paper and regular ink, saying, Qingyuan, first use the common ink to draw the talisman on the paper, keeping in mind every detail of the lightweight talisman. Once you have mastered it thoroughly, then proceed to use the talisman paper for your drawing. Li Qingyuan nodded. Understood. Grandfather clan leader. One elder and one youth, one imparting the knowledge of talismanic arts and the other absorbing it. Li Qingyuan meticulously inscribed the talisman of lightness on ordinary paper, teaching with each stroke and line. His approach to talismans was entirely self-taught, executed with precision and unwavering attention to detail. Li Qingyuan diligently emulates, meticulously engraving each stroke in his memory, persistently repeating and practicing. Li Qingyuan nodded approvingly to himself, contemplating. This child possesses a tranquil demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient, with steady hands and a remarkable precision in his strokes. His learning speed surpasses my own in those early days. After practicing over a dozen times, Li Qingyuan mused, it doesn't seem too difficult after all. However, he still restrained his eager spirit and continued to replicate the runes. Half an hour later, Li Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction and remarked, excellent. You have become quite proficient with the lightness charm. Now, you may attempt to use the talisman paper for your drawings. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan was instantly filled with vigor. All right, Grandfather Patriarch. I shall commence the formal drawing of the talisman. Chapter 017. The Genius of Talisman Crafting, the Lightness Talisman, Success. The formal drawing begins. 3 materials are required. A first-tier inferior talisman brush, first-tier inferior talisman paper, and first-tier inferior talisman ink. Li Qingyuan grasped his brush, taking a deep breath 3 times to steady his mind. He then dipped the tip of his brush into the deep crimson ink and let it descend onto the paper, commencing his strokes. To his surprise, as soon as the brush touched the surface, a look of astonishment crossed his face, his brows furrowing in confusion. He pondered, why does the talisman paper seem to offer resistance? Li Qingyuan observed from the side, stroking his beard with his right hand, a smile playing on his lips as he mused to himself. Little one, drawing talismans is not akin to hosting a banquet or engaging in mere artistry. The myriad arts of cultivation, array formations, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, puppet manipulation, and beast taming are among the foremost skills in the realm of ascension, and mastering them is far from an effortless endeavor. Li Qingyuan focused his mind, steadying his rhythm as he meticulously inscribed the runes. With a sudden bang, his initial stroke, a lightness talisman, was only 1/5 complete when his spiritual energy faltered, causing the talisman paper to disintegrate. Li Qingyuan's expression twitched, his heart aching as he lamented the loss of a spirit stone. A low-grade first-tier talisman paper material was worth a spirit stone, and this did not even account for the consumption of talisman ink. As for the labor involved, Li Qingyuan felt that he was not yet capable of considering it. He had scarcely begun to delve into the realm of talismans and was still far from mastery. Li Qingyuan inquired, Qingyuan, how do you feel? Li Qingyuan pondered, Grandfather, the clan leader, while drawing the talisman, I encountered a resistance emanating from the talisman paper, which seemed to repel the talisman brush. In the face of this repulsion, it is imperative for the talisman artist to adeptly manipulate their own spiritual energy to counterbalance it, ensuring that neither an excess nor a deficiency exists in this delicate equilibrium. Li Qingyuan felt a great sense of satisfaction and remarked, it is wonderful that you have such profound insights on your first attempt at drawing talismans. It seems you possess a remarkable talent in this art. Li Qingyuan remarked, proceed without concern for the consumption of materials. In the early stages of learning the art of symbols, such expenditure is unavoidable. Li Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. He spread the second piece of talisman paper flat and resumed his brushwork. This time, with a prepared mindset, he began to channel his spiritual energy, gradually attempting to sense the assistance while counteracting the resistance in search of a delicate equilibrium. 1/5, 1/4. Bang. This time, after drawing slightly more than 1/4, Li Qingyuan's spiritual energy faltered by 3/10 during the operation, resulting in a diminished infusion of energy into the brush, thereby failing to perfectly offset the assistance. Consequently, the spiritual energy within the talisman paper became chaotic, leading to its self-destruction. He exhaled deeply, closing his eyes, and reflected on the reasons for his previous failure. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan proceeded to attempt the third drawing. 1/5, 1/4, 1/3. Bang. This time, upon reaching 1/3, an oversight occurred, rendering the talisman paper unusable. Li Qingyuan sighed softly, remarking that drawing talismans was even more challenging than he had anticipated. Li Qingyuan chuckled, certainly. The art of talisman crafting is no simple feat. Otherwise, would not every member of the Li clan be capable of becoming a talisman master? Over the years, I have endeavored to nurture a dozen individuals, yet none have succeeded, resulting in a considerable consumption of materials. However, you are quite remarkable, Li Qingyuan commended. Having attempted talisman creation merely 3 times, you have managed to successfully inscribe 1/3. You far surpass my own abilities in my youth. Li Qingyuan smiled affectionately, his admiration and encouragement emanating from the depths of his heart. Child, he said, The clan leader believes that your future accomplishments in the realm of talismans will undoubtedly surpass my own. For now, take a moment to recuperate. Restore your spiritual energy and soul, and we shall continue to strive together. Li Qingyuan nodded and replied, Understood, grandfather clan leader. Li Guangao cannot be regarded as a formidable figure, nor can he be deemed a master of talismanic arts. However, he is undoubtedly an exemplary mentor, never resorting to reprimand or harsh words towards Li Qingyuan at the slightest hint of adversity. Thus, even after experiencing several setbacks, Li Qingyuan's psychological burden remained light. Instead, he found himself continuously encouraged, and his self-confidence gradually took root. After a brief moment of calm reflection, he resumed his talismanic drawings. Failure followed failure. Yet progress was unmistakable, 1/3, a little over 1/3, and then 1/2, just slightly beyond that. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day had elapsed. Apart from the times devoted to lunch and dinner, and the moments spent in meditation to restore his cultivation, Li Qingyuan had been engrossed in his talismanic artistry. Suddenly, with a swift stroke of his talisman brush, he completed the final line, bringing his work to fruition. The runes illuminated, and a surge of spiritual energy manifested. Haha, I did it, I did it. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, Grandpa Chief, I have finally succeeded. I have drawn the lightweight talisman. Li Guangao was seated nearby, engaged in meditation and refining his qi, processing spiritual stones. His cultivation had remained stagnant at the 6th level of qi refinement for many years. Yet he was qualified to challenge the 7th level. While he was deeply immersed in his practice, he was suddenly jolted awake by the hearty laughter of Li Qingyuan. Li Guangao immediately dissipated his spiritual energy, exiting his state of cultivation, and exclaimed with wide eyes, Have you succeeded? Allow me to witness it. Li Guangao wielded his spiritual power to manipulate objects from a distance, drawing the lightweight talisman into his palm. After scrutinizing it back and forth, an expression of incredulity emerged in his eyes as he exclaimed, It truly worked. Qingyuan, you managed to inscribe the lightweight talisman in just one day? You are not only a prodigy in cultivation but also a genius in the art of talismans. Li Qingyuan humbly smiled and said, It is all thanks to your wise guidance, esteemed patriarch. Moreover, I expended a total of 20 sheets of talisman paper and wasted 20 spirit stones to successfully inscribe a single talisman. Were it not for your unwavering dedication and abundant resources in my training, Qingyuan would have never achieved such success. Li Guangao shook his head and said, No, no, no. While resources are indeed significant, talent is far more rare. Do you have any idea how many spirit stones I consumed before I perfected the lightness talisman? And how much time I devoted to it? Li Qingyuan shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Li Guangao sighed, lamenting, In my youth, I expended no less than 200 spiritual stones and devoted a fortnight to scarcely inscribe a levitation talisman. Were it not for the fact that the previous clan leader was my own uncle, and I was the clan's designated young leader, receiving the family's unwavering support, it would have been exceedingly challenging for me to become a talisman master. Li Guanao's face was suffused with anticipation and hope as he spoke, My child, your innate understanding is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Across the entirety of Luwa Island, you are indeed a prodigy. Alas, your spiritual roots and qualifications must remain concealed, and your cultivation must also be shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly and openly appoint you as the young clan leader and dedicate the full strength of our clan to your nurturing, Li Guangao stated. Before reaching the late stage of qi refinement, both you and your entire family must endure with patience. Only upon attaining the late stage of qi refinement can you be deemed to possess the ability for self-preservation, and only then can you reveal your cultivation in public. Li Guangao solemnly advised, Qingyuan, you must understand that as members of the refining qi lineage, our Li clan possesses both allies and adversaries. Particularly, the foundation establishing celestial clan. The Lu family will never permit the emergence of a second foundation establishing celestial lineage on Luhua Island. Li Qingyuan respectfully said, Grandfather clan leader, please rest assured, Qingyuan understands. By the way, Grandfather clan leader, Li Qingyuan continued, I wish to further hone my skills in crafting lightweight talismans and produce additional talisman papers to compensate for the losses incurred from my previous failures. May I take some of the materials for talisman paper, talisman brushes, and talisman ink back with me? Li Guangao readily agreed, stating, No problem at all. Furthermore, I have mentioned before that as long as you successfully create a talisman, this talisman brush shall belong to you. I shall also provide you with an additional half a pound of talisman ink and 20 sheets of low-grade talisman paper. Upon your return, dedicate yourself to carving diligently to enhance the probability of crafting talismans. Li Qingyuan's face radiated with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you, Grandfather Patriarch. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 018, The Doubling of Talismans, Paper, and Ink, a Windfall. Before long, Li Qingyuan hurriedly departed. Returning to his secluded abode for cultivation, he secured the door behind him and entered his chamber, eagerly retrieving all the materials for talisman crafting. He possessed half a pound of talisman ink, valued at 5 spirit stones. He had 20 sheets of low-grade, first-tier talisman paper, worth 20 spirit stones. Additionally, there was the low-grade, first-tier talisman brush gifted by the patriarch, valued at 30 spirit stones. Finally, Li Qingyuan produced a successfully crafted lightweight talisman. Li Qingyuan held the talisman of lightness, silently intoning, "Collect." In the next moment, within the mysterious space, the talisman of lightness was absorbed, subsequently splitting into two. Flawlessly replicating itself, Li Qingyuan withdrew two lightweight talismans, scrutinizing them carefully, and concluded, pondering, it must be a replication function. The runic curves are identical. His craftsmanship in creating the lightweight talisman was not sufficiently refined, resulting in a barely successful attempt. The replicated talismans conveyed a similar sense of inadequacy and craftsmanship. Next, he summoned a first-tier inferior talisman brush. Upon doing so, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed in joy, the replication was successful. Within the mysterious space, two talisman brushes stood before him, identical and flawlessly replicated. Following this, half a gene of talisman ink was doubled, resulting in a full gene of ink. Finally, 20 sheets of first-tier inferior talisman paper materials were also replicated, transforming into 40 sheets. All resources had doubled, leading to an extraordinary profit. Li Qingyuan's breathing grew noticeably heavier. His current wealth, when converted, exceeded 100 spirit stones. This fortune, surpassing that of all family members except for the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, placed him above nearly all other cultivators in the family. What a triumph. Aha. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingyuan sought to calm his emotions. The ship in space. The journey of learning begins now. Li Qingyuan calmed his mind and established a connection with the mysterious ship in space. Within this realm, he observed a figure diligently inscribing a talisman, specifically the lightweight talisman. The process by which this enigmatic figure crafted the symbol was exceptionally detailed and flawless. Truly deserving of textbook acclaim. Li Qingyuan, holding a talisman brush, dipped it into the talisman ink, closed his eyes, and synchronized his mental energy with the enigmatic movements of the figure within the mysterious realm of Su Npn. With a flourish of his brush, he inscribed the talisman. This time, his execution was even more adept and agile than during his initial attempt, flowing seamlessly as he completed the task. A resonant hum emanated as the lightness talisman was formed, the spiritual energy reverberating. The talisman paper vibrated, the runes coalesced, and the spiritual energy was contained, resulting in a successful creation. This talisman could be activated by any cultivator who infused it with their own spiritual power. Li Qingyuan's gaze shifted as he pondered. Could the lightweight talisman, crafted from the replicated talisman paper, be duplicated once more? Alas, this time, the lightweight talisman could not be reabsorbed into the ship in space, nor could it be replicated. Li Qingyuan concluded, stating, it appears that talismans crafted from replicated materials cannot be reproduced once again. They cannot engage in an endless cycle of replication. Proceed with the creation of talismans. Li Qingyuan continued to inscribe talismans, immersing himself in the teachings of the Su Npn space, which provided a profound sense of enlightenment and clarity, akin to a sudden awakening. His progress was remarkable. He diligently practiced talisman creation, restoring his cultivation through this process. As night fell, Li Qingyuan prepared a humble dinner for himself, consisting of spiritual rice, meat from mystical beasts, and a nourishing herbal soup. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he indulged in a restorative slumber to rejuvenate his spirit. At dawn the following day, Li Qingyuan rose early to resume his talisman crafting. Having experienced initial success, he found himself captivated by the art. After a day of dedicated effort, he had utilized 40 sheets of talisman paper, achieving success with 32 lightweight talismans while encountering only 8 failures, resulting in an impressive success rate of 80%. This was nothing short of extraordinary for a novice, with such a high success rate being quite remarkable. Upon completing the final lightweight talisman, Li Qingyuan exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Were it not for the guidance of the Su Npn space, my success rate would have barely reached 40%. Yet now, in just a single day, my success rate soared to 80%, rendering the inscription of lightweight talismans devoid of challenge. Li Qingyuan pondered, considering his innate understanding and estimating a success rate of 40. With 20 pieces of talisman paper, he would only achieve success with 8 of them. Therefore, he decided to present 8 lightweight talismans to the clan elder. Disguising the success rate at 40, he kept the remaining 24 pieces for himself. Li Qingyuan understood that being too astonishing could also be detrimental. Based on his innate comprehension and original pace of learning, achieving a success rate of 40% was already quite remarkable. Thus, he needed to conceal a bit of his prowess. Before long, Li Qingyuan approached the clan leader, Li Guangyao, and presented the 8 successfully crafted lightweight talismans he had inscribed. A success rate of 40%? Li Guangyao gasped in astonishment. You utilized materials for 20 talismans and succeeded with 8 lightweight ones. Incredible! He inhaled sharply, clearly taken aback. You have only been learning to draw talismans for a day. Such a high success rate is astonishing indeed. Ha ha ha, you truly are the prodigious offspring of the Li clan. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ha ha, after merely one day's study of talisman drawing, your success rate has already reached the point of breaking even, with a slight profit to boot. Qingyuan, your talent for the art of talismans is no less remarkable than your aptitude for cultivation. Li Guangyao was immensely excited. It seems that my legacy of talismanic arts has found a worthy successor. Qingyuan, in the coming days, Continue to hone your skills in the engraving of the levitation talisman. Once your success rate reaches 50%, I shall impart to you the method for inscribing the next type of talismanic paper. Li Qingyuan nodded with delight. Very well, grandfather clan leader. Thus, in the days that followed, he devoted himself primarily to meditation and cultivation, while allocating a small portion of his time to the crafting of lightweight talismans. The news of his remarkable achievement, mastering the lightweight talisman with a success rate of 40% in just one day, reached the ears of the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and his father, Li Qingyuan. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder were overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down their faces, exclaiming that the family had produced an extraordinary genius. A month later, having dedicated a fraction of his time each day to inscribing talisman paper, Li Qingyuan feigned a success rate of 50% one day. Consequently, he was granted the opportunity to learn a second type of talisman. Grandfather clan leader Li Guangao provided meticulous instruction, offering patient guidance, constant praise, and unwavering encouragement. Li Qingyuan devoted himself to his studies, exhibiting an astonishing aptitude that allowed him to grasp concepts with remarkable speed, coupled with the personalized instruction he received in the mysterious ship in space. His skills in talisman crafting advanced by leaps and bounds. Gradually, Li Qingyuan came to realize that the first-tier talisman inheritance controlled by his grandfather, the clan leader, was fundamentally flawed and incomplete. In his youth, the clan leader had fortuitously obtained this talisman legacy, which consisted of merely 6 types of inferior first-tier talisman paper, 3 types of medium first-tier talisman paper, and a single piece of superior first-tier talisman paper. Moreover, the solitary superior first-tier talisman paper was a defective version, significantly diminishing its power, rendering it capable of only exerting the potency of a medium first-tier talisman paper. This was essentially a severely castrated rendition of the first-tier talisman inheritance, lacking in critical components. A truly complete first-tier talisman inheritance should encompass inferior first-tier talisman paper, medium first-tier talisman paper, superior first-tier talisman paper, and even exquisite first-tier talisman paper. The clan leader remarked that the strength of an exquisite first-tier talisman paper rivaled the full-force strike of a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refinement, making it unstoppable below the foundation establishment stage. Thus, it was evident that the talisman inheritance in his grandfather's possession was gravely deficient. Nonetheless, even this severely flawed first-tier talisman inheritance constituted a vital source of income and a significant auxiliary means of combat for the Li clan, a third-rate family of qi refinement. Hence, Li Qingyuan was determined to master this craft. This pursuit of knowledge continued relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. In this brief span of 6 months, Li Qingyuan amassed hundreds, even thousands, of talisman papers. However, he was also burdened with a new concern. Chapter 019, The Woe of Lacking Spirit Stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, nestled beneath the earth's ley lines, where a fragmented spiritual vein emerged, releasing a surge of ethereal energy from the depths below. The surrounding courtyard became a sanctuary, as the natural energies of heaven and earth converged in harmonious abundance. In his hands, he held a pair of spiritual stones, each pulsating with potential. As he cultivated the Great Chun technique, he absorbed the celestial energies, transforming them into his own essence. His internal spiritual power circulated in a grand cycle, enveloping his entire being in a luminous aura. As he inhaled and exhaled the vital essence, with a sharp crack, the 2 spiritual stones in Li Qingyuan's grasp lost their energy, completely consumed, and crumbled into dust. Li Qingyuan exhaled a deep breath, circulating the spirit energy through the final great cycle within his body, before returning it to his dantian, settling in the sea of qi. Li Qingyuan's face radiated joy as he remarked, I never anticipated that drawing talismans could aid in my cultivation. Over the course of 6 months, he dedicated himself primarily to enhancing his spiritual power, while allocating a portion of his time to mastering 6 types of low-tier first-grade talisman paper. Throughout the drawing process, he continually expended his internal spiritual and mental energy. Following each depletion, he would sit in meditation to restore his magical power. This cycle of consumption and restoration repeated itself time and again, resulting in a remarkable acceleration of his cultivation speed, comparable to what would typically take 7 or 8 months. It appears that the art of talisman drawing serves as a means of refining spiritual energy and honing mental acuity. This constitutes merely the first of his accomplishments. The second achievement is that, during this half-year period, Li Qingyuan successfully learned 6 types of low-tier first-grade talisman paper, the cleansing talisman, the illumination talisman, the hemostasis talisman, the lightness talisman, the iron armor talisman, and the ice spike talisman. The first 3 serve practical purposes in daily life, while the latter 3 are designed for combat, enhancing his prowess. Currently, the 6 talismans crafted by Li Qingyuan are of superior quality, with some even reaching the level of excellence. Low-tier first-grade talisman paper can be classified into 3 quality tiers: inferior, standard, and exquisite. For instance, an inferior ice spike talisman barely qualifies as a talisman, possessing a power level corresponding to the first layer of qi refinement. A standard version corresponds to the second layer, while an exquisite version corresponds to the third layer. The third achievement is that Li Qingyuan, utilizing the guidance function of the ship in space, has mastered the art of talisman drawing with a success rate of 90. Additionally, To further hone his talisman skills, he opted not to draw the talismans first and then replicate them. Instead, he chose to duplicate the materials for talisman paper and ink, and then proceeded to inscribe the talismans. The increased frequency of his drawing practice not only refines his spiritual energy and sharpens his soul, but also enhances his talisman crafting skills. Furthermore, after 6 months of diligent study, he demonstrated to his grandfather, the clan leader, that his success rate in inscribing the 6 types of low-tier first-grade talisman paper has reached an impressive 60. Li Qingyuan's face was etched with sorrow. Alas, how can I exchange these talisman papers for spirit stones to facilitate my cultivation? Over the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had quietly amassed several hundred talisman papers. Among them, the majority consisted of lightweight talismans, iron armor talismans, ice spike talismans, and hemostasis talismans, while the quantities of domestic cleanliness talismans and illumination talismans were notably fewer. The authentic versions of the lightweight, iron armor, ice spike, and hemostasis talismans were valued at 3 spirit stones, while those of exquisite quality commanded 4 spirit stones. In contrast, the cleanliness and illumination talismans were considerably more affordable, as they were crafted from the least expensive talisman paper materials, with the cost of materials amounting to approximately half a spirit stone per sheet. Thus, the retail price for the cleanliness and illumination talismans was merely 1 spirit stone. Li Qingyuan, following the price of talisman paper provided by his esteemed grandfather, arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Presently, after liquidating all his talisman paper, its worth would not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. After all, Li Qingyuan had been blessed with extraordinary luck. The materials for crafting talismans doubled in yield, and the success rate was astonishingly high, reaching a remarkable 90%, with an abundance of high-quality talisman paper. Most importantly, the talismans he produced could not be offered to the family as cultivators, nor could they be shared. They were solely for his own accumulation. Additionally, the costs associated with his talisman paper were minimal, apart from labor, unlike his grandfather, who, over the course of a year, produced talismans valued at 2,000 spirit stones, incurring costs of several hundred spirit stones. He provided these to the family as cultivators to aid them in combat, self-defense, and to enhance their prowess, while also utilizing them in hunting ferocious beasts. Thus, throughout the year, he furnished the family as cultivators with talismans worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Consequently, the profit his grandfather could earn at the year's end was merely 200 to 300 spirit stones. As the clan leader, he was indeed diligent and competent. Yet it was imperative to sell the talismans and convert them into spirit stones. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of distress. At the current pace, it would take approximately 3 years to achieve the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage and to make a foray into the 4th layer. Following that, progressing through the 5th and 6th layers would likely require an additional 7 to 8 years. Li Qingyuan contemplated, within a decade, upon reaching the 7th level of chi refinement, I shall be in my early 20s. Advancing further into the latter stages of chi refinement proves to be increasingly arduous, necessitating a greater abundance of spirit stones, resources, and even the costly elixirs to facilitate cultivation. The progression through the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th levels of chi refinement averages 4 to 5 years per realm. I estimate I will be in my 40s by then. Yet, this is merely an optimistic scenario. It is exceedingly rare for a third-rate chi refining family to produce a master of the late chi refinement stage, particularly at the 10th level. It is said that the accumulation required surpasses that of the 8th and 9th levels. To advance further and attain the perfection of the 10th level of chi refinement is a formidable challenge. Among the first-rate chi refining families of Lahai Island, there are merely 3, and only their lineage has achieved the pinnacle of the 10th level, making it an exceptionally scarce accomplishment, not easily attained. Li Qingyuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Even at around 50 years of age, he could achieve the completion of the 10th layer of chi refinement. However, it would require a considerable amount of time and tens of thousands of spirit stones to meticulously plan for the foundation establishment pill. He feared that before reaching 60, it would be exceedingly difficult to obtain the foundation establishment pill and initiate the foundation establishment process. Even if he were to succeed by sheer luck at 60, the potential within him would be largely exhausted, making it extraordinarily challenging to form a Dan. Li Qingyuan shook his head, resolute in his determination to attain immortality and everlasting life. He needed to devise a strategy to sell his talismans without revealing his secrets, thereby acquiring spirit stones to expedite his cultivation. In the afternoon, Li Qingyuan arrived at the secluded courtyard of the clan leader, his grandfather. He produced 6 exquisite talismans and said with a smile, "Grandfather, you once mentioned that if I could create high-quality talismans, you would teach me how to inscribe intermediate talismans of the first rank." The intermediate talismans corresponded to the mid-stage of chi refinement, which included cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of chi refinement. The clan leader, Li Guangao, brightened at the sight of the talismans. Indeed, these are high-quality talismans. This iron armor talisman can withstand a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. And you have also produced exquisite versions of the lightness talisman, ice spike talisman, and blood-stopping talisman. He praised, "Qingyuan, your talent for drawing talismans surpasses mine by 10-fold. No, even by 100-fold. With great joy, he declared, "Very well. Today, I shall teach you how to draw intermediate talismans of the first rank. The learning process would remain the same as before. First, he would demonstrate a few intermediate talismans of the first rank. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan would follow suit, using ordinary paper and ink to copy the runes. Throughout the process, the clan leader provided meticulous guidance. There are 3 types of intermediate talismans of the first rank that I have mastered. The diamond talisman, primarily for defense when activated, transforms spiritual energy into an indestructible barrier, impervious to blades and fire. The wind blade talisman, primarily for offense when activated, conjures a slicing wind that can strike from afar, unstoppable and devastating. Lastly, the explosive fire talisman, also for offense when invoked, unleashes a raging fireball comparable to a fully developed fireball technique, capable of dominating the mid-stage of chi refinement. The clan leader smiled and said, "Let us begin today with the diamond talisman." Chapter 20, the incomplete intermediate talisman of the first rank. It was evident that the intermediate talismans of the first rank were indeed far superior and more profound than those of the lower rank, presenting a slight challenge in learning. Nonetheless, Li Qingyuan felt that the difficulty was merely slight, nothing more. The materials for the intermediate talismans of the first rank were valued at 3 spirit stones. Upon successful completion, a lower quality talisman could be sold for 4 spirit stones, while a standard quality talisman fetched 5 spirit stones, achieving exquisite quality. With an attack power rivaling that of a strike from a 6th level chi refinement cultivator, could command a staggering price of 6 spirit stones for a single talisman. Li Qingyuan dedicated himself to mastering the Vajra talisman, first committing 3 days to memorizing its intricate runes until they were firmly etched in his mind. Subsequently, he devoted an entire week, setting aside 2 hours each day, amounting to 4 hours, to practice the art of talisman drawing, utilizing 5 sheets of first-tier medium-grade talisman paper daily. On the first day, he utilized 5 sheets, yet met with failure on all accounts, resulting in the loss of 15 spirit stones. The second day brought slight improvement. Yet he again faced total failure, incurring another loss of 15 spirit stones. By the third day, after experiencing 4 failures, he fortuitously succeeded on his final attempt, managing to produce a low-quality Vajra talisman, barely achieving the basics. Upon this modest success, the guiding function of the Xianpin space was activated, and a mysterious figure commenced one-on-one tutelage, flawlessly demonstrating the art of crafting the Vajra talisman in a textbook manner. Li Qingyuan meticulously followed the guidance of the Xianpin space to create talismans, and within a few days, he made remarkable progress. On the 4th day, he successfully crafted 2 low-grade Vajra talismans, comparable to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 4th level of chi refinement. By the 5th day, he had produced 3 Vajra talismans, with 2 being of low quality and 1 of standard quality. On the 6th and 7th days, his success rate soared to 80%. From 5 sheets of talisman material, he successfully inscribed 4, all of which were of standard quality, equivalent to a full-force strike from a 5th level chi refinement practitioner. After 10 days, Li Qingyuan earned the qualification to continue his studies. The clan leader, Li Qingyuan, imparted knowledge of the wind blade talisman and the explosive fire talisman to him. He practiced the wind blade talisman for 2 hours daily, mastering it after a week and attaining proficiency within 10 days. The same routine applied to the explosive fire talisman, yielding no exceptions. Thus, within a mere month, Li Qingyuan had nearly mastered the techniques for crafting 3 types of first-tier mid-grade talismans, achieving a success rate of 80%. Naturally, he continued to feign a success rate of only 40% at the outset. Another month later, before the clan leader, Li Qingyuan pretended that his success rate had risen to 50%. Furthermore, after a month of rigorous training, he consistently produced standard quality talismans, with a 1 in 10 chance of crafting exceptional talismans. Had it not been for his lack of spiritual awareness and his cultivation being limited to the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could have achieved even more exceptional quality. With a sigh of satisfaction, Li Qingyuan set down his wind spirit wolf hairbrush and gazed contentedly at his desk, exclaiming, "Clan leader, look, by a stroke of luck, I have succeeded in crafting an exceptional explosive fire talisman." The clan leader, Li Qingyuan, stroked his beard and chuckled, "Excellent, excellent." In just 2 short months, Li Qingyuan had mastered all 3 types of first-tier mid-grade talismans, with the majority being of standard quality and even occasional exceptional pieces emerging. In a moment of joy, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh. "In merely 8 short months, you have completely depleted the essence of my years of mastery in talismanic arts. Moreover, within less than a year, your proficiency in this discipline rivals my own accumulated knowledge of 2 to 3 decades. Your innate talent for talismanic arts surpasses mine 100-fold. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Grandfather Patriarch, in truth, I have been endowed with extraordinary abilities. Moreover, I have concealed the true success rate and the emergence rate of exquisite talisman papers. I apologize for this, but regarding the matters of the Xianpin space, it is imperative that neither you nor my parents are informed. Otherwise, the Li clan of immortals shall face grave peril." Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Grandfather clan leader, do you not have one last type of talisman paper?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, "Are you referring to the Yambing soul-cutting talisman?" "Indeed," replied Li Qingyuan. "Grandfather, I wish to learn it." Li Guangao sighed deeply and remarked, Qingyuan. The flame ice soul severing talisman is essentially a superior grade talisman of the first tier, whose lethality is comparable to a full-force strike from a late-stage Qi refinement master. Alas, the runes of the flame ice soul severing talisman are incomplete. Not only is its learning process exceedingly arduous, far surpassing that of a typical mid-grade first-tier talisman, but even upon successful crafting, its potency at best rivals that of a fifth-layer Qi refinement practitioner's full attack. It demands considerable time, resources, and effort, and its efficacy pales in comparison to the wind blade talisman and the explosive fire talisman. Thus, over the years, I have seldom attempted to draw it. Li Qingyuan, adhering to the principle that possessing multiple skills is never a burden, found himself at a crossroads as he had mastered all talismans except for the flame ice severing talisman, leaving him without further aspirations for learning. Thus, he spoke, Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn, please teach me. Li Guangao glanced at Li Qingyuan, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, very well, since you wish to learn, I shall impart this knowledge to you in its entirety. In my youth, I devoted considerable effort to mastering the flame ice severing symbol. Deep within my heart, I harbored a yearning that perhaps I could perfect this talisman, enabling it to fully unleash the powers of a first-tier superior symbol. If our family could possess such a talisman, our familial fortunes and strength might experience a significant resurgence. Alas, Li Guangao sighed deeply, reality has taught me that such aspirations are but illusions. Li Qingyuan was captivated by the thought. Once successfully inscribed, a first-tier superior talisman would enable the family to wield considerable power in the late stages of Qi refinement, provided there was an ample supply of talismans. And with the patriarch's mastery at the 6th level of Qi refinement, they would be unafraid of practitioners at the 7th level. Should the family's hunting team be fully equipped with first-tier superior talismans, they would effortlessly dominate any beast of the late first tier or below during their hunts. Li Guangao chuckled and shook his head. Alas, what purpose does it serve for me to discuss this with you? Let us commence. I shall impart to you the method of the flame and ice soul severing talisman. The approach and steps for learning remain the tried and true methods of old. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Li Qingyuan diligently practiced the runes for 2 hours each day. After this period, under Li Guangao's guidance, he began to utilize talisman paper, talisman brushes, and ink for his drawings. However, this time, Li Qingyuan encountered a minor setback. The flame and ice soul severing talisman belonged to the category of high-grade, first-tier talisman paper. Logically, crafting such a level of talisman paper would necessitate materials of the same grade, alongside a high-quality first-tier talisman brush and ink. Unfortunately, the family possessed only mid-grade first-tier talisman materials, and the brush, valued at 150 spirit stones, was likewise merely a mid-grade first-tier brush. Moreover, as the flame and ice soul severing talisman was incomplete and thus flawed, it required even greater caution in its creation. A slight misstep could render all prior efforts futile. This endeavor extended over the course of a month. The consumption of materials during this month was so daunting that even the clan leader, Li Guangao, was taken aback. Alas, my child, if it proves too arduous, perhaps it is best to set it aside for now. Li Guangao gazed at the considerable wastage of talisman paper, his heart aching as he lamented, in my heyday, I devoted several years and expended hundreds of spirit stones, only to barely produce a few. The flame ice slashing talisman, even if mastered, proves to be a futile endeavor. Li Qingyuan gazed upon the scattered remnants of discarded materials, inhaling deeply as he spoke. Grandfather Patriarch, I wish to give it one more attempt. If it fails, I shall relinquish my efforts. With that, Li Qingyuan grasped the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, dipped it into the symbol ink, and began his meticulous artistry. Each stroke and curve brought forth profound runes, dancing vividly upon the parchment, with a resonant hum. As the brush touched the surface, the runes vibrated, and spiritual energy coalesced, encapsulated within. Success. A radiant smile illuminated Li Qingyuan's face. Li Guangao let out a long breath, contemplating. At last, it has come to fruition. My materials for talisman paper. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Buzz. In the mysterious realm of Xianpin, a shadowy figure reappeared, guiding Li Qingyuan in the art of talisman drawing. The yambing/talisman was swiftly crafted within the space. What astonished Li Qingyuan even more was that this yambing/talisman had been completed. It was indeed a genuine first-grade high-quality talisman paper. Li Qingyuan's heart brimmed with ecstasy. Is this the complete version of the Yambing Jampa talismans? Chapter 021. Xianpin Space, Third Function, Completeness of All Loss. Li Qingyuan was ecstatic, his heart brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated that the third function of the Xianpin Space could actually restore incomplete talisman paper. Could it merely mend flawed runes? Or could it also enhance spells, alchemy, and artifact forging? There would be ample opportunities for experimentation in the future. Hey, child. Snap out of it, Li Guangao interjected, waving his hand in front of Li Qingyuan. Is your joy truly so profound? The patriarch, Li Guangao, shook his head with a sigh and remarked, this flame ice soul severing talisman is not only incomplete, but was also only barely successful, possessing limited power. Furthermore, The materials for the talisman paper, the brush, and the ink are all of merely average quality, even if one were to fortuitously succeed in crafting a single talisman. Its power would likely equate to a full-force strike from a fourth-layer chi refinement practitioner, falling short even of a fifth-layer practitioner. Li Qingyuan stroked his beard and shook his head, saying, "Give it up, Qingyuan. Even if you are adept at drawing the flame eye-severing soul talisman, its power, due to the incompleteness of the runes, is equivalent to that of a fifth or sixth layer of chi refinement." Li Qingyuan did not rebut. Instead, he nodded and said, "Very well, grandfather clan leader, I shall heed your words. Oh, by the way, this is the talisman paper you requested me to inscribe this month." Li Qingyuan produced dozens of talisman papers. 6 types of low-grade first-tier talismans, with no fewer than 10 of each kind. 3 types of medium-grade first-tier talismans, with no fewer than 5 of each. The clan leader, Li Guangyao, received the talisman papers and nodded in satisfaction, saying, the low-grade first-tier talismans. Each one is of genuine quality, and there are even no less than 15 of the exquisite quality talismans. The 3 types of medium-grade first-tier talismans also all meet the standards of genuine quality. Their power comparable to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement. Oh, there is even a single exquisite medium-grade first-tier talisman. Once activated, even I, with my perfected cultivation at the 6th level of chi refinement, would need to exert my full strength to block it. Li Guangyao, content with receiving all the talisman papers, subsequently produced 7 spirit stones and presented them to Li Qingyuan. He chuckled, "Qingyuan, henceforth, from this month onwards, the responsibility of crafting talismans for the family will be entrusted to you. My monthly remuneration for this task has always been a mere 7 spirit stones." Li Guangyao remarked. "Commencing this month, I shall provide you with 7 spirit stones as resources for your cultivation, which also serves as compensation for your efforts in crafting talismans for the family. Henceforth, your monthly cultivation resources will be allocated to you in this manner." Li Qingyuan smiled and expressed his gratitude to the clan patriarch for his nurturing. His innate talent as a talisman master was exceptionally remarkable. Originally, he required 5 years of resources provided free of charge by the family. But now he was able to generate substantial profits for the clan, receiving a monthly stipend of 7 spirit stones. Accumulating 7 spirit stones each month amounted to 84 over the course of a year. This sum constituted a considerable fortune for any cultivator at the mid-stage of chi refinement within the family. Indeed, apart from the patriarch, the elder, and the second elder, none of the family's mid-stage chi refinement practitioners could amass over 80 spirit stones within a span of 1 or 2 years. Li Dingzhou serves in the family hunting team, possessing the cultivation of the 4th layer of chi refinement and the 4th layer of body refinement. He is capable of engaging with those at the 5th layer of chi refinement, his strength being second only to the second elder. Under favorable circumstances, his annual earnings, after discarding his family's share, amount to merely around 20 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan picked up the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, a stack of talisman paper, and a small bucket of talisman ink, and said, "Grandfather clan leader, from this moment forth, I shall take charge of drawing talismans for the family. You may devote yourself entirely to preparing for the breakthrough into the later stages of chi refinement." Li Qingyuan is aware that the aspiration to reach the 7th level of chi refinement, to advance into the later stages of chi refinement, and to enhance the prestige and strength of the family has always been the pursuit of the clan patriarch. "My father mentioned that if it weren't for your efforts in nurturing me over the years, depleting your personal reserves of spirit stones, perhaps you would have already commenced your breakthrough to the 7th level of chi refinement." Li Guangyao, with a furrowed brow and a stern demeanor, declared, "Do not heed your father's fanciful words. To ascend to the late stage of chi refinement is no trivial endeavor. The requisite spirit stones and elixirs amount to at least 200 to 300 spirit stones. Our family can barely sustain its normal operations. And we are also obligated to supply 600 spirit stones to the foundational cultivator clan, the Liu family." However, Li Guangyao continued with a reassuring smile. "I can now entrust you with the task of talisman crafting. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to refining my cultivation and adjusting my state to prepare for the challenge of reaching the 7th layer of chi refinement." Li Guangyao glanced at the brush and said, "This exquisite wind spirit wolf hairbrush shall be temporarily entrusted to you. Remember to take good care of it and avoid any damage. It is, after all, the most precious possession I own." Li Qingyuan chuckled and said, "Rest assured, grandfather clan leader." With that, Qingyuan took his leave. Li Qingyuan bid farewell and returned to his secluded courtyard, where he lived in solitude and tranquility. Spiritual stones, gather. 7 spiritual stones multiplied, transforming into 14. Next, the materials for talisman paper and talisman ink followed suit, doubling in quantity once more. He decided to give the talisman brush another attempt. Li Qingyuan silently intoned, "Gather." Alas, the first tier, medium-grade talisman brush known as the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush could not be stored nor replicated. Li Qingyuan muttered, "Could it be that the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush does not belong to me, the master of this realm, and thus cannot be replicated? Never mind. If it cannot be duplicated, so be it. Next, I shall proceed to draw the true flame I soul severing talisman. Li Qingyuan focused his mind and began to observe and learn the complete steps for drawing the flame I soul cutting talisman, guided by the enigmatic figure within the shimp in space. The first attempt ended in failure. The second attempt also proved unsuccessful. However, on the third attempt, he finally succeeded, albeit with a barely formed talisman of inferior quality. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, in theory, a complete first-tier upper-grade talisman paper, even of inferior quality, should possess the power of the 7th layer of qi refinement. However, due to the inadequacy of the materials for the talisman paper, the grade of the brush, and the quality of the ink, all three components fail to meet the standards for a first-tier upper-grade talisman. Consequently, this inferior quality first-tier upper-grade talisman paper can only exert power that lies between the 6th and 7th layers of qi refinement at best. Continuing to draw with practice skill is essential. Once proficient, acquiring superior materials will allow for the swift creation of first-tier upper-grade talisman paper. Additionally, the crafting of first-tier upper-grade talisman paper demands a greater mastery over both spiritual and magical energies, refining one's own power and fortifying their cultivation. Days passed, and Li Qingyuan found his success rate in drawing the flame I soul severing talisman steadily improving. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, his success rate remained dismally below 30%. This was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the abysmal quality of the materials at hand, which severely hampered his success. On this day, Li Qingyuan persisted in his work on the talisman paper. Thus, he successfully created a flame I soul severing talisman, channeling spiritual energy into it, absorbing and storing the essence of the heavens and earth within himself, awaiting activation. However, with a resounding bang, the talisman paper shattered once more. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and murmured, "Another failure. My skills have reached a point where I can craft authentic inferno eye-slaying talismans. However, the inferior quality of the talisman paper fails to bear the spiritual essence of a first-tier superior talisman, resulting in frequent self-detonations. Ironically, the lower-grade inferno eye-slaying talisman, with its slightly diminished spiritual essence, manages to succeed. I refuse to accept this." Undeterred, Li Qingyuan persisted in his efforts. After enduring 3 more failures, a resonant hum filled the air. This time, the inferno eye-slaying talisman was successfully imbued with spiritual essence, achieving authentic quality. Aha! At last, I have crafted a genuine inferno eye-slaying talisman, Li Qingyuan declared with satisfaction. Even though constrained by the inadequacy of materials, this talisman possesses the formidable power of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and remarked, "It is indeed quite exhausting. If it were not for my inherently formidable spirit and remarkable mental acuity, coupled with the textbook guidance from the shimp in space, attempting to create a first-tier high-quality talisman paper at merely the 3rd level of qi refinement would be akin to a fool's errand." Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, refining spiritual stones to restore his spiritual energy and mental strength. Once his cultivation was restored, he stood up and murmured to himself, considering the time. "My father and the others must be preparing for another hunt of the demon beasts. I have heard that Lioha Island has been quite tumultuous lately. I should provide my father with a few more talismans for protection." Chapter 022. The Abduction by Malevolent Cultivators. "Father, I heard from Qingqing and Qingbao that cultivators have been mysteriously disappearing from Lioha Island lately. Is that true?" Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan's first inquiry to his father was this. Over the past few years, although he had immersed himself in the pursuits of cultivation and talisman crafting, he recognized the importance of balance in the path of cultivation. One must maintain a tranquil and relaxed mindset. Thus, every 2 to 3 months, Li Qingyuan would grant himself a day of respite, dedicating this time to rejuvenation and mental adjustment. On this particular day of leisure, he refrained from both cultivation and talisman crafting, instead wandering through the enchanting Yunxia mountain to unwind and frolicking with the young ones, such as Qingqing and Qibao. Each child possessing spiritual roots was regarded as a sapling of the family, most of whom had elders engaged in cultivation, naturally leading them to be privy to various tidings and gossip from numerous spheres. Li Dingzhou sighed and remarked, "This is indeed true. Last month, we ventured into the market to sell materials from demon beasts and heard numerous accounts regarding the abduction of individuals by malevolent cultivators." Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Human trafficking for the purpose of abduction and malevolent cultivation? Is this truly the case? Li Dingzhou shook his head, asserting that it was unlikely to be human trafficking, as the missing individuals were not mere seedlings. It is said that those malevolent cultivators specifically target practitioners at the 4th layer of qi refinement or above, only preying upon those in the mid-stage of qi refinement and beyond. Reports indicate that on the entire Lioha Island, dozens, if not hundreds, of mid-stage qi refinement practitioners have been abducted, and there are even a few masters in the late stage of qi refinement among the victims. What? Li Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Even masters in the late stage of qi refinement have fallen victim? Li Qingyuan pondered, is the outside world truly so tumultuous? I had previously hoped to find an opportunity to venture out, perhaps to exchange talismans for spirit stones. Ideally, I could procure materials to craft high-grade, first-tier talismans, thereby fortifying myself. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Rest assured, this matter has already been jointly reported by multiple Qi refinement families to the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan. The Lu clan of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan, which receives annual tributes from the various Qi refinement families, naturally bears the responsibility to protect these families and maintain order on Liu Island." Li Qingyuan added, not to mention other matters. If everyone lives in fear and dares not venture outside, it would be challenging for the Lu family's marketplace to sustain its operations. Li Qingyuan expressed his hope that the Lu family would swiftly resolve the matter of the malevolent cultivators. Li Qingyuan rose and said, "No more words. I must depart to join the second elder and the others." Li Qingyuan hastily replied, "Father, please wait a moment. Allow me to provide you with a few talisman papers for protection." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan took out a dozen talisman papers. Li Qingyuan accepted it without hesitation. He was well aware that his son, Li Qingyuan, was not only a prodigy in cultivation but also a genius in the art of talismans. In the past 2 months, he had even managed to draw medium-grade talisman papers of the first rank. Li Qingyuan gazed at the talisman paper, exclaiming with delight, "A first-tier medium-quality talisman paper. Of authentic quality, comparable to the full-force strike of a fifth-layer Qi refinement practitioner." Remarkably, there are also 3 sheets of exquisite quality talisman paper: the diamond talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman, each possessing 4 sheets. Each type of talisman paper boasts 3 sheets of authentic quality and 1 sheet of exquisite quality. Currently, my father, Li Qingyuan, cultivates at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, rendering the first-tier inferior talisman paper of little aid. However, the first-tier medium-quality talisman paper is precisely what he needs. By a twist of fate, Li Qingyuan produced the sole sheet of authentic quality flame eye-severing talisman and said, "Father, please accept this talisman paper. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Remember this." Li Qingyuan's expression was grave. Li Qingyuan retracted the Yambing Zampaka talisman. After scanning with his spiritual sense, his expression changed in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This aura of runic spiritual pressure, could it be a superior grade of the first tier?" Li Qingyuan waved his hand lightly and said, "Hush, father. You need only remember your child's words." Li Qingyuan swallowed hard, steadied his mind, and said, "You honor, rest assured, I shall not employ this talisman until the critical moment. Father is leaving." Li Qingyuan gathered his belongings and slowly walked away, saying, "Be sure to inform your mother that I have ventured out for a hunt." "All right, father," replied Li Qingyuan. As he watched his father depart into the distance, Li Qingyuan silently thought, "I hope the flame eye-severing soul talisman will not be necessary. Alas, my strength is still too feeble. Even stepping outside proves to be a challenge." Li Qingyuan stepped out of his home and returned to his secluded courtyard to continue his cultivation. He inhaled the ethereal energies and refined the spiritual stones. As time swiftly passed, half a month had gone by. In a certain marshy forest, the hunting team of the Li clan ventured deep into the mountains. With Li Qingyuan among them, his position only subordinate to the second elder. The second elder, Li Guangzong, chuckled, "I never anticipated that this hunting expedition would prove so fruitful. In merely half a month, I have filled my storage bag to the brim. And we even require some of you to shoulder and carry the materials from the magical beasts." Li Qingyuan grasped the head of a demon beast in his left hand, while a layer of beast skin was draped over his back. These materials from spirit beasts could be utilized for crafting weapons, devising formations, or producing talisman paper, all of which could fetch a handsome price. He chuckled, "All thanks to the wise guidance of the second elder, you are indeed the most experienced hunter in our family. Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. With your sagacious direction and the united efforts of my brothers and sisters, our hunting team often returns laden with spoils." The second elder, Li Guangzong, laughed heartily, "Young Qingyuan, I did not expect a man of your stature, with such a righteous demeanor, to be so adept at flattery, haha." The members of the family joined in the laughter, the atmosphere vibrant and jubilant. 1,000 meters away, within a dense thicket, several shadowy figures clad in black lay concealed. The leader spoke, They have finally arrived. The Li clan's celestial hunting team. I have awaited your presence." A masked woman inquired, "Brother, shall we launch a clandestine ambush, feign retreat to separate them, and then pick them off one by one?" The man replied nonchalantly, "We have already thoroughly investigated the Li clan's hunting team. Their leader has merely reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, with 3 members at the 4th level, while the remaining 7 are trifling ants at the 3rd level, easily extinguishable." He paused for emphasis, adding, "Moreover, we possess a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact, the Binding Spirit Net. It can ensnare even those at the 6th level of Qi refinement, leaving them utterly powerless to resist." The man commanded, "When I give the signal, we shall charge forth en masse. Eliminate all those at the early stage of Qi refinement, and capture 4 of the mid-stage cultivators alive to bring back to the clan." The masked woman and 2 other cultivators bowed respectfully, affirming, "Understood." The leader's spiritual sense guided a storage pouch, from which a flying sword hovered in the air, revealing his 6th level of Qi refinement. He infused spiritual power into the long sword, patiently awaiting the moment to strike. The Li clan of immortals, amidst laughter and jovial conversation, were on their way. Suddenly, an ominous aura of murderous intent enveloped them. Li Dingzhou's expression shifted dramatically, having cultivated martial arts to the level of an innate martial master. His perception of such lethal energy was far more acute than that of an ordinary mid-stage qi refining practitioner. Clang. Li Dingzhou, with a saber in hand, cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. Stay alert." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback and promptly complied. Li Dingzhou's keen perception of murderous intent has aided them on numerous occasions. Thus, they chose to trust instinctively, remaining on high alert. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged forth, swift as lightning and impervious to all. In an instant, the sword light pierced through 3 individuals, 3 cultivators at the 3rd level of qi refinement from the Li clan, who were annihilated by the surprise attack. The second elder, furious, exclaimed, "You vile scoundrel, how dare you slay my kin?" With that, he summoned a spirit stone, infusing it into his magical artifact, commanding his sword to strike directly at the target. The assailant effortlessly deflected the second elder's flying sword with a sneer, taunting, "You overestimate your own capabilities, old fool. Not only is your cultivation feeble, but your artifact is also pathetically subpar, merely a defective mid-grade first-tier weapon." The second elder's expression turned to shock. 6th level of qi refinement? Meanwhile, after the masked man made his move, a woman and 2 men swiftly followed suit, each wielding their own magical artifacts, all at the 5th level of qi refinement. Li Dingzhou's expression was one of astonishment, 1 at the 6th level of qi refinement and 3 at the 5th level. Could it be that they were malevolent cultivators abducting people? Chapter 023, The Might of the Flame Eye Soul-Severing Talisman. Malevolent cultivators abducting people? The Li hunting team was engulfed in trepidation, their faces reflecting horror. The second elder, wielding his sword, charged forth and declared, "Dingzhou, you lead them to break through. I shall hold them back." The masked man sneered, "Old fool, none of you shall escape." With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, infusing his 6-layer qi cultivation into a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact, making the flying sword even more ferocious and swift, overpowering the second elder. Elder Li Guangzong gestured with his left hand, releasing a wind blade talisman that surged toward the man. The man manipulated his sword with spiritual awareness, effortlessly deflecting the wind blade talisman, scoffing, "What can a mere first-tier mid-grade talisman do against me?" He commanded, "Attack." The flying sword darted like a streak of light, relentlessly assaulting the second elder. The second elder activated his diamond talisman for defense, while the wind blade talisman sought to strike back, and an explosive fire talisman retaliated. Temporarily, through the use of these talismans, he managed to hold his adversary at bay. "Old fool, do you think you are the only one with talismans?" The masked man waved his fingers, unleashing 3 first-tier mid-grade talismans that detonated in succession. After 3 resounding explosions, the second elder was sent hurtling backward, wounded. Were it not for the protection of the diamond talisman, he would have been gravely injured. "Go." The man propelled his sword forward, knocking the second elder's magical artifact away. And in a flash, the flying sword pierced through the elder's thigh, blood splattering. "Ah!" The second elder let out a dreadful cry. Subsequently, the masked man swiftly waved his hand, casting a binding spirit net that descended and ensnared the second elder, confining him and rendering him incapable of retaliation. Witnessing this scene, Li Dingzhou and the other's expression shifted drastically. "Second elder, damn it, we shall fight back." Li Dingzhou dove forward and declared, "You hold off the others. I shall go to rescue the second elder." Moon shadow technique. Li Dingzhou's figure shimmered as he moved, leaving behind fleeting shadows that transformed into a radiant blur. Charging directly towards the masked man, the masked woman scoffed coldly, remarking on his audacity, a mere 4th layer of qi refinement, how deluded. With a swift motion, she commanded her sword to strike, aiming for Li Dingzhou's thigh, intent on crippling his ability to move. Li Dingzhou pondered, only by striking when the enemy is unprepared can one achieve a swift resolution. He realized that he must swiftly eliminate the woman before the male cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement could react, allowing him to later contend with him and preserve his family's power. "Yuana, I am fortunate to have you." As he dove forward, Li Dingzhou quickly retrieved talismans, affixing a Vidra talisman to himself, which activated instantaneously. He then unleashed a wind blade talisman and an explosive fire talisman. With his initial attack, 3 talismans were deployed. Among them, the Vidra talisman was a high-quality first-tier medium-grade talisman capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators at the 6th level of qi refinement. The wind blade and explosive fire talismans he unleashed also belonged to the premium category, their destructive power comparable to a full-force strike from a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator. Clang. The wind blade talisman surged forth, sending the woman's flying sword tumbling away. Its residual force remained unyielding, the sharp wind blade directed towards the masked woman. Startled, she exclaimed, "A first-tier medium-grade talisman of premium quality? The Vidra talisman." Her complexion paled as she immediately activated her own Vidra talisman for defense, a talisman capable of withstanding attacks from cultivators at the 5th level of qi refinement. Clang. As the wind blade descended, it struck her chest. But most of the impact was mitigated by the Vidra talisman. The woman was sent flying several yards, sustaining only minor injuries. Furious, she shouted, "You seek death." However, before her words could fully escape her lips, the explosive fire talisman followed closely behind, delivering an assault akin to the full force of a 6th level qi refinement attack. The woman was taken aback. With little time for contemplation, she grasped her magical artifact to defend herself. Her artifact was also a first-tier medium-grade item. Clang. The artifact was sent flying from her grasp, and her body was propelled backward several yards. Li Qingyuan, perceiving the gaping vulnerability of his opponent, swiftly employed the moonshadow technique, brandishing his long blade with fervor as he bellowed, "8 slash of the blood blade." "Dare you?" retorted the masked man, seething with fury as he summoned his flying sword, exclaiming, "Do not harm my sister." Whoosh. His sword surged forth, racing like a streak of light, aimed directly at Li Qingyuan's heart. Yet, undeterred, Li Qingyuan swung his blade with abandon, unleashing a tempest of sword chi in a mere instant, delivering 8 slashes that intersected and pierced the masked woman. Slicing sounds echoed as her flesh was torn asunder, blood splattering forth, accompanied by her agonizing cries. At that moment, a resounding clang reverberated as the flying sword, wielded by the masked man, struck Li Qingyuan's back, colliding with the protective golden light of the diamond talisman, producing a piercing sound that resonated through the air. Li Qingyuan endured a formidable strike from a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact wielded by a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refinement. Despite the protection of a high-quality Vidra talisman, he was still sent flying several zhang, his vital energy surging violently. As soon as he landed, Li Qingyuan executed a swift roll, quickly regaining his footing. "Sister." Upon witnessing his sister's gruesome demise, her body mercilessly dismembered and devoid of life, the masked man was consumed by a burning rage. "I will make you pay with your life," he roared, commanding his flying sword, its aura of death palpable, the sword light flashing with deadly speed. "Wind blade talisman, go," Li Qingyuan called out, casually unleashing 3 wind blade talismans. Although they were not of the highest quality, they were still authentic, comparable to the attacks of a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 wind blade talismans not only intercepted the man's assault, but also sent a portion of their razor-sharp blades hurtling towards him. The man, however, skillfully swept his sword, effortlessly dispelling the attack. Li Qingyuan's hands moved with remarkable speed as he sent forth a flurry of talismans, all of which were bestowed upon him by Li Qingyuan for protection. Among the 2 or 3 dozen first-tier inferior talismans, there occasionally appeared a few first-tier medium-quality talismans, compelling the man to adopt a defensive stance. The masked figure seethed with rage. How can a 4th-level cultivator from a third-rate chi refining family possess so many talismans? At a certain moment, amidst the multitude of first-tier inferior and several first-tier medium-quality talismans, one talisman emanated a formidable spiritual pressure, unleashing an overwhelming aura of extreme cold and darkness. Li Qingyuan formed a seal and exclaimed, "Explode." With a resounding bang, the flame and eye-slashing talisman, concealed within a handful of talisman papers, was suddenly activated, erupting instantaneously. The spiritual energy within the talisman transformed into a blade of icy blue flames, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The masked man widened his eyes in terror, a first-tier superior talisman. With a swift whoosh, the over 10-foot-long icy blue flame blade descended, piercing through his body, cleaving the 6th-layer chi refinement practitioner in twain, a spray of blood mist erupting forth. With a thunderous crash, after vanquishing the masked man, the blade struck a nearby tree, splitting it asunder and sending splinters flying. The 2 masked practitioners of the 5th layer of chi refinement stood in stunned silence. Their clan brother was dead. He was truly dead. How could it be a first-tier superior talisman? Li Qingyuan produced a talisman, exclaiming fiercely, "You 2 shall not escape." Startled by his words, the pair immediately snapped back to reality, fleeing in terror. "Run." Split up. In an instant, the 2 5th-level chi refinement cultivators soared away on their swords, disregarding the toll it took on their energy as they desperately sought to evade capture. With a sigh, Li Qingyuan expelled a breath of frustration, leaning against a sturdy tree to catch his breath, gasping heavily. The previous duel, while it may seem lengthy in narration, transpired in a mere span of 10 breaths. From the moment he invoked the moon shadow technique, activated the talisman, swiftly approached to slay the woman, and then retaliated against the masked man with a flurry of talismans, the confrontation unfolded with remarkable speed. Exhausted from the significant depletion of his spiritual energy, and with only a few first-grade high-quality talismans remaining, Li Qingyuan realized he lacked the certainty to eliminate the 2 5th-level chi refinement cultivators, and thus opted to intimidate them into retreat. After a brief moment of respite, Li Qingyuan swiftly approached and untied the spirit-binding net, liberating the second elder. "Second elder, are you all right?" Li Qingyuan inquired with genuine concern. The second elder, Li Guangzhou, pressed a bleeding-stopping talisman against his thigh to staunch the incessant flow of blood, grimacing in pain as he replied, "It is merely a strain to my muscles and bones. I shall not perish from it." The 2 men cast a sorrowful glance towards the family hunting team. The family chi refining level 3 practitioners were initially ambushed by the masked assailant, resulting in the death of 3. Subsequently, they banded together to confront 2 malevolent practitioners of chi refining level 5. 1 was slain, while 2 sustained severe injuries, and 3 others suffered minor wounds, leaving nearly everyone harmed. Li Dingxue and Li Dingming, both possessing the cultivation of the 4th layer of chi refinement, serve as the main force against the 2 adversaries at the 5th layer of chi refinement. They are gravely wounded, particularly Li Dingxue, who has lost an arm and lies in a state of unconsciousness. His journey of cultivation is likely at an end. Li Qingyuan gazed upon his kin, devastated and wounded. Tears welling in his fierce eyes as he cursed, "Damn those marauding cultivators." The second elder, equally sorrowful, recognized that this was not the time for lamentation. Stealing his resolve, he instructed, "Dingzhou, take the wicked cultivators' storage pouch, their magical instruments, and the spirit-binding net. Then, swiftly lead our clan members to safety." Li Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. Chapter 024, The Storage Bag, a first-order magical artifact, has been successfully allocated, as Li Qingyuan hastened to the ancestral hall. A multitude of over 100 individuals had already gathered there. Among this assembly, a small fraction comprised cultivators, while the majority consisted of the immediate relatives of these practitioners. Mere mortals residing on Yunxiao Mountain. The air was thick with weeping and wailing, enveloped in a shroud of white. The atmosphere within the hall was somber and oppressive. Upon seeing that his father was unharmed, Li Qingyuan released a long sigh of relief. However, upon witnessing the deaths of 4 clan members and the injuries sustained by the others, he could not help but display a countenance of sorrow. The Grand Elder had arrived and began tending to the wounds of the second elder, Li Dingming, and his companions, cleansing their injuries and applying ointments before bandaging them. Within the family hunting team, only Li Dingzhou remained unscathed. The clan leader spoke in a grave tone. "Li Guangzong, what transpired? Did you encounter a mid-stage chi refinement spirit beast? Have you ventured deep into the mountains?" The second elder, Li Guangzong, replied, "Clan leader, we encountered a malevolent cultivator." "What? A malevolent cultivator?" The clan leader and the Grand Elder, along with the others, were taken aback. Li Qingyuan turned to his father and inquired, "Father, are you suggesting that what you have encountered is indeed the malevolent sect known for abducting cultivators, as rumored in the outside world?" Li Dingzhou nodded, affirming the situation. "Indeed. We were on the brink of complete annihilation this time, had it not been for your intervention." At this point, he paused, refraining from mentioning the talisman paper gifted by Li Qingyuan. The second elder then interjected. "The opposition comprises 4 individuals, 1 at the 6th level of chi refinement and 3 at the 5th level." The expression of the Grand Elder shifted dramatically. 1 at the 6th level of chi refinement and 3 at the 5th level. Such a force is sufficient to rival a third-rate chi refinement clan. The presence of these malevolent cultivators suggests a formidable backing. The clan leader inquired, "Guangzong, Dingzhou, how did you manage to extricate yourselves from such peril?" Li Guangzong remarked, "Had it not been for Dingzhou, we would have met our demise." The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Soon, the second elder, Li Guangzong, recounted how he had been ambushed, leading to fatalities among his adversaries, his own injuries, and his entrapment, as well as the tale of Li Dingzhou's remarkable counterattack against the malevolent siblings using an abundance of talismans. The clan leader, the elder, and the gathered clansmen listened in astonishment. The clan leader exclaimed, "For each of the diamond talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman, along with a premium talisman of each type? Moreover, you possess an extraordinarily powerful first-grade superior talisman?" The clan leader then inquired, "Dingzhou, from whence did you acquire this first-grade superior talisman?" Regarding the first-grade superior talisman, the clan leader held no suspicions towards Li Qingyuan. Was it conceivable that materials for a first-grade medium talisman, flawed first-grade superior talisman inscriptions, and first-grade medium talisman ink and brushes could yield a genuine first-grade superior talisman? No matter how one pondered this notion, it seemed nothing short of fantastical and absurd. Li Dingzhou scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he addressed the clan leader. "You know me well. I have always enjoyed the thrill of guessing and gambling with blind boxes. I never anticipated that my fortune would be so favorable, allowing me to draw a first-tier superior talisman." The second elder remarked, "This lad indeed has a penchant for gambling with blind boxes. Every time we venture to the market to sell beast materials, he insists on placing a bet." The clan leader, at a loss for words, found himself momentarily speechless. By a stroke of luck in gambling, Li Dingzhou had remarkably salvaged the clan's hunting team, preserving at least 1/3 of the clan's combat strength. The loss of such power would have left the Li Xian clan severely weakened, making them vulnerable to the predations of other chi refining families and rogue cultivators. Clan leader Li Guangao clapped Li Dingzhou on the shoulder and said, "You have done exceptionally well, Dingzhou. The subsequent responsibilities now fall to me." The names of the deceased clan members would be inscribed in the celestial register, honored in the ancestral hall with spirit tablets. Next, it would be essential to comfort the bereaved families and reassure the clan members. For those among the families who were practitioners, spiritual stone subsidies would be distributed. For those without practitioners, compensation would be awarded, ensuring them a lifetime of prosperity and fertile land. Furthermore, should they bear offspring who become cultivators, they would continue to receive the clan's resources free of charge for 3 years. When Li Qingyuan returned home, it was already deep into the night. His mother, Chen Xiuyun, trembling with anxiety, remarked, "Dingzhou, you nearly frightened me to death while I was assisting the others in fertilizing the fields." Someone rushed over to announce the return of the family hunting party, reporting heavy casualties, which left my legs weak with fear. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, I was confronted with 4 white cloths covering something, nearly causing me to faint. Thankfully, I saw that you were unharmed. Otherwise, what would have become of me and Yuan? Li Qingyuan tightly grasped Qin Shoyun's hand, drawing her into his embrace as he comforted her. Yunmei, do not worry, for your sake and for your honor. I assure you that I will come to no harm. Li Qingyuan expressed his profound relief, exclaiming, this time was exceedingly perilous. His mother, Qin Shoyun, inquired, what exactly are you fortunate about? Li Qingyuan remarked, fortunately, my father is blessed with great fortune and destiny, and is favored by good luck. In a game of chance with a mystery box, he unveiled a first-tier superior talisman, vanquishing formidable foes. Qin Shoyun nodded in agreement, indeed. It is such a stroke of luck. Surely our ancestors are watching over us. Li Qingyuan instructed, Yunmei, I am hungry. Please prepare a bowl of noodles for me. Mother, I too am famished. Could you kindly make me a bowl of noodles as well? Li Qingyuan added, and please include a fried egg. Cooked in the lard of the black-toothed fragrant pig. Qin Shoyun replied with a gentle smile, synchronizing her words with her son's. Mother understands. I'll fry the egg in the lard of the black-toothed fragrant pig. Kiki. Li Qingyuan chuckled with delight. In this lifetime, his father stood as the pillar of the family, embodying a love as steadfast as a mountain. His mother, a graceful and elegant paragon of virtue, offered a nurturing love as gentle as water. Amidst the mountains and rivers, he thrived, basking in the warmth of the sun. Li Qingyuan chuckled, Yunmei, bring me one as well. Qin Shoyun replied with a smile, certainly, we have plenty. She then rose and made her way to the kitchen, leaving only the father and son in the hall. Li Qingyuan eagerly inquired, Father, did the clan leader summon you for a private meeting and bestow upon you a considerable treasure? Ah, you little rascal, indeed perceptive, Li Qingyuan replied, deftly forming a gesture with his fingers. From his waist pouch emerged another storage bag, alongside 2 magical artifacts. Wow, a storage bag and magical artifacts? Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that the Li clan possesses only 3 storage bags, each belonging to the clan leader, the eldest elder, and the second elder. The clan leader's storage bag is of the highest grade, reaching a mid-tier level 1, inherited from the previous head of the family. Storage bags are quite precious, classified as special magical artifacts, containing spatial restrictions and refined chi techniques. Even a low-tier storage bag can fetch a price exceeding 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan chuckled, recalling the days when the Grand Elder and the Second Elder endured considerable anguish over the acquisition of a low-grade storage pouch, painstakingly saving for 3 to 5 years. Now, however, both you and I possess one each. Nevertheless, Li Qingyuan remarked, the storage pouches we have seized are of medium-grade quality. I have chosen to bestow them upon the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Firstly, our current capabilities are rather limited. Wielding medium-grade storage pouches would attract undue attention and potentially incite the wrath of robbers. These pouches, valued at several hundred spirit stones, could easily procure superior-grade magical artifacts. For those lacking strength, carrying such items is akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace, likely to invite calamity. Secondly, aside from exchanging them for 2 low-grade storage pouches, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have graciously compensated us with 50 spirit stones each. Furthermore, the family has deliberated that the 2 medium-grade magical artifacts acquired during this haul shall belong to you and me, father and son. Li Qingyuan remarked, our family is indeed quite fair and just. This allocation has benefited both father and son. However, it is also what Li Qingyuan rightfully deserves. Were it not for him, the entire hunting team would have faced utter annihilation, significantly weakening the family's strength, thus attracting the attention of other factions and rogue cultivators, resulting in even greater losses. Li Qingyuan smiled as he and his son began to divide the spoils. 2 low-grade storage bags, 1 for me and 1 for you. 2 medium-grade magical artifacts, 1 for me and 1 for you. 100 spirit stones, 50 for me and 50 for you. Li Qingyuan smiled brightly and said, thank you, father. Chapter 25, Striking it Rich, Doubling Again. A few days later, the deceased members of the family were laid to rest, while those severely injured continued their recovery. The lightly wounded had nearly returned to full health. Shortly thereafter, the clan leader, Li Guangyao, convened a family meeting, attended by all cultivators above the 4th level of Qi refinement. Notably absent from this gathering was Li Qingyuan, a 4th-level cultivator who had lost an arm in battle and remained unconscious due to excessive blood loss. The specifics of the meeting were unknown to Li Qingyuan. However, he found himself far more captivated by the resources at his disposal. He retreated to his secluded courtyard, where he closed the door to the outside world and dedicated himself to cultivation. A low-grade first-tier storage pouch secured. With a mere thought, Li Qingyuan summoned his storage bag into the mysterious ship in space. After a flawless duplication, he found himself holding 2 identical storage bags in his palm. The 2 bags appeared indistinguishable, even the slightest signs of wear and their antiquated appearance were replicated without fail. His father had once mentioned that a brand new first-tier inferior storage bag was valued at approximately 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pondered, reflecting that the storage bag in his possession had been used for several years and could be considered second-hand, likely worth only 70 or 80 spirit stones. Subsequently, wielding his flying sword, he flicked his fingers, producing a resonant chime. The 3-foot-long sword emitted a clear, melodic hum. Its blade was elongated and sharp, enveloped in a verdant hue, adorned with shimmering spiritual patterns. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, "This is indeed a mid-grade flying sword of the first order. According to my father, in the market, this sword would fetch no less than 100 spirit stones. It is sufficient for me to utilize until I reach the 6th layer of qi refinement." Truly, having a family background is advantageous for cultivation, even though we are merely a third-rate qi refinement family. The resources available in the early stages of cultivation far surpass those accessible to solitary cultivators without any backing. Gather. Duplicate. Soon, 2 flying swords emerged from the mysterious space. The mid-grade flying swords of the first order were entirely green, crafted primarily from green bamboo, supplemented by other first-order materials and minerals. Thus, they were aptly named green bamboo flying swords. Li Qingyuan smiled broadly. 2 pairs of green bamboo flying swords are priced at approximately 300 spirit stones. Ultimately, it amounts to 50 spirit stones. After duplicating and doubling, it transforms into 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction, stating that 100 spirit stones would suffice for his cultivation for a while. In a few days, his father and others were expected to visit the market to sell spiritual plants and materials from demon beasts. He could discreetly request them to procure some materials for high-grade, first-order talisman paper in the perilous realm of Lyoha Island. Only by mastering the combat prowess of the late stage of qi refinement could he attain a semblance of security. Ever since arriving in the world of cultivation, Li Qingyuan has been enveloped by a persistent sense of insecurity. This unease stemmed from his own frailty. He understood that all fear arose from insufficient power. At present, his only recourse to bolster his strength lay in the frequent crafting of the flame eye-severing talisman. Yet, before entering seclusion for cultivation, there remained one matter to address. A look of distress crossed Li Qingyuan's face as he murmured to himself, "Alas, how shall I explain this to the clan leader? It seems I must resort to some tactics." The following morning, Li Qingyuan shed his upper garments, bearing the burden of his transgressions as he approached the clan leader's secluded abode. Kneeling on the ground, he proclaimed, "I, Li Qingyuan, the clan descendant, have come to offer my apologies. I humbly beseech the clan leader to impose upon me the appropriate punishment." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing not only the clan leader but also the Grand Elder in attendance. Li Qingyuan respectfully said, "Greetings, esteemed patriarch and Grand Elder." The Grand Elder, with a look of curiosity, inquired, "Little Qingyuan, what is it that you are doing? Have you committed some transgression?" Li Qingyuan lowered his head in silence. The clan leader inquired, "Speak, what is the success rate for low-grade first-tier talismans? And what are the medium-grade first-tier talismans?" Li Qingyuan glanced at the clan elder, observing his solemn expression, and spoke in a subdued voice, 70%. 70%? Clan leader Li Guanao exclaimed in astonishment, pressing further. "Is it 70% of a low-grade talisman or a medium-grade talisman?" Li Qingyuan remarked, "To my grandson, everything is the same." The clan leader, Li Guangao, twitched the corner of his mouth and responded, "Indeed, this little brat possesses an exceptionally gifted talent for talisman crafting. Perhaps the distinction between low-grade first-tier talisman paper and mid-grade first-tier talisman paper poses no challenge for him at all." Li Guanao inquired further, "What about the probability of excellence?" Li Qingyuan observed that the clan elder was not angered and continued, "The probability of obtaining a superior quality rune paper of the first-tier lower grade is nearly 20%. For the first-tier medium-grade rune paper, the probability approaches 10%. "You rascal!" Li Guangao exclaimed, his tone rising slightly as he extended his hand towards Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan hastily replied, "Grandfather Chieftain, please allow me to explain. It was never my intention to conceal the success rate of the talismans. I merely wish to save some talisman paper for my father as protection. Each time he ventures out for hunting, the peril is immense, leaving my mother in a constant state of anxiety, unable to sleep well through the night, rising at midnight to offer prayers for his safety. As a son, I share her concern for his well-being. Thus, I chose to withhold this information from you in hopes of preserving more talisman paper for my father's safeguard." Li Guanao extended his hand to Li Qingyuan, patting him on the shoulder, and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha, well done, my boy." Huh. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Li Guanao smiled and remarked, "First, you have once again demonstrated that your talent for drawing symbols is extraordinarily exceptional, surpassing my understanding. Second, you are a dutiful child who shows great filial piety towards your parents. Though still young, you have already grasped the importance of utilizing your abilities to safeguard your family and loved ones. Third, you possess the wisdom to recognize your mistakes and the courage to acknowledge them." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, pondering to himself, do I truly possess so many virtues?" Li Guangao concluded with a significant statement, "The final point is the most crucial. Do you know what it is?" Li Qingyuan respectfully said, "Grandfather clan leader, I humbly seek your guidance, as I am unaware." Li Guanao stroked his beard and remarked, "In the realm of immortality, deceitful individuals abound, and incidents of murder and treasure theft occur with alarming frequency. Moreover, the closer one is to another, the better one understands them. Betrayal among friends and family is often the most fatal." Li Guanao sighed deeply, his tone tinged with melancholy as he remarked, Had I comprehended this truth in my youth, your grandmother would not have perished while attempting to save me. He fixed his gaze upon Li Qingyuan, his demeanor grave as he advised, Qingyuan. You must remember that once you venture beyond the confines of our family into the wider world, regardless of whom you befriend, it is imperative to keep a hidden card close to your chest. Even with those dearest to you, including your own kin, I hope you can adhere to this wisdom. Li Qingyuan looked at him in astonishment and said, Grandfather, the clan leader, Li Guanao remarked, you must remember, as practitioners, if we aspire to ascend higher and venture further, we must remain vigilant against potential threats. Indeed, Li Qingyuan replied earnestly, I shall remember, Grandfather clan leader. He silently vowed. I am already doing so, Grandfather clan leader. In truth, my current proficiency with first-tier low-grade talismans boasts a success rate of 90%, with premium quality at 30%, while the remainder consists of authentic products. For first-tier mid-grade talismans, I achieve an 80% success rate, with premium quality at 20% and the highest proportion being authentic quality, leaving low-grade quality at a minimum. Here, as long as the materials for the talismans are not subpar, the notion of low-grade talismans is nearly non-existent. Li Guanao patted Li Qingyuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, all right, you may return to your cultivation. Strive to reach the fourth layer of qi refinement as soon as possible, advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Once you attain the mid-stage and develop your spiritual consciousness, it will greatly aid in enhancing your mastery of talismanic arts. Li Qingyuan nodded with a smile, saying, yes, Grandfather clan leader, Grandfather elder, I take my leave. He clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and turned to depart. The grand elder jested, this rascal possesses more cunning than his father. Li Guanao stroked his beard and said, having a discerning mind is indeed advantageous. The Li clan's celestial lineage requires not only talented cultivators, but also a leader with cunning and depth. Chapter 26. Upgrading the spirit vein, planning for foundation establishment. The mountains roll and undulate, their peaks resembling waves, hence they are called the Fubo mountain range. Deep within the Fubo mountain range lies a forbidden area, where dozens of qi refinement stage cultivators are cruelly pinned down by blood-red iron nails of varying sizes, their blood and spiritual energy being extracted. Once the blood and spirit energy are siphoned from the cultivators' bodies, they converge into a peculiar formation at the center, transforming through the array and infusing pure spiritual energy into the earth below. Scores of spiritual energy streams nourish the first-tier spirit vein deep underground, causing it to shimmer and gradually enhance its spiritual essence. This spirit vein appears to be evolving towards a specific direction. Within a radius of 100 zhang lies a forbidden zone. Surrounding this zone is a mesmerizing formation, designed to obstruct spiritual perception and prevent cultivators from intruding. Outside the illusionary array stands a robust old man dressed in a brocade robe, exuding a formidable spiritual pressure that commands respect. A young man in his 30s approached respectfully and reported, Father, among the dozens of teams dispatched last time, 3 have failed. One was a late qi refinement team that encountered the Black Mountain bandits and suffered total annihilation. The other 2 were mid-qi refinement teams. The young man continued. One of the teams was discovered by the patriarch of the Zhang family from Qifeng Mountain and had to retreat after failing their mission. The other team was annihilated by the Li family from Yunxia Mountain. The Zhou siblings, Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan, were killed on the spot. Boom. The old man's spiritual pressure surged, creating a powerful vortex of spiritual energy that swept the surroundings as he coldly exclaimed, a bunch of useless fools. It is one thing to fall to the Black Mountain bandits, a group of seasoned robbers whose leader is a master of the 10th layer of qi refinement. However, the Zhang family and the Li family from Qifeng Mountain and Yunxia Mountain, mere third-rate qi families with their strongest members barely at the 6th layer of qi refinement, Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan not only failed but were also killed. The young man, filled with trepidation, explained, Father, please calm your anger. The 2 survivors reported that Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan were slain by a cultivator at the 4th layer of qi refinement using a first-tier superior talisman. A first-tier superior talisman? The brocade-clad old man was momentarily taken aback, pondering, how could a mere third-rate qi family possess such a talisman? Did they perhaps expend a fortune to purchase it for self-defense? The young man replied softly, perhaps. Although a first-tier superior talisman is expensive, as long as they are willing to part with spiritual stones, third-rate qi families and some loose cultivators can still acquire a few. The old man fell into deep contemplation. The young man added, Father, our continuous actions over the past few months have instilled fear among the major qi families and independent cultivators. Moreover, this incident has already been reported to the foundation establishment lineage, the Lu family. The Lu family has dispatched teams to patrol over 3,000 miles around Lioa Island and are monitoring the surroundings. He lowered his voice, if this continues, we are likely to expose ourselves. The old man pondered for a moment before saying, Lear, you will personally lead a team, selecting half of the family's elite. Depart from Lioa Island and head to the other 4 islands to capture mid and late qi refinement cultivators. Your second uncle will assist you in secret. Upon hearing this, Jolie cupped his fists and replied, Yes, father. The old man turned, patting his son's shoulder, and solemnly remarked, At this point, our Shou clan has no way out. We must either replace the Lu family or witness rivers of blood. Li shuddered slightly, regaining his composure as he said, "But father, I believe these outsiders are not to be trusted. Collaborating with them is akin to seeking shelter from a tiger." The clan head sighed heavily. Does a father not know this? However, compared to the Liu family, at least they provide a glimmer of hope for our foundation establishment. Leos, do not forget how your grandfather met his demise. At these words, hatred flickered in Zhou Li's eyes. His grandfather, born with dual spiritual roots and the hope of the Zhou clan, had reached the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement by the age of 40. He had spent a decade planning for the foundation establishment pill, with the family painstakingly accumulating over 10,000 spiritual stones. When his grandfather was 50, he left Lioha Island with the amassed spiritual stones to purchase the foundation establishment pill from other islands occupied by foundation establishment lineages. However, for reasons unknown, he was targeted by bandits immediately after departing Lioha Island. 3 robbers, well prepared, ambushed him. His grandfather fought valiantly, slaying 1 and severely wounding 2, but ultimately returned home on the brink of death. He and his father could only watch helplessly as the most promising candidate for the Zhou clan's foundation establishment. Their beloved grandfather passed away before their eyes. At that time, he was only 7 years old, forever losing the grandfather who cherished him. The clan head's eyes filled with bitterness as he coldly stated, "It was not just your grandfather. 300 years ago, our Zhou clan also had a dual spiritual root prodigy. On his first outing, he was targeted by robbers and met a tragic end among the 3 major chief families. Aside from our Zhou clan, any potential foundation establishment candidates from the other 2 families have all perished under mysterious circumstances." Zhou Li coolly observed, looking across Lioha Island. The only ones capable and motivated to act in this manner are the Liu family, the sole foundation establishment lineage. The clan head affirmed, thus, "If we do not take the risk, our Zhou clan will forever remain the Liu family's subservient faction, never able to ascend to the status of a foundation establishment lineage." "I understand, father." Zhou Li nodded, respectfully stating, "I will select our family's elite and covertly head to the other 4 islands and overseas to capture cultivators." Zhou Li waved his hand and commanded, "Bring them forth." Soon, several late qi refinement cultivators clad in black brought dozens of severely injured cultivators to this place. The majority being mid-qi refinement, with 7 or 8 at the late stage. There was even one elder at the 9th layer of qi refinement. The elder at the 9th layer widened his eyes in shock, staring blankly at the clan head. "Zhou Kuei, is it you? What do you want from the Zhou family?" Zhou Kuei looked at the elder and chuckled. "Oh, Brother Wang, I didn't expect to see you here." Wang Laer, a somewhat renowned loose cultivator on Lioha Island due to his 9th layer qi refinement prowess, now found himself sealed of spiritual energy, battered and injured. Gazing in terror at Zhou Kuei and his son, Zhou Kuei smiled amiably. "Brother Wang, do not worry. I will remember your contributions to the Zhou clan." Swish, swish, swish. As Zhou Kuei's words fell, he waved his hands, sending forth blood-red iron nails that pierced the hearts and limbs of the dozens of captives, blood gushing forth. "Enter." Zhou Kuei unleashed his 10th layer qi refinement power, sweeping his long sleeves to create a gust of wind that carried dozens of individuals into the illusionary array. Inside the array, as Wang Laer and his companions descended, a mysterious figure in black robes suddenly emerged, swiftly taking hold of the captives and scattering them into different corners. The cries and wails of the captives filled the air. Wang Laer, in terror, exclaimed, "My blood, my spiritual energy is draining. Zhou Kuei, what are you doing to us?" Zhou Kuei waved his hand, and talismans flew out, sealing the mouths of Wang Laer and the others, plunging them into silence. Once this was done, Zhou Kuei turned to the black-robed man at the center of the formation and inquired, "Mr. Mo, how long until I can break through to foundation establishment?" Mr. Mo stated calmly, "The Zhou clan's spiritual vein has ascended to a high-grade first tier, soon to become a quasi-second tier spiritual vein. Within a decade, if you can amass over 10,000 spirit stones, along with 500 mid-stage qi refinement cultivators and 100 late-stage qi refinement cultivators, you will undoubtedly elevate it to a second-tier spiritual vein. At the moment of this ascension, combined with the foundation-building elixir bestowed upon you by the Qin family, your qualifications as the head of the Zhou family will yield a success rate nearing 50% for foundation establishment." Zhou Kuei's expression grew serious. The requirements of 10,000 spirit stones, 500 mid-stage qi refinement cultivators, and 100 late-stage qi refinement cultivators were formidable. Yet, he understood that he must achieve this and was determined to do so. Only by upgrading the family's spiritual vein to the second tier could he obtain the promised foundation-building elixir, enabling him to leverage the effects of both the second-tier spiritual vein and the elixir to break through to the stage of foundation establishment and become a foundational adept. With resolute conviction, Zhou Kuei declared, "Very well, grant me 10 years, and I shall undoubtedly succeed." Chapter 027, Authentic Flame Eyes Talismans, Perfecting the 3rd Layer of Qi Refinement. Half a month later, the area around Lioha Island, spanning 3,000 miles, returned to tranquility. Not only had the abduction of individuals by malevolent cultivators ceased, but even the rogue cultivators had adopted a more subdued demeanor. Consequently, Lioha Island regained its former order, and the various markets reopened once more. The Li clan of the immortal lineage must also engage in the trade of spiritual plants, talisman papers, spiritual beasts, and various resources such as primordial iron stones, converting them into spiritual stones, talisman materials, elixirs, and other cultivation resources. However, to ensure utmost prudence, this time the patriarch personally leads the expedition, accompanied by the second elder and heads of various family enterprises. The grand elder remains at the family estate, while 2 cultivators at the 4th layer of Qi refinement assist nearby, and approximately 10 practitioners at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement stay behind. Li Qingyuan continued his cultivation as usual. After more than 10 days, the clan leader and the elders returned home laden with spoils. In the evening, after the family had finished dinner, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan closed the door to have a private conversation. Li Dingzhou extracted several items from his storage pouch. His face contorted with pain as he lamented, "The first-tier premium talisman paper costs as much as 5 spirit stones per sheet, and this first-tier premium talisman ink, weighing merely 2 taels, has already cost me 10 spirit stones." Li Dingzhou felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and said, 8 sheets of first-tier superior talisman paper and 2 taels of first-tier superior talisman ink. In total, it cost 50 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan retrieved 50 spiritual stones and said, "Father, you too must cultivate. Allow me to contribute these 50 spiritual stones." Not long ago, the father and son had evenly divided their cultivation resources, each receiving 50 spiritual stones. After the resources of Li Qingyuan doubled, he possessed over 100 spiritual stones. Furthermore, upon crafting talismans, he earned 7 spiritual stones monthly, which, after the doubling, amounted to 14. Li Dingzhou waved his hand and said, "There is no need. In this lifetime, I shall only reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement. However, you are different. You possess the potential for foundation establishment and require spirit stones even more than I." Li Qingyuan interjected, saying, "How about this? Let us divide it equally, with each of us receiving 25 spirit stones." Li Dingzhou repeatedly declined but ultimately accepted the 20 spirit stones for his cultivation. Li Qingyuan, having acquired the materials for talismans and the ink, returned to his secluded chamber to commence his work. The first-grade superior talisman brush was rather expensive, so he decided to make do with this wind spirit wolf hairbrush. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 taels of talisman ink and 8 sheets of talisman paper. Taking a deep breath to expel the impurities, he focused his mind and calmed his spirit. After a brief moment, Li Qingyuan lifted his brush to draw the talisman, fully engrossed, not daring to let his thoughts wander. A quarter of an hour later, with a hum, the first talisman, the flame eye-severing talisman, was successfully completed. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, "The quality is genuine. The power of a single strike rivals that of a fully empowered practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement." Once more, with the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 4th charms drawn, all of which were of authentic quality, everything proceeded smoothly. After inscribing 3 consecutive charms, Li Qingyuan paused his brushwork, entering a meditative state to replenish his spiritual energy and restore his spirit, preparing himself for the 2nd round of charm creation in optimal condition. The materials were precious and could not be squandered, compelling Li Qingyuan to proceed with utmost caution. With guidance from the mysterious shimp in space, coupled with his innate talent and the diligent mindset he maintained during every charm inscription, he remained neither arrogant nor impatient. Remarkably, this time, all 8 charms succeeded, each of exquisite quality. Sighing with relief, Li Qingyuan lamented, "I never anticipated that the condition for inscribing charms would be so favorable this time. Alas, if only I possessed the cultivation of the mid-Qi refinement stage and had developed spiritual awareness, along with a top-tier first-grade charm brush, I might create a premium quality flame eye soul-severing charm. Such a premium charm would rival the full-force strike of a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, capable of suppressing or even injuring an 8th-level practitioner. Furthermore, if the quantity of charm paper were sufficiently abundant, under concentrated firepower, it could annihilate an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner." Li Qingyuan gazed at the 8 talismans, chuckling softly. 8 authentic Yambing Zhampa talismans, if utilized properly, should be sufficient to vanquish a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement. At last, I possess a modicum of self-defense. Suddenly, he noticed the foamling wolf hairbrush, which appeared to be showing signs of wear. Observing the brush, he discerned a slight crack along the shaft. Though minuscule, it was undeniably present. Li Qingyuan lamented, "Indeed. When using a low-grade talisman brush to forcibly inscribe a high-grade talisman paper, the brush sustains damage during the struggle between the infused spiritual energy and the runes. To create high-grade talisman paper, one must employ a high-grade talisman brush for enduring results. Alas, I shall first focus on enhancing my cultivation." Li Qingyuan pondered, "I must swiftly reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement and cultivate my spiritual consciousness. Once my spirit undergoes transformation into spiritual awareness, I will wield a sword to vanquish foes, effortlessly overpowering those at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Furthermore, with spiritual awareness guiding my talismans, I will strike with greater speed and precision. Coupled with the Yambing Zhampa talisman by my side, I should be able to contend with late-stage Qi refinement practitioners to some extent." Having said this, Li Qingyuan carefully stored away 8 talisman papers and commenced his cultivation. In the days that followed, he returned to his rigorous training regimen, devising a scientifically sound and reasonable plan based on the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life. He practiced seated chi refinement, cultivated first-tier spells, drew talismans, and honed his foundational swordsmanship and martial arts. He also engaged in simulated sparring with his father and sparred with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. His cultivation, spellcasting, swordsmanship, combat experience, and talisman crafting skills were all on the rise. Now, Li Qingyuan enjoyed more abundant cultivation resources than before. The income from talisman crafting yielded 7 spirit stones monthly, doubling to 14, and besides his seated chi refinement, he could refine 1 spirit stone each day. Additionally, he consumed spiritual rice daily. And his training took place in the core area of the family's first-tier fractured spiritual vein, a privilege reserved for the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder. As time flowed by, his cultivation steadily advanced. 1 month, 3 months, half a year passed. With the changing seasons, a year had swiftly elapsed. At 12 years of age, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged within his chamber. The young lad had reached a height of 1.60 meters, adorned in a blue robe. His handsome features bore a hint of youthfulness, yet his eyes sparkled with extraordinary vitality. Buzz. Li Qingyuan sat in meditation, gathering the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, transforming them for his own use. The spiritual pressure within him surged forth, signifying the perfection of his cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refining. With a deep breath, he channeled his energy, exhaling the impurities in a long, cleansing sigh. Li Qingyuan reigned in his spiritual power and smiled with satisfaction. At the age of 12, he had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refinement. In as little as 6 months, or at most a year, he would surely advance to the 4th level of chi refinement and cultivate his spiritual consciousness. His grandfather, the clan leader, had remarked on his innate, formidable soul, which made it far easier for him to develop spiritual awareness compared to others, coupled with his superior grade 3 spiritual roots. He faced virtually no obstacles during the chi refinement period. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Thus, I am unlike my father and others. I do not require the use of minor spirit elixirs to achieve breakthroughs. Such potions should only be consumed when absolutely necessary, or in the case of possessing exquisite elixirs. In a modest place like Liuha Island, the elixirs available for the chi refinement stage are often infused with a chaotic mixture of energies. Many individuals barely qualify as first-tier alchemists, and the elixirs they produce lack purity, which can adversely affect one's spiritual essence and foundation upon consumption. Of course, if one were to acquire the exquisite elixirs from sects specializing in the formation of pills or the nascent soul, crafted by high-tier alchemists, it would be permissible to partake in a small quantity to overcome cultivation bottlenecks. Li Qingyuan was acutely aware that, at his current stage of chi refinement, there was no immediate need to consider consuming elixirs. He aimed to meticulously refine each minor realm until it was perfected, allowing progress to unfold naturally. His next objective was to break through to the mid-chi refinement stage. Chapter 28, Chi Refinement Level 4, Spirit Sense Controlling the Sword. To his astonishment, the advancement to the mid-chi refinement stage proved to be even smoother than Li Qingyuan had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to his inherently strong soul, perhaps his solid foundation, or perhaps his exceptional aptitude. In any case, merely 6 months later, Li Qingyuan was poised for a breakthrough. On this day, sensing the opportune moment for advancement, Li Qingyuan promptly arranged 10 spirit stones around him, activating the Dachun technique to absorb the celestial spiritual energy and the essence of the stones, exerting all his efforts to shatter the bottleneck. Boom. After 2 full hours of intense effort against the barrier, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, his internal spiritual power roared, and he effortlessly broke through the perfect bottleneck of the 3rd level of chi refinement. Buzz. At the moment of his breakthrough, his mental prowess became extraordinarily vibrant, and the power of his soul underwent a transformation, evolving into an enigmatic and profound energy. A unique spiritual awareness was born, one that was wondrously distinct from the 5 senses and the 6 consciousnesses. It emanated from his soul, from his mental force, yet transcended both, standing above them in its essence. Li Qingyuan realized that this was spiritual awareness. He had reached the 4th level of chi refining, and his spiritual awareness had manifested. Li Qingyuan, filled with joy, promptly retrieved a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact, the green bamboo flying sword, channeling his spiritual consciousness into it. He also infused his own spiritual energy into the sword. Go. With his spiritual energy providing propulsion and his consciousness directing its path, the sword shot forth with a whoosh. The green bamboo flying sword shattered through the window, spanning 10 yards in an instant, transforming into a streak of lightning sharp beyond compare and swift as the wind, piercing directly through a massive tree. Bang! The tree, as thick as a water barrel, was punctured with a sword hole, its surroundings charred black. Return. Li Qingyuan arrived at the courtyard, and with a deft gesture, the flying sword from 10 zhang away returned to his hand. Indeed, reaching the 4th level of chi refinement is formidable. Not only has he cultivated spiritual awareness, but he can also wield a sword from afar to vanquish his foes. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, no wonder, in the eyes of mortals, those who have reached the 4th level of chi refinement and can soar through the skies on their swords or vanquish foes with their blades are regarded as true immortal masters. It is also no surprise that among mortal martial artists, those who have not attained the innate level of mastery and have not cultivated their innate true energy stand no chance against cultivators. In the realm of mortals, Only innate martial masters have been recorded to have slain practitioners at the initial stage of chi refinement. Li Qingyuan flicked his fingers, and the green bamboo sword hummed with a sharp resonance. Satisfied, he remarked, indeed, this is a finely crafted blade, truly a first-tier medium-grade magical weapon. In the realm of martial arts, it can be regarded as a rare divine weapon. With his cultivation now at the 4th level of chi refinement, coupled with 8 first-tier superior talismans, he finally possessed a modicum of self-defense capability. He contemplated seeking an opportunity to visit the marketplace and broaden his horizons. Adorning his person were hundreds of talismans, ranging from first-tier inferior to first-tier medium grade, a staggering quantity sufficient to exchange for over 1,000 spirit stones. Naturally, these replicated talismans, once sold, would likely not be capable of infinite duplication, and one could not expect to double their spirit stones without limit. Nevertheless, possessing over 1,000 spirit stones would be ample for his cultivation needs. With his breakthrough in cultivation, he decided to inform the Grand Elder and the others. Li Qingyuan leapt forth, employing the moon shadow technique, moving as lightly as a swallow and as swiftly as a flash of light, effortlessly darting above the treetops and swiftly catching up to the birds. After traversing more than 100 paces, Li Qingyuan came to a halt. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. The Grand Elder boomed with laughter, stepping through the door with a resounding cheer. I have achieved it. Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity, Grand Elder. Have you cultivated another first-tier superior spiritual plant? A first-tier superior spiritual plant can be utilized to concoct first-tier superior elixirs, the most ordinary of which is valued at several dozen spirit stones, while most approach 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan heard that in recent years, the Grand Elder had only succeeded in cultivating a single first-tier superior spirit plant, which was sold for 60 spirit stones. The worth of that spirit plant far surpassed that of the minor nourishing spirit elixir. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, releasing his spiritual pressure, and proclaimed, No, no, no. This brings me far greater joy than cultivating a first-tier superior spirit plant, for I have achieved a breakthrough. Li Qingyuan sensed the spiritual pressure emanating from the other party, and with delight exclaimed, Grand Elder, have you truly ascended to the 6th layer of chi refinement? You now share the same realm as the Patriarch. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his spirit buoyed by the joyful occasion. Despite his face breaking into a broad smile, he feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, not at all. I am no match for the Patriarch. I have merely stepped into the 6th layer, while the Patriarch has already perfected it. Though he spoke modestly, the grin on his face betrayed his true feelings. Ultimately, the distinction between the initial entry into the 6th layer of chi refinement and its perfected state was negligible, with only a slight disparity in spiritual power. Ah, by the way, young man, you rushed here in haste. Do you have urgent matters to discuss? Grand Elder Li Guangyao withdrew his flying sword, wielding it through the air, the magical artifact slicing through the purple bamboos with precision. With a flick of his fingers, he commanded the sword effortlessly, strolling with an air of a true master. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, Oh, how did you know that I have reached the 4th layer of chi refinement? The Grand Elder, taken aback by the sudden revelation, lost his composure as his spiritual consciousness wavered, causing his flying sword to clatter to the ground. He swiftly turned to Li Qingyuan and inquired, What did you just say? You have attained the 4th layer of chi refinement? Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, and the Dazhong technique began to circulate, revealing his cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement unmistakably. You rascal. The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming with a sigh. You truly are a prodigy. To reach the 4th level of chi refinement before the age of 13 is astonishing. The Grand Elder gasped in disbelief, pondering. Such a pace of cultivation is unparalleled on Luhai Island, rivaled only by the foundational seeds of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan. The resources of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan are, indeed, beyond the reach of the Li family. Those foundational seeds are nurtured from a young age with the finest resources. Abundant spirit stones, superior elixirs, and various magical artifacts and talismans at their disposal. It is precisely for this reason that the Grand Elder is repeatedly astonished by Li Qingyuan's extraordinary talent for cultivation. Li Qingyuan, in comparison to the true disciples of the foundational immortal clan, is by no means inferior and may indeed surpass them. Ha ha ha, come, let us seek out the clan leader. The Grand Elder soared through the skies on a sword, effortlessly lifting Li Qingyuan. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, Little Qingyuan, your cultivation must remain undisclosed. Allow this old man to carry you. Whoosh. The Grand Elder glided through the air, traversing 2 or 3 miles, heading straight for the small courtyard of the clan leader. A quarter of an hour later, in the clan leader's courtyard, the clan leader, the Grand Elder, the second elder, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan gathered together. Li Qingyuan revealed his cultivation, leaving the 4 present in astonishment. The clan leader pounded the table and exclaimed joyfully, Haha, splendid. The great elder has reached the 6th level of chi refinement, a cause for celebration indeed. Young Qingyuan, having ascended to the 4th level of chi refinement before the age of 13 and possessing spiritual awareness, surveys the expanse of Lioa Island and its surroundings of 3,000 miles, a prodigy seldom seen in a century. Today brings double blessings, truly. The heavens have favored the Li family. The second elder marveled. Qingyuan's talent for cultivation is now on par with the foundational seed of the Lu family, Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan, too, boasted dual spiritual roots and advanced to the fourth level of qi refinement before the age of 13. Li Dingzhou, filled with renewed vigor, remarked, "It is said that Li Qingyuan, now in his early 30s, has already reached the 10th level of qi refinement. The Lu family has begun preparations for his foundation establishment. Yuan's talent is by no means inferior to that of Li Qingyuan, and the probability of her achieving foundation establishment in the future is quite high." The clan leader nodded thoughtfully and added, "Li Qingyuan aims to break through to foundation establishment before the age of 40. With the Lu family possessing a second-tier spiritual vein and the assistance of foundation establishment spiritual treasures, his success rate is an impressive 60 to 70%. Should Li Qingyuan succeed in his foundation establishment, the Lu family will boast 2 foundation establishment cultivators, elevating their status on Luhua Island to unprecedented heights." The clan leader's expression grew grave as he stated, "Concerning Yuan's spiritual root and her cultivation talent, it must remain a closely guarded secret, otherwise our Li clan will inevitably face a calamity." Li Dingzhou, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "However, my Yuan cannot remain in seclusion within the family forever. Never engaging in combat with others, can he? He cannot spend his entire life without sparring and exchanging insights with the disciples of the clan, can he? Must he remain confined until he establishes his foundation?" The 3 elder gentlemen, upon hearing this, also appeared troubled. The second elder frowned and remarked, "A stallion cannot gallop 1,000 miles if it is confined to the courtyard, nor can a towering tree grow from a mere potted plant. As cultivators, we cannot solely rely on seclusion. We must engage in combat, hunt ferocious beasts, enhance our comprehension, and refine our mental fortitude. In the early stages of qi refinement, it may suffice, but as one progresses to the later stages, mere seclusion becomes a far more complex endeavor." The grand elder nodded and added, "Indeed. Young Qingyuan cannot spend decades in isolation without interacting with the clan's disciples. Otherwise, how will he earn their respect and lead the family in the future?" The clan leader pondered for a moment and then proposed, "In a few days, the annual auction of the Qi Refinement clan will take place. I shall attend to see if there is an opportunity to acquire a unique technique that can conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. A technique to conceal one's cultivation? The clan leader shook his head and cautioned, "Qingyuan, such techniques are exceedingly rare. So do not harbor excessive hopes." At that moment, Li Qingyuan interjected, "Grandfather clan leader, I too wish to attend the auction to broaden my horizons." Chapter 29, Disguised Departure to Chu Mountain Market. Upon hearing this, the clan leader, the grand elder, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou replied without hesitation, "No." Li Qingyuan, undeterred, expressed, "I can disguise myself or wear a mask, concealing my true age. Grandfather, the clan leader, I have dedicated 6 years to my cultivation. 6 long years without stepping foot beyond the confines of Yunxia Mountain, nor have I ever laid eyes upon the distant Liuha Island. This sensation of being trapped in a solitary corner has rendered my heart imprisoned, leaving me in discomfort. I genuinely yearn to explore the world beyond." Upon hearing these words, the clan leaders were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this child, Qingyuan, has devoted an entire 6 years to his cultivation, remaining secluded and never having ventured beyond Yunxia Mountain. Not even to the nearby Yunxia town. In the entire clan, who among the budding immortals could claim such steadfast dedication? Li Qingyuan seized the moment and declared, "I have now ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement and have cultivated my spiritual awareness. Moreover, I am equipped with the diamond talisman, the wind blade talisman, and the explosive fire talisman, alongside high-quality talisman paper capable of contending with those at the 6th layer of qi refinement. As long as I do not provoke experts in the later stages of qi refinement, our clan's descendants can remain safe." The grand elder and the second elder turned to the clan leader and inquired, "What are your thoughts, clan leader?" Li Guanao gazed at Li Dingzhou and inquired, "Dingzhou, as the father of Qingyuan, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Li Dingzhou remarked, "Patriarch, in my early years traversing the martial world, I chanced upon a human skin mask crafted by a master adept in the art of disguise. Once donned, this mask conceals one's true identity so effectively that only a foundational cultivator with spiritual awareness can discern the wearer's visage. Even a 10th layer qi refining expert would be unable to unveil the truth. However, this mask has a peculiar limitation. It can be used only once." At this moment, Patriarch Li Guangao, with a benevolent smile, replied, "Very well, it is a rare occasion that Xiao Qingyuan seeks our assistance. If I were to decline, it would certainly appear ungracious. Nevertheless, you have heard your father's words. This mask may be employed but a single time. Thus, this opportunity to descend the mountain is a solitary one." "Really? I can descend the mountain?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude as he said, "Thank you, esteemed Patriarch. And my sincere thanks to the 2 venerable elders as well." Li Qingyuan finally chuckled, "Thank you, dear father, hee. Li Guanao commanded for this auction. I shall personally lead the team. Second elder, Li Dingzhou, you 2 shall accompany me and ensure that Qingyuan is well looked after." The 2 nodded in agreement, stating, "As you wish." The clan leader concluded, Very well, there is still some time before the auction begins. You may each prepare in the meantime. The group clasped their fists in respect and replied, "We take our leave." Half a month later, the Li clan set forth to the marketplace to partake in the annual auction. Giddy up, giddy up. For magnificent steed-like magical beasts, the fire-maned unicorn zebras galloped forth. Their manes danced like flames in the wind, crowned with striking crimson horns, standing 8 feet tall and measuring over 10 feet in length. Their robust forms a testament to their vitality. Each of the 4 unicorn zebras was a first-tier magical beast, akin to human practitioners at the initial stage of qi refinement. Leading the way was clan leader Li Guanao, accompanied by second elder Li Guangzong, the 4th-tier qi refiner Li Dingzhou, and the transformed Li Qingyuan, forming a party of 4. Li Qingyuan rode on horseback, his gaze awkward as he grumbled along the way, "Father, why does this human skin mask resemble a woman? A woman in her 20s. No less." Indeed, Li Qingyuan was disguised in women's attire, adorned in a delicate green dress, with long hair elegantly styled and adorned with a pin, sporting willow-shaped eyebrows, a heart-shaped face, and almond-shaped eyes. He bore the countenance of a young woman in her 20s, standing at a height of 1.60 meters. He did not appear out of place, rather, he exuded an air of refined grace. Li Dingo suppressed his laughter and remarked, "You rascal. What sensible person would concoct a mask made of human skin?" Li Qingyuan, Li Dingzhou added, "It is said that the martial artist who crafted this human skin mask was a practitioner of innate martial arts, and moreover, a notorious seducer. He specialized in masquerading as a confidant, luring young maidens into his deceitful snare. If you truly find it unbearable, perhaps you should return home." Li Qingyuan declined, saying, "I shall not." Li Qingyuan ground his teeth and enunciated each word with deliberation. "Since we have come, we might as well proceed." "Ha." The clan leader, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou observed Li Qingyuan's comical expression and erupted in laughter. For days later, the 4 of them, weary yet determined, traversed over 1,000 miles and finally arrived at their destination, Yushanfangshi. Liuwa Island spans over 3,000 miles. What does it mean to encompass over 3,000 miles? The entire island is structured with its center as a focal point, drawing a circle with a radius of over 3,000 miles. Thus, the linear distance across Liuwa Island measures approximately 6,000 to 7,000 miles, indicating its vast expanse. Yushanfangshi is situated 1,200 miles from the Li clan and serves as the primary marketplace for the family's enterprises. This bustling hub is spearheaded by the esteemed Wang family, a first-rate qi refining clan, accompanied by 2 second-rate qi refining families, 3 third-rate qi refining families, and numerous independent cultivators and mercenary groups engaged in hunting mystical beasts. In the grand scheme of Liuwa Island, the scale of Yushanfangshi is considerable, establishing itself as a vital nexus for qi refining practitioners to liquidate their goods and trade spirit stones. Sigh. The quartet halted their steeds in front of an inn. Clan leader Li Guangao remarked, "Qingqing, this inn has been in close association with our Li family for many years. In the past, when entering Yushanfangshi, our family as cultivators often rested here." Li Qingqing is the current alias of Li Qingyuan. Li Guanao commanded, "Let us proceed. We shall find accommodation first. Before the auction commences, we must liquidate our family assets to procure spirit stones." The 4 entered the inn. As anticipated, the innkeeper and the waiter recognized the clan leader, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou, the father, and extended a warm welcome. The unicorn zebra was also accommodated, receiving its customary nourishment of premium feed. That evening, Li Qingyuan accompanied his 3 elders as they traversed various shops and districts within the market, selling the amassed materials from magical beasts, finished talismans, spirit rice, spirit plants, and the yuan ironstones stored within their spatial bags. With the exception of the finished talismans, the other assets had already established mature sales channels and networks, allowing for swift transactions. Spirit rice was sold to the spirit rice store, spirit plants to alchemists or alchemy guilds, and yuan ironstones to blacksmiths or smithing associations. Additionally, there were specialized shops that purchased the hunted beast materials. The clan leader remarked, "Starting tomorrow, Qingqing, you shall accompany me to sell talismans at our stall. The talisman specialty shop offers only 80% of the market price. Although setting up our own stall may require more time, the profits will be significantly greater." Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Li Qingyuan mused to himself. Little did he expect that upon entering the realm of cultivation, he would still be entangled in the art of street vending. In his previous life, Li Qingyuan was born in an orphanage, despite societal and governmental support. He remained financially constrained and often resorted to setting up stalls. The following morning, as the dawn market commenced, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan began their stall, displaying a variety of talisman papers. They possessed 6 types of first-grade inferior talismans and 3 types of first-grade medium talismans, totaling nearly 200 sheets. Yet the clan leader only displayed 50 to 60 sheets. He calmly remarked, "One must not reveal too much merchandise at once, lest it become difficult to negotiate prices." Li Qingyuan nodded gently. Soon, a regular customer arrived. "Hee, Taoist Li, you have talismans for sale again." The newcomer was an elderly man who chuckled. As per the usual arrangement, 2 pieces of low-grade first-tier talismans for each type, and 3 pieces of mid-grade first-tier talismans for each type. Li Guanao chuckled, "Friend's son. It has been a long time since we last met. As he spoke, he prepared the talisman paper and added, as per our usual practice, the same price as always. Old man's son retrieved 80 spirit stones and replied, Taoistly, I have always supported your endeavors and have been your loyal customer for many years. Would you be so kind as to exchange for me a premium quality Vidra talisman and a premium quality fire explosion talisman? Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment and responded, Very well, you have been a long-time patron, but this is the only exception. The two elderly gentlemen reached an agreement, both satisfied with the outcome. After Sun departed, it wasn't long before other wandering cultivators or members from various clans arrived. Some transactions faltered, while others flourished. There were those who reaped substantial profits and others who, after much effort, managed to earn only a few spirit stones. Overall, due to the esteemed reputation of Patriarch Li Qingyuan and the superior quality of his talismans, which are regarded as top tier within the region, business was relatively prosperous. By the end of the day, more than half of the talismans had been sold. And at this pace, they would likely be entirely sold out by the following day. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began its descent in the western sky. Ah, isn't that the patriarch of the Li clan? A voice tinged with sarcasm echoed, the Grand Master has returned to sell his talismans once more. Chapter 030, Steady Sales of Talismans, profiting 2,000 spirit stones. The Grand Master has returned to sell talismans? An elderly man, in his 70s with hair and beard as white as snow, gazed at Li Qingyuan, his tone dripping with irony. Li Qingyuan turned his gaze towards the newcomer. A look of confusion etched upon his face. He glanced at his grandfather, the clan leader Li Qingyuan, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Li Qingyuan gazed at the newcomer and coldly snorted, What, is this marketplace owned by your family? I come as I please and leave when I choose. What business is it of yours? Li Qingyuan, with a piercing gaze and a sardonic tone, inquired, Great alchemist, when will you concoct a genuine first-grade superior elixir? The old man snorted coldly in response, Rest assured, it shall be completed before you craft a first-grade superior talisman. The two exchanged glances, each dismissing the other with a disdainful huff, their mutual aversion palpable. Behind the old man stood a young man, approximately 20 years of age, who wore an expression of helplessness. He then stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, Esteemed uncle, it has been a long time since we last met. Li Qingyuan gazed at the young man with a gentle smile and said, Xiao Luo has also arrived. Come, let your uncle bestow upon you a few talisman papers. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan produced 6 sheets of talisman paper, which included mid-grade first-tier talismans such as the diamond talisman, the wind blade talisman, and the explosive fire talisman, with each category featuring a premium quality version. The young man, astonished, exclaimed, Uncle, are these truly premium quality mid-grade first-tier talismans? Li Qingyuan cast a glance at the old man, his expression brimming with pride as he stroked his beard and said, Indeed. It is a masterpiece crafted by none other than myself. The old man retorted with a dismissive scoff, Humph, merely a top-tier quality talisman of the first rank. Who hasn't seen one before? A flicker of surprise danced in the old man's eyes, yet he feigned mockery. Li Qingyuan retorted, What? Have you managed to refine a first-grade medium-quality elixir? The old man was momentarily taken aback, then waved his sleeve dismissively and said, Luor, let us depart. We must not hinder the business of the Grand Talisman Master. The young man offered an apologetic smile and remarked, Uncle, and this esteemed lady, I must take my leave. With that, he turned and followed the old man. Li Qingyuan remarked, the talisman paper, I have yet to retrieve it. However, the grandfather and grandson have already ventured far away. Li Qingyuan whispered, Grandfather clan leader, do you know them? Why does that young man refer to you as great uncle? Li Qingyuan sighed and said, Let us return to the inn. We shall come back tomorrow. Observing the elder's reluctance to speak, Li Qingyuan refrained from further inquiries. Upon their return to the inn, the 4 of them shared a dinner together. After the meal, Li Qingyuan addressed the clan leader and the elder, esteemed elders. I wish to accompany my father for a stroll through the marketplace. The annual auction of Tushan Market is approaching, and many shops have been operating around the clock in preparation. The clan leader, seemingly preoccupied, replied, Very well, just ensure you do not venture beyond the marketplace. In Tushan Market, a hub of chi refining families and skilled wanderers, even rogue cultivators must disguise themselves, refraining from revealing their true identities or resorting to violence for treasure. As long as they remain within the marketplace, they are generally safe. Li Dingzhou assured, Rest assured, clan leader, I will take good care of you, honor. Soon after, the father and son departed. Li Qingyuan said, Father, do you not enjoy the thrill of guessing and gambling on blind boxes? I too wish to take a look. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou, with eager anticipation, replied, Is that really a good idea? I fear I may lead you astray. Let us wager just once. And once we are done, we shall depart. Li Dingzhou nodded with delight. Very well, let us indulge in this game just once. Li Qingyuan, before even reaching the gambling den, the sounds of various commotions wafted through the grand entrance and along the lengthy street. Open, open, open. Thank you for your patronage. Alas, my spiritual coins. He chuckled. I shall open another box. Quickly, bring me another box. A pound of spiritual rice. What a loss. The father and son entered the hall, where Li Qingyuan began to explain, these are gambling blind boxes, each costing 10 spiritual coins. The blind boxes are crafted from a unique material that can isolate spiritual perception. Unless one possesses the foundation building stage, no one can pry into them. As for those at the foundation building realm, there is but one on Liuha Island. Once one reaches such a level, they find little amusement in such games. Li Qingyuan produced 20 spirit coins and said, I would like 2, please. A single spirit stone is worth 100 spirit coins. The spirit stone is approximately the size of a mahjong tile, while the spirit coin is the size of a coin, thin as a cicada's wing, translucent and luminous. Li Qingyuan possesses a profound understanding of his father. As a man, who does not harbor certain passions? Some are enamored with beauty, others with wine, chess, painting, art, gambling, jade, or fishing. Li Qingyuan has a penchant for wagering on blind boxes, however, due to his financial constraints and commendable self-discipline. He limits himself to betting only 4 or 5 times, at most spending half a spiritual stone. With wins and losses, he finds amusement in small gambles. He hands a blind box to Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan took a glance and found that the spiritual rice weighed 1 pound, and to his dismay, he had lost 5 spiritual coins. In the marketplace, 1 pound of spiritual rice cost 5 spiritual coins. Li Qingyuan approached the blind box with a sense of ceremony, rubbing his hands together as he gradually peeled back the layers, revealing a sliver of the contents before hastily covering it up again. He slowly released his grip. His eyes fixated on the box. What should have taken but a second to open turned into a prolonged affair of half a minute. Ah, thank you for your patronage. Li Qingyuan produced 10 spiritual coins and remarked, 1 more, please. Li Qingyuan murmured, Father, I shall wander about on my own. You may enjoy yourself first. Li Qingyuan was preoccupied with unboxing a mystery box and waved his hand, saying, all right, I understand. Just don't wander too far. Li Qingyuan turned and departed from the gambling den. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a shop specializing in talisman paper. Standing outside the shop, a sense of vigilance arose within him. Although the talismans he possessed were of modest quality, their sheer quantity was considerable, certainly not less than 2,000 spirit stones. He resolved to sell them in batches and to frequent several shops. With a plan in mind, Li Qingyuan stepped into the talisman shop. In this first establishment, he sold them the most ordinary and commonly used talismans, illumination talismans, cleansing talismans, and hemostatic talismans. The materials required to craft these 3 types of talismans did not even necessitate low-grade, first-tier materials. Their cost was merely 10 spirit coins, equivalent to a mere tenth of a spirit stone. The market price stood at 1 spirit stone per talisman. Moreover, illumination, cleansing, and hemostatic talismans constituted the bulk of Li Qingyuan's inventory, totaling 500 pieces valued at 500 spirit stones in the market. The shop offered 80% of the market price, yielding him 400 spirit stones. Half an hour later, Li Qingyuan exited the shop, meandering casually as if browsing, before arriving at the second talisman store. This time, he presented low-grade, first-tier talismans, lightness talismans, iron armor talismans, and ice spike talismans. In total, he had 340 pieces, with a market price of 2 spirit stones each, summing to 680 spirit stones at the 8% discount. He received 544 spirit stones. At the third shop, Li Qingyuan donned black attire and a hood to conceal his features. Specializing in low-quality, first-tier mid-grade talismans, gold armor talismans, wind blade talismans, and explosive fire talismans. The market price for each was 4 spirit stones, totaling 72 pieces. Amounting to 288 spirit stones, after the discount, he acquired 231 spirit stones. This was his final stop. Li Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of a spirit talisman building. The shop spanned 2 spacious floors. A young maiden approached with a smile, inquiring, esteemed friend, are you here to purchase talisman paper? Li Qingyuan produced a finely crafted Vajra talisman and inquired, do you accept talisman paper, esteemed shopkeeper? The young maiden's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this a first-tier, top-quality Vajra talisman? May I ask, how many do you possess, dear friend? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, may I have the pleasure of meeting your esteemed manager? The young girl pondered for a moment and replied, please wait a moment, I shall report this. A quarter of an hour later, the girl descended from the second floor and courteously stated, esteemed friend, please follow me. Li Qingyuan ascended to the second floor in her wake. As soon as they arrived, a young woman approached them. Clad in a flowing purple dress, she stood elegantly. Her graceful figure veiled in sheer fabric, her eyes sparkling like stars, with delicate willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes, reminiscent of a fairy stepping out from a painting. How astonishing! Li Qingyuan mused. Could it be that Liuha Island harbors such an exquisite beauty, one of unparalleled grace and charm? The woman in the purple dress looked at Li Qingyuan, offering a gentle smile as she inquired, esteemed friend, are you here to sell talisman papers to my Lingfu pavilion? May I inquire how many talisman papers you possess? And what exquisite pieces you have? With a graceful wave, Li Qingyuan released the last of his storage pouch. A collection of talismans consisting of 3 types, the first-tier middle-grade Vajra talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman. Though the quantity was limited, It was still commendable, 288 pieces of first-tier middle-grade talismans, all of premium and exquisite quality, sufficient to challenge the status of a first-tier upper-grade talisman master. The girl in the purple dress was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Among the 288 talismans, 216 were of premium quality, while 72 were of exquisite quality. Your skills are impressive, she remarked, her gaze on Li Qingyuan shimmering with intrigue. Li Qingyuan spoke. Could you please provide an estimate? Esteemed shopkeeper? The maiden in the purple dress pondered for a moment before replying, your talismans are of commendable quality. However, according to our customary practices, my spirit talisman pavilion can only offer 80% of the market price. Li Qingyuan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. This price aligned with his psychological expectations and the market norms. The young woman in the purple skirt began to tally the talisman papers, calculating the cost. The market price for a first-tier mid-grade talisman paper of standard quality was 5 spirit stones per sheet, while the premium quality was priced at 6 spirit stones each. For the 216 sheets of standard quality, the total came to 1,080 spirit stones, and for the 72 sheets of premium quality, it amounted to 432 spirit stones. Adding 1,080 and 432 together, then applying a discount of 20%, resulted in a total of 1,209. 6 spirit stones. The prospect of earning over 1,000 spirit stones caused Li Qingyuan's eyes to brighten slightly as he remarked, I am prepared to proceed with the transaction. The young woman in the purple skirt smiled gently, and with a graceful motion, her first-tier superior storage pouch flew forth, delivering 1,210 spirit stones to Li Qingyuan. As she said, allow me to present you with a complete sum. Li Qingyuan accepted the spirit stone and placed it into his waist pouch. May your business flourish, he said with a cheerful demeanor. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in farewell. I take my leave, being still young and intentionally altering his voice. His tone bore an androgynous quality, concealing the disguise of his feminine attire. The woman in the purple dress smiled and inquired, how should I address you, my friend? Li Qingyuan paused briefly before replying, my surname is Li. Among the cultivators of the archipelago, those with the surname Li number no fewer than 70 or 80,000. And the population of mortals surpasses several million, indeed making it the most prevalent surname in these waters. Ah, so you are a fellow Taoist Li. The woman in the purple skirt remarked with a smile. Might I inquire if Taoist Li possesses the ability to craft a first-tier high-quality talisman paper? Li Qingyuan hesitated for a moment and then responded, I am but a humble cultivator of lowly strength, merely a first-tier loose practitioner, lacking the necessary legacy to produce high-quality first-tier talisman paper. Upon hearing this, the woman in the purple skirt expressed her regret, saying, what a pity. Taoist Li exhibits exceptional talent in talisman crafting. If you were to acquire a complete lineage in first-tier talisman techniques, you would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a top-tier first-tier talisman master in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan expressed his regret, stating, indeed, it is quite challenging for our kind to wander alone. Qin, my friend, if there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Li Qingyuan performed a respectful bow. The lady in the purple dress smiled charmingly and said, Xiaolon, please escort Li Taoist. The maid nodded and respectfully accompanied Li Qingyuan down the stairs. Once outside the spirit rune tower, Li Qingyuan felt elated. After years of accumulation, he had finally sold all his rune paper, converting it entirely into spirit stones. The total amounted to 2,385 spirit stones. After meandering through the bustling market, he arrived at a secluded alley. Upon testing, he discovered that nearly 2,400 spirit stones could not be stored within the Xianpin space, as replication was impossible. Indeed, spirit stones obtained from selling a replicated product were non-replicable, and the Xianpin space forbade infinite nesting. With close to 2,400 spirit stones, he realized he would not lack for resources to cultivate for quite some time. Since he had ample spirit stones, he could afford to purchase additional materials for crafting the flame eye severing rune. Alas, his fear of inadequate firepower had resurfaced. Chapter 031. Observations from the auction. After departing from the spirit rune tower, Li Qingyuan feigned casualness while wandering the streets, ultimately finding a shop specializing in rune crafting materials. Due to his fear of insufficient firepower, he decided to purchase 120 units of high-grade first-tier rune materials and 30 pounds of high-grade first-tier ink. Each high-grade first-tier rune material cost 5 spirit stones, totaling 600. The 30 pounds of ink comprised low, medium, and high-grade first-tier varieties, amounting to precisely 100 spirit stones. Having recently acquired his spirit stones, Li Qingyuan spent 700 of them, leaving him with over 1,600. As for the high-grade first-tier rune brush, after inquiring about prices at several shops, he opted to forego that purchase for now. High-grade first-tier brushes were valued at several hundred spirit stones, which he found difficult to part with. At this stage, a medium-grade wind spirit wolf hair brush would suffice. His proficiency in rune crafting allowed him to easily create high-quality flame eye severing runes, which posed a threat even to those at the 8th level of chi refinement, provided he had enough rune paper to ensure his safety. At present, his most pressing need was spirit stones to enhance his cultivation, as the pursuit of spiritual energy remained his foremost aspiration. In Li Qingyuan's heart, The first principle of cultivating immortality was always to prioritize the elevation of one's spiritual energy realm. With the remaining thousands of spirit stones, he planned to invest them all in advancing his cultivation. Yuan Qingqing, where have you been just now? Li Qingyuan approached, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, I was frantic with worry. If I had lost you, your grandfather would surely have skinned me alive. Naturally, Li Qingyuan was deeply concerned for his son. As this was the boy's first visit to the bustling market of Tushan, Li Qingyuan remarked, It is of no concern. I merely wandered about while observing your enjoyment, father. Let us return to the inn. The father and son made their way back to the inn. The following morning, the auction commenced in earnest. This time, the 4 members of the Li family ventured forth together, the clan leader, Li Guan'ao, the second elder, Li Guangzong, the designated heir, Li Dingzhou, and the younger generation representative, Li Qingyuan, all proceeded to the annual Chu Mountain auction. On this day, the Chu Mountain marketplace was particularly bustling, with countless cultivators traversing the area, numbering in the thousands. Li Qingyuan inquired curiously, Do thousands of cultivators truly intend to attend the auction? Will there be sufficient seating at the venue? The clan leader, Li Guan'ao, elucidated. The auction stipulates that participants must possess a cultivation level of at least the 4th layer of qi refinement. Not everyone is permitted to take part. Ah, I see. Li Qingyuan responded, enlightened. Li Guan'ao continued, Moreover, this auction has always been hosted by the esteemed Wang clan, a distinguished family of alchemists, and its standards are undeniably high. Li Qingyuan inquired, Grandfather, I have heard that the Wang clan boasts a first-tier high-grade alchemist capable of refining high-grade elixirs. Li Guan'ao nodded, stroking his beard as he remarked. Indeed, the annual auction is a grand affair, where the Wang clan's elixirs serve as the piece de resistance, captivating numerous independent cultivators and families of qi refinement in a fervent bidding frenzy. Here we are. As the 4 approached the entrance, Li Guan'ao produced a token. The guard respectfully announced, it is the esteemed Li clan. Please, esteemed guests, enter. Thus, Li Qingyuan and his companions were granted smooth passage within. Li Qingyuan turned around and noticed that when the other loose cultivators entered, each was required to pay a spirit stone. Li Guan'ao elucidated that Quanshan Fengshi was initiated by the Wang clan of the celestial lineage, with the collaboration of second-rate and third-rate alchemical families. This marketplace has flourished for several centuries. The establishment of the marketplace and the existence of the auction house owe some credit to my Li clan of the celestial lineage. Therefore, participation in the auction does not require the payment of spirit stones. Li Qingyuan realized the truth. Soon, the attendees gradually took their seats. The auction venue accommodated 300 to 400 people, all of whom were cultivators of at least the 4th layer of qi refinement. The auction stage stood at the center, surrounded by a circular seating arrangement, with hundreds seated around it. There were entrances on either side of the stage, along with a door leading to the backstage. After an hour, the auction hall was nearly filled to capacity. Ding! The copper bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the auction. The backstage door opened, revealing a graceful woman in her 30s. She possessed a fair and voluptuous figure, adorned in a strapless gown, and bore a visage that radiated tranquility and prosperity. The woman approached slowly, followed by a young girl. I am Wang Lingyu, and it is a pleasure to meet all esteemed friends, the middle-aged beauty spoke with poise, her sultry voice echoing, Welcome to the annual auction of Kshan Market. I will once again preside over this year's event. A male cultivator called out, Sister Lingyu. You have become even more enchanting in the past year. He laughed heartily, adding, I attend the auction not for the items, but to catch a glimpse of Sister Lingyu. Wang, dear friend, it has been several years since you lost your husband. Have you considered the matter of a companion? Many men found Wang Lingyu's charm irresistible. Li Guan'ao murmured. Wang Lingyu is the legitimate daughter of the Wang family patriarch. Several years ago, she possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of qi refinement, far surpassing my own. The second elder, Li Guangzong, sighed. The foundation of a first-rate qi refinement family is unparalleled by our Li clan. A first-rate qi refinement family boasts hundreds of cultivators, whereas our clan barely numbers 60. At the auction stage, Wang Lingyu, with her voluptuous figure, bowed gracefully and smiled charmingly. Thank you, esteemed friends, for your support. Now, let us commence the auction. I invite the first item to be presented. As her voice faded, a young girl beside her opened a jade box, revealing 3 elixirs. Upon witnessing this, Li Dingzhou immediately recognized it and remarked, I never expected the first auction item to be the rather rare Shaoan spirit pill found in the market. It appears to be a complete furnace. Li Guan'ao added. Li Qingyuan was no novice. He was well aware of the efficacy and value of the minor spirit elixir. Among the hundreds of attendees, many were intrigued and eager to partake. Numerous individuals were at the mid-stage of qi refinement, and some of their descendants and acquaintances had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. This minor spirit elixir could assist those at the 3rd layer in breaking through their constraints and advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement. At this stage, the minor spirit elixir had always been a coveted item. Wang Lingyu, with brows like autumn waves and a voice both enchanting and captivating, smiled as she announced, Here we have a batch of minor spirit elixirs, totaling 3, 2 of superior quality and 1 of inferior quality. According to market prices, A single elixir of superior quality is priced at 30 spirit stones. Today, this batch begins at a starting bid of 70 spirit stones. With a charming smile, Wang Lingyu declared, "Bidding is now open. I bid 75 spirit stones," she stated. Immediately, others chimed in, 80 spirit stones. I bid 81. 82 spirit stones. I bid 85 spirit stones. After someone called out 85 spirit stones, the others hesitated momentarily before retreating. At this point, the price had already reached a high level, and continuing to bid further was not deemed worthwhile, especially considering that one of the elixirs was of inferior quality rather than superior. Wang Lingyu smiled and said, 85 spirit stones once, 85 spirit stones twice, 85 spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. This batch of minor spirit elixirs is yours. The next item for auction was a first-tier medium-grade magical artifact of superior quality, starting at a bid of 150 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan watched with rapt attention as item after item was presented, with bidders continuously raising their voices in spirited competition, creating an atmosphere of lively excitement. Soon, when the 9th item was unveiled, the breath of many in attendance, particularly those at the 5th and 6th levels of qi refinement, momentarily caught in their throats. Li Qingyuan, perplexed, inquired, "Grandfather, what is the meaning of this?" Li Guanao paused momentarily, then declared, "This is a first-tier high-grade elixir, the spirit-infusing pill. It possesses the ability to assist a perfected 6th-layer qi refinement practitioner in breaking through their bottleneck and ascending to the 7th layer." In the next instant, the surrounding cultivators erupted in fervor. Could it truly be the spirit-infusing pill? Splendid, absolutely splendid. This treasure shall be mine. Wang Lingyu observed the frenzied crowd of fellow cultivators and recognized that the atmosphere she desired had indeed arrived. She proclaimed with clarity, "Esteemed friends, this is a genuine spirit-infusing pill of exceptional quality, which can enhance the chances of a 6th-layer qi refinement practitioner ascending to the 7th layer by 30 to 50%. With such odds, coupled with one's own refined spiritual energy and a few spirit stones prepared in advance, the likelihood of success could reach 70 to 80%, nearly assured." Wang Lingyu clapped her delicate hands and continued, "Friends, the starting bid is 300 spirit stones. Please place your bids. 310 spirit stones. I bid 320. 330. Li Guanao gazed at the Yuling Dan with eyes brimming with longing, yet he felt utterly helpless. Li Qingyuan whispered, "Grandfather, why don't you participate in the bidding as well? Our Li family is in dire need of a skilled practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement to safeguard us." The second elder nodded in agreement, "Indeed. My dear clan brother, I shall lend you all the spirit stones I possess." Li Dingzhou remarked, "Clan leader, although I possess but a scant amount of spiritual stones, I'm still able to contribute my humble efforts." Li Guanao opened his mouth, letting out a sigh, and said, "In these past few years, it has been challenging to gather even 300 spirit stones for the cultivation of Qingyuan and the family's immortal seedlings. After all, the offerings of spirit stones to the Liu family cannot be diminished." Li Guanao remarked, "Very well. The bidding price has now exceeded 350 spirit stones, which is beyond our means. I shall wait a while longer. Perhaps, after some time, inferior quality spirit-nourishing pills will circulate in the market." Li Qingyuan hesitated to speak. The origins of the spirit stones must remain undisclosed, and the secrets of the Xianin space must be kept confidential. Soon, the results of the auction were announced. Wang Lingyu, a charming middle-aged woman of ample beauty and fair complexion, smiled radiantly. 380 spirit stones, sold. Congratulations, Master Zhang. Upon hearing the name, Li Guanao looked up and, upon seeing the other party, remarked, "It seems that his participation in this auction is solely for the purpose of acquiring the spirit-nourishing pill. He has wagered all of Zhang's family's savings, taking a gamble to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining." The second elder commented, "So it is this old fellow who has secured the spirit-nourishing pill." In the auction hall, apart from the 8 exclusive VIP rooms where faces were obscured, the other areas were open, revealing the clear expressions of hundreds of attendees. Wang Lingyu spoke up, "Esteemed friends, the next item for auction is the Pai Si de assistance of this year's event. Please take a look." With a graceful flourish, Wang Lingyu unveiled the satin covering, revealing the true form of the item for auction. Within a transparent spherical artifact, roughly the size of a basketball, a dark red, elongated creature writhed and spun, emanating waves of spiritual pressure. "What is this?" Li Guanao gasped in astonishment. "Is this the larva of the blood-devouring centipede?" In the next moment, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the auction hall. It was indeed the larva of the second-tier demon, the blood-devouring centipede. Once matured, this creature would voraciously consume other spirit beasts, surely ascending to the rank of a second-tier demon, with combat prowess rivaling that of a foundation establishment cultivator. How could the Wang clan possess such capability to procure the larva of a blood-devouring centipede? In one of the VIP rooms, a girl in a purple dress lifted her teacup, took a breath, and calmly sipped her tea, stating, "This larva is inherently deficient. It is weaker than a typical larva of the blood-devouring centipede. Its growth to the second tier appears highly unlikely." Indeed, as her words fell, Wang Lingyu added, "Esteemed friends, this larva is inherently weak. When discovered by my Wang clan's hunting team, it was on the brink of being devoured by beasts. The likelihood of it maturing into a second-tier demon is virtually non-existent. However, with proper nurturing, it may eventually ascend to the 9th or even 10th layer of chi refining. Having an advanced chi refining beast as a guardian is still quite beneficial. At that moment, the larva within the spherical artifact emitted a piercing shriek, causing the container to develop fine cracks, sending a jolt of pain through the eardrums of those present. Li Qingyuan covered his ears and remarked, "Truly, it is no wonder that this spirit beast can ascend to a second-tier great demon. Despite its diminutive size, its voice is remarkably piercing." In the VIP room, the young lady in the purple dress paused, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment beneath her veil. Did I mishear that? After a moment of contemplation, the young lady instructed, "Xiaolan, capture an image of this demon beast larva." Although the maid Xiaolan was perplexed, she nodded in acquiescence. "Yes, Mississippi." Soon, the bidding commenced. Although the bloodthirsty centipede was inherently lacking and could not advance to a second-tier great demon, Wang Lingyu was correct. With proper nurturing, it could very well evolve into a late-stage first-tier beast in the future. A guardian spirit beast at the 9th or even 10th level of chi refinement is undoubtedly enticing. However, only late-stage loose cultivators, practitioners from second-rate chi families, and the proprietors of various shops in Chu Mountains Market were qualified to bid for such a coveted item as the bloodthirsty centipede larva. The Li family, a trifling and insignificant clan of chi refining practitioners, lacked the qualifications to participate in the auction. Ultimately, the maiden in the violet dress secured the bloodthirsty centipede larva for 500 spirit stones. Upon obtaining the larva, she examined it closely for a moment before her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "It cannot be mistaken. It cannot be." A delicate tricolor pattern appeared on her brow. "Come, Xiaolan, let us return to the spirit talisman pavilion and swiftly inform my second uncle." The two women, mistress and servant, hurriedly departed. Wang Lingyu then proclaimed, "Once again, I express my gratitude to all fellow cultivators for attending the Chu Mountain auction. I hereby announce the successful conclusion of this auction. Please, fellow cultivators, proceed with care." Hundreds of cultivators then dispersed in various directions. Li Dingzhou expressed his regret, stating that the cultivation technique required by Yuaner was not available for auction. The second elder remarked that the technique was unique, making it difficult to find. The clan leader reassured them, saying, "Do not worry, we still have another trading event." A trading event? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. The clan leader smiled and said, "Follow me." Shortly thereafter, in a secluded courtyard, 2 to 3 dozen cultivators gathered. Li Qingyuan soon encountered the successful patriarch of the Zhang family, who had secured the coveted Yunling Dan. It quickly became apparent to Li Qingyuan that this was an exclusive trading event reserved for a select few chi refining families. Conducted in secrecy, 2 second-rate chi refining families and 3 third-rate chi refining families, totaling 5 families, engaged in clandestine transactions. The trading commenced promptly, adhering to the customary protocol that mandated the third-rate chi refining families to initiate the proceedings. Li Guanao remarked, "I possess a collection of exquisite quality talisman papers. 6 varieties of first-tier inferior talisman papers and 3 varieties of first-tier medium talisman papers, all of exceptional quality." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. All of exceptional quality? Li Guanao extracted the items, and upon inspection, it was evident that they were of exquisite quality. He inquired, "Esteemed lords, does anyone possess the techniques for concealing one's aura and presence?" Li Guanao continued, "I am willing to trade this set of exquisite talismans along with 100 spirit stones." One of the lords responded, "What a coincidence, my dear brother Li. For I happen to possess a manual on the art of aura concealment." Li Guanao's expression brightened with delight. "Really?" he inquired. The head of the family replied, "Unfortunately, it is merely a partial version. This incomplete breath concealment technique can only conceal the cultivation of those below the 6th level of chi refinement. Moreover, its stealth capabilities are rather feeble, incapable of obstructing the spiritual awareness of practitioners at the 7th level of chi refinement. Alas, if only it were the complete edition." The head continued, "The full version of the breath concealment technique allows even the spiritual awareness of formidable experts at the 10th level of chi refinement, beneath the foundation establishment stage, to remain undetected." The elder head then asked, "Li, do you still wish to exchange?" Li Guanao hesitated. Li Qingyuan stood behind Li Guanao and murmured, "Grandfather, it's time for a change." Li Guanao pondered for a moment before speaking, "Brother Zhao, this incomplete martial art of yours is tasteless to consume yet too precious to discard. How about I exchange it for a set of exquisite talisman paper?" The head of the Zhao family replied, "Not acceptable. You must add 50 spirit stones." "At most 10, countered Li Guanao. 30. "No, the maximum is 20. "Let it be 20. No further calculations." Li Guanao displayed an indifferent demeanor. After some contemplation, the head of the Zhao family conceded, "Very well. Let us proceed with the exchange." The 2 elderly gentlemen finalized their transaction. Subsequently, the trading continued, with each party presenting spirit plants, spirit ores, materials from spirit beasts, or martial arts and elixirs, bartering for their desired items. Naturally, there were instances of unsuccessful exchanges, as there were items in his possession that no one required. An hour later, several families concluded their private dealings and departed. Li Guanao stepped forward. The proud old man snorted disdainfully. It has been years since I last saw Luor. I wish to converse with her along the way and accompany you for a stretch. Zhang Xiantong retorted coldly. There is no need for you to escort us. We can manage on our own. The young man, Zhang Yuanluo, sighed helplessly and advised, Grandfather, uncle is only acting out of goodwill. Why must you decline so firmly? Li Guanao coldly remarked, Zhang Xiantong, I shall go wherever I please, and what business is it of yours? Come, Luor, let your granduncle escort you home. Zhang Xiantong and Li Guanao, the two elderly gentlemen, exchanged a glance and each let out a disdainful snort. Li Qingyuan pondered, indeed. The spirit-nourishing pill is worth 300 to 400 spirit stones and can assist a 6th-layer qi refinement practitioner in breaking through to the later stages of qi refinement. The allure of wealth stirs the heart, and stepping out of Chu Mountain's market inevitably carries the risk of being targeted by robbers. It seems that the relationship between the Zhang family's grandfather and the clan leader is not as simple as it appears. The clan leader is genuinely concerned for their safety. Chapter 033, The First Encounter with a Robber. Thus, the 4 members of the Li family decided to accompany the grandfather and grandson of the Zhang family for a while. Li Qingyuan, riding atop a unicorn-striped zebra, inquired of his father, Father, why did grandfather Zhang not make his breakthrough in the bustling market of Quanshan? After all, returning home with the spirit-nourishing elixir poses the inherent risk of attracting the attention of opportunistic cultivators. Li Dingzhou spoke softly, do you think everyone is like you? For those of us with 5 elemental roots or 4, many cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to advance to the later stages of qi refinement throughout their entire lives. This represents a significant bottleneck. Your grandfather from the Zhang family, given his advanced age, faces considerable difficulties in achieving the 7th layer of qi refinement. Not only does he require spirit-nourishing pills, but he also needs the support of the family's spiritual veins. Furthermore, prior to attempting a breakthrough, it is essential to consume various elixirs that nourish the meridians and accumulate spiritual energy, culminating in the final intake of the spirit-nourishing pills to successfully transcend. Li Qingyuan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The heads of third-rate qi refining families typically reach the age of 50 or 60. With some not qualifying to attempt the later stages of qi refining until 67, their potential largely depleted. Their attempts to break through to the later stages of qi refining are akin to a fully realized 10th-layer qi refiner in their 60s or 70s striving to establish their foundation. This endeavor necessitates not only medicinal elixirs but also the assistance of spiritual veins. Moreover, prior to breaking through the bottleneck, one must invest time in refining their spiritual power and cultivating a robust mental fortitude, among other preparations. Li Qingyuan contemplated. Fortunately, I possess a superior quality among the 3 spiritual roots. As long as I have ample resources of spiritual stones, I shall encounter no obstacles during the qi refinement stage. And the foundation establishment will be within reach. How should I address the elder sister of the Li family? Zhang Yuanlu rode forth on a steed, which was also a low-grade beast of the horse category. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age, clad in white attire. His features were well-defined. While not conventionally handsome, he exuded a sunny and cheerful demeanor that many young ladies found appealing. Li Qingyuan, now donned in feminine attire, had no choice but to maintain her guise and introduced herself as Li Qingqing. Zhang Yuanlu cast a discerning glance at Li Qingqing and mused to himself, this sister from the Li family is a delicate beauty, possessing striking features, a gentle demeanor, and graceful comportment. Seeking to engage in conversation, Zhang Yuanlu remarked, esteemed uncle, it is evident that you keep sister Qingqing close because of her remarkable intellect and exceptional aptitude for cultivation, thus nurturing high hopes for her future. Li Qingyuan's expression was one of embarrassment as he thought to himself, this man is not quite right. Ahem. Li Qingyuan cleared his throat and said, the Zhang brothers are jesting. My talents are mediocre and far inferior to yours. Beside him, Li Dingzhou stifled a laugh, his face contorted with the effort. The group rode swiftly, covering 300 miles each day. Along the way, when they encountered small towns and villages inhabited by mortals, they would spend a bit of money to rest for a night or 2. Thus, they journeyed peacefully for 2 consecutive days. On the morning of the 3rd day, the 6 of them set off once more. Zhang Yuanluo pointed ahead and explained, Sister Qingqing, after traversing the stone forest before us and traveling another 100 miles, we shall arrive at my Zhang family in Qifeng Mountain. Li Qingyuan spoke softly. Oh. Suddenly, 3 beams of light surged forth from the stone forest. Li Guanao and Zhang Xiantong, both at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, exclaimed in alarm, an enemy attack, quickly take cover. As their words resonated, Li Guanao, Zhang Xiantong, and the second elder Li Guangzong swiftly formed hand seals, channeling their spiritual energy. With no time to activate their magical artifacts, they instinctively conjured a first-tier spell for defense. 3 magical weapons surged towards them, targeting the 3 individuals with the highest cultivation. Earth and Armor Technique. Li Guangao and Li Guangzong swiftly unleashed the Earth Armor Technique for defense. The Earth attribute's spiritual energy shield barely withstanding the onslaught of their opponent's magical weapon, granting them a fleeting moment. A mere heartbeat was sufficient. The Vajra Talisman. The two drew forth the Vidra talisman, instantly activating the protective aura, successfully thwarting the adversary's surprise attack. However, Zhang Xiantong, the head of the Zhang clan, was not so fortunate. The assailant confronting him had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, already stepping into the latter stages of this realm. The opponent's full-force strike was aimed to kill, and in his haste to counter, Zhang Xiantong found it challenging to repel the attack. Although he possessed defensive talismans of his own, they were merely of the first-tier middle grade. Yet, upon activation, they still proved inadequate against the adversary's flying wheel magical weapon. The flying wheel was surrounded by sharp gears that sliced through the air, severing Zhang Xuantong's right arm. Zhang Xiantong let out a cry of agony. Had he not managed to evade at the last moment, he would have been struck in the heart by the flying wheel, leading to his demise. Severely wounded, Zhang Xuantong's eyes reflected terror as he murmured, 7th level of Qi refinement? First-tier upper-grade magical weapon? Zhang Yuanluo hurriedly approached, filled with concern, and asked, "Grandfather, your hand?" Li Guanao expressed his concern. "Old fellow, can you still hold on?" The crowd gathered, drawing close back to back, vigilant in all directions. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "What a stroke of misfortune to encounter a bandit on my very first outing. The state of law and order in the cultivation world is utterly non-existent." He chuckled. Master Zhang, I find myself in need of a spirit-nurturing pill. Might you be so generous as to part with one?" From the stone forest, a burly middle-aged man emerged, towering at over 8 feet tall, with a broad back and a physique reminiscent of a bear. A ghastly cross-shaped scar marred his face, stretching from the corner of his eye down to his chin, accentuating his already unappealing visage. Trailing behind him were a provocatively dressed female cultivator adorned with heavy makeup, and a diminutive, emaciated male cultivator whose appearance was rather unseemly. Zhang Xuantong's expression shifted dramatically. "It is you, the blood wheel of destruction." Li Guanao's expression turned as cold as water. "Damn it, how could this fellow have set his sights on me?" Li Qingyuan sighed and remarked, "The 7th layer of Qi refinement is indeed formidable." The second elder replied, "It is not merely difficult to confront. The question of whether any of us will emerge alive today remains uncertain." The blood wheel of destruction, known as Tumia, originally hailed from a background of wandering cultivators. In recent years, through a series of fortuitous events, he advanced to the late stage of Qi refinement, becoming a scourge in the region. It is said that not long ago, the two siblings united their strength and fought to a standstill against a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, earning a notorious reputation. Li Guanao remarked that the weapon in his hand was a superior quality artifact of the first tier, possessing unparalleled sharpness. This was the reason he could contend with cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan understood that the price of a first-tier superior magical artifact was exorbitant. It was not only unattainable for ordinary rogue cultivators, but even the late-stage practitioners from second-rate alchemical families were not universally equipped to afford them. Many cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refinement, having just broken through their realms, had already exhausted their resources in spirit stones, requiring a considerable amount of time to accumulate sufficient wealth to purchase a first-tier superior magical artifact. Li Dingzhou inquired, "Tribe leader, what shall we do now?" Zhang Xiantong promptly replied, "Rest assured, I will not implicate you." After speaking, Zhang Xiantong declared with a resonant voice, "Tumia. These 5 individuals are merely practitioners from his clan, who have been invited to my Zhang family as guests." Just as Zhang Yuanlu began to speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Xuantong's stern gaze. Zhang Xiantong continued, "I am willing to surrender the spirit-nourishing pills, but you must release them. This matter does not concern them." Tumia chuckled derisively, "Do you think I am a fool? If I release them, they will inform the Lu clan, and the entire island will be hunting for us 3 siblings." Li Guanao reassured, "Rest assured, Dao is too. I shall never file a complaint." Tumia chuckled, stating, "I have always believed that only the deceased can keep secrets." Zhang Xiantong retrieved a spirit-concealing pill, holding it delicately in his palm, and as he channeled his spiritual energy, cracks began to appear on the pill's surface. "Wait." The 3 siblings of Tumia, alarmed by the sight, urged him, "Master Zhang, please do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly." A heavily made-up woman approached, nestling into Tumia's embrace, and sweetly implored, "Elder brother, this spirit-concealing pill is crucial for my sister's advancement to the later stage of Qi refinement. It also affects our prospects after aligning with the Black Mountain bandits. What do you think? Should we acquiesce to Master Zhang's request?" Upon hearing her words, Tumia exhibited a contemplative expression, pondering. "If I alone ascend to the later stage of Qi refinement, my strength may not suffice to lead the Black Mountain bandits. However, should my second sister also break through, we would undoubtedly gain significant influence. Qi refinement at the later stage would render them formidable contenders throughout Liuha Island." "Very well," Tumia declared. "I shall agree to Master Zhang's terms." Zhang Xiantong, with a pleading look, remarked, "Guanao, I entrust Luo to you." Zhang Yuanluo wept, exclaiming, "No, I won't leave. Grandfather, I refuse to go. I would rather fight them." Zhang Xiantong responded, "Foolish child, you are the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. The family cannot afford to lose you. Guanao, you must leave at once." Li Guanao let out a deep sigh, expressing his regret. "I apologize, dear elder brother. For the sake of my Li clan, I have my own compelling reasons to depart. With that, Li Guanao grasped Zhang Yuan Luo and, after affixing 2 talismans of lightness, swiftly took to the skies on his sword. Li Guangzong, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan all affixed their lightness talismans, channeling their spiritual power to flee with the swiftness of light, vanishing deep into the stone forest. As for the mountable demon beasts, they were simply too slow. In moments of peril, certain attachments must be relinquished. After exchanging glances with his companions, the slaughter envoy signaled to his second sister and third brother, who then pursued with their magical artifacts. Zhang Xuantong's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "Slaughter, do you lack integrity? Do you dare to believe that I will shatter this elixir immediately? I can send you back empty-handed." With a chuckle, Slaughter retorted, "If you were to destroy that elixir now, I would chase after them at once and eliminate them all. Among that group, isn't your own grandson present? Moreover, do not attempt to deceive me, lest I threaten the entire Zhang clan of Qifeng Mountain. You." Zhang Xiantong spat blood and fury. Chapter 034, A Beautiful Counterattack. "How dare you?" Zhang Xiantong, incensed and bloodied, gritted his teeth and declared, "My Zhang clan of Qifeng Mountain has served the Lu Celestial clan for 3 centuries. Should you annihilate us, the Lu clan will issue a decree for your extermination, unyielding until your demise. By that time, not only will you find no refuge on Lioha Island, but across the 5 islands overseas, you shall have no place to hide." Upon hearing this, Slaughter's gaze sharpened. Zhang Xiantong spoke the truth. Decades prior, a rogue cultivator, emboldened by his 9th layer of qi refining power, rampaged unchecked, even leading his followers to obliterate a second-tier qi refining family. In Lioha Island, aside from Lu's cultivators and various commercial factions, all significant qi refining families were vassals of the Lu Celestial clan, annually paying substantial spirit stones. Thus, the actions of that 9th layer rogue ignited widespread outrage, provoking the ire of many qi refining families. Simultaneously, it was a blatant affront to the Lu clan's authority, striking at their dignity and undermining their interests. Consequently, the Lu Celestial clan issued a decree for his elimination, dispatching a 10th layer expert to lead the pursuit, combing through the islands and seas surrounding Lioha Island, relentlessly hunting him down. Ultimately, that 9th layer rogue met a tragic end, and all his followers were slain, their heads displayed publicly to quell the unrest. As a result, as long as Zhang Xiantong could return to his family, he could prepare for his advancement without the fear of a rogue cultivator invading his clan to plunder elixirs. The backing of a foundation establishing Celestial clan indeed provided a formidable deterrent. Slaughter coldly replied, "Humph, old man. Do not presume to use the Lu Celestial clan's name to intimidate me. If you provoke me, I will slaughter your entire lineage and join the Black Mountain Bandits. Do you think the lofty foundation establishing beings would go to such lengths for your insignificant Zhang family?" Zhang Xuantong's expression faltered. The leader of the Black Mountain Bandits was a peak 10th layer cultivator, notorious and reputed as the strongest below the foundation establishment. The second in command was also a formidable 10th layer expert, not to be trifled with. Slaughter's voice grew cold. "I will count to 10. If you do not hand over the elixir, I will annihilate your clan. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xiantong, having lost an arm, turned pale from excessive blood loss, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I was wrong. I should not have gambled everything on a single desperate bid for advancement to the late qi refining stage. I was naive, underestimating the risks associated with the spirit-nourishing elixir." 7, 8, 9, Slaughter continued. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiantong bowed. "I, the old fool Zhang Xiantong, am willing to offer the spirit-nourishing elixir. Furthermore, I am gravely injured, and the younger generation of my clan is inept and unable to manage our affairs. I implore you, Slaughter, to join my Zhang family as a guest elder." Slaughter was momentarily taken aback, elation swelling within him as he laughed heartily. "Haha. The head of the Zhang family is indeed wise. This proposal intrigues me greatly. Very well, I accept." Zhang Xiantong stepped forward slowly, extending his palm to present the elixir, saying, "Slaughter, this is the spirit-nourishing elixir." With a casual stride, Slaughter approached, reaching out for the elixir. The next moment, Zhang Xuantong's spiritual power erupted, seizing Slaughter's hand. His energy surging violently, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, as crimson spiritual energy erupted from his mouth and nose. "Slaughter, let us perish together," Zhang Xiantong roared. Exploding Spirit Technique. The exploding spirit technique was a secret art of the Zhang clan, a devastating technique for mutual destruction. By igniting all their spiritual power and essence blood, one could unleash a force exceeding tenfold their own, delivering a fatal blow to a formidable foe. "You old fool, you court death." Slaughter's expression changed as he hastily retrieved a defensive talisman, activating it. Golden Bell Talisman. Boom. A golden bell materialized out of thin air, perfectly enveloping Slaughter's body. Bang. As the heavy golden bell manifested, Zhang Xiantong's exploding spirit technique reached its peak, detonating like a human bomb, creating a powerful wave of spiritual energy that swept outward. Boom, boom, boom. Within a 10-zhang radius, the stone pillars surrounding the forest exploded, shattered in half. Amidst the rising dust, Slaughter staggered out, seething with rage. "Damn it. Just to kill a 6-layer qi refiner, I wasted a high-grade talisman. That talisman was a life-saving artifact, first-tier high-grade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an 8th layer cultivator. What a stroke of bad luck." This exploding spirit technique even destroyed the storage bag and magical artifacts. With his right hand torn and blood flowing from his cracked knuckles, Slaughter opened his palm to reveal a spirit-nourishing elixir lying quietly within. Fortunately, he had obtained the elixir. Whoosh! Slaughter activated his flying artifact, pursuing relentlessly. Everyone must die. Patriarch, let us split up. Li Qingyuan stated, if you and the second elder join forces, you will surely be able to eliminate one of them. As for the remaining one, my father and I can work together to hold them off, thereby buying you precious time. The clan leader, Li Qingyuan, decisively responded, excellent. Now is the opportune moment to take advantage of Zhang Shintong's distraction. We can separate these two and defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if we become entangled with them, escape will be impossible, and the ensuing pursuit by the Slaughter will spell doom for all present. Given the opponent's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, whoosh, whoosh, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan discreetly distanced themselves from the group, retreating into the depths of the stone forest, weaving between the colossal rocks while occasionally casting low-grade talismans to create distractions. The gaunt figure, resembling a monkey, chuckled maliciously and pursued them, saying, my dear lady, why the haste in departing? Turning to his companion, he added, leave this to me. With that, the unscrupulous man flew forth on his sword, exerting all his strength in the chase. A heavily made-up woman soared into the fray, targeting Li Guangao and Li Guangzhou. Suddenly, both Li Guangao and Li Guangzhou pivoted simultaneously, unleashing their talismans with their magical artifacts swiftly following suit, launching an assault on the female cultivator. The two brothers collaborated seamlessly, overpowering the woman and gaining the upper hand. Given sufficient time, they were certain to vanquish her. Deep within the stone forest, Li Qingyuan murmured, Father, it's time. Let the counterattack commence. At that moment, the wiry, monkey-like man leered, my dear lady, why not submit to me and enjoy the pleasures together? Li Qingyuan turned around, no longer disguising his voice. With a simultaneous flourish of both hands, 10 talisman papers soared into the air as he cursed, damn it. The thin monkey was taken aback, momentarily stunned. You're a man? Mid-grade first-tier talisman? The thin monkey gasped in astonishment and immediately channeled his spiritual energy, activating his magical artifact to counter the talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated one after another, each explosion rivaling the strength of a 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, their concentrated firepower relentlessly bombarding him, leaving him flustered and overwhelmed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan brandished his hand and summoned 5 exquisite talismans, comprising wind blade talismans and explosive fire talismans. Their combined might rivaling that of 5 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement striking simultaneously. Such formidable power. The gaunt monkey-like male cultivator's complexion shifted dramatically as the talismans detonated before him, their explosive force sending him hurtling through the air. Almost instantaneously, the talismans erupted, shattering his defensive spells and inflicting grievous injuries, causing him to spew forth blood. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou had already affixed a premium diamond talisman for defense, deftly employing a family-level spell, Moon Shadow technique, in conjunction with a lightness talisman to advance upon his foe, his long blade slicing through the air. Blood blade 8 slashes. Clang, clang, clang. 8 streams of blade energy surged forth in an instant, weaving together into a net of lethal force that cleaved through the opponent, severing him into 8 grotesque pieces. The gaunt monkey-like male cultivator let out a wretched scream as flesh and blood scattered, transforming him into a mere puddle of gore. Li Qingyuan raised his thumb and said, Father, truly impressive. Even though he possessed the capability to deliver a fatal blow, in the interest of prudence and self-preservation, his father instinctively affixed a protective talisman for defense. It was of exquisite quality, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 6th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. Li Dingzhou said, You honor. Hurry, go assist your grandfather and the others. Li Qingyuan shook his head and said, No, Father, let us change our target. Chapter 035, Concentrate Firepower and Annihilate. Li Qingyuan picked up the storage bag and magical artifacts from the ground, placing them into his own storage bag. Subsequently, he flicked his fingers, activating the fireball spell, reducing the emaciated monkey-like male cultivator to ashes. After accomplishing these tasks, Li Qingyuan remarked, Father, the clan patriarch and the second elder have joined forces, and with numerous mid-tier first-grade talismans at their disposal, eliminating that female cultivator should pose little difficulty. The true challenge lies in the annihilation. Li Qingyuan declared. Let us proceed to ambush and annihilate. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan soared through the skies on his sword, employing a series of lightweight talismans in succession, thereby minimizing the consumption of his spiritual energy. Li Dingzhou hurriedly called out, You honor, do not act impulsively. Tumia is a master at the 7th level of Qi refinement. We are no match for him. Yuana, wait for your father. Moments later, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou concealed themselves among the stone forest. Suddenly, a streak of light shot towards them, propelled by a flying will artifact. It was Tumia. He scanned the surroundings, inhaling the air, and remarked, There is the lingering scent of my second sister's rouge. They are not far ahead. Meanwhile, within the stone forest, Li Qingyuan thought, He is coming. On his palm lay 5 flame eye severing spirit talismans, which he slowly infused with spiritual power, releasing a faint aura. With a whoosh, Tu Mie dashed through the stone forest, soaring into the sky. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, channeling spiritual energy into the talisman paper, which flew forth with precision like playing cards, relentlessly striking Tu Mie, resulting in successive explosions. Taken by surprise, Tu Mie felt a jolt of alarm. First-grade superior talismans. And 5 at that? The potency of genuine first-grade superior talismans was comparable to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Worth 15 spirit stones each in the marketplace. This meant that the opponent had risked 75 spirit stones to attempt his life, truly extravagant. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated before him, transforming into 5 icy blue blades that sliced through the air. Tu Mie was engulfed in dread and immediately performed hand seals to cast a defensive spell. At the same time, he forcefully propelled himself with the flying wool artifact, quickly retreating into the sky. However, the talisman attack was too sudden and overwhelmingly powerful. The 5 blades shattered Tu Mie's defenses and struck his body directly. Tu Mie screamed in agony, blood erupting as he plummeted from the heights. As he fell, Li Qingyuan emerged from the stone forest, launching a surprise attack with 2 activated flame eye severing spirit talismans aimed at Tu Mie. Severely injured and coughing blood, Tu Mie's balance faltered, his mind thrown into chaos. And his spiritual sense wounded, he was unable to react or counterattack with his artifact in time. With a swift flash, 2 icy blue blades pierced directly through Tu Mie's forehead, cleaving down along his brow, nose, chest, and abdomen, splitting him in 2. With a thunderous explosion, blood rained down, and 2 lifeless heaps fell to the ground. The master of the 7th level of Qi refinement, the notorious Tu Mie, was no more. Li Qingyuan let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He truly has been killed. Li Qingyuan remarked, with 7 high-quality first-tier talismans at our disposal, coupled with the element of surprise that our adversary would never anticipate, we can execute a successful ambush mid-journey. Furthermore, united in purpose, our father-son duo will launch a coordinated assault from both flanks, making their demise inevitable. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan deftly collected the storage bag and the flying wool artifact, stowing them away in his own storage pouch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he conjured a fireball to incinerate the remains, erasing all traces of the encounter. Li Qingyuan was profoundly astonished and inquired, Yuaner, is it truly your first descent from the mountain? Ah, indeed, Li Qingyuan retorted. Do you not know whether this is my first venture down, father? However, Li Qingyuan continued, you seem to effortlessly wield strategies such as dividing and conquering, and ambushing along the way. Your proficiency in collecting storage bags and magical artifacts appears remarkably adept. Furthermore, you possess an innate understanding of obliterating corpses and erasing traces. Your methods surpass even those of seasoned robbers. Li Qingyuan murmured, could it be that, Yuaner, you are the kind of person who is a genius in whatever you undertake? Li Qingyuan scratched his head and retorted, isn't it customary to retrieve the weapon after committing murder, seize the storage bag, and eliminate the evidence? Li Qingyuan remarked. It is the standard procedure, yet this is your first descent from the mountain. Li Qingyuan remarked, all right, father. It is likely that the clan leader and the elders have concluded their matters. Let us depart. However, regarding today's events, Li Qingyuan chuckled softly, father understands. It's a secret. Soon, the group gathered together. Grandfather, you are injured? Li Qingyuan hurriedly stepped forward and inquired, what happened? Li Guanao gestured towards the corpse of the female cultivator and remarked, this female cultivator possessed 2 first-tier superior talismans. Fortunately, there were only 2, one for defense and the other for offense. Moreover, both are of inferior quality. Otherwise, even if I were to join forces with your esteemed second elder, it would be challenging to bring her down. Li Guanao inquired, have you and your son come here because you have already slain that bandit cultivator? Li Qingyuan nodded and replied, indeed, chief. Together with Yuaner, we unleashed a considerable number of mid-tier first-grade talismans, significantly depleting our opponent's spiritual energy. Ultimately, I capitalized on the close combat advantage of an innate martial master, and after a strenuous battle, I finally succeeded in slaying him. Li Guanao suddenly exclaimed, this is not good. There is still extermination. We must leave at once. Li Guanao waved his hand, retrieving the female cultivator's storage bag and magical artifacts. With a casual flick, he cast a fireball spell to obliterate the evidence, then hoisted the dazed Zhongyuan Luo and soared into the skies on a sword, continuing their journey. Li Qingyuan observed the adept routine of the clan elder and mused, this procedure is a hallmark of the Li family's craftsmanship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of individuals soared through the skies on their swords, maintaining a low altitude due to their insufficient cultivation, barely managing to glide for a distance of 10 to 20 miles. After traversing several miles, both Li Qingyuan and Li Qingyuan found their internal spiritual energy depleted first, followed closely by Li Guanao and Li Guangzong, who, after a grueling struggle, were also left with scant reserves of spiritual energy. Subsequently, the group continued their journey on foot. After 3 arduous days, they finally arrived at Yunxia Town. Upon reaching Yunxia Town, a look of relief finally graced Li Guanao's face as he turned to the sorrowful Zhongyuan Luo and said, Luoer, the calamity of the cultivators still looms in the outside world. You should stay at Yunxia Mountain for a while, once the situation stabilizes. I shall send someone to escort you back. Zhang Yuanluo lowered his head, a visage of sorrow upon him, and instinctively replied, I shall defer to my esteemed uncle's judgment. Sighing deeply, Li Guangyao lamented, tears streaming down his aged cheeks. My dear brother Zhang, alas, it seems. Li Guangyao firmly declared. Let us ascend the mountain and return home. That night, Li Qingyuan tore off his human skin mask, revealing his true appearance and attire. In the secluded courtyard, he meticulously counted his spoils, murmuring to himself, I wonder if the resources acquired through murder and thievery now rightfully belong to me? Can I utilize the Xianin space to replicate and double them? Li Qingyuan possesses 2 storage bags, one belonging to a scrawny, lecherous male cultivator resembling a skinny monkey, and the other belonging to a 7th-layer qi refining practitioner known as Tumye. He decided to reserve the good items for later. As Li Qingyuan spoke, he opened a storage bag, muttering to himself, let us first examine the belongings of this lecherous man. The fellow bore a lascivious countenance, with furtive eyes and an air of mischief, likely having engaged in numerous acts of thievery, thus accumulating a considerable fortune. Chapter 036, A Sudden Surge in Wealth. Upon opening the storage bag, Li Qingyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside lay 120 spirit stones and a mid-grade, first-tier magic weapon, the Crimson Iron Sword, valued at no less than 100 spirit stones. Ah! Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, there is even a low-quality first-tier superior talisman, one of a defensive nature, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 7th-layer qi refinement practitioner. Fortuitously, my decisive action allowed me to unleash a barrage of concentrated talisman attacks, severely wounding him. It was then that my father seized the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Li Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment, oh, there are actually elixirs. Upon the vial, a note was affixed, inscribed with their names. 2 recovery pills, used by cultivators in the qi refining stage to replenish their expended spiritual energy during duels. 3 hemostatic pills, which, upon ingestion, remarkably promote tissue regeneration and effectively staunch bleeding, proving invaluable for treating external injuries. Li Qingyuan pondered, tomorrow, I shall seek out a few diminutive avian spirit beasts, extracting a small portion of elixirs to nourish them and ascertain their toxicity. The qi recovery pill and the hemostasis pill are auxiliary elixirs, invaluable during combat. These potions are classified as first tier, yet they lack specific categorization into lower, middle, or upper grades, nevertheless suitable for the entirety of the qi refinement stage. A typical batch of elixirs is contained within a single vial, generally comprising 3 pills. 1 vial of qi recovery pills and another of hemostasis pills. These supportive, non-cultivation elixirs usually cost several spirit stones per vial, averaging 5 or 6 stones per pill. Ah! This is a substantial piece of red gold stone, weighing at least 10 pounds. Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile, this is indeed a first-tier upper-grade or a primary material for crafting first-tier upper-grade magical artifacts. It appears this fellow has commenced preparations to forge a first-tier upper-grade artifact for himself. After inspecting the storage pouch, Li Qingyuan was exceedingly pleased. It contained 120 spirit stones, a first-tier middle-grade magical artifact, a red iron sword, first-tier upper-grade talismans of inferior quality for defense, 2 qi recovery pills, 3 hemostasis pills, and 10 pounds of first-tier upper-grade red gold stone. Naturally, the storage pouch itself is a first-tier middle grade, surpassing the quality of the one currently in Li Qingyuan's possession, offering a more spacious interior and considerable value. Li Qingyuan silently chanted, gather. All resources were drawn into the Xianpin space, where the forces of spatial laws facilitated their duplication. 240 spirit stones, 2 first-tier mid-grade magical weapons, crimson iron swords, 2 talismans capable of defending against the attacks of 7th-layer qi refinement practitioners, 4 qi recovery pills, 6 hemostasis pills, 20 pounds of first-tier superior-grade red gold stone, and 2 first-tier mid-grade storage bags. He felt an overwhelming joy as he exclaimed, I've struck it rich. Without hesitation, he exchanged for a first-tier mid-grade storage bag, consolidating all the resources within, amassing them for future use. Next, against the 7th-layer qi refinement catastrophe, slaughter, he anticipated that the treasures within his storage bag would multiply even further. Li Qingyuan shook the storage bag, and from the small pouch emanated streams of ethereal light, transforming into a plethora of resources. The storage bag was of the first tier, medium grade. Wow, so many spirit stones. My wealth surpasses even that of the clan leader, with a total of 280 stones. He continued, a first tier, upper grade magical artifact, Blood Wheel of Spirit Breaking. This artifact is worth no less than 300 to 500 spirit stones. Incredibly sharp and suitable for those in the late stages of qi refinement. Truly a remarkable treasure. He examined the refining materials, first tier, medium grade and lower grade spiritual plants, which, when calculated at market value, could also fetch dozens of spirit stones. Oh, 2 bottles each of qi recovery pills and hemostasis pills, with 6 in each, he noted. A furnace of nourishing qi pills, which, when consumed during the qi refinement stage, can enhance the speed of cultivation. Suddenly, he was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. What is this? Is this a furnace of minor spirit nourishing pills? Li Qingyuan opened it and exclaimed in amazement. 2 items of superior quality and 1 of inferior quality. Wow, these are the auction items from the Tushan market. Li Qingyuan recalled that this small spiritual elixir was successfully auctioned off by a certain cultivator for a remarkable sum of 85 spirit stones. It appeared that the massacre had targeted 2 or 3 groups simultaneously, of which we were merely one. With a chuckle, Li Qingyuan remarked, "Now, these treasures are all mine." Ultimately, what stood out was the most valuable spiritual elixir. He gazed upon the final pill, a perfect specimen, exuding a rich fragrance and possessing a flawlessly rounded form. This spiritual elixir commanded a high price at auction, fetching 300 to 400 spirit stones, with the market's lowest price being 300 spirit stones, yet it remained a rarity. Exceedingly difficult to procure. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and commanded, "Gather." The space around him filled with treasures, 2 spirit-enhancing pills, 2 mid-tier storage bags of the first rank, and 560 spirit stones. He also acquired 2 high-tier magic artifacts, blood-breaking spirit wheels of the first rank, along with scraps from forging worth several spirit stones, as well as ordinary first-rank spirit plants, which, when doubled, amounted to no less than 100 spirit stones. Additionally, he obtained 4 bottles each of healing pills and hemostasis pills, with 12 pills in each. There were also 2 cauldrons of chi-nourishing pills, totaling 6. Finally, 1 cauldron of small spirit-enhancing pills transformed into 2, yielding a total of 6 pills, 4 of high quality and 2 of inferior quality. In the solitude of the late night, within a secluded courtyard, Li Qingyuan lit a luminescent talisman, the flickering flames illuminating his face as he grinned broadly. I have struck gold. Indeed. It is said that those who engage in murder and arson amass riches, while those who build bridges and pave roads leave no corpses behind. Li Qingyuan lamented. No wonder there have always been individuals in the realm of immortality who cannot resist the allure of becoming a bandit. A direct strike could yield a windfall to sustain oneself for 3 years. Li Qingyuan shook his head vehemently, declaring, No, I must not think this way. I aspire to cultivate steadily and attain the path of eternal life. Those who take lives are invariably met with demise, while robbing others may seem appealing. It renders one susceptible to being ensnared by others, ultimately leading to one's own downfall. Li Qingyuan meticulously gathered all his resources, reclining on his bed with a smile that curled his lips. At present, my wealth amounts to thousands of spirit stones, comparable to the profits of my family's enterprises over 3 to 5 years. He resolved to retain the valuable resources while seeking opportunities to exchange the superfluous ones for spirit stones, dedicating all to his cultivation. As for the spirit-nourishing pills and the lesser spirit-nourishing pills, he planned to allocate half back to the family, reserving the remaining portion for the exchange of spirit stones and other resources. The following morning, Li Qingyuan discreetly sought an audience with his grandfather, the clan leader. Li Guan'ao was engulfed in despondency, his spirits notably diminished. He inquired, "Qingyuan, is something amiss?" Deep down, he was acutely aware that his longtime comrade, Zhang Xiantong, a friend of several decades, had likely passed away. Li Qingyuan said, "Grandfather Patriarch, I obtained a small essence pill and an essence elixir from that male cultivator." "What?" exclaimed Li Guan'ao, his old face filled with astonishment. Li Qingyuan exerted his spiritual power and sent forth the elixir. Li Guan'ao glanced at it in astonishment and exclaimed, "This batch of minor spirit pills contains 2 premium ones and 1 inferior one. Could it be that these are the auctioned elixirs from the bidding event?" Li Qingyuan remarked, "I believe so. Furthermore, this individual has attained the 6th level of chi refinement, and he secretly possesses a high-quality spirit-nourishing pill. It is likely that both Tumia and that female cultivator have been deceived by him as well." Li Guan'ao remarked, "It is most likely the case. It appears that this individual also aims to break through to the 7th level of chi refinement and has been secretly preparing for a considerable time." Li Guan'ao held the elixir, his expression shifting with emotion as he said, "Child, are you truly willing to offer these precious elixirs to the family?" Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Grandfather clan leader, without our family, there would be no present-day me. Now that Qingyuan has grown up, I am also able to give back to the clan." Li Guan'ao's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Good child. However, he added, "I and my family cannot take advantage of your kindness without offering something in return. After conferring with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, we shall at least provide you with 200 spirit stones as compensation." Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully, stating that everything was at the behest of the clan leader. After this gesture of deference, he turned and departed. Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan began to divide the spoils with his father. He presented his father, Li Dingzhou, with 200 spirit stones, a chi recovery pill, a hemostatic pill, and 2 furnaces of chi nourishing pills, particularly the chi nourishing pills, which significantly benefited cultivation during the chi refinement stage. He resolved to rely on his own efforts to reach the 10th level of chi refinement, establishing a solid foundation without the aid of pills. Additionally, he gifted his father a first-tier mid-grade magic weapon, the Crimson Iron Sword, along with a first-tier mid-grade storage pouch. Ultimately, Li Dingzhou, who had never experienced such wealth, gazed at the resources in his hands and sighed, realizing that having a good son could indeed alter one's fate. Chapter 037. The Clan Leader's Breakthrough, Chi Refinement Level 7. The following morning, the clan leader sent over 200 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan attempted to replicate them but was unsuccessful. likely because these stones were a gift in exchange for the family's contribution of spirit-nourishing pills and lesser spirit-nourishing pills. Furthermore, the pills he had previously copied were now deemed as resources that could not be replicated again. Additionally, the 1,000-plus spirit stones he sold to the purple-clad woman from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion also could not be duplicated, as they, too, were resources previously copied from the ship in space. Currently, the ship in space possessed three functionalities. The first function was resource duplication. The stipulations were as follows. Firstly, the items must belong to Li Qingyuan. Secondly, resources obtained through duplication could not be infinitely nested. And lastly, the duplicated items could neither be demonic beasts nor living creatures. The second function involved guiding cultivation, assisting him in practicing the Great Chun Gong, first-tier spells, and talisman drawing techniques. The third function was to complete cultivation techniques and runes, allowing Li Qingyuan to create the complete flame-eye soul-vanquishing talisman. He could also rectify incomplete techniques. On this front, Li Qingyuan personally validated the capabilities of the space. He dedicated 3 days to studying the incomplete breath concealment technique, and after this period, he successfully grasped the fundamentals of this technique, which could obscure one's cultivation and prevent detection. During his initiation into the technique, a mysterious shadow emerged within the ship in space, dark as night, with luminous veins illuminating its form, presenting a complete operational diagram of the breath concealment technique. Once perfected, this technique would enable him to conceal his aura and cultivation, making it undetectable beneath the foundation establishment level. During confrontations, the breath concealment technique could remain operational, allowing him to mask his cultivation unless he chose to unleash his full power intentionally, in which case he would be detected. Consequently, even when engaging in combat, Li Qingyuan could restrain his spiritual energy and hide his true strength, remaining undetected by others. Thus, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged in meditation, his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement in operation. As he practiced the breath restraint technique, his qi refinement began to wane, causing his realm to decline. The levels descended from the 4th to the 3rd, then to the 2nd. The 2nd level of qi refinement aligned perfectly with the cultivation pace of the family's 4 spiritual root seedlings. Li Qingyuan expressed his contentment, declaring, from this day forth, I shall present myself as a practitioner of the 2nd level of qi refinement. In the same year, Li Qingqing, possessing 4 spiritual roots, has reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, thanks to the resources provided by the family. Meanwhile, Li Qingbao, with 5 spiritual roots, has only achieved the complete 1st level of qi refinement. Now, with an ample supply of spirit stones, I shall not worry about resources for my cultivation for a considerable time to come. Li Qingyuan contemplated. The first time venturing out, I encountered a formidable foe, a late-stage qi refinement master. The external world is fraught with peril. Were it not for the Yambing soul-cutting talisman in my possession, both the Zhang and Li clans would have suffered devastating losses. Indeed, we all could have perished at the hands of the ruthless trio. Li Qingyuan pondered. The pressing matter is to elevate his cultivation. Consequently, he commenced a period of seclusion for intensive training. He possessed a total of 800 spirit stones, having already set aside 200 for his father. Indulging in luxury, he utilized 3 spirit stones daily to aid his cultivation. Not only did he feast daily on spirit rice, but he also occasionally savored the delicacies of the family-raised first-tier demon beast, the black-toothed fragrant pig, and various stews made from demon beast and poultry. Additionally, he had 120 sheets of first-tier superior talisman paper, 2 pounds of first-tier superior talisman ink, and with the aid of a wind spirit wolf hairbrush, he crafted numerous flame-eye severing talisman. Thus, each day was spent in meditation and qi refinement, absorbing the essence of the spirit stones. He dedicated time to drawing talismans, recovering his spiritual energy through meditation, repeating the cycle to refine his magical power. Each day, he was nourished by spirit rice, occasionally enjoying the meat of first-tier demon beasts to enhance his sustenance, along with porridge made from first-tier spiritual plants or medicinal dishes for consumption. Li Qingyuan felt a remarkable enhancement in his cultivation almost daily, with his spiritual energy gradually intensifying. After a fortnight, his grandfather, the clan leader Li Guangyao, personally escorted Zhang Yuanluo back to the Zhang family in Qifeng Mountain. To ensure their safety, the members of the hunting team accompanied them. Once Zhang Yuanluo was safely returned, the clan leader prepared for a period of seclusion. For this retreat, he had gathered 200 spirit stones, 3 mid-tier first-grade spiritual herbs, several bottles of qi-nourishing pills, and intended to seclude himself in the core cave of a damaged first-grade spiritual vein for 3 months to refine his spiritual energy. 3 months later, having consumed all the qi-nourishing pills, refined the mid-tier first-grade spiritual herbs, and absorbed over half of the 200 spirit stones, his spiritual energy had accumulated to its zenith. After fully refining his 6th level of qi cultivation, the clan leader finally deemed it time to ingest the spirit-nourishing pill. With the elevation effect of this superior first-grade pill, he aimed to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. On a certain day, at the core of Yunxiao Mountain, the atmosphere crackled with vitality as spiritual energy surged, emanating a formidable pressure that stirred the air. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, and clan members including Li Dingzhou, Li Dingyan, and Li Qingyuan turned their gazes towards the mountain peak, collectively exhilarated, their faces alight with joy. Ha ha ha, after a century, our Li clan finally has another practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement, exclaimed the Grand Elder and Second Elder, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Li Qingyuan was filled with exuberance. Ha ha, my uncle has ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. Our Li clan has a late-stage qi refinement cultivator to safeguard us. On this day, the Li clan celebrated with great fervor. Not only the cultivators and their families from Yunxia Mountain, but also the 3,000 mortal families from Yunxia Town rejoiced in unison. The Li clan, during the grand celebration of 3 days in Qing, inspired the hearts of many and strengthened the family's unity. Generally speaking, a third-rate qi refining family often finds it exceedingly challenging to give rise to a practitioner of the later stages of qi refinement. The Li clan last witnessed the emergence of a qi refinement practitioner at the 7th level over a century ago. Thus, the birth of a 7th level practitioner holds profound significance for the family. It signifies that the Li celestial lineage is not only a standout among third-tier qi refinement families but also harbors the potential to ascend to the ranks of a second-tier family. The hallmark of a second-tier qi refinement family is the presence of formidable practitioners at the 8th or 9th levels, alongside a minimum of 3 practitioners above the 7th level within the family. Only then can one attain the threshold of a second-tier qi refinement family. Presently, the Li clan boasts one individual who has reached the late stages of qi refinement, instilling hope for the family's elevation and status. At the banquet, the clan leader, Li Guangyao, assigned Li Qingyuan the task of guiding the young celestial prodigies of the family, aged between 10 and 20, in their cultivation of spells. Naturally, there were some who expressed discontent at this directive. Li Qingyuan directly demonstrated his complete mastery of the 2nd level of qi refinement. Standing on the cusp of the 3rd level, a paragon among the younger generation of his family, he then, single-handedly against 10 adversaries, wielded the family's first-tier spells, effortlessly defeating them with an overwhelming display of power, thus establishing himself as the foremost figure of his peers. Li Qingyuan understood that his grandfather, the clan leader, was creating a favorable impression for him, and he gladly accepted and cooperated earnestly. Henceforth, every half-month, Li Qingyuan would take a day off to bond with the clan's disciples, establishing his authority. As time passed, a year swiftly slipped by. Li Qingyuan's cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refinement has been honed to perfection, leading to a moment of breakthrough. Chapter 038, 5th layer of qi refinement. Father and son in the same realm. The energy sinks into the dantian, drawing in spiritual breaths, as the heart, like a great tree, encompasses the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tide, following the meridians, as spiritual resonance gathers in the purple palace. Li Qingyuan silently recited the incantation of the great Chun Gong. As the celestial energies of heaven and earth converged, the dozens of spirit stones placed around him emanated a radiant glow, channeling the ethereal essence into his meridians, transforming it for his own use. Thus, he remained in seclusion for a full 3 days. After this period, at a certain moment, an explosion resounded within Li Qingyuan's body. An immense accumulation of spiritual energy erupted with explosive force, akin to a river bursting through a dam, coursing through his meridians and shattering the constraints of the perfected 4th layer of qi refinement. The spiritual energy surged relentlessly, overflowing from his acupoints and generating a formidable spiritual pressure that stirred the air around him. After 100 breaths, Li Qingyuan stabilized his spiritual energy, directing it back to his dantian, thus concluding his breakthrough. With a deep exhale following the completion of his final great cycle, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of brilliance within. At the age of 14, he had attained the 5th layer of qi refinement. Remarkably, his cultivation pace had not only remained unhampered, but had accelerated further. Li Qingyuan smiled, his lips curling upward. Indeed, under conditions abundant in resources and spiritual stones, my cultivation speed can be even swifter. In just a year and a half, I have progressed from the initial stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement to its consummation, and now, I have stepped into the 5th layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan remained calm and composed, his hands forming seals as he continued his meditation to cultivate his vital energy. Having just broken through to a new realm, his spiritual power was still insufficiently refined, and his cultivation lacked the necessary stability. He needed to further consolidate his vital energy. Moreover, an unstable realm and inadequate control over his spiritual power could easily undermine the efficacy of the breath concealment technique, potentially exposing him to the perception of advanced practitioners in the later stages of vital energy cultivation. Even if there was merely a slight chance of this happening, Li Qingyuan was determined to eliminate such a possibility. Additionally, he was accustomed to meticulously refining his spiritual power and solidifying his cultivation after each breakthrough. After 10 days, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his seclusion. His aura shifted from the 5th layer of vital energy cultivation to the perfected 2nd layer. His primary focus was stability. Upon leaving his secluded state, he first returned home. As he approached his small courtyard, the hearty laughter of his father rang out. What splendid wine! Ha ha, delightful. Truly delightful. You may prepare me a couple of dishes to accompany the drinks. I shall call you on home soon to share a couple of cups. His mother, Qin Shouyun, replied. Understood, but do take care not to drink too much. Li Qingyuan pushed open the door and smiled. Father, what brings you such joy? Li Dingzhou, Embracing a jar of wine, drank heartily and exclaimed with joy, "Ha ha, Yuan, I have successfully advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. Tell me, is this not a cause for celebration? Truly?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, father, on your remarkable progress in cultivation." Drawing ever closer to the late stage of qi refinement. "Come, Yuan, let us drink together." Li Dingzhou then produced another jar of wine, chuckling, "Tonight, let us indulge ourselves until we are inebriated." Clang. Li Qingyuan, profoundly influenced by his father from a young age, developed a lively and generous disposition. He possesses a keen attention to detail beneath his seemingly rough exterior and exhibits high emotional intelligence. When it comes to drinking, he does so with great fervor. And when father and son clink their wine vessels together, they tilt their heads back in boisterous delight. Li Dingzhou took a hearty gulp of wine. Gazing at the setting sun and the sky painted with remnants of dusk, with a broad smile, he said, "Yuan, I feel that ever since your arrival, our family has been flourishing. Your grandfather, the clan leader, has surpassed his 70th year. Yet he has managed to break through his limitations and ascend to the 7th level of qi refinement. Moreover, the elder has also recently reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Our cousin, Li Dingyan, too, ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement just a year ago." Li Dingzhou remarked, "Recently, within the family, 3 practitioners who had long been stagnant at the 3rd level of qi refinement have successively ascended to the 4th level, thereby cultivating their spiritual consciousness. Over the years, the number of casualties among the family as practitioners has diminished compared to previous years, and the celestial seedlings have flourished. The family now boasts over 70 practitioners, nearing 80 in total." Li Dingyo sighed, "Your esteemed grandfather, the clan leader, has declared that it must be your arrival that has bestowed fortune upon our Li clan, enabling our growth. Truly, you are the prodigious son of the Li celestial lineage." Li Dingzhou remarked, "Yuan, when you grow up, my Li clan shall undoubtedly ascend to become a premier alchemical family, boasting formidable masters of the 10th level of qi refinement." Li Qingyuan, indulging in fine wine, proclaimed, "Father, my aspirations extend beyond merely reaching the 10th level of qi refinement. I aim to establish a foundation and elevate the Li clan into a foundational celestial lineage. In truth, my ambitions surpass even the realm of foundational cultivation." Li Dingzhou chuckled and said, "Oh, does my son harbor even loftier ideals and aspirations?" Li Qingyuan replied earnestly, "Indeed, I aspire to establish a solid foundation, to refine my essence into a Dan, and ultimately to become the legendary Yuaning true monarch." With a sudden clang, Li Dingzhou's hand trembled, his expression turning blank as the wine jar slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground, releasing a fragrant aroma. After a few moments of astonishment, Li Dingzhou looked up to the heavens and laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, splendid. My son possesses great ambitions. I firmly believe that you, Yuan, shall surely establish your foundation, refine your Dan, and perhaps even ascend to the status of the legendary Yuaning powerhouse." Li Qingyuan firmly declared, "I believe I can certainly achieve it." With a resounding roar, he unleashed his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement before his father, no longer concealing his prowess. With a loud crash, Li Dingzhou's hand trembled again, and the wine jar he had just lifted shattered once more. Staring blankly at Li Qingyuan, he stammered, "Why, you have reached the 5th level of qi refinement. What kind of prodigy have I given birth to?" Li Dingzhou gazed at his son with an expression of disbelief. At the age of 55, he had only attained the 5th level of qi refinement himself. In recent years, he had broken through several barriers. Aided by a minor essence-nourishing pill, along with the wealth of spiritual stones and qi-nourishing pills his son had acquired after defeating a robbery cultivator. In essence, he had benefited greatly from his son's achievements. However, he never anticipated that his merely 14-year-old son had already reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Gasping in astonishment, Li Dingzhou remarked, "Yuan, it seems you may reach the perfect 6th level of qi refinement before the age of 20. By your 20s, you shall surely step into the 7th level of qi refinement. With the assistance of an essence-nourishing pill, your breakthroughs will become even more effortless." Li Qingyuan said, "Father, I wish to join the family hunting team to slay the monstrous beast alongside you. Firstly, it is an opportunity to earn spirit stones. Secondly, to hone my magical skills. And thirdly, to enhance my combat experience." Li Dingzhou stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and said, "Father supports you. With your cultivation at the 5th layer of qi refinement, coupled with your mastery of spells, and armed with a mid-grade magical artifact of the 1st tier, along with a high-grade talisman as your trump card." Li Dingzhou chuckled softly and remarked, "With your cunning nature, even if you were to reach the 7th level of qi refinement, you would still meet a bitter end." Li Qingyuan practiced the technique of breath regulation, consolidating his cultivation and revealing the complete aura of the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Li Dingzhou's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Yuan, your technique of concealing your breath is becoming increasingly adept for playing the pig to eat the tiger. Do teach me someday, hee. Li Qingyuan, that evening, the father and son raised their glasses continuously, while their mother, Chen Xiuyuan, served them dishes and poured wine. As she gazed at her husband and son, a blissful smile graced her lips. In Chen Xiuyuan's heart, at that moment, the 3 of them together, safe and sound, represented the pinnacle of happiness and joy. Chapter 39, The Duel of the Second Elder, the Prodigy of Magical Talents. The following morning, Li Qingyuan and his son Li Qingyuan arrived at the place of meditation of the clan leader. The clan leader, the elder, and the second elder had also arrived. As the sun rose over the eastern sea, illuminating the islands, the early light spread across the clouds and mountains, presenting a scene of spring's bounteous grace, where all things shone brightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Two streams of light, fleeting shadows, raced through the mountains and forests, arriving at this location, one after the other, indeed. It was Li Qingyuan and his son Li Qingyuan. Boom, boom. The father and son unleashed their spiritual power, revealing their cultivation levels. The clan leader, the elder, and the second elder were all taken aback, exclaiming, "Fifth level of qi refining? Qingyuan's cultivation has advanced yet again." The second elder, filled with both joy and melancholy, sighed, "The tides of time sweep away the sands. We, the previous waves, have grown old. The future of the clan belongs to the younger generation." The clan leader responded joyfully, "Within a century, there will surely be a son to revitalize the family. Qingyuan is the one destined to bring prosperity to the Li clan." In recent years, the Li clan has thrived and flourished. Li Guangao remarked, "In our family, there is one practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refinement, one at the 6th layer, and 2 elders, Li Dingyan and Li Dingzhou, along with Xiao Qingyuan, totaling 4 individuals at the 5th layer. There are 7 at the 4th layer, 18 at the 3rd, and approximately 40 at the combined 2nd and 1st layers." The grand elder stroked his beard and said, "Indeed. Indeed, in just 7 or 8 years, the overall combat strength of the Li clan has more than doubled, especially you, the clan leader. Having ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, becoming a formidable master in the later stages of qi refinement, this holds extraordinary significance for our family." Li Guangao sighed. "I have grown old. Reaching the 7th level of qi refinement is my utmost limit. The future of our clan now rests upon this child, Qingyuan. With his pace of cultivation, he may very well enter the later stages of qi refinement in a decade." Contemplating this, the clan leader, Li Guangao, wore an expression of hopeful longing. The second elder, moved by the sentiment, remarked, "How I wish to live another 100 years to witness the flourishing of our family." Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan approached, bowing respectfully as they greeted, "Greetings, clan leader, elder 1, elder 2. Li Qingyuan said, "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to join the hunting team to hone my skills." The clan leader paused for a moment, stroking his long beard, and replied, "Very well. As practitioners, we often find ourselves in competition with others. It is indeed beneficial to engage in frequent training. However, you must agree to one condition set by your grandfather." Li Qingyuan stated, "You must heed this." The clan leader, with a grave expression, admonished, "Do not venture away from the family hunting team alone. Refrain from delving deep into the Tianyin Mountains and avoid provoking late-stage, first-tier beasts. Given your current strength, it would be most suitable for you to hone your abilities by hunting mid-stage, first-tier beasts." Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and replied, "Qingyuan accepts the command." At that moment, the second elder slowly stepped forward and spoke, "I am the captain of the family hunting team. If you wish to join, I must first ascertain your strength, your mastery of spells, and your adaptability. Young Qingyuan, do you dare to engage in a contest of magic with me?" The second elder chuckled, extending his invitation. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, "The clan's grandson seeks your guidance, esteemed second elder. Please." In the open expanse of the lawn, the two stood facing each other, an aura of spiritual energy radiating around them. The second elder had achieved the 5th level of qi refinement, reaching perfection. Li Qingyuan, having just entered the 5th layer of qi refinement, faced his opponent without talismans or magical artifacts, relying solely on the family's martial techniques and the prowess of their physical skills. As the second elder's words faded, his figure flickered and swiftly charged forth. Utilizing the moon shadow technique, he traversed several zhang in an instant, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms to execute the iron arm technique. With this technique, his arms became as unyielding as steel, imbued with immense strength. The second elder unleashed a barrage of punches, creating sonic booms and fierce gales, aimed directly at the vital points of Li Qingyuan's face and chest. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands into a seal, channeling the spiritual energy within him. With his arms bent in a defensive posture, a surge of spiritual power erupted from his body, transforming into a layer of earthen armor for protection. This earth armor technique, one of the 6 arts of his lineage, was a first-tier spell suitable for the entire qi refinement stage. Bang! The earth armor technique successfully withstood the formidable attack from the second elder, yet Li Qingyuan was still jolted back several paces, his arms tingling with numbness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. With a swift motion of his hands, the second elder unleashed a barrage of energy blades, employing the blade wind technique. The gathered energy materialized into razor-sharp blades that sliced through the air, their chilling gleam piercing to the bone. Moon shadow technique. Li Qingyuan silently recited incantations, evading with the agility of oiled feet, his afterimages trailing behind him, transforming into streaks of light that deftly dodged all attacks from the second elder. Fireball technique. Li Qingyuan raised his hands, rubbing them together to conjure a fireball, initiating his counterattack. With a series of explosive sounds, he unleashed a barrage of techniques. Qi blade art. Fireball technique. Iron Arm Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Earth Armor Technique. The clash between Li Qingyuan and the second elder was fierce as they continuously wielded various spells, their energies colliding in a cacophony of detonations. At times, they engage in ranged combat, while at other moments, they employ the Iron Arm Technique for close-quarters combat. Their attacks and defenses showcased a multitude of spells, each equally matched in mastery. After a quarter of an hour of intense magical confrontation, both combatants found their spiritual energy nearly depleted. The clan leader, Li Qingyuan, declared, "Very well. Let us consider this battle a draw, shall we?" Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Elder Second, for your invaluable guidance. I have greatly benefited." The second elder marveled, "What a fine young man. I have spent 30 years hunting demonic beasts and have only mastered 5 of our family's 6 techniques, excluding the spiritual rain technique. Yet you, in a mere 7 or 8 years of cultivation, not only possess remarkable talent in chi refinement, but also astonishing aptitude in talisman drawing and spell cultivation. In such a short span, your progress rivals my decades of accumulation. Your talent for spells is truly exceptional." The Grand Elder concurred, adding, "Moreover, during combat, Qingyuan displays a commendable balance of offense and defense, exhibiting a strategic mind that even reveals how the second elder intentionally exposed a flaw to lure him in. In the face of such a ruse, he remains composed and neither arrogant nor anxious." The Grand Elder's laughter resonated. "Such a prodigy has not only emerged but has done so within our Li family." The clan leader declared, "Very well, it is settled. From this day forth, Qingyuan shall be a member of the family's hunting team." Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Thank you, clan leader Grandpa, for your support. Additionally, there is another matter that requires my private report to you, clan leader Grandpa." "Oh?" Clan leader Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity. "You wish to report this matter to me in private?" Li Qingyuan commanded, "Very well, Elder Zhang and Elder Heir, Danzhou, you may take your leave." After the 3 withdrew, Li Qingyuan inquired, "Qingyuan, what matters do you wish to report?" Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Grandfather clan leader, please take a look." Li Qingyuan produced a first-grade high-quality talisman paper, a first-grade high-quality talisman ink, and a severely worn wind spirit wolf hairbrush, stating, "Grandfather clan leader, please observe." With that, Li Qingyuan took up his brush to draw the talisman. In one fluid motion, he completed the full version of the flame eye severing talisman. Buzz. As the final stroke was laid on the first-grade high-quality talisman paper, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, solidifying the runic essence, thus successfully completing the design. The quality was impeccable, and the runes were intact. Go. Li Qingyuan activated the talisman paper and hurled it forward. Whoosh. An explosion of azure flames erupted, transforming into a sharp blade of light over 10 feet long that sliced through the air for a distance of 10 feet, striking a boulder of the ornamental mountain and shattering it to pieces. A thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the ground within a 10-foot radius, scattering grass and trees. Clan leader Li Qingyuan was left speechless, incredulously exclaiming, "Qingyuan, have you drawn a first-grade high-quality talisman that rivals the full force of an 8th-layer chi refinement practitioner? And this talisman is actually the flame eye severing talisman?" Gasp. Could it be? Li Qingyuan inhaled sharply, his face a picture of shock as he gazed at Li Qingyuan and asked, Have you perfected the flame eye severing talisman?" Chapter 040, Tianyin Mountain Range, Hunting Beasts. Li Qingyuan chuckled and said, "Yes, Grandfather clan leader, I have completed the runes of the flame eye soul vanquishing talisman." Hiss. Clan leader Li Qingyuan inhaled sharply, incredulous as he exclaimed, "How can there be such a prodigy like you in this world? The flame eye soul vanquishing talisman is a high-grade talisman of the first rank, and yet you have actually managed to complete its runes?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed. "What an impressive young man. How on earth did you manage to achieve this?" Li Qingyuan remarked, "Grandfather clan leader, I have diligently devoted myself to this endeavor for nearly 3 years, and by a stroke of fortune, I have finally managed to perfect and complete the runes. During these 2 to 3 years, I not only expended a considerable amount of talisman-making materials, but also nearly rendered your wind spirit wolf hairbrush unusable." With that, Li Qingyuan presented a mid-grade talisman brush, the wind spirit wolf hairbrush. Li Qingyuan gazed upon his cherished foamling wolf hairbrush, a first-tier mid-grade talisman pen that he had initially procured for 150 spirit stones. It had now worn down to over 90%, with cracks densely scattered across its surface. This talisman pen was on the brink of self-destruction at any moment. Li Qingyuan laughed heartily. "Ha ha, splendidly wicked indeed. With a single stroke of a talismanic brush, we have acquired a superior grade of talisman paper as our legacy." Snap. As Li Qingyuan's voice fell, the wind spirit wolf hair brush shattered with a sharp crack, scattering ethereal light, and the magical artifact was annihilated. The brush handle splintered, and the wolf hair bristles disintegrated, transforming into ashes. Li Qingyuan remarked with a wry smile, "Grandfather clan leader, it seems our family must procure a first-grade superior talisman brush." Li Qingyuan clenched his teeth and declared, "Fear not. Is it merely 300 or 400 spirit stones? I am now a master of the 7th layer of chi refinement. Slaying a few dozen or even 100 mid-stage, first-tier demonic beasts will suffice." If the members of the family tighten their belts and make some sacrifices over the next couple of years, we shall surely acquire a superior grade talisman brush of the first tier. Li Qingyuan chuckled. With your remarkable talent in the art of talismans, you shall undoubtedly craft a masterpiece of the flame and ice-severing talisman, rivaling the strike of a 9th-tier chi refinement cultivator. By then, I shall fear not even an 8th-tier chi refinement practitioner. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment and said, No, 2 years is far too long. I shall cast aside my pride and seek out a few old friends to borrow some spiritual stones. Li Qingyuan smiled. Producing 10 inferior quality yin bingzhan talismans and 10 superior quality ones, a total of 20. He said, Grandfather clan leader, please accept these talismans. Oh, by the way, this is a talisman that you successfully crafted yourself. Li Qingyuan tucked away the talisman paper and, with a squint and a smile, pointed at Li Qingyuan, saying, You. The little rascal. When it comes to borrowing spirit stones, mere words hold no weight, even if the other party feels obligated due to friendship. The amount of spirit stones lent will likely be minimal. However, if Li Qingyuan were to approach the matter as a first-tier high-grade talisman master seeking spirit stones for the purchase of talisman brushes, and were to graciously offer 1 or 2 first-tier high-grade talisman papers in return, any sensible individual would eagerly lend the spirit stones. A first-tier high-grade talisman master is a rarity, even amongst second-rate chi refining families, let alone third-rate ones. Cultivating a friendship with a first-tier high-grade talisman master means the potential for long-term access to talisman papers for self-defense, thereby swiftly enhancing one's combat prowess. Even a cultivator at the 6th layer of chi refining, armed with a sufficient quantity of first-tier high-grade talisman papers, can instill fear in those at the 7th and 8th layers. Each family has its direct descendants, and until those heirs fully mature, they too require talisman papers for protection. Li Qingyuan chuckled heartily. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan soared through the skies on his sword. His cultivation at the 7th level of chi refinement, exuding a powerful aura of spiritual energy. His consciousness had also deepened, enabling him to traverse dozens or even hundreds of miles with his sword. After a brief period of rest, he resumed his flight. 3 days later, the family hunting team embarked on yet another journey. At present, the family hunting team had grown increasingly formidable, with the second elder having reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of chi refinement. Li Dingzhou, at the 5th level of chi refinement. There are 4 at the 4th level of chi refinement, 8 individuals at the 3rd level of chi refinement. Furthermore, adding Li Qingyuan, who appears to have achieved perfection at the 2nd level of chi refinement, possesses the lowest apparent strength, yet in reality, he is at the 5th level of chi refinement, not inferior to the second elder and Li Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou remarked, Second elder, Qingyuan is participating in the hunt for the first time. Lacking in experience and possessing limited strength, I intend to have him accompany me on the outskirts to seek out some solitary first-tier early-stage demonic beasts for practice. The second elder, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. Very well. You and your son shall remain on the periphery while the rest of us venture deeper. The assembly of cultivators nodded in unison, understood. Soon, the second elder led the group away into the distance. Li Dingzhou said, "You honor. Let us set forth." "Certainly, father." With a swift motion, the father and son leaped into action, employing the moon shadow technique. 2 beams of light surged forth, gracefully bounding between the trees of the mountains, transforming into a dazzling display of speed and agility. After half an hour, Li Dingzhou came to a halt and remarked, "This is the area. It lies at the boundary between the outer and middle layers of the Tianyin mountain range. Although the region is predominantly inhabited by first-tier early-stage beasts, there are also a considerable number of mid-tier beasts that roam about." Li Qingyuan nodded. He had long since familiarized himself with the topographical map of the overseas archipelago. Lioha Island is one of the 5 major islands. These 5 islands are arranged in a serpentine formation, with Lioha Island positioned at the head of the serpent. To the east, the 5 islands face the sea, while to the west, they are bordered by mountains. The Tianyin mountain range lies on the western side of the 5 islands, separating the overseas archipelago from the continental landmass. It stretches over 30,000 miles in length and more than 10,000 miles in width, fraught with peril and teeming with malevolent beasts, according to the Foundation building celestial beings. The innermost depths of the Tianyin mountain range harbor not only second-tier great demons but also third-tier great demons that rival human core formation cultivators. And there is more than one. For the cultivators of the overseas 5 islands, the innermost depths of the Tianyin mountain range are regarded as a forbidden zone of life. Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan wandered through the mountains and forests. Li Qingyuan encountered a myriad of serpents, insects, rodents, and ants slithering and scurrying about. He beheld a variety of venomous creatures and toxic flora, alongside towering ancient trees. There were crocodile-infested waters and vividly colored poisonous mushrooms. The stream's rocky cliffs were adorned with moss-covered boulders. An array of nameless birds and beasts filled the air with haunting cries, resonating melodiously in the vast expanse. Li Qingyuan mused, this profound sense of depth and fear is reminiscent of the Ileo Mountains. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a monstrous beast erupted from the depths of the earth. Li Qingyuan was abruptly awakened, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs. He bent his knees and leaped. drawing strength from the ground, and swiftly ascended to perch upon a large tree. Beneath him, a monstrous beast erupted from the earth, measuring over 10 feet in length. Its entire form cloaked in black. It bore a resemblance to a scorpion, possessing a scorpion's head, a pair of pincers, and appendages on its thorax and abdomen. However, it lacked a scorpion's tail and venomous stinger. The 10-foot beast collided with the ground, leaping several yards, and charged directly towards Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Yuan, this is a mole scorpion. Observe its fluctuations in spiritual energy. It has already reached the mid-stage of a first-tier demon beast. Exercise caution in your approach, for I shall assist you in the fray. Furthermore, this creature is devoid of venom, allowing for close combat." Li Qingyuan proclaimed. Received. Iron arm technique. Boom. Li Qingyuan leapt down from the towering tree, descending from a height of 10 zhang. He unleashed a first-tier spell, the Iron Arm technique, channeling his formidable strength into a powerful punch that struck the Earth Scorpion. The Earth Scorpion retaliated by swinging its formidable pincers, releasing a surge of spiritual energy as it collided head-on with Li Qingyuan's iron fists. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, sending both man and beast reeling, with Li Qingyuan being propelled 3 zhang back to his perch in the tree. Upon landing, the Earth Scorpion let out a fierce roar, its gigantic pincers slicing through the air with unparalleled sharpness, cleaving a massive tree that 2 men could embrace. As the tree splintered, Li Qingyuan executed a nimble leap, invoking the moon shadow technique, leaving behind countless afterimages. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned a barrage of energy blades, honing them with precision to cut through gold and jade alike. The air crackled with the sound of impacts. Li Qingyuan moved with astonishing speed, circling around the Earth Scorpion, relentlessly unleashing his energy blades to strike his target, leaving it battered and howling in agony. Roaring in fury, the Earth Scorpion unleashed a surge of spiritual power from within, gathering a formidable demonic force in its mouth, and with a sudden burst, it unleashed a beam of spiritual light aimed at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Yuan, be cautious. This beast has gone mad." Chapter 41. Exterminating the Earth Scorpion, Rapid Progress. Li Qingyuan declared, "Madness is what renders life intriguing. You wretched creature. Allow me to gauge your abilities." As the surging waves of spiritual energy approached, Li Qingyuan swiftly rubbed his hands together, conjuring a fireball that blazed with fervent flames. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, and the residual force of the spiritual light emitted by the earth-burrowing scorpion barreled towards Li Qingyuan with lethal intent. Iron Arm Technique. Li Qingyuan, with both arms bent, deftly blocked the luminous wave, his body sliding back several meters. This strike was no less formidable than that of the perfected second elder at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Somewhere within the mountains, Elder Li Guangzong roared. Roar. The earthbound scorpion once again unleashed its furious cry, its imposing demonic form shimmering with waves of spiritual light, as it gathered its power to unleash another lethal attack. Cutting through the vast expanse of the sky, Li Qingyuan deftly executed a motion with his right hand, summoning a first-tier mid-grade magical weapon, the Crimson Iron Sword, from his storage pouch. This 4-foot-long blade, resplendent in its deep crimson hue, boasted razor-sharp double edges. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword's body ignited as if engulfed in flames. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan swung his sword, and a surge of sword energy sliced through the air, colliding head-on with the ethereal light that surged forth. However, even as the sword energy shattered, the spirit light emitted by the beast continued its relentless advance. Li Qingyuan swiftly unleashed a flurry of strikes, infusing his spiritual energy into the magical artifact. With a deft motion, he released a torrent of razor-sharp sword chi, weaving it into an impenetrable net of blades that surged forth with relentless force, shattering the ethereal glow of the monstrous beasts. As the sword net disintegrated, so too did the luminous essence of the beasts. Moonshadow Technique. Li Qingyuan surged forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow. In a series of swift movements, he appeared beside the burrowing beast, delivering a decisive strike with his sword that plunged deep into the creature's flesh, causing blood to spray forth. With a ferocious roar, the burrowing beast retaliated, its massive pincers slicing through the air, wielding an overwhelming force as it launched its assault. Li Qingyuan brandished his sword to parry. With a resounding clang, the Crimson Iron Sword clashed against the beast's pincers, producing a sharp, piercing sound as sparks flew. Clang, clang, clang. The mole cricket beast wielded its pair of pincers like a set of razor-sharp scissors, relentlessly snapping, crushing, stabbing, and striking in various assaults against Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan employed the Moonshadow Technique in conjunction with the Crimson Iron Sword, executing a counterattack with the foundational 13 sword forms. The sound of clashing echoed clang, clang, clang. Man and beast engaged in fierce combat, sparks flying and spiritual energy reverberating. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan remarked, "Yuan, as a cultivator, one must not only possess the means to vanquish foes from a distance with magical artifacts but also be adept at employing various spells in battle. Furthermore, mastery of basic sword techniques, fundamental blade skills, and close combat martial arts is essential. Otherwise, should one encounter a body cultivator and be caught in close quarters, the consequences could be dire." Li Qingyuan stated, "Therefore, as your father, I implore you that during this hunt for the demonic beasts, you may only employ spells for combat and engage in close quarters combat with magical artifacts. Strive to avoid using artifacts for ranged attacks. Naturally, The usage of talismans is also prohibited. Li Qingyuan firmly believes that his father would not harm him. Moreover, he is deeply moved by his father's words. Regardless, he perceives the hunting plan devised by his father as immensely beneficial to him. After a fierce battle lasting a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan relentlessly assaults the scorpion, which bears countless sword wounds, bleeding profusely, and its internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Li Qingyuan raised his crimson iron sword high, gripping it firmly with both hands as the entirety of his spiritual energy coalesced within. The blade hummed with power, radiating a dazzling light. With a decisive strike, Li Qingyuan swung his sword, unleashing a radiant beam of light that stretched a full yard. With a resounding clash, the luminous blade cleaved through, slicing the earth scorpion in two with a swift motion. Blood erupted in a vivid spray as the monstrous creature met its demise. Li Qingyuan gently leaped back 3 zhang, sword in hand, on high alert until he confirmed that the earth scorpion had completely perished, devoid of any dying counterattack. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. With a deep exhale, Li Qingyuan released a breath of stale air and stowed away his magical instrument. Li Dingzhou stepped forward and swiftly retrieved the materials from the demon beast, while elucidating. This earth scorpion is at the mid-stage of the first tier, with a combat prowess roughly equivalent to the 5th level of qi refinement. Its most precious attribute lies in this pair of pincers, which are as hard as iron and as sharp as blades. They are one of the essential materials for crafting mid-grade, first-tier magical instruments. Merely this pair of pincers could easily fetch 20 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou remarked, if this were several years ago, only the second elder of our hunting party could contend with such a monstrous beast. In those days, when we encountered a mid-level first-tier demon beast of this caliber, it required the united efforts of the entire hunting team alongside the second elder to slay it with minimal cost. Should we face 2 such formidable land scorpion beetles simultaneously, the second elder would typically opt to retreat in order to preserve the strength of our clan. In the years prior, the Li family had to engage in life and death struggles to earn merely 20 to 30 spirit stones, necessitating our collective cooperation, as survival was exceedingly arduous. Li Dingzhou chuckled. Now, with just you honor, you can easily vanquish it. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyuan, having replenished his slightly depleted spiritual energy, remarked, Father, we may commence with the next target. Li Dingzhou nodded and said, all right, let us proceed. Whoosh, whoosh. The father and son leaped gracefully, soaring 7 or 8 zhang into the air. After activating their agility talismans, they ascended over a dozen zhang, then 20 zhang, swiftly traversing the deep recesses of the majestic mountains in search of suitable targets among the demonic beasts. As time elapsed, in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In a certain location within the mountain range, Li Qingyuan, guided by his spiritual sense and fueled by his spiritual energy, propelled a mid-grade magical artifact to pierce through the void, releasing a beam of sword light that darted forth with the swiftness of lightning. With a series of sharp sounds, 3 initial stage spirit beasts were struck down in a single, crimson flash of the sword, instantly meeting their demise on the spot. Li Qingyuan descended gracefully, summoning the crimson iron sword back to his side with a flick of his right hand. The blade danced around him, its brilliance dazzling, while the sword hummed with power. The 3 initial stage spirit beasts posed no challenge to Li Qingyuan, prompting him to unleash a swift sword strike that effortlessly dispatched them in a single blow. Li Dingzhou stepped forward to cut the material, while instructing. These 3-headed spirit beasts are known as swordtail lizards. Each of these colossal lizards measures over a meter in length, adorned with scales of black and yellow, and a grayish-white underbelly. Their tails extend over 3 feet, sharp as a sword, and possess double-edged barbs that are exceedingly sharp. Thus, they are aptly named swordtail lizards. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, emulating his father's manner of cutting materials. Li Dingzhou remarked, the sword-tailed lizard possesses barbed spines along its tail, which are ideal materials for crafting low-grade, first-tier magical artifacts. Furthermore, their hide, when removed in a single piece, is exceptionally suited for the creation of low-grade, first-tier defensive armor. Li Qingyuan harvested materials by painting tigers and skinning the leather. After gathering the materials, the father and son began to prepare, each with a cake and a pot of water. In the qi refining stage, they are merely mortals who have gained control over spiritual energy, still reliant on grains for sustenance, with a limited lifespan of merely 2 cycles of the Chinese zodiac, no more than 120 years. Only in the foundation establishment stage can one transcend the need for food. After a period of rest, Li Dingzhou rose and said, "You honor. After half a month of training and numerous battles with beasts, your swordsmanship has become remarkably proficient. Your strikes are sharp and decisive. Moreover, with respect to the 6 family techniques, aside from the Spirit Rain technique, your mastery of the other 5 first-tier spells has also improved significantly, becoming increasingly effortless to wield. This training has led to substantial progress in your abilities." Li Qingyuan chuckled and added, "Moreover, I can earn spiritual stones to supplement my household expenses." Over the past year, he maintained a daily consumption rate of 3 spiritual stones. During his attempts to reach the 5th level of qi refinement and to stabilize his realm, he consumed several dozen more spiritual stones. Of the 1,800 spiritual stones he once possessed, only a little over 100 remain. Oh, and by the way, for his family's talisman crafting, he receives a monthly stipend of 7 spiritual stones. After a year and a half, that amounts to 126 spiritual stones, which, when doubled, totals 252. Altogether, he possesses just over 300 spiritual stones, amounting to less than 400. Li Qingyuan contemplated. Next, I shall proceed to Quanshan Market to exchange for spirit stones. The resources obtained from slaying and annihilating them, contained within the 2 storage bags, can be effortlessly sold off, transforming them entirely into spirit stones to support my cultivation. Li Qingyuan contemplated. Over the past year and a half, he had accumulated a considerable number of talisman papers, and it was time to make another visit to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. At that moment, Li Dingzhou remarked, "Let us proceed to meet with the second elder and then head to Yushan Market to sell the materials from the demon beasts." Chapter 042. Spirit Talisman Pavilion, a modest profit of 1,000 spirit stones. 3 days later, the family hunting team gathered at the outskirts of the Tianyin mountain range. The second elder commanded that those at the 4th level of Qi refinement and above accompany him with the demon beast materials to Yushan Market for sale. Meanwhile, those at the 3rd level of Qi refinement were instructed to return to the family. Naturally, Li Qingyuan was an exception. The second elder had specifically summoned him to join the expedition for the purpose of learning. This time, without the usual ride on the unicorn zebra demon beast. The group walked for a week, covering a distance of 1 to 200 miles each day, until they finally arrived at Yushan Market, situated 1,000 miles away. After 7 to 8 days, the Li family possesses their own established commercial partners. Li Qingyuan accompanied the second elder, while his father, Li Dingzhou, engaged in the sale of materials. They divided into 2 teams, one responsible for setting up a stall to sell materials, and the other personally led by the second elder, dedicated to selling materials to the refinement pavilion, including various materials for crafting magical instruments and armors. Additionally, during their hunting excursions, they would occasionally encounter a few first-tier spirit plants, which were typically surrounded by lurking beasts. Li Qingyuan successfully harvested 4 inferior-grade spiritual plants. Regrettably, he did not encounter any medium-grade spiritual plants, and the superior-grade ones are even rare. The materials from the demon beasts and the harvested spiritual plants were nearly sold out within 3 days. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan discreetly ventured out every night, clandestinely selling the materials from the demon beasts that Li Qingyuan had independently hunted in exchange for spirit stones. As for the demon beasts hunted by Li Dingzhou, they were naturally handed over to the second elder. Only Li Qingyuan's materials required discreet handling and secretive sales, a matter tacitly approved by the second elder and acknowledged by the clan leader. The spirit stones acquired by Li Qingyuan through the slaying of demon beasts are solely his personal property, and he is not required to surrender even a single stone to his family. The clan leader and the elders are well aware that Li Qingyuan's growth necessitates a considerable amount of spirit stones. This arrangement can be seen as these 3 old men leveraging their authority to secure benefits for him. Naturally, Li Qingyuan is not so selfish. He generously allocates a portion of the spirit stones to his father. The materials from the demon beast were sold for 200 spirit stones, which Li Qingyuan obtained through his own efforts in hunting, and he is entitled to utilize the Xianbin space to replicate and double this amount. Thus, it results in a total of 400 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan originally intended to present his father with 100 spirit stones. However, Li Dingzhou believed that 200 spirit stones sufficed and felt he could not accept half, lest he impede his son's progress. Ultimately, Li Dingzhou only accepted 50 spirit stones. On the final night, the second elder commanded everyone to relax for the evening, for they would return home at dawn. The other uncles and relatives, with camaraderie, made their way to the pleasure house, if you catch my drift. Meanwhile, his father, Li Dingzhou, ventured to the gambling den, indulging in the thrill of guessing blind boxes. Li Qingyuan once again arrived at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. At the tender age of 14, he donned a robe of azure, his long hair elegantly tied, with striking brows and starry eyes. His youthful visage, though still bearing the traces of boyhood, exuded a charm that could easily captivate the hearts of young maidens. Standing at no less than 1.65 meters, his tall and slender figure embodied the spirited essence of a young gentleman. In this world, at the age of 14, one is already of an age to marry and start a family. Within the first floor of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, an array of first-tier, inferior, and medium-grade talisman papers adorned the wooden shelves, showcasing a dazzling variety of no fewer than 20 to 30 types. The hall bustled with activity, as a dozen or so customers navigated the aisles, engaged in selecting their desired items or haggling over prices with the sales attendants. Just then, a familiar figure approached, an enchanting young woman, the very shop assistant whom Li Qingyuan had encountered during his previous disguise. Li Qingyuan smiled gently, producing 2 exquisite first-grade talisman papers, and inquired, "Miss, does your esteemed establishment still accept talisman papers?" The young woman, understanding his intent, replied, "Please wait a moment, let me inform my superior." Shortly thereafter, she returned, extending an invitation for Li Qingyuan to ascend to the second floor, specifically to the backstage area. As they traversed the second floor, Li Qingyuan observed several patrons meticulously selecting talisman papers. Although the selection was limited, all were of first-grade quality. capable of rivaling the power of a strike from a 7th-layer qi refining practitioner. Upon reaching the backstage, Li Qingyuan was once again captivated by the enchanting young woman in the purple dress and veil. After a year apart, she seemed even more radiant. Having not seen her for a year and a half, she had grown taller, her graceful figure accentuated by alluring curves. The veil concealed a face of extraordinary beauty, while her enchanting eyes sparkled like the stars. The young woman in the purple dress smiled sweetly and inquired, "What name do you go by, young brother?" Li Qingyuan remarked, "My surname is Li." "Oh, so you are Taoist Li," the maiden in the purple dress said, gracefully waving her jade-like hand to present a cup of tea. "My maid mentioned that you possess a mid-grade talisman paper of superior quality. Pray tell, how many do you have, Taoist Li?" Li Qingyuan responded, "Indeed, I am but a young Taoist." It was evident that this woman, only 3 to 5 years my senior, possessed a striking beauty and an enchanting demeanor. Li Qingyuan retrieved an array of talisman papers from his storage bag, 121st-tier inferior talismans, 91st-tier medium-quality talismans, and 31st-tier superior flame-ice soul-severing talismans. However, the flame-ice soul-severing talismans were all of inferior quality, not deemed authentic. The woman in the purple dress, sipping her tea, was momentarily taken aback. Beneath her translucent veil, her cherry lips pursed slightly. This scene felt eerily familiar. The talismans were nearly identical, sharing the same surname. Could you possibly be the younger brother of that esteemed Taoist Li from a year ago? Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, "Friend Qin, your memory is remarkable. A year and a half ago, my sister indeed engaged in a transaction with you. She mentioned that the proprietor of the Spirit Talisman's Pavilion, you, is a person of integrity." The woman in the purple dress waved her jade-like hand, and various talisman papers swept before her eyes. With her discerning gaze, she assessed the talismans, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "The quality of the talismans remains consistently excellent. The first-grade inferior talismans and the first-grade medium talismans are fundamentally of authentic quality, exquisite in craftsmanship." Finally, the woman gently caressed a talisman known as the Flame-Ice Severing Talisman and commented, "This is a first-grade superior talisman. It seems that in just a year and a half, your sister has truly become a first-grade superior talisman master. What a pity it is that she possesses such extraordinary talent in talisman crafting." The woman in purple sighed and continued, 31st-grade superior talismans, all of which are flame-ice severing talismans. It appears that your family has only one type of first-grade superior talisman heritage. She then spoke to herself, "Young brother, upon your return, you may convey to your sister that if she finds time in the future, she is welcome to visit me at the Spirit Talisman's Pavilion." Li Qingyuan was taken aback and inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Taoist Qin, to see my sister?" Li Qingyuan mused to himself, "Could it be that this woman has taken a fancy to my talent in talismanic arts and intends to imprison me solely for the purpose of having me create talismans for her?" The girl in the purple dress smiled charmingly and said, "Young brother, do not let your imagination run wild. I merely appreciate talent. Your sister possesses remarkable aptitude for talismanic arts. If she were to acquire a high-level inheritance, she might one day become a second-tier talisman master." Li Qingyuan's face radiated excitement as he exclaimed, "A second-tier talisman master? Is it true? Fellow Taoist Qin, rest assured, upon my return, I shall certainly convey your words to my sister." Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "What a joke. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky. There has never been a free lunch in this world. As for my sister, you shall never lay eyes on her." Li Qingyuan contemplated silently. "Perhaps next time I shall refrain from visiting this Spirit Talisman Pavilion for transactions." The young woman in the purple dress, with her slender jade fingers, deftly manipulated the abacus, beginning to calculate the value of the spirit stones. She remarked, "The market price for a first-tier inferior talisman paper and a first-tier medium talisman paper amounts to 880 spirit stones. 30 sheets of first-tier superior talisman paper, with inferior quality, are valued at 240 spirit stones. In total, that equates to 120 spirit stones. As per our usual practice, I shall offer you 80% of the purchase price, which totals 896 spirit stones." The purple-clad maiden smiled and added, "My dear young brother, I shall round it up for you. Altogether, it will be 900 spirit stones. How does that sound?" Li Qingyuan pondered momentarily before nodding in agreement, saying, "Very well. The price set by Taoist Qin is fair. I shall proceed with the sale." The two reached an accord, exchanging money for goods in a seamless transaction. As they descended the staircase and strolled along the street, Li Qingyuan glanced back, feeling an inexplicable sense that this woman was extraordinary, exuding an exceptional demeanor. Could she possibly be a direct descendant of a prestigious alchemical lineage? Coincidentally, on the second-floor windowsill, the moonlight cast a gentle glow, illuminating a figure clad in a flowing purple robe. The enchanting beauty, adorned in a purple skirt, possessed eyes that sparkled like the stars, and at that moment, her gaze met Li Qingyuan's. Li Qingyuan paused momentarily before turning to leave. The maid, Xiaolan, inquired, "Miss, what is the matter?" The young woman in the purple dress watched as Li Qingyuan disappeared into the distance, her delicate lips parting slightly as she murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that this young man is extraordinary." Suddenly, a middle-aged servant bowed at the door and announced, Miss, we have located the second-tier demon beast. The bloodthirsty centipede you were searching for. After leaving Yoa Island, it traveled south for 3,000 miles, then ventured into the Tianyin mountain range for another 3,000 miles. Where a second-tier initial stage creature has been sighted, the second master has already departed. Upon hearing this, a charming smile graced the lips of the young woman in purple, and she raised her jade-like hand, revealing a small centipede, dark red in hue and over a foot in length, perched delicately on her fingertip. It raised half of its body to meet the gaze of its mistress. 3 colorful patterns manifested on its forehead, hinting at its extraordinary nature. The young woman playfully teased the little centipede and said with a soft smile, "Little Kai. Consuming a second-tier initial stage bloodthirsty centipede will be enough for you to advance from the initial stage to the latter stage of the first tier. Fear not, my dear. I shall take you there at once." Chapter 043, Superior Quality Symbol Pin, Exquisite Flame Ice Talisman. Alas, these 900 spirit stones were acquired through the successful duplication of talismans crafted for the family, so they cannot be replicated again. Li Qingyuan contemplated within himself. Moreover, by selling the materials from demon beasts, disposing of the resources from the storage bags of the 2 slain brothers, and including the 900 spirit stones acquired from selling talismans today, my fortune now approaches 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention, simply from the sale of low-grade and mid-grade storage bags, Li Qingyuan stands to make a substantial profit, coupled with various refining materials and spiritual plants. The total amounts to over 1,000 spirit stones. In total, my wealth sums up to 3,000 spirit stones. Of course, half of this fortune can be attributed to the merits of the ship in space. Li Qingyuan was in high spirits. In the next 3 to 5 years, he would no longer be in one of spiritual stones. After 7 or 8 days, Li Qingyuan and his companions returned to Yangxia Mountain. Upon arriving home, before he had the chance to catch his breath, he was whisked away by the clan leader, his grandfather. The 2 of them made their way to the clan leader's secluded place of meditation. Clan leader Li Guangyao produced a talisman brush, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches in length, with its shaft adorned with the intricate patterns of artifact refinement, exuding the formidable aura of a first-grade superior magical tool. "Is this a first-grade superior talisman brush?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in delight. "Grandfather, in just a month, you have successfully procured spiritual stones and even acquired a talisman brush?" Li Guangyao stroked his beard and remarked, "Indeed, one must acknowledge that after attaining the rank of a first-tier high-grade talisman master, procuring spirit stones becomes rather effortless. However, the first-tier high-grade talisman brushes are regrettably unavailable in the market of Chu Mountain." Li Guangyao lamented, "For the sake of this pen, I have journeyed 4,000 miles north to the city of Lyoha, spending 420 spiritual stones to finally acquire it." Lyoha Market, known to Li Qingyuan, is, as its name suggests, the largest market on Lyoha Island, belonging to the foundational cultivation clan of the Liu family, which directly oversees its operations. Within Lyoha City, a multitude of loose cultivators and various factions converge, with tens of thousands of practitioners gathering year-round, creating a vast trading hub. Li Qingyuan took the talisman brush, toying with it back and forth, and exclaimed with delight, "What a splendid brush! With this pen in hand, I am confident in crafting exquisite quality flame ice severing talismans. The potency of a first-tier superior talisman paper rivals that of a full-force strike from a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner." Li Guangyao nodded repeatedly and said, "Very well, very well. During my recent visit to Lyoha City, I procured a considerable amount of first-tier high-quality talisman paper and first-tier high-quality talisman ink. Come, Yuana. Please guide me on how to intricately depict the complete flame ice soul-severing talisman." Li Guangyao remarked, "Once I have mastered this technique, it shall be utilized with utmost integrity by the practitioners of my clan, providing them with a means of self-defense. You may not be aware, but during my recent visit to Lyoha City, I learned that in recent years, the islands of other maritime domains have been rife with unrest. Wandering cultivators and clan practitioners have frequently fallen victim to ambushes, plundering, and inexplicable disappearances. Recently, the foundational cultivators from various islands have mobilized, dispatching advanced practitioners to patrol the area, and with the cooperative efforts of numerous alchemical families, this has deterred the nefarious sects from acting with undue audacity." Li Guangyao remarked, "After experiencing the calamity of the last devastating incident, I, an old man, have been filled with trepidation during my journey home, fearing unforeseen mishaps along the way." Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "In recent years, it has truly been a tumultuous time. Grandfather, the clan leader, let us exert our efforts to ensure that each member of our family possesses at least one flame ice severing talisman for self-defense." The clan leader, Li Guangyao, nodded in agreement, saying, "To conserve materials, the crucial task of crafting the talismans must fall upon you, Qingyuan." Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "This is only fitting. Let us commence." Li Qingyuan prepared first-tier superior talisman paper, first-tier superior talisman ink, and a first-tier superior talisman brush. Once all the materials were ready, he picked up the brush to begin his drawing. This was his first time utilizing the first-tier superior talisman brush, and he found it significantly more comfortable than the first-tier medium brush. After several breaths, Li Qingyuan completed the final stroke of the rune. causing the talisman paper to absorb spiritual energy and emanate a powerful aura. Buzz. The flame and ice-severing talisman was successfully crafted. Li Guanao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This formidable pressure, could it truly be exquisite talisman paper? Once activated, it rivals the full force of a ninth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Aha! Qingyuan, you have accomplished it. Your talent in talisman crafting not only surpasses my own, but is unparalleled across the entire archipelago. A first-tier high-grade talisman master in their teens. Capable of producing exquisite talisman paper, it is a rare phenomenon that may not be witnessed in the archipelago for millennia. Li Qingyuan exhaled softly and continued to wield his brush. The second piece was also a masterpiece. By the time he reached the third, his condition had deteriorated, however. The quality remained exceptional, comparable to the full-force strike of an eighth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. After consecutively creating 3 pieces, Li Qingyuan sensed a depletion of his spiritual awareness and a deficiency of spiritual energy. He immediately said, "Grandfather clan leader, I must take a moment to circulate my energy and recuperate." Li Guanao nodded, acknowledging the significance of the first-tier superior talisman paper, which contained 2 exquisite quality pieces. The consumption of spiritual awareness and energy by the talisman master far exceeded that of the first-tier medium-grade talisman paper. Moreover, your current cultivation level is merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Half an hour later, Li Qingyuan completed his adjustments, restoring not only his spiritual energy but also his spiritual awareness, and commenced the second round of talisman drawing. As he meticulously crafted the talisman paper, the clan leader, his grandfather, observed attentively, harboring questions that he patiently set aside for later. Once Li Qingyuan finished his work, the elder immediately inquired about his techniques. Despite his advanced age, he did not shy away from asking questions, and his heart brimmed with joy throughout this pursuit of knowledge. This joy was rooted in his admiration for Li Qingyuan's innate talent, his aspirations for the family's promising future, and the fulfillment he derived from learning the art of talismans. He was not only a competent clan leader and a benevolent elder but also an exceptional apprentice. Throughout the day, Li Qingyuan successfully crafted talismans 3 times, producing 3 pieces each time, culminating in a total of 8 successful creations with a single accidental failure. Among the 8, there was 1 inferior grade, for standard grade, and 3 superior grade talismans, with the inferior quality being the least, showcasing his remarkable skill in talisman crafting. Subsequently, under Li Qingyuan's guidance, the clan leader began to draw talisman paper. However, with a sudden bang, the talisman paper spontaneously ignited and shattered, marking his initial failure in this endeavor. Li Guanao sighed, lamenting the loss of 5 spirit stones. Alas, I shall sketch once more and complete the drawing tomorrow. The first-tier high-quality talisman paper requires 5 spirit stones per sheet. Upon successful creation, the talismans can be sold for 8 spirit stones if of inferior quality, 9 spirit stones for standard quality, and 10 spirit stones for exquisite quality. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Li Qingyuan turned and departed, returning to his humble abode to commence his cultivation. The art of drawing talismans was but a fraction of his training. Moreover, his grandfather, the clan leader, had successfully ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refining, taking upon himself the task of crafting low-grade and middle-grade talismans. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan would primarily focus on the creation of the flame ice soul-severing talismans. In the days that followed, Li Qingyuan engaged in meditation to refine his Qi, practiced sword techniques, manipulated flying swords, and guided his clan's disciples in the cultivation of low-grade spells, imparting to them his combat experience. He dedicated 2 hours each day to the drawing of talismans, producing 9 flame ice soul-severing talismans daily, occasionally encountering failures, yet achieving a remarkable success rate of nearly 98%. He would then assist his grandfather in drawing a flame ice talisman, consuming 1 material daily. During the initial fortnight, his grandfather faced continuous failures. However, after a month, the success rate improved to 50%. Successes were often accompanied by failures, and even when successful, the quality was merely subpar, barely meeting the standards. This pace was already commendable. Firstly, he had previously attempted to draw incomplete flame ice soul-severing talismans numerous times, thus possessing a solid foundational understanding of this particular talisman. Secondly, having ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refining, he was now a late-stage cultivator, his spiritual awareness and energy far surpassing that of Li Qingyuan, allowing him to draw with minimal expenditure of effort while maintaining focus. A month later, the clan leader's success rate markedly increased, and he could produce quality talismans, albeit the authentic ones remained rare. After 3 months, out of 10 talisman materials, the clan leader achieved a success rate of 60%, resulting in 4 subpar quality talismans and 2 genuine quality ones, yielding minimal profit after deducting material costs. To acquire a high-grade talisman brush, he incurred a debt of 400 spirit stones, a sum that, given his current proficiency in talisman crafting, he could repay within a year. Furthermore, the vision of every clan cultivator possessing a high-grade talisman had been realized in merely 3 months. As for Li Qingyuan, he held 120 flame ice soul-severing talismans. He had lent 20 to his grandfather for spirit stones and sold 30 to the spirit talisman pavilion at subpar quality. Now, he retained 70 talismans of genuine quality, with over 10 being exceptional. With ample resources at hand, he felt a significant alleviation of his previous insecurities. In the subsequent days, aside from his cultivation, talisman drawing, and guiding the clan's disciples, Li Qingyuan participated in the family hunting team every 3 months to hone his skills. He immersed himself in his cultivation rhythm, remaining humble and unhurried, reaping rewards each day. Regardless of the passage of time and the changing seasons, his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation remained unwavering. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. The 16-year-old youth, now poised and graceful, donned a flowing azure robe, becoming a renowned and handsome immortal master. He had matured. His cultivation had once again reached a breakthrough. Chapter 044, Qi Refinement 6th Layer. Buzzing. Li Qingyuan sat in meditation, cultivating his internal energy as the great Chun Gong circulated within him to its utmost limit. Absorbing the ethereal energy of the universe and drawing the essence from spirit stones into his being, transforming it for his own use. This arduous practice lasted a full 3 days. Boom. At a certain moment after 3 days, Li Qingyuan's figure trembled, his azure robe fluttering in the breeze. As the spiritual energy within him surged forth, spilling from his spiritual orifices and creating a whirlwind of spiritual pressure. The aura of the 6th layer of Qi refinement was unmistakably manifested. He had indeed reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly as he directed his energy to his dantian. He then resumed the practice of the great Chun Gong to absorb the residual spiritual energy from the spirit stones, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. After a month, having solidified his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his seclusion, concluding his intensive training. The breath-concealing technique. Li Qingyuan silently recited his mental cultivation method, concealing his true abilities. Reducing his cultivation from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the 3rd, he publicly claimed to possess 4 spiritual roots, thus adhering to the training speed expected of one with such roots. Nevertheless, even so, at the age of 16, with 4 spiritual roots and at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he was already a paragon among the younger generation of his clan. Indeed. Li Qingyuan mused with a satisfied smile. At 16, reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement is quite commendable. Outside the small courtyard, the voice of the clan elder resonated with laughter. Not just commendable. I even suspect that there was an error in your initial assessment of your spiritual roots. Perhaps you are not of 3 roots but rather of 2. Nay, the clan elder entered the courtyard, shaking his head. The cultivation speed of 2 spiritual roots cannot possibly match your rapid progress. Could it be that you possess the legendary concealed spiritual body? As for what this spiritual body was, Li Qingyuan was unaware. He only knew that over the past 2 years, he had expended more than 2,000 spirit stones out of a total of 3,000. It took the refinement of over 2,000 spirit stones and 2 years of arduous effort to hone his spiritual power to its peak, ultimately allowing him to break through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Of course, the secret of the spirit stones was intrinsically linked to the mysterious ship in space, a fact that Li Qingyuan would never divulge to anyone. Li Qingyuan emerged from his chamber and greeted, "Grandfather clan leader, grandfather elder, what brings you here?" The grand elder, Li Guangyao, responded, "A few days ago, I noticed the spiritual energy in your vicinity was particularly vibrant, so I decided to investigate. To my astonishment, I discovered you were striving to reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The grand elder's medicinal fields were merely 100 paces away, and it was quite ordinary for the spiritual energy to flourish in such proximity. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 paces, the training grounds belonged to the clan leader, the grand elder, the second elder, and Li Qingyuan, situated in the heart of a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein. Generally, without the clan leader's decree, no cultivators from other clans, save for Li Dingzhou, were permitted to enter this area." The grand elder, in disbelief, remarked, "What an impressive young man. At 16, reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Your realm now rivals ours." "Alas, it seems we have truly aged." Li Qingyuan smiled silently. Although he shared the same level of cultivation as the grand elder, both being at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he had never consumed any breakthrough elixirs nor any Qi-nourishing pills, such as the minor P1 pill, which are typically used by Qi refinement practitioners to enhance their training speed. His entire reservoir of spiritual energy was derived solely from absorbing the natural spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, harnessing the essence of spiritual veins, and refining the power of spirit stones, resulting in an exceptionally solid foundation that surpassed the average practitioner at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, with Li Qingyuan's innate powerful soul and superior spiritual awareness, he could contend with those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Equipped with dozens, if not hundreds, of high-quality first-tier talismans, he could easily vanquish opponents at the 7th layer. In terms of combat prowess, he was confident that he could even face those at the 8th layer. At that moment, the clan leader, his grandfather, spoke, "Qingyuan, your breakthrough comes at a most opportune time. Every 3 years, the talisman's masters from the overseas islands gather to hold an exchange meeting across the 5 islands in the sea, where they refine their talisman skills and share insights on talisman drawing. They often exchange talismans of the same grade if they find something of interest in each other's work, fostering mutual aid and benefit. This year, the gathering coincides with our very own Lioha Island, in Lioha City, so you shall accompany me on this journey." Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. A talisman master exchange conference? That sounds intriguing. The clan elder remarked, this conference is jointly organized by the talisman masters. And the minimum requirement for participation is to possess at least a mid-grade, first-tier talisman paper. Furthermore, one must be capable of crafting high-quality mid-grade, first-tier talismans. During this exchange, you must conceal your mastery of talisman techniques and your qi refinement level, and can only reveal your ability slightly. Understand? Li Qingyuan nodded and said, Grandfather clan leader. Rest assured, I understand. The young man, upon achieving success, is often prone to arrogance. It is precisely for this reason that the clan leader felt compelled to offer a word of caution. However, he evidently underestimated Li Qingyuan's steadiness. In Li Qingyuan's heart, there resided a yearning for higher aspirations, coupled with the understanding that he still needed to remain in concealment, lest he expose his true capabilities and invite calamity. At the age of 16, he had already reached the 6th level of qi refinement. And it was a foregone conclusion that he would advance to the latter stages of qi refinement before turning 20. By the age of 50, he was certain to achieve the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement. Such youth and vitality, if aided by foundational spiritual treasures, would undoubtedly qualify him to make a formidable breakthrough. Any established foundational celestial clan would never permit the emergence of new foundational clans that could encroach upon their territory. Spiritual veins and populace. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan embarked on a journey northward, taking all his possessions and riding alongside his grandfather, the clan leader. Over the past 2 years, although he had expended over 2,000 spiritual stones, his monthly salary for talisman crafting had risen to 10 stones. He engaged in beast hunting every 3 months, yielding inconsistent returns, yet averaging over 100 spiritual stones per hunt. After 2 years of accumulation, despite the expenditure of over 2,000 stones, his elevated cultivation made it relatively easy to hunt mid-tier first-level spiritual beasts. And he even managed to slay several late-stage, first-level beasts comparable to the 7th level of qi refinement, reaping substantial rewards. Through hunting alone, he compensated for his cultivation expenses. His family salary, amounting to 10 spiritual stones monthly, totaled 120 stones annually, culminating in 240 stones over 2 years, which effectively doubled to 480 stones. And this, mind you, was merely his salary. Li Qingyuan's clandestine sale of talisman papers amounts to a minimum of several hundred spirit stones each year, accumulating to over 1,000 spirit stones in 2 years. Thus, it can be anticipated that the initial 3,000 spirit stones will, after 2 years, not only remain unchanged but will indeed exceed 5,000 spirit stones significantly. Of course, were it not for the assistance of the Xianpin space, he would likely still be languishing at the 3rd layer of qi refining, barely managing to craft low-tier talisman papers for mere subsistence. Cultivating in such an extraordinary manner is undeniably exhilarating. The grandfather and grandson each mounted a unique unicorn-striped zebra, galloping forth. At the age of 16, Li Qingyuan already stands approximately 175 centimeters tall, and he estimates that within 2 to 3 years, reaching 185 centimeters will pose no difficulty. Liuhe City is situated 4,000 li from the Li family, located in the northern central part of Liuhe Island. Although sword flying is swift, it can be exhausting and depletes spiritual energy. Since time is not of the essence, a slight delay in their arrival is inconsequential. During their journey, the family patriarch remarked, in truth, this year's Talisman Master Exchange meeting is not scheduled to be held on Liuhe Island. However, there will soon be a grand auction on Liuhe Island. This auction will attract various qi refining families from the 5 major islands and 36 archipelagos, along with numerous rogue cultivators and major trading associations. Consequently, the Talisman Master Sect has chosen Liuhe City as the venue for the exchange meeting, allowing for both the sharing of knowledge and the opportunity to participate in this magnificent auction. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Will numerous scattered cultivators and qi refining families attend from the 5 great islands of the sea? Chief Li Guangyao stroked his beard and replied with certainty, indeed. They will come. It is said that this auction may feature the elusive Foundation Establishment pill. A gasp escaped Li Qingyuan's lips as his heart raced, blood surging with uncontrollable fervor. The Foundation Establishment pill? Chapter 045, The Talismonger Exchange Conference. Is it true that even the Foundation Establishment pill will be auctioned? Li Qingyuan paused, his expression filled with astonishment. The archipelago comprises 5 principal islands and a constellation of 36 smaller islets. The Foundation Establishment sect consists of 5 families, each occupying one of the 5 major islands, each possessing a second-tier spiritual vein and commanding a retinue of a dozen or 20 qi refining clans as vassals. Naturally, within the 5 great islands and the 36 smaller ones, numerous independent cultivator factions, merchant guilds, trade alliances, and mercenary groups also thrive. The Foundation Establishment pill, pivotal to the process of Foundation establishment, is regarded as an unparalleled treasure capable of altering destiny in the eyes of qi refining practitioners. It's worth soaring to over 10,000 spirit stones, yet remaining elusive in the market. Thus, the existence of the Foundation Establishment pill is extraordinarily rare throughout the archipelago, surfacing only once every few decades or even centuries. Moreover, each appearance of the Foundation Establishment pill invariably incites a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Li Guanao remarked. It is said that such a thing exists, yet whether it does remains a mystery to me. However, the foundational elixir, a treasure of immense value, is beyond the means of our entire Li clan to procure. Even if we could afford it, we would be unable to safeguard it. Our primary purpose in visiting Lioha City is to attend the Talismanist Exchange Conference and to engage in learning. Li Qingyuan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of his grandfather. The clan leader. Onward. The grandfather and grandson, urging their steeds onward, could traverse 300 miles in a single day. After 10 days, they arrived at Lioha City. Li Qingyuan marveled at the grandeur of the city. Above the grand entrance, the characters Luhia City loomed impressively. The city walls stretched for 100 miles, extending for dozens of miles on either side, intricately embedded within the mountains, constructed in harmony with the surrounding waters, thus claiming a strategic advantage that rendered it easily defensible yet challenging to besiege. Li Guanao elaborated. This is the outer city, home to a multitude of ordinary mortals, numbering between 300 to 500,000. In contrast, the inner city boasts a population of cultivators that exceeds several thousand. Within Li City lies a first-grade superior spiritual vein, firmly held by the Lu clan of immortals. They have established spiritual energy caverns, leasing them to various rogue cultivators and factions in exchange for substantial amounts of spiritual stones and resources. Li Guanao remarked that Lioha City possesses the finest spiritual veins, the richest resources, and the most prosperous marketplace, which over time has become a gathering place for all wandering cultivators on Lioha Island. Naturally, one must possess spiritual stones or a unique skill. Otherwise, survival here would be a formidable challenge. Li Qingyuan contemplated. I understand. It pertains to the so-called school district housing. The scattered cultivators labor tirelessly throughout their lives, with their total earnings surpassing 50%, or even half of the savings accumulated over 3 generations, all devoted to renting exorbitantly priced abodes. Even more astonishing is the fact that the caves under the aegis of the Lu clan can only be rented and are never sold, year after year. Over the span of millennia, the Lu family of Lioha Island, a foundational cultivation clan, must undoubtedly possess a vast fortune of spirit stones and an abundance of resources. Li Guanao remarked, let us find an end to rest. Shortly, I shall reach out to the contact point to inquire about the details of the Talismanist Exchange Conference. Li Qingyuan readily agreed. That evening, Li Guanao returned to the inn and approached Li Qingyuan's room, stating, this upcoming exchange conference, in consideration of the distant journeys of other talisman masters, will span 10 days. The venue has been chosen as the largest inn in Lioha City, the Guanshan Lake Inn. Coincidentally, tomorrow morning marks the commencement of the first day of the Talisman Master Exchange Conference. Li Guanao remarked, we shall set off tomorrow morning, entirely at the behest of our esteemed clan elder. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. The following morning, at the Guanshan Lake Inn, one could not help but admire its grandeur. For it is the largest inn in Luhacheng, constructed around a tranquil freshwater lake, embraced by mountains on 3 sides. Elegant courtyards are artfully scattered across the mountainside, offering a splendid view of the lake, with willows swaying gently in the breeze. The entrance of the inn bustles with visitors coming and going. Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity. So many people. Li Guanao elucidated. Indeed, in addition to the talismanic exchange gathering, there are also gatherings for alchemists and artifact refiners, among others. The talismanic exchange gathering is just over there. Let us proceed. Soon, the grandfather and grandson arrived at the villa where the talismanic exchange was being held. At the entrance, 2 young men proclaimed, all participating talismans must create either a first-tier superior talisman paper or a first-tier fine-quality talisman paper on-site. Only those who meet the requisite skill level may enter. Here, we provide complementary materials for talisman creation, one of the young men announced. Li Guanao, with deliberate grace, grasped a first-tier superior talisman brush. After a moment of contemplation, precisely 100 breaths later, he successfully inscribed the first-tier superior talisman paper, the Flame Eye Severing Talisman. Observing this, the young man, with a respectful demeanor, remarked, this first-tier superior talisman paper is of authentic quality, duly noted. Here's your conference token. With this token in hand, you may enter and exit the conference venue at your convenience over the next 10 days. Li Qingyuan stepped forward to craft a first-tier mid-grade talisman, a masterpiece of exceptional quality. This signified his potential to ascend to the ranks of a first-tier superior talisman master. Successfully passing the assessment, a young man courteously remarked, it is remarkable that one so youthful possesses such profound expertise in the art of talisman crafting. Your future in this field is undoubtedly promising. He then presented a token for attending the conference. In the presence of a skilled talisman master, the 2 young attendants exhibited great politeness. One of the attendants collected the talisman paper and, with a smile, clarified, according to the rules, this talisman paper is designated for the exchange conference. Li Qingyuan, good gracious, are you taking advantage without paying? Upon the arrival of Li Guanao and his grandson Li Qingyuan, 7 or 8 individuals had already gathered, alongside approximately 10 talisman masters present at the scene. Do not underestimate the significance of these 10 individuals. Each one is either a first-tier superior talisman master or possesses skills that are strikingly close to that level, sufficient to uphold the reputation of second- or third-rate qi refining families. Li Qingyuan sat beside his grandfather, the clan leader, his gaze fixed and his mind tranquil, patiently awaiting the proceedings. After approximately an hour, the number of talisman masters exceeded 20. At that moment, two elders approached together, their laughter resonating. Ha ha. We apologize for keeping you all waiting. As the two men drew near, the majority of the talisman masters rose in unison, extending courteous greetings. Elder Gong, Elder Zhao. You have finally arrived. We have been eagerly anticipating your presence. Li Qingyuan wore a puzzled expression. Elder Gong and Elder Zhao are the most renowned talisman masters in the archipelago, reputed to be on the verge of attaining the esteemed status of second-tier talisman masters, with only a small distance remaining to reach true second-tier mastery. Beside Li Qingyuan, a portly man in his 20s squinted and introduced, in the archipelago, there are 3 proficient second-tier talisman masters. Each session of the Talisman Exchange Conference is presided over by these 3 individuals. Additionally, they are all renowned masters of the 10th layer of Qi refinement with many years of experience. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and replied, I see. Thank you for the information, my friend. The affable chubby man said, I am Gong Yuan. May I inquire how to address you, my friend? Li Qingyuan remarked, it is Taoist Gong. I am surnamed Li. Gong? Li Qingyuan paused slightly after speaking. Taoist Gong chuckled softly and replied, the elder Gong they speak of is indeed my grandfather. Li Qingyuan, goodness, the second-generation talisman master. After the crowd exchanged pleasantries, Elder Gong and Elder Zhao exchanged glances and spoke, Dear friends, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence this exchange meeting. Should you have any queries regarding the art of talismans, do not hesitate to inquire. Although we do not presume to be masters in this field, we shall endeavor to provide some clarity to your confusions. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in further compliments. Before long, someone stood up and said, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao. May I begin? This individual, in his 50s, carried himself with respect and posed his question. I possess a frenzied talisman capable of igniting spiritual energy and boiling blood, temporarily elevating one's cultivation. Yet, every time I reach the concluding strokes of the drawing, I invariably fail. Please, esteemed elders, enlighten me. As he spoke, he began to sketch on the talisman paper, while the onlookers observed intently, eager to learn. Moments later, his spiritual energy faltered slightly as he wielded his brush, resulting in the destruction of the runes and the combustion of the talisman paper. With a sigh of resignation, he asked, May I inquire, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, where might I have erred? Elder Gong chuckled and inquired, Elder Zhao, shall you respond, or shall I? Elder Zhao. His hair as white as snow, and his figure slightly hunched, appeared nearly 90 years old. With a gaunt smile, he replied, Elder Gong, please proceed. Elder Gong then turned to Li Qingyuan, saying, You honor, would you care to share your thoughts on where this friend has fallen short? The plump young man, in his 20s, stepped forward and spoke with confidence. In my humble opinion, the deficiency lies within the cultivation technique. This frenzied talisman is quite peculiar. It necessitates a powerful and fervent fire element cultivation method for its successful creation. Naturally, those with profound skills in talisman arts may bypass this requirement. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Zhao exclaimed with a smile, Elder Gong, your successor is promising indeed. It is enviable that you discern this. Your grandson's talisman skills must surely have reached the first rank of excellence? Elder Gong stroked his beard and laughed. Elder Zhao, you flatter me. My grandson has only recently, a year ago, barely attained the first rank of excellence in talisman crafting. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Gong Yuan in astonishment. Indeed, being the direct descendant of Elder Gong, his talent for talismans was remarkable. At just over 20, he had already become a first-rank talisman master. It took me until I was 50 to barely achieve that. Truly, a prodigy, a prodigy. Gong Yuan humbly responded, Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa Zhao. And to all esteemed friends. After a moment of basking in the praise, he returned to his position. Subsequently, the second and third individuals posed their inquiries, sketching talismans on-site while articulating their doubts and failures, seeking guidance and assistance. The gathering became a platform for mutual exchange, learning, and collaboration. Throughout this process, Elders Zhao and Gong contributed the most, adeptly addressing nearly every question posed. Occasionally, when confronted with specialized talismans, their insights provided profound enlightenment, illuminating the minds of the inquirers. They also shared their own experiences and the methods they had refined over the years, leaving the audience immensely appreciative and repeatedly praising their wisdom. Li Qingyuan was also attentively listening and diligently learning. When the opportune moment arose, he would inquire about certain matters, gaining invaluable insights from 2 adept second-tier talismans masters. The clan leader, grandfather, was similarly engaged. Li Guanao voiced his own confusions. As a self-taught talisman master, he found himself grappling with numerous perplexities. Seizing the opportunity, he posed his questions one by one, receiving guidance from Zhao Lao and Gong Lao, as well as exchanging ideas with other first-tier superior talisman papers, which proved to be immensely beneficial. Everyone gained greatly from this experience, engaging in enthusiastic discussions. The midday meal was also held at the guest courtyard, marking a truly joyous gathering. Li Qingyuan pondered, Indeed, the atmosphere for learning is quite remarkable. I have acquired a wealth of genuine knowledge. This 10-day exchange conference has proven to be invaluable. As the first day of the conference swiftly transitioned into evening, nearly 30 rune masters gathered for the occasion. Ahem. Esteemed friends, Zhao Lao cleared his throat and began. I am Zhao Tuesday due to the inadequacies of my descendants. The art of rune crafting faces a dire lack of successors. Today, I intend to sell my legacy of rune paper. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback. The legacy of Zhao Lao's rune crafting? Zhao Lao, a proficient quasi-second-tier rune master, was on the cusp of achieving true second-tier status. His legacy of rune paper would undoubtedly attract the attention of even the foundational celestial clans. One individual inquired, Zhao Lao, may I ask if your legacy of rune paper comprises a complete set? Zhao Lao, with a wry smile, replied, I can offer a complete quasi-second-tier rune crafting legacy. But can you afford it? The questioner felt a flush of embarrassment, acknowledging, Zhao Lao speaks wisely. I was overly ambitious. Zhao Lao continued. I am offering my legacy of rune paper today, with each jade slip inscribed with the method for a single type of rune paper. I will not sell a complete set. The first-tier superior rune paper legacy consists of 3 types, each priced at 300 spirit stones. The first-tier exquisite rune paper legacy comprises 2 types, each priced at 800 spirit stones. Zhao Lao then asked, esteemed guests, are there any willing buyers? After a moment's consideration, Zhao Tu added, those who purchase the legacy jade slip shall receive my guidance for 5 days to aid their initiation. Li Guan'ao and his grandson Li Qingyuan exchanged a glance, their breaths momentarily suspended. The Li clan possesses only one type of first-tier superior talisman paper, the Yambing Zhampa talisman, which was only made available after Li Qingyuan recently completed its runes. The first-tier exquisite talisman paper is exceptionally formidable, once successfully inscribed. It can rival a strike from a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, proving to be a significant asset for the Li family. However, the price of 800 spirit stones is beyond the means of Li Guangao. Over the past 2 years, in the first year, he diligently crafted talismans, utilizing a small portion of the family's wealth, and ultimately repaid a debt of 400 spirit stones. In the second year, while managing the talisman-making business and providing for the protection of family disciples, he managed to accumulate only 300 spirit stones. Even with the inventory of spirit stones brought from the family, he had barely 500 to 600 spirit stones. Among the talisman masters, someone spoke up, Elder Zhao. I wish to acquire a first-tier exquisite talisman paper inheritance jade slip. Here are 800 spirit stones, please accept them. Elder Zhao replied with a smile, very well. Here's the jade slip. I shall personally guide you in talisman crafting shortly. Another voice chimed in. Elder Zhao, I seek a first-tier superior talisman paper inheritance jade slip, preferably of a defensive nature. Do you have any? Elder Zhao chuckled. Indeed, I have. Once again, a transaction was successfully completed, adding 300 spirit stones to the account. Li Guan'ao felt anxious, yet he had no spirit stones at his disposal. Li Qingyuan pulled him aside, retrieving a storage pouch, and whispered, Grandfather clan leader, over the years, my father and I have hunted ferocious beasts, amassing 300 spirit stones. Let us pool our resources to purchase a top-tier talisman paper and the inheritance jade slip for our clan. Li Guan'ao held the spiritual stone, tears streaming down his cheeks, and with a heart full of gratitude, remarked, good child, this shall be regarded as a familial loan to you. Li Guan'ao did not hesitate. He understood that if he could successfully inscribe a first-tier extraordinary talisman, it would significantly enhance the strength of their family, allowing them to rival second-rate Qi refining families in a remarkably short time. At this moment, there was no room for evasion. Although the 800 spirit stones were costly, more than half of the talisman masters present could afford them, and swift action was imperative. Li Guan'ao approached briskly and said, Daoist Zhao, I wish to purchase a first-tier exquisite talisman paper inheritance jade slip, preferably one of an offensive nature. He was at the late stage of Qi refining in Zhao Tu. Also at the late stage was at the 10th level of Qi refining. Being elderly, it was entirely reasonable for the two to address each other as fellow Daoists. Here are 800 spirit stones, please count them, he added. Old Zhao Tu replied, this one is of a defensive type. Li Guan'ao's face fell in disappointment. However, in the next moment, the old man Zhao Tu produced 2 more jade slips and said, fear not. I have made several imprints of the inheritance jade slips for each type of talisman paper. Goodness, so one type of talisman paper can be sold to multiple buyers. A case of one fish feeding many, Li Guan'ao mused. Zhao Tu then handed him a jade slip, saying, here you go, this one is for offensive talisman paper. Upon hearing this, Li Guan'ao let out a long sigh of relief and remarked, that is indeed good. As he returned to his seat, he held the jade slip against his forehead, channeling his spiritual consciousness into it to comprehend the method of inscribing talismans. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Li Qingyuan inquired, Grandfather, how are you? Li Guan'ao joyfully remarked, you may observe for yourself. Li Qingyuan took the jade slip and gently pressed it to his forehead, allowing his spiritual consciousness to read its contents. It was a first-tier premium talisman paper, the Pure Yang Sword Talisman. Upon its completion, it gathered Pure Yang spiritual energy, transforming into Pure Yang Sword energy with a single strike capable of rivaling the might of a 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator, below the foundation establishment stage. Few could stand as his adversaries. Li Qingyuan's expression revealed a hint of joy as he mused to himself, what a splendid treasure. The expenditure of 800 spirit stones is truly worthwhile. However, dear Taoist Li, you may be rejoicing a tad prematurely. Chapter 047, First Grade Superior Tortoiseshell Talismans. Yet, dear Taoist Li, you may indeed be celebrating too soon. Beside Li Qingyuan, Gong Yuan let out a soft sigh and said, friendly. Crafting a first-tier premium talisman paper is no simple feat. Many first-tier high-ranking talisman masters spend their entire lives striving yet never manage to create a first-tier premium talisman paper. Do you understand the reason behind this? Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan clasped his fist in salute and humbly sought guidance, saying, I am indeed unaware of this matter. And I kindly request your esteemed teachings, Taoist Gong. Taoist Gong responded, in the realm of talismanic arts, from the very first tier of exquisite talisman paper, there exists no further classification into inferior, standard, or superior grades. It either succeeds or it does not. Once achieved, it can rival the full-force strike of a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refinement. Should it fail, the talisman paper will self-destruct. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan and Li Guanao displayed expressions of astonishment and incredulity, exclaiming, is it truly so? The first-tier top-grade talisman paper lacks any distinction between inferior, standard, and superior grades? Li Qingyuan complimented, friend Gong, you truly embody the legacy of the esteemed Gong family as the sole disciple of the talismanic arts. Your profound heritage is indeed admirable. Gong Yuan smiled, his lips curling in a playful manner, and waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing of great significance, nothing of great significance. My skills in the talismanic arts are still far from my grandfather's level. Li Qingyuan seized the opportunity to inquire, might I ask, esteemed Taoist Gong, what is the meaning of a quasi-second-tier talisman master? 1 tier is 1 tier, and 2 tiers is 2 tiers. What then is this designation of a quasi-second-tier talisman master? Gong Yuan smiled faintly and replied, a quasi-second-tier talisman master is one who possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly inscribe top-grade first-tier talisman paper. Moreover, these quasi-second-tier talisman masters can even craft genuine second-tier inferior talisman paper. However, Gong Yuan paused momentarily before adding, to truly inscribe a second-tier talisman paper that can harness the magical essence of a foundation-building practitioner, one must possess the power of divine consciousness. A practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement, though capable of inscribing second-tier talisman paper, lacks the necessary divine consciousness and can only utilize spiritual perception to draw in the celestial energies into the talisman paper, resulting in its failure. Thus, quasi-second-tier talisman masters can inscribe the runes of second-tier talisman papers, yet due to their deficiency in foundation-building divine consciousness, they are unable to complete the final step. Ultimately, a quasi-second-tier talisman master is merely a distinguished figure among top-grade first-tier talisman masters. Li Qingyuan's eyes were opened wide as he exclaimed, I see now, indeed. My esteemed friend Gong possesses profound knowledge. I am truly in awe. This has proven to be immensely valuable. Gong Yuan then remarked, thus, even with your grandfather receiving guidance from Zhao Lawu for a mere 3 days, it would still be exceedingly challenging to craft a first-tier premium talisman paper. The 800 spirit stones may very well be squandered. With a tone of earnestness, Gong Yuan continued, the essence of the inheritance in talisman crafting, weapon forging, and alchemy does not lie in the jade slips but rather in the teachings and examples set forth by our elders. Upon hearing these words, Li Guanao's expression shifted slightly. However, recalling Li Qingyuan's remarkable talent in talisman crafting, his demeanor swiftly returned to normal. 800 spirit stones are indeed worth a gamble. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in gratitude and said, thank you for informing me, Taoist Gong. In his heart, he mused, with the guidance of the Xianpin space and my own innate divine soul being powerful, my spiritual awareness surpasses that of ordinary individuals. And I possess a modicum of talent in the art of talismans. If one is willing to strive, to exert effort, and to invest time and resources, the pure Yang Sword talisman will inevitably be within reach. By the 3rd day, nearly all the anticipated attendees had arrived, with the number approaching 40. Additionally, the 3rd had also made an appearance. The esteemed masters of the talisman community, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng, were all present. All 3 were at the 10th level of qi refinement and had reached the pinnacle of that stage, thus qualifying for the foundation establishment. Notably, Elder Zhang, the youngest among them, was around 60 years old, hailing from beyond Lioha Island, one of the 4 foundational immortal clans. Elder Zhao, the eldest, was in his 80s, nearing 90. Throughout the 10-day talisman exchange conference, both Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan did not dare to miss a single day. Driven by an earnest desire for improvement, they attended daily, engaging in learning and exchanges to elevate their skills. Soon, the final day of the conference arrived. Elder Gong rose and addressed the assembly. Dear friends, as we embark on the last day of our exchange, we shall enter the free trading segment. As long as both parties are willing and reach a consensus, any resources may be freely exchanged. In an instant, the atmosphere became lively. Materials for refining tools, spiritual herbs for alchemy, talisman paper, magical artifacts, formations, elixirs, and talisman resources were all on display, with participants enthusiastically calling out to attract interested Taoists. Before long, this place transformed into a private trading venue, uniquely reserved for talisman masters to share and exchange resources. Someone proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, I possess a first-grade high-quality defensive talisman paper and seek to exchange it for an ice attribute talisman of the same grade. Is there anyone willing to trade with me?" Li Guanao and his grandfather Li Qingyuan exchanged a glance, gently nodding in acknowledgement. The flame ice slashing talisman belongs to the category of offensive spells. While they were in dire need of a first-tier high-quality talisman for defense, the method for crafting a first-tier high-quality talisman is valued at 300 spirit stones, a sum that Li Guanao and the Li family could no longer afford. Therefore, the prospect of barter, exchanging talismans of the same tier, presents a mutually beneficial solution. Li Guanao rose and said, "Esteemed friends, I am willing to engage in a trade with you." The elder added, "I too am inclined to participate." A third voice chimed in, "I possess a first-grade superior talisman of the ice attribute as well." The three expressed their eagerness to exchange. The individual bowed respectfully and courteously remarked, "Honored friends, here are my talismans. I invite you to examine them. I also kindly request that you present your talismans for my inspection." Li Guanao and the other two nodded in agreement, each producing a piece of talisman paper. When the talisman paper reached Li Guanao's hands, Li Qingyuan leaned in to take a closer look. Indeed, it was a first-grade superior talisman, known as the turtle shell talisman. A genuine quality turtle shell talisman possesses the capability to withstand a full-force strike from an 8th-layer chi refining practitioner. In Li Qingyuan's mind, a vivid image began to take shape. The tortoise shell talisman continuously layered itself, while the flame and ice slashing talisman relentlessly vanquished foes. As long as there were sufficient talismans, with their offensive and defensive synergy, an 8th-tier chi refinement practitioner would be invincible. However, the feasibility of a transaction ultimately hinged upon the needs of the other party. Moments later, the talisman master remarked, "I find myself in need of this flame and ice-slashing talisman. I intend to exchange it with Taoist Li." The other two Taoists expressed no significant regret. If the transaction could not be completed, so be it. After all, it was a matter of equitable exchange, each party seeking their own interests without anyone gaining undue advantage. "I am Lu Daoming," he introduced himself, presenting a jade slip. "Taoist Li, please accept this method for crafting the tortoise shell talisman." Li Guanao had also prepared a jade slip in advance, which contained the method for inscribing the flame ice soul-severing talisman. He presented the jade slip to Lu, saying, "Here you go, fellow Taoist." The two elderly gentlemen reached an agreement. Soon, Li Qingyuan received the jade slip as well, pressing it against his forehead to read its contents with his spiritual sense. The method for inscribing the turtle shell talisman was thoroughly detailed, and the other party had not tampered with it. Subsequently, Li Guanao and his grandson Li Qingyuan, lacking any immediate items for exchange, quietly observed the myriad transactions unfolding among the others, patiently awaiting the passage of time. At last, evening arrived. The trio of Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng stood and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, this talismanist exchange has been a resounding success. We wish each of you longevity in the Tao and a promising foundation for your cultivation." The crowd rose in unison to reciprocate. "We wish Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng longevity in the Tao and a promising foundation for our cultivation. Until we meet again at the next exchange," they bid farewell, departing in groups of 3 or 5, engaging in spirited conversations, making plans to enjoy a drink together as they awaited the commencement of the auction. Li Guanao and his grandson Li Qingyuan approached the venerable Zhao Tuesday. In addition to the duo, 4 other individuals sought the wisdom of Zhao Tuesday. The group exchanged polite greetings. "Greetings, Elder Zhao." Zhao Tu responded, "Esteemed friends, the auction is merely a few days away. For the next 5 days, I shall guide each of you for 1 hour daily. How much you comprehend and master will depend solely on your own fortune." The group nodded in appreciation, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Thus, the following morning, Li Guanao and his grandson arrived at the appointed place to visit Zhao Tuesday. There were a total of 5 eager learners. Consequently, Zhao Tu would be required to instruct 5 individuals each day, dedicating an hour to each. Zhao Tu turned to Li Guanao and remarked, "Let us begin with you, my friend." However, Li Guanao astonished everyone by declaring, "Dear Zhao, it is not I who seeks to learn the art of talisman crafting, but rather my grandson." Li Qingyuan stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "I am Li Qingyuan, and I humbly seek guidance from Elder Zhao." Zhao Tu was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment, "Taoist Li, are you certain? Your grandson is so young, given his mastery of talismans. It seems utterly implausible for him to wield a first-tier premium talisman." Li Guanao merely clasped his fist in a gesture of respect, stating, "Zhao, my friend, I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Tu nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Very well, this is your prerogative. Now, esteemed friends, let us commence." Chapter 048. The auction commences. On the first day, after an hour of study, Li Qingyuan vividly recognized the truth in the words of his companion, Gong Yuan. The crafting of a first-tier premium talisman was a matter of success or failure. Its difficulty exceeded that of creating a standard first-tier talisman by more than twice, demanding exceptional comprehension and a significantly greater investment of resources. To successfully inscribe a first-tier premium talisman, acquiring the method was merely the initial step. The guidance of a master was of even greater significance. In preparation for this learning experience, Li Qingyuan had naturally gathered the necessary materials, first-tier premium talisman paper and ink. Located in Liuhua City, the marketplace was vast, replete with numerous trading houses, and the auction attracted thousands upon thousands of cultivators. Acquiring these materials was not a daunting task, provided one had sufficient spirit stones. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan discreetly procured some elixirs for his father to enhance his cultivation and expedite his training, such as chi-nourishing pills, minor vitality pills, and various tonics tailored for body cultivators, including blood essence pills and tiger strength pills. As for the first-tier premium talisman brush, it belonged to the realm of first-tier magical artifacts, and at that moment, Li Qingyuan could neither find one nor could he use it publicly even if he did. During the 5 days of Zhao Tu's tutelage, Li Qingyuan dedicated an hour each day to inscribing talismans, attempting 10 drawings daily. Each day, he faced failure 10 times, incinerating dozens of spirit stones in the process. Fortunately, his robust foundation and ample supply of spirit stones allowed him to withstand such losses. Moreover, whenever Zhao Tu had a moment to spare, Li Qingyuan seized the opportunity to pose his inquiries, articulating his confusions. Additionally, Li Qingyuan, possessing a sweet tongue and high emotional intelligence, endeared himself to Zhao Tu by presenting fine spirit wines and delicacies, thus leaving a favorable impression. Coupled with the innate talent he displayed while learning the art of talisman drawing, as well as his eagerness for knowledge, he garnered Zhao Tu's admiration, prompting the latter to offer him further guidance. Regrettably, the creation of first-tier premium talismans remained exceedingly challenging. After 5 consecutive days of study, each lasting an hour and consuming 10 sheets of talisman paper daily, Li Qingyuan had yet to succeed even once. On the final day, as the lessons concluded, Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Zhao Lao, for your guidance over these 5 days. I have greatly benefited." Zhao Tu regarded Li Qingyuan with a measure of admiration, remarking, "Young friend Qingyuan, with your talent and age, should you persist in the path of talismans, a promising future awaits you. Alas, if my family had a descendant as remarkable as you, I would not need to strive so hard." With that, Zhao Tu paused, gesturing. "You may go now." Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, "I take my leave, esteemed elder." Zhao Tu watched as Li Qingyuan departed into the distance, murmuring softly, "Were it not for the inopportune timing, I would have truly desired to accept him as my disciple and pass on my legacy." Sigh. Time swiftly passed, and on the 6th day, the auction commenced. Early that morning, Li Qingyuan addressed Li Guan'ao, "Grandfather, the items to be auctioned today are primarily meant for those in the late stages of qi refinement. For me, they are of no use and beyond my financial means. Furthermore, after Elder Zhao Tu's acquisition of the pure Yang Sword Talisman, our family's spirit stones have been nearly depleted. Therefore, I shall not attend this auction." Li Qingyuan stated, "I wish to seize this opportunity while the cultivators of Liuhua City are gathering, to rent a stall and sell talismans, thus earning spirit stones to support my cultivation." Li Guan'ao felt both gratified and guilty as he spoke. "Good child, your family has burdened you. Alas, the child is too extravagant, despised by both people and dogs. The child is too sensible, leaving the elders with mixed feelings of satisfaction and remorse." Li Guan'ao remarked, "I shall not go either. The clan leader shall accompany you to set up a stall." "Do not." Li Qingyuan stated, "Grandfather, as the clan leader, you have now attained the 7th level of qi refinement. Your vision reflects the stature of our family, and your insights embody our clan's wisdom. How can you possibly refrain from attending?" Li Qingyuan remarked, "Furthermore, after the auction concludes, I would love to hear your observations from the event." Upon hearing this, Li Guan'ao nodded and replied, "Very well then." Qingyuan's words resonated deeply. As the clan leader, his vision epitomizes that of the family, and his insights reflect the family's understanding. Their lineage aspires to ascend to the ranks of a 2nd-tier alchemical family, a 1st-tier alchemical family, and even to challenge the foundational celestial clan. There is much to learn and witness. Soon after, the grandfather and grandson parted ways. Li Qingyuan vanished after turning the corner, only to re-emerge moments later clad in a dark ensemble, his countenance concealed by a mask, his cultivation now at the 5th level of qi refinement. He approached the vicinity of the auction house and observed his grandfather, the clan leader, entering the venue. After waiting for a brief interval, he gracefully made his entrance into the auction house, presenting 10 spirit stones for the admission ticket. Li Qingyuan pondered, "Grandfather Patriarch, it is not my intention to deceive you. Rather, the origin of these 5,000 spirit stones is indeed difficult to elucidate. Yet, I yearn to broaden my horizons and hope to acquire treasures beneficial for my cultivation." After deducting the 300 spirit stones in support of Grandfather Patriarch, as well as the materials for first-tier premium talisman paper and ink worth several hundred spirit stones that he purchased, he still possesses 4,000 spirit stones. Before long, Li Qingyuan entered the auction hall, locating his designated seat according to the wooden plaque. Various factions, prominent families, practitioners from various islands, and numerous loose cultivators gathered in droves. Mid-stage qi refinement practitioners were as common as dogs, and late-stage qi refinement practitioners were easily spotted. Occasionally, The presence of formidable practitioners at the 10th layer of Qi refinement swept by, drawing the attention of the crowd. Meanwhile, outside Liu City, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li descended upon the city riding their flying spirit beasts. Zhou Li inquired, "Father, did you not mention that this auction is a scheme? A trap? Then why are we here?" Zhou Kuei, nearing 60 yet exuding a vigorous aura that belied his age, appeared no more than 50. He replied in a low voice, "Precisely for that reason, we must attend. If everyone else is present and we are absent, would it not render us peculiar? Moreover, we have reached a critical phase in our family's plans that cannot afford any missteps." His gaze was profound, and his countenance stern. Zhou Li nodded. "I understand, father." Zhou Kuei contemplated. "Our family's spiritual vein is on the verge of reaching the threshold of the 2nd tier. And I have achieved the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. In a few years, when our family's spiritual vein ascends to the 2nd tier, I shall refine my cultivation to perfection and, upon consuming the foundation establishment pill, I will surely break through to foundation establishment." Soon, the father and son of the Zhou family arrived at the auction and entered a VIP room. Within a certain VIP chamber, soundproof talisman papers adorned the walls, not only isolating sound but also preventing spiritual perception. Inside, a lady in a purple dress sat gracefully, sipping tea, her face veiled, cascading black hair like a waterfall, and her eyes sparkling like stars. A maid hurried over and whispered, "Miss, Zhou Kuei has arrived." The lady in purple chuckled softly. "Ah, this old fellow is indeed composed. My Qin family has not chosen the wrong partner for this collaboration." The maid continued, "The second master said that the Liu family, along with 4 other foundation establishment families' 10th layer Qi refinement practitioners, have also arrived. Additionally, various bandits, having changed their appearances, have also flooded into Liu City." The lady sipped her fragrant tea, her bright eyes and beautiful teeth sparkling as she laughed. "Hee hee, the show is about to begin." Chapter 49, Treasures Abound, Technique Cultivation. Bang! The resounding clang of a bronze bell echoed throughout the hall, reverberating in the ears of the thousands gathered. A figure clad in a gray-green robe descended gracefully from above. The individual appeared to be around 60 years of age, adorned with embroidered willow branches on his attire. He clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I am Liu Yuming from the Liu family, here at the behest of my clan brother and at the request of fellow Taoists from various islands to preside over this auction. I prefer brevity. So let us proceed directly to the items for bid." Liu Yuming gracefully landed at the center of the auction stage, his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement radiating throughout the hall. Li Qingyuan's expression faltered as he mused, truly deserving of the foundation establishment celestial clan. They have dispatched a formidable expert at the 10th level of Qi refinement to preside over the auction. Whispers surrounded him, reaching his ears. Nearby, individuals murmured in hushed tones. Liu Yuming, the younger brother of the current head of the Liu family, is one of the 3 eminent Qi refinement experts at the 10th level beneath the Liu clan's foundation establishment. It is said that this individual has already qualified to challenge for the status of a foundation establishment master. Li Qingyuan felt a stir in his heart. Beneath the foundation building masters, there were actually 3 formidable experts at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Truly, the foundation building celestial clan possesses remarkable depth. Moreover, is it conceivable that a prestigious foundation building celestial clan with a heritage spanning millennia has only 3 experts at the 10th level of Qi refinement? Surely, there must be hidden numbers lurking in the shadows. At that moment, Liu Yuming proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, please behold the first auction item." A beautiful maiden, tall and graceful with a sweet smile, entered the stage, holding the item aloft. She unveiled the cloth covering the tray, revealing the true form of the first auction item. As soon as the item was revealed, all cultivators below the 7th level of Qi refinement gasped in astonishment. Even those at the 7th and 8th levels perked up, preparing to bid. Liu Yuming smiled with satisfaction and announced, "This first item is a first-grade top-quality spirit pill, a batch of 3 essence cultivating pills, all genuine in quality. Friends, I need not elaborate on the efficacy of the essence cultivating pill." He tapped the table and declared, "The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10 spirit stones. Esteemed friends, please place your bids." Immediately, someone shouted from the crowd, "I bid 800 spirit stones. 810 stones. 820 stones. I am willing to offer 1,000 stones." Soon, the bidding for the 3 essence cultivating pills exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. This was an auction where everyone vied for bids, and with a few actors stirring the pot, it was natural for the prices to surge by 10 to 20% above market value. 1150 spirit stones, first call. 1150 spirit stones, second call. 1150 spirit stones, third call. Bang. Liu Yuming struck the copper gong and smiled. Congratulations to this friend for winning a batch of essence cultivating pills. After the auction concludes, please take your wooden tokens and spirit stones to the back for transaction. He clapped his hands and continued, "Next, we have the second auction item." The second item was a first-grade top-quality inner armor. Liu Yuming explained. This item is the work of a weapon master attempting to forge a first-grade supreme artifact. Thus it is crafted from first-grade peak demon beast materials and rare first-grade treasures. Unfortunately, the weapon master ultimately failed. However, Liu Yuming chuckled, "But friends, do take a look. With a flick of his wrist, Liu Yiming wielded a first-grade top-quality magical artifact, slightly suppressing his cultivation to demonstrate only the strength of a 9th-level chi refiner. With a single strike, he left a faint scratch on the inner armor. Liu Yiming chuckled. Although this inner armor has not reached the level of a first-grade supreme artifact, it undoubtedly belongs to the finest among first-grade top-quality items. Even a 9th-level chi refiner with a first-grade top-quality magical artifact would find it difficult to break through. Around the venue, the breaths of the late-stage chi refiners quickened. Ah, what a treasure. What splendid inner armor. This is a life-saving item, offering nearly perfect defense against anything below a first-grade supreme artifact for those below the 10th level of chi refinement. I must have it. Liu Yiming chuckled and announced. The starting bid is 1,500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 50 spirit stones. 1,500 stones. 1,550 stones. I bid 1,600 stones. I offer 1,700 stones. Soon, the price soared to 2,000 spirit stones, at which point the crowd finally calmed down. Ultimately, it was a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refinement who secured it for 2,100 spirit stones. Liu Yiming smiled. Now for the third auction item. A first-grade top-quality magical artifact. Following this, first-grade top-quality magical artifacts, first-grade top-quality spirit pills, a complete set of first-grade top-quality talismans, and even first-grade top-quality formations were auctioned off. Various items flowed forth, with nearly every final transaction price surpassing 1,000 spirit stones, and even reaching 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan observed with great interest, particularly when the high-grade first-tier formation appeared, at which point he also participated in the bidding. However, he ultimately reconsidered, realizing that even if he succeeded in the auction, he could not justifiably employ it for the family's defense. At this stage, his own means of confrontation included talismans he could rely upon, leading him to abandon the bidding mid-course. The primary reason was the exorbitant price, nearly 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention the annual cost associated with hiring a formation master for maintenance and enhancement, alongside the consumption of spirit stones for its operation. The art of formations is far more resource-intensive than talisman crafting, puppet manipulation, or alchemy. It stands as the pinnacle of cultivation techniques, requiring immense quantities of spirit stones to engage in. Liu Yiming smiled faintly and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for bid is somewhat extraordinary. This item was obtained by the cultivators of the Liu family in the Kingdom of Yu and represents an exceedingly rare technique." Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A faint smile gracing his lips beneath the mask. The ocular technique is indeed rare. Not only Li Qingyuan, but many cultivators present also expressed their curiosity. Someone inquired, "Friend Liu, do not keep us in suspense. Please, enlighten us swiftly." Liu Yiming replied, "This ocular technique is called the illusory divine eye." The mention of the illusory divine eye startled the elegantly dressed woman in the VIP room, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. How could a technique from the foundation establishment sect of the Yu Kingdom appear here? Moreover, such a secret art. How could the Liu clan possibly part with it for auction? She pondered, sensing an underlying mystery. Liu Yiming continued, "This ocular technique consists of 3 tiers. Upon mastering the first tier, one's vision is enhanced tenfold, allowing one to see every blade of grass and tree clearly from a distance of 1,000 meters. Mastering the second tier enables one to see through any illusion or enchantment below the first-grade pinnacle, remaining unaffected. Should one achieve the third tier, it allows for the early cultivation of spiritual consciousness during the chi refining stage, refining one's spiritual awareness into foundational consciousness, thus overcoming one of the 3 trials of foundation establishment. The 3 trials of foundation establishment are as follows. The first trial is transforming spiritual awareness into consciousness. The second is converting spiritual power into magical force. The third concerns the vitality trial, where elderly cultivators with waning life force find it exceedingly difficult to succeed in foundation establishment. As Liu Yiming concluded his explanation, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd, all astonished. Is it true that one can cultivate spiritual consciousness during the chi refining stage? It must be a hoax. If it were true, it would undoubtedly be a secret technique of a prestigious foundation establishment clan, never to be revealed. The Liu clan cannot be so naive as to auction such a top-tier technique. Indeed, if one could cultivate spiritual consciousness during the chi refining period, would that not imply an increased probability of success by at least 10 to 20% when striving for foundation establishment? Acquiring such a secret art, coupled with a foundation establishment pill, would yield a minimum success rate of 60%, assuming the individual is no younger than 60. Liu Yiming raised his hand to quell the chatter, stating, "Esteemed friends, you make valid points. This ocular technique lacks completeness, providing only the cultivation methods for the first 2 tiers. Furthermore, even with the complete incantation, achieving spiritual consciousness necessitates the aid of a rather rare first-grade pinnacle spiritual herb to succeed." He swiftly added, "Of course, even if one cannot achieve spiritual consciousness, it can still deepen one's spiritual awareness, facilitating the refinement of consciousness during foundation establishment." With this revelation, a sigh of resignation swept through the crowd. "Oh, I see. So, this ocular technique comprises merely 2 tiers of cultivation, and even at its utmost pinnacle, it can only allow one to see through first-grade superior illusions and enchantments, nothing more. What a pity, they thought. It is both tasteless and regrettable to discard. As for the notion that it aids in refining consciousness during Foundation establishment, it seems rather trivial. How many among us possess the qualifications or resources to pursue Foundation establishment? In an instant, many lost their interest. Li Qingyuan, however, was filled with enthusiasm. A glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes as he mused. What may be deemed useless by others is, for me, a fortunate find. This item must be acquired. At that moment, Liu Yiming announced loudly, the incomplete version of the illusory divine eye technique, with a starting bid of 800 spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, please place your bids. In the VIP room, the woman in the purple dress gently parted her cherry lips and said, Xiaolan, bid 900 spirit stones. The maid, Xiaolan, inquired, Miss, are you interested in this incomplete illusory divine eye technique? The woman in purple replied softly, I merely wish to study it briefly, to discern what peculiarities lie within the esteemed secret arts of a core formation sect. Xiaolan nodded. Understood, my lady. 900 spirit stones. In another VIP room, Zhou Kuei proclaimed, 1,000 spirit stones. Zhou Li, puzzled, asked, Father, do you intend to acquire this incomplete technique? Zhou Kuei pondered, although flawed. It can indeed enhance one's spiritual awareness, proving beneficial in refining one's consciousness during the Foundation establishment phase. Even if the assistance is minimal, it is still worth exploring. Zhou Li nodded in comprehension. I see. Li Qingyuan slightly circulated his spiritual energy, altering his voice to call out, 1,100 spirit stones. The starting bid was not exorbitant. With thousands of spirit stones at his disposal, he was determined to secure the item, and indeed, he must. The mere fact that one could cultivate divine consciousness at the Qi refinement stage made it worth 5,000 spirit stones. Initially, aside from the three of them, a few late-stage Qi refinement cultivators also expressed interest, attempting to participate in the bidding. Before long, the bid rose to 2,000 spirit stones, prompting the other cultivators to withdraw. Zhou Kuei calmly remarked, 2,700 spirit stones. The woman in the purple dress sipped her tea, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion as she countered, 2,800 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan spoke, 3,000 spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Kuei chose to forego the offer, saying, it is merely a trivial matter, tasteless to consume. Zhou Li chimed in, indeed. Were it not for that final flaw in the eye technique, it could assist practitioners in the Qi refinement stage to cultivate their spiritual awareness. Such a treasure would be worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Moreover, within the foundations of the Foundation establishment clans, it is regarded as a premier family secret, one that would never be allowed to leak. The maid, Xiaolan, inquired, Miss, shall we raise the bid? The woman in the purple dress shook her head, replying, no more. Though I am not lacking in spirit stones, this flawed eye technique is clearly not worth the price. Furthermore, even if the technique were complete, the time required for cultivation pales in comparison to the efficacy and expedience of our family's concentration pills. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Your insight is commendable, Mississippi. Liu Yiming surveyed the surroundings and announced loudly, esteemed friends, is there any further bidding? Going once at 3,000 spirit stones, going twice at 3,000 spirit stones. Going thrice at 3,000 spirit stones. Ding. Liu Yiming struck the gong, exclaiming joyfully, congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the illusory divine eye technique. After the auction concludes, please proceed to the backstage for the transaction. Next, he proclaimed, we shall present one of the grand treasures of this auction. Liu Yiming continued, behold. The first-grade premium pill, the Jade Spirit Pill. This Jade Spirit Pill is crafted from a century-old spirit milk and the first-grade premium spirit plant, the Jade Spirit Fruit, along with various other spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, the cultivators at the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refinement gasped, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The Jade Spirit Pill is indeed a breakthrough elixir that can significantly increase the probability of a perfected 9th layer Qi refinement practitioner to swiftly advance to the 10th layer by 50%. With such odds, combined with their foundational cultivation, any practitioner not hindered by age-related decline would likely ascend to the 10th layer, sparing themselves years of arduous training. In addition to its role as a breakthrough aid, the Jade Spirit Pill possesses the remarkable ability to heal all internal and external injuries, allowing Qi refinement practitioners to instantly recover their wounds and spiritual energy. Indeed, as long as one is not dealing with a severed limb, any external injury during the Qi refinement stage can be healed. Li Qingyuan pondered. The allure of this Jade Spirit Pill for cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement is akin to that of the Foundation Establishment Pill for those at the 10th level. Liu Yiming chuckled and declared, esteemed friends, the auction commences. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 50 spirit stones. A frenzy erupted among the late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, elite and second-tier cultivating families, scattered cultivators, merchant guilds, and the upper echelons of hunting mercenary groups. In a mere quarter of an hour, the price of the Jade Spirit Pill soared past the 3,000 spirit stone mark. Amidst the crowd, Li Guangao wore a bitter expression. Here he stood, as the head of a third-tier Qi refinement family and a practitioner at the 7th level, relegated to a mere bystander, bereft of even the qualifications to bid. Alas, my Li family is still too impoverished in spirit stones. The path to familial advancement is arduous. Fortunately, there is this child, Qingyuan. Ultimately, a patriarch from a first-tier Qi refinement family hailing from beyond Liuhe Island secured the Jade Spirit Pill for 3,900 spirit stones. Lu Yuming grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the Jade Spirit Pill." Next up for auction is the second of the three grand treasures, a complete transmission jade slip of the quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance. At this announcement, many talisman practitioners gasped. A complete set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance? Such a rare treasure is merely the second of the three grand treasures? Could it be that this auction truly features a foundation establishment pill? Lu Yuming raised his hand for silence, stating, "Esteemed friends, this set of talisman paper inheritance originates from the illustrious talisman master Zhao Tu, one of the three great talismanists. It comprises 12 types of low-grade, first-tier talisman paper, 6 types of mid-grade, first-tier talisman paper, 4 types of high-grade, first-tier talisman paper, 2 types of top-tier, first-tier talisman paper, and 1 piece of low-grade, second-tier talisman paper. This is an exceedingly complete quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance, which can even be regarded as a complete low-grade, second-tier talisman paper inheritance." The crowd was astounded. Was it truly the culmination of Talisman Master Zhao Tu's lifelong work? Could it be that Master Zhao was willing to auction off his treasured talisman inheritance? This set represents a complete quasi-second tier, or even low-grade second-tier talisman paper inheritance. Li Qingyuan pondered to himself, what a remarkable fellow, Zhao Tu. Truly indulging in the bounty of others. At the Talisman Exchange Conference, he repeatedly sold first-grade superior and exquisite talisman papers and jade slips. During the auction, he even presented an entire set of talismanic inheritance. This is quite brazen indeed. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan paused, contemplating, with such a substantial collection of spirit stones. Could he possibly be? Lu Yuming declared in a clear voice, "Esteemed friends, the starting bid is 500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be below 50 spirit stones, for the various factions from the 5 great islands and the 36 archipelagos. The talismanic inheritance represented by Zhao Tu is one of the 3 great pinnacles. Should one acquire Zhao Tu's talismanic inheritance and thoroughly comprehend it, their family, their faction, or commercial power would ascend significantly, potentially becoming the most formidable force beneath the foundation establishment stage, surpassing many first-rate powers. Not only talisman masters, but also families and factions without talismanic practitioners participated in the bidding. 2. 800 spirit stones. 3. 100 spirit stones. 3. 500 spirit stones. 4. 000 spirit stones. This contest was exceedingly fierce, even more vibrant than the bidding for first-grade exquisite medicinal pills, the Jade Spirit Pills. Ultimately, a certain cultivator secured the quasi-second-grade talisman paper inheritance jade slip for 800 spirit stones, emerging as the victor. Now, the time had come for the final item up for auction. In this instant, even Li Qingyuan could not help but take a deep breath, his palms sweating. Instinctively rubbing his knees, his breathing rhythm synchronizing with that of all the cultivators present, growing heavy and prolonged. All eyes were fixed on the jade box in Lu Yuming's hand, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of his announcement. At this moment, even Lu Yuming felt a brief pause in his breath as he formed a seal to unlock the jade box's seal. Upon opening it, a pill emerged. The pill shimmered with brilliance, a vibrant green hue enveloping it, with intricate patterns appearing and spiritual light radiating forth. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the spiritual energy within the surrounding cultivators. A collective shock rippled through the hearts of the cultivators. Indeed, it is. Lu Yuming proclaimed loudly, "The final item up for auction is the Foundation Establishment Pill." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Upon hearing the words Foundation Establishment Pill, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. The Foundation Establishment Pill, it truly exists. Who would have thought that the climax of this auction would be the Foundation Establishment Pill? I have lived more than half my life, reached the late stage of Qi refinement, and this is the first time I have ever encountered a Foundation Establishment Pill. And it will likely be the only time. Is this truly the Foundation Establishment Pill? The fragrance is indeed intoxicating, the patterns exquisite, flawless, utterly perfect. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a second-grade medicinal pill, not something produced within our archipelago. Just the recipe for refining it would be nearly impossible to gather across the entire archipelago. I have also heard that to concoct a Foundation Establishment Pill, one must at least be a mid-tier second-grade alchemist. Such a master of alchemy has not graced our archipelago in over a century. Upon encountering the Foundation Establishment Pill, Li Qingyuan could not help but feel his gaze intensify and his breath quicken. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, glancing around to observe the throngs of cultivators present, all in a state of uproar and frenzy. He mused to himself, without foundational cultivators, who could possibly safeguard this foundational elixir? This was not a path to foundation, but a tempest of blood and carnage. In the VIP room, the woman clad in a purple dress smiled charmingly, her captivating eyes sparkling. Utterly unfazed by the allure of the foundational elixir, with a light laugh, she remarked, "The bait has finally appeared. Xiaolan, let us depart." The maid Xiaolan bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Mississippi." The two of them exited the VIP room and quietly departed, while the crowd was enraptured, fixated on the foundational elixir. The mistress and her maids slipped away from Liuhua City. On the expansive street, cultivators wandered in small groups, their numbers dwindling. The maid Xiaolan inquired, "Miss, shall we leave now? Are we not the witness who claims the foundational elixir?" The woman in the purple dress, wise and discerning, replied with a knowing smile, "We have far more pressing matters to attend to. This splendid drama is drawing to a close." She commanded, "Inform second uncle, and send word to Zhou Kuei and Baiyang Island. Let them know that the opportunity to fish in troubled waters has arisen." Xiaolan responded respectfully, "Yes. Once we leave Liuhua City, I shall immediately use the sound transmission jade talisman to contact second master." Li Qingyuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, pondering internally, "Should I leave now? Remaining here is perilous. Yet, I have yet to exchange for the illusory divine eye technique." Li Qingyuan pondered, "Let it be. After the auction concludes, I shall persuade the clan patriarch to accompany me in hiding within Luhaching, crafting and selling talismans, and we shall endure for a month or two before reassessing our situation." The recent auction at Tushan has been fraught with the presence of rogue cultivators. Given that even foundation establishment pills have surfaced, it is certain that rogue cultivators are among us. For this reason, seeking refuge on the Hudo is our safest option. Liu Yuming declared with conviction, "Esteemed friends, it is widely known that a low-grade foundation establishment pill can enhance the probability of establishing a foundation by 20%. A genuine foundation establishment pill can elevate this probability by 40%. As for the legendary superior-grade foundation establishment pill, it boasts an impressive 60% increase. Why does the foundation establishment pill incite such fervor? Its potent efficacy significantly boosts the chances of foundation establishment. Furthermore, should one fail after its consumption, the protective properties of the pill safeguard the heart vein, preventing the destruction of the spiritual veins and the descent into madness, thereby preserving life and cultivation." Liu Yuming continued, "Here lies a low-grade foundation establishment pill, promising a 20% increase in probability." A collective gasp escaped the air among the chi-refining 10th-level cultivators. A 20% enhancement? In that moment, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li felt their interest piqued. Zhou Li exclaimed, "Father, I never anticipated that this auction would indeed feature foundation establishment pills." Zhou Kuei scoffed, "The 5 great foundation establishment celestial clans are colluding, intermarrying, and sharing mutual interests. Internally, they conspire to suppress various factions, chi-refining families, and talented rogue cultivators, while covertly supporting rogue thieves to seize the vast majority of spiritual veins on the islands. Externally, these 5 clans jointly control the soul teleportation array, effectively barring other powers from entering the Xiangua cultivation realm. They monopolize the teleportation array, allowing them to dispatch cultivators to Xiangua to exchange for foundation establishment pills and return. It is no surprise that they possess such pills," Zhou Kuei continued. Zhou Li remarked, "Father, I recall you mentioning that this teleportation array is singular, once departed. The return journey necessitates perilously traversing the Tianyin Mountains?" Zhou Kuei nodded. "Indeed, that is what Mr. Mo conveyed to me. The treacherous crossing of the Tianyin Mountains, where survival is far from guaranteed, dissuades the powerful cultivators of Xiangua from risking a venture into our archipelago. It is precisely because retrieving foundation establishment pills is exceedingly challenging, almost a life-or-death endeavor, that foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 clans are so scarce." Zhou Li understood at last. "Now I see." Zhou Kuei instructed, "Since we are here, you must participate in the bidding as well. Remember, once the price reaches 10,000 spirit stones, do not continue to raise the bid. Since we are here, let us commit to the performance in its entirety." Zhou Li nodded. "I understand, father," Liu Yuming announced. The starting bid for the low-grade foundation establishment pill is 8,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 100. Esteemed friends, please place your bids. Li Qingyuan clicked his tongue in disbelief, exclaiming, 8,000 spiritual stones, how exorbitant. Truly worthy of the foundation establishment pill. As soon as this price was announced, countless rogue cultivators and various factions, particularly those of the chi-refining lineage, were compelled to retreat in silence. Nevertheless, despite the staggering starting bid of 8,000 spiritual stones, bids began to emerge almost immediately. 8,000 spiritual stones. 8,100 spiritual stones. 8,500 spiritual stones. Before long, a voice rang out, "I, an old man, bid 9,000 spiritual stones." Li Qingyuan mused to himself, "Is that voice Jiao Tu? This old man, having dabbled in various techniques for crafting talismans and selling the precious jade slips of his lifelong research on quasi-second-tier talismans, is indeed making a desperate gamble, staking everything to obtain a foundation establishment pill and strive for foundation establishment." Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback as the bidding price for the foundation establishment pill soared. Jiao Tu's voice emerged with a hint of madness, declaring, "I bid 11,000 spirit stones." Hiss. Upon hearing this price, many first-rate families, elite forces, and prominent merchant associations found themselves unable to continue. However, a few factions stubbornly held on, persistently raising their bids. At this juncture, none of the remaining individuals were willing to concede. A family head gritted his teeth and stated, 15,000 spirit stones. A leader of a merchant association countered, 12,000 spirit stones. The family head took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed, and snorted, "You drive a hard bargain." "I withdraw." After a moment's hesitation, 2 or 3 others reluctantly echoed, "Very well, I too withdraw." In the VIP room, Zhao Tu's eyes glowed with fervor as he exclaimed, 13,000 spirit stones. He raised the bid by a full 1,000 spirit stones. After his declaration, he slumped back onto the bench. Reflecting that the 13,000 spirit stones represented the entirety of his assets, he had sold off all his properties, liquidated his talisman inheritance, and exhausted his accumulated spirit stones. For the sake of the Foundation establishment pill, he had even parted with his sole-prized first-tier talisman pin. Should this bid fail, he would have no choice but to resign himself to fate. As the price was announced, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Lu Yuming's voice rang out, "Esteemed friends, is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? 13,000 spirit stones once, 13,000 spirit stones twice, 13,000 spirit stones thrice." With a resounding clang, Lu Yuming struck the gong and proclaimed, "Congratulations to Zhao Tu, who has successfully bid for the Foundation establishment pill. May the Lu family of Liuhe Island wish you eternal success on your path to immortality and a successful Foundation establishment." Zhao Tu suddenly sprang to his feet, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I have won. The Foundation establishment pill is mine." Li Qingyuan's lips curled in disdain. This Lu Yuming is indeed no good. Openly naming Zhao Tu and congratulating him on his ascension to the Foundation establishment stage. Is this not a curse upon him, wishing for his untimely demise? Lu Yuming proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Esteemed friends who have bid on the items, please proceed to the backstage to transact with spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan slowly rose and made his way to the backstage. There, several late-stage chi refinement cultivators were attending to the transactions, exchanging spirit stones for goods. Lu Yuming personally dealt with Zhao Tu, receiving 13,000 spirit stones in return for a Foundation establishment pill. The cultivator Li Qingyuan was dealing with was a 7th-level chi refinement practitioner. He handed over 3,000 spirit stones and received the incomplete tome on the illusionary divine eye technique. Zhao Tu then inquired, "Friend Lu, might I ask if it would be possible to rent the spiritual vein cave of Liuhe City for a temporary stay?" Lu Yuming decisively declined, stating, "Friend Zhao, you must be aware that attempting to break through to Foundation establishment requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which could harm the spiritual vein. Especially a first-tier vein of insufficient quality, your attempt here would cause a degradation in the grade of our city's underground first-tier superior spiritual vein. Such a loss is nearly equivalent to a low-grade Foundation establishment pill." Zhao Tu hurriedly replied, "Friend Lu, I assure you that I will offer over 10,000 spirit stones as compensation in the future. How does that sound?" Lu Yuming firmly rejected, "Friend Zhao, my Lu clan has a strict rule that prohibits anyone from attempting to break through to Foundation establishment within Liuhe City, as it would affect the spiritual vein. This is an unyielding decree established by generations of clan heads. Please do not put me in a difficult position." Zhao Tu was about to speak again. But Lu Yuming waved his hand, "Please, Zhao Daoist." With a heavy sigh, Zhao Tu resigned himself to leave the auction. Lu Yuming watched him depart, a cold, sinister smile flickering in his eyes, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. After acquiring the secret method of the illusory divine eye, Li Qingyuan turned and departed. Exiting the auction house, he navigated through a labyrinth of alleys, shedding his disguise before returning to the inn. In his room, Li Qingyuan gazed out the window at Liuhe City, contemplating. What appeared to be serene and harmonious was, in reality, a cauldron of hidden turmoil. The slaughter has begun. Chapter 052. The robber cultivator has already revealed himself. A quarter of an hour later, Li Guangao also returned to the inn. "Qingyuan, how many talismans did you sell?" Li Qingyuan shook his head and said, "I have only earned around 30 spirit stones. Most cultivators at the mid-stage of chi refinement have gone to the auction, leaving only a handful of early-stage chi refinement practitioners wandering the streets." Li Guangao chuckled, "Haha, there is no need to feel disheartened. Although the exchange meeting and auction have concluded, let us not rush back home just yet. It is a rare opportunity to visit Luhacheng. Let us take our time to explore, gather more talisman papers for sale, and earn some spirit stones." Li Guangao sighed softly, lamenting that in pursuit of the method to procure the pure yang sword talisman, the family's reserves and all the spiritual stones he had accumulated over the years had been entirely depleted. Moreover, his expression shifted as he remarked that once the auction concluded, various factions hastily departed, with numerous late-stage chi refinement experts leaving in succession. A profound sense of unease enveloped him. It seemed that even without Li Qingyuan's mention, the clan patriarch had already discerned the looming crisis. Indeed, experience often proves to be invaluable. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Grandfather patriarch is indeed wise. Let us first lie low, create talismans for sale, and earn spirit stones." Thus, the grandfather and grandson ventured out to acquire more materials for talisman crafting, secluding themselves in the inn to work diligently. In Liuhe City, within the city lord's mansion, 5 major foundational spirit clans convened, comprising a total of 10 experts at the 10th level of chi refinement. Among them was Lu Yuming from the Lu family. Lu Yuming smiled and addressed his fellow cultivators. "Friends, let us adhere to our usual practice. This is an opportune moment for each family to resolve the affairs of their respective islands. as well as the nearby smaller islands, concerning Qi refinement cultivators of the 10th level and talented practitioners. The representative of the Xianke Island Foundational Spirit Clan smiled faintly and remarked, "Brother Liu, I fail to comprehend your words. Are not their deaths solely the work of ruthless bandits? What concern is it of ours?" Liu Yuming was taken aback but soon laughed heartily. "Indeed, indeed. The bandits have revealed themselves." The assembly exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. In the next moment, the 5 representatives of the foundational spirit clans, along with the 10 experts at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, began to alter their appearances. Liu Yuming declared, "Let us act." Whoosh, whoosh. Liu Yuming and another expert at the 10th level of Qi refinement sped forth, soaring through the skies on their swords, as swift as a shooting star, exiting Lyoha City. Upon reaching the outskirts, they encountered 2 9th level Qi refinement practitioners and 2 8th level ones, who pointed in a certain direction, stating, "Zhao Tu is headed this way. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li have returned to the Zhou family." After changing his appearance, Liu Yuming transformed into a man of 50 years, commanding, "Pay no heed to Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li. They will have their own bandits to deal with. Our target is Zhao Tuesday. We must eliminate Zhao Tu and reclaim the foundational elixir. This elixir belongs to the Liu family, and none shall take it." The group responded, "Understood." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A party of 6, 2 at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 9th, and 2 at the 8th, was more than capable of vanquishing Zhao Tu, rendering them invincible beneath the foundational level. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, one a perfected 10th level Qi refinement expert and the other at the 8th level, were aboard their family's soul-flying artifact, expending spirit stones to soar through the skies. Suddenly, a chilling light pierced the air, arriving in an instant. Zhou Kuei executed a sword maneuver, and the artifact sword whistled forth, clashing against the assailant's artifact with a clang. "Black Mountain Bandit, Jihu, I have awaited your arrival," Zhou Kuei stated calmly. "Haha, Zhou Kuei, next year on this day will mark the anniversary of your and your son's demise." The newcomer, a burly man clad in black robes, bore the emblem of a black golden mountain eagle. 3 figures emerged from the Black Mountain Bandits. 1 a perfected 10th level Qi refinement expert and 2 at the 8th level. The leader, Jihu, appeared to be over 50, muscular, and exuding an aura of menace as he coldly declared, "After you slay Zhou Li, come to my aid." The 2 bandits nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Chief," Jihu commanded. "Kill." As his voice faded, Jihu charged forward, his saber-like teeth artifact slicing through the air with the full force of his perfected 10th level cultivation aimed directly at Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei mobilized his power, unleashing his artifact sword to meet Jihu's assault, their confrontation escalating into a fervent battle filled with various spells and talismans. Meanwhile, Zhou Li faced 2 8th level Qi refinement practitioners attacking him from both sides, retreating while fighting back, gradually distancing himself from the fray. Jihu sneered, "Zhou Kuei, your son is doomed. I will claim your Zhou family's spiritual vein." Standing on his flying artifact, Zhou Kuei wielded a sword, the gleaming light intercepting Jihu's deadly techniques. Calmly, he replied, "Jihu, do you truly believe that your family has served the Liu family for generations, and that you can alter your fate? No, you're mistaken. Your descendants will either become bandits or face the full wrath of the Liu family." Zhou Kuei proclaimed, "No, your time is up. From this day forth, the Black Mountain Bandits will be utterly annihilated." A series of anguished cries echoed from the nearby forest, with one voice shrieking, "Demon cultivators, demon cultivators. Please, spare me." Jihu's expression shifted. Old 8, Old 9. The Black Mountain Bandits numbered 12 chiefs, each a late-stage Qi refinement expert, notorious for their violent exploits. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light raced toward them. Besides Zhou Li, another figure adorned with a dark red mask and clothed in blood-red garments, exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. The red-clad demon cultivator waved his hands, throwing 2 8th level Qi refinement practitioners to the ground, sealing their spiritual powers with talismans, leaving them gravely injured but alive. Jihu gazed at the red-robed demon, his pupils narrowing as he recognized the danger emanating from the figure, whose dark red hands bore flowing silver patterns, radiating lethal intent. Jihu exclaimed in surprise, "You are the Bloodhand Butcher." The Bloodhand Butcher, infamous throughout the island seas, matched Jihu in both reputation and strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Kuei, Zhou Li, and the Bloodhand Butcher surrounded Jihu, effectively trapping him. Jihu's countenance darkened. "Bloodhand Butcher, I am here on behalf of the Liu family. Could you grant me a favor and refrain from intervening?" The Bloodhand Butcher's voice was icy as he replied from beneath his mask, "The Liu family, ha. Attempting to intimidate me with the name of a foundational spirit clan, Jihu. Today you cannot escape your fate." Zhou Kuei proclaimed, "Form the formation." Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Kuei, the Bloodhand Butcher, and Zhou Li simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, executing a combined attack formation that showcased their remarkable synergy and multiplied their combat strength. Kill. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li soared forth on their swords. The Bloodhand Butcher activated his demonic blood techniques for close combat, his hands akin to top-tier artifacts, the silver patterns on his blood-red hands gleaming with danger. Jihu, infuriated, retaliated with all his might, seeking to break through the formation. However, Zhou Kuei, as the head of the Zhou family, was more than a match for him. with the Blood Hand Butcher serving as a formidable meat shield and Zhou Li providing support. The trio executed their combined attack formation, rendering them invincible against all but foundational cultivators. Thus, Jiyihu's defeat was inevitable. After several exchanges, the Blood Hand Butcher pierced Jiyihu's left leg, while Zhou Kuei delivered a grievous blow to his heart, and Zhou Li applied a sealing talisman. Jiyihu's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Not just me, but even my two brothers are captured yet spared. Jiyihu stared at the Blood Hand Butcher, his expression changing again. Why would a demon cultivator collaborate with Zhou Kuei? Moreover, how is your formation so harmonious? Could you be from the Zhou family? Haha. Zhou Kuei chuckled. Congratulations. Chief Ji, you have guessed correctly. Your reward shall be to become nourishment for the Zhou family's spiritual vein. Zhou Kuei waved his hand, and spiritual energy enveloped Jiyihu. Old 8 and Old 9, lifting them onto the flying artifact. He then turned to the Blood Hand Butcher, saying, Brother, the advancement of our spiritual vein has reached a critical juncture. The more cultivators we have, especially those at the late stage of chi refinement, the better. The Blood Hand Butcher clasped his hands and replied, Eldest brother, rest assured, more cultivators will be brought forth. Whoosh. As the words fell, the Blood Hand Butcher turned and departed. Zhou Kuei retrieved a blanket from his storage pouch, covering the three brothers, and tossed several spirit stones into the flying artifact. As he and his son hastened back to their clan, Zhou Kuei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze profound. To the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans, I extend my gratitude for orchestrating this chaotic affair, allowing the Zhou family to expedite the elevation of our spiritual veins. Chapter 053, Mastering the Illusory Divine Eye Technique, Completing the Cultivation Method. After the conclusion of the auction, the entire archipelago was thrown into disarray as various cultivators engaged in fierce battles. Robbers, demonic cultivators, the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans, and numerous top-tier rogue forces clashed incessantly. Among these confrontations, Zhao Tu's was the most brutal. Zhao Tu was akin to a walking foundation establishment pill, wherever he tread. Carnage ensued. Zhao Tu, surrender the foundation establishment pills, and I shall spare your life. Hand over the foundation establishment pills and the talismanic inheritance. Kill. Zhao Tu fought his way through, utterly frenzied, his white hair cascading over his shoulders, his tattered gray robe revealing a supple inner armor that radiated spiritual light, repelling the assaults of various cultivators and deflecting their magical artifacts. At the venerable age of 80 or 90, Zhao Tu's visage was fierce, his eyes bloodshot, as he clutched talisman papers, unleashing a barrage while bellowing to the heavens, those who obstruct me shall perish. Pure Yongsword Talisman. Boom, boom, boom. The Pure Yongsword Talisman, a top-tier first-grade talisman, when activated in multiples, transformed into formidable sword energy spanning several feet. Each strike comparable to a full-force assault from a chi refinement stage 10 cultivator. Quickly dodge. This old man has gone mad. Damn it. This old man is even clad in a set of top-tier first-grade inner armor. It's difficult for even a chi refinement stage 10 cultivator to penetrate. Truly. He was one of the 3 eminent second-tier talisman masters of the archipelago. The Pure Yongsword Talisman was indeed formidable. Zhao Tu activated his inner armor for defense, sweeping his hands to unleash a flurry of various first-grade talismans, creating a bloody path as he soared away on his sword. Behind him, cultivators relentlessly pursued. Chase him. Don't let him escape. No matter how many talismans he has, they will eventually run out, even with the strength of a top-tier first-grade inner armor. A concerted effort can still severely injure Zhao Tuesday. As the crowd chased Zhao Tu, he rapidly vanished from sight. Soon, 6 figures emerged, led by Lu Yiming. Having disguised themselves, Lu Yiming frowned and remarked, this old fellow is indeed difficult to kill. One person concurred, indeed, with first-grade top-tier inner armor. Even experts of the same level find it challenging to break through. Let alone the countless first-grade upper and mid-tier talismans he casually throws, their power is considerable. Especially the first-grade upper and top-tier talismans, their sheer number is enough to inflict serious damage upon us. Lu Yiming pondered, this old man can even draw second-tier lower-grade runes. But since he has yet to cultivate spiritual consciousness, he cannot complete the final step, thus he remains at this stage. However, the foundation of a top-tier first-grade talisman master is still astonishing. Brother, what shall we do? One inquired. Lu Yiming maintained a calm demeanor, chuckling lightly as he formed a hand seal, summoning a talisman artifact that circled around him, its sharp aura striking fear into the hearts of all present. The others gasped. Is that one of the 2 major talisman artifacts possessed by the clan head? With this second-tier artifact, breaking through a first-grade top-tier inner armor will be a breeze. Lu Yiming instructed. Follow the other cultivators, let them deplete Zhao Tu's talismans, while we shall merely reap the benefits. The group nodded in agreement. Understood. Swish, swish, swish. The group flew forth on their swords, maintaining a distance as they pursued. In the depths of the dense forest, 3 cultivators revealed themselves. Among them were an elderly couple, appearing to be in their 50s. Floating in the air without the aid of artifacts, utilizing their spiritual power to soar. The leader, a mysterious middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator, chuckled. Since the Lu family intends to act as manises catching cicadas, we shall be the yellow sparrows. The old man respectfully replied, "Senior, your wisdom is unmatched. The Lu family has oppressed us for far too long. Their cultivators ought to serve as nourishment for our spiritual veins. 2 at Qi refinement stage 10, 2 at 9, and 2 at 8. Draining their spiritual energy will be a boon for our spiritual veins." Swish. A paper crane flew in, landing in the hands of the mysterious middle-aged cultivator. The cultivator's expression shifted slightly. Meowie. The elderly couple, upon seeing this, inquired respectfully, "Senior, what has transpired?" Regaining his composure, the middle-aged cultivator replied, "No matter, I shall step out for a moment. Zhao Tu and the Lu cultivators will be entrusted to you too. Is that acceptable?" The couple nodded. "Of course, please rest assured, Senior." "Excellent." The middle-aged cultivator levitated, suddenly accelerating into a streak of light as he vanished. The female cultivator furrowed her brow. "Husband, can we manage with just the 2 of us?" The male cultivator replied calmly, "Do not worry. I have already sent word to our second sister. She will arrive within a month. Moreover, the targets are in the open while we remain hidden. When they are mutually exhausted, we can seize the opportunity to strike with certainty." Illusory divine eye technique at the Mountain View Lake Inn. A quaint standalone courtyard served as temporary quarters for Li Qingyuan and his companions. In the evening, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a jade slip to his forehead, channeling his spiritual consciousness as he began to comprehend the eye technique. The illusory divine eye consists of 3 layers. Cultivation requirements. 1 must possess spiritual consciousness, with a minimum cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 4. Li Qingyuan had already met this condition. Upon mastering the first layer, his vision would enhance tenfold, allowing him to perceive clearly from a distance of 1,000 meters. The second layer, once achieved, would enable him to break illusions and dispel illusionary formations. He would be unaffected by first-grade top-tier illusions and formations. Upon mastering the third layer, he would condense his spiritual consciousness with his Qi refinement cultivation, attaining the spiritual consciousness of a foundation establishment cultivator. Li Qingyuan, after contemplating the method of cultivation for half an hour, finally set aside the jade slip and remarked, "It is premature to refine one's consciousness. The immediate priority is to attain the first level and enhance my vision." The method for cultivating the first level of the illusory divine eye is as follows. The liver opens its orifices to the eyes. It is through the liver's reception of blood that one gains sight. By nourishing the liver and gallbladder with one's innate spiritual energy, one facilitates the circulation of the dual energies of the liver and gallbladder through the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian and the foot Julian liver meridian, allowing these energies to reach the eyes and nourish their essence, thereby enhancing vision. Li Qingyuan marveled. So it is. This first level of cultivation harmoniously aligns with the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. Having spoken, he settled into a meditative posture, allowing the great Chunggong to circulate within him. The ethereal energy from his dantian began to flow, nurturing his internal organs and fortifying the energies of the liver and gallbladder. Subsequently, the spiritual power within him gently propelled the energies of the liver and gallbladder along the pathways of the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian and the foot Julian liver meridian, converging within his eyes to nourish them. In the process of nurturing his eyes, he employed his spiritual consciousness as a guide, turning his inner gaze upon his meridians and scrutinizing the minute vessels and capillaries of his eyeballs. With this spiritual awareness, he could perceive with precision, ensuring no harm befell himself. Therefore, the requirement of cultivation is to develop this spiritual consciousness, allowing for an inner illumination of the meridians, thus safeguarding the eyes. The initial level of the illusory eye technique posed little challenge. In just one night, Li Qingyuan achieved entry into the first level, acquiring the basics of the practice. Buzzing. In the mysterious Xianpin space, the enigmatic figure reappeared, revealing the luminous points of meridians within its form, with the points corresponding to the eyes illuminating one by one. This manifestation of the meridian operation diagram encompassed not only the methods of the first and second levels of cultivation but also the missing techniques and essential insights pertaining to the third level of practice. Li Qingyuan observed attentively, committing the diagram of meridian circulation to memory. The completion of the first layer is not particularly challenging. However, upon reaching the second layer, it becomes necessary to utilize a first-grade superior spiritual herb of the wood attribute as an aid. Such herbs should be available for purchase in Liuhe City. One can acquire a few. Li Qingyuan's face radiated excitement. The third tier truly presents formidable challenges. However, the rewards are equally abundant. To refine one's spiritual consciousness with the cultivation of Qi refining not only enhances combat prowess but also increases the success rate of foundation establishment. Chapter 054, Pure Yang Sword Talisman, First Rank Superior Talisman Master. As time flows, a month swiftly passes. Li Guanao and his grandson Li Qingyuan had been secluded in the enchanting city of Liuhe for an entire month, engrossed in the art of talisman crafting, selling charms, and honing their skills, patiently awaiting the tumultuous storms of the outside world to subside. On this particular day, within their solitary courtyard, Li Qingyuan was diligently inscribing talismans. Utilizing a first-grade superior talisman brush, first-grade superior talisman ink, and first-grade superior talisman paper, Li Qingyuan took up his brush to create a talisman, measuring approximately 1 foot in length and 3 inches in width. With a single, uninterrupted stroke from beginning to end, he executed the intricate and profound runes, which sprang to life upon the paper. These runes continuously absorbed the spiritual energy from within Li Qingyuan, while simultaneously drawing in the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, thereby amplifying their mystical potency. As the final stroke was rendered, the runes emitted a resonant hum, summoning the celestial energies to coalesce within the talisman paper. At that moment, Li Guanao, who stood observing from the side, was filled with awe and exclaimed with delight, "A masterpiece talisman has been created. Qingyuan, your talent in the art of talismans is truly extraordinary." Li Qingyuan smiled. For an entire month, he devoted himself to the study of new talisman paper. He dedicated 1 hour each day to the research of the first-grade superior tortoiseshell talisman, and 2 hours daily to the exploration of the first-grade exceptional pure yang sword talisman. Li Guanao sighed deeply, lamenting, "Alas, it seems that my grandfather, the clan leader, possesses a rather mediocre talent for drawing talismans. A month has passed, yet he has not succeeded in creating a single turtle shell talisman. As for the first-grade premium talisman, the pure yang sword talisman, I fear that I shall never master it in this lifetime." Li Qingyuan chuckled. "Here, esteemed patriarch, I present this turtle shell talisman to you for your protection." Upon hearing this, Li Guanao squinted his aged eyes and chuckled. "Really? This is a fine-quality turtle shell talisman? It can withstand the full force of a 9th-layer chi refinement expert strike." Li Qingyuan said, "This is a token of filial piety from your grandson. I implore you to accept it." Li Guanao accepted the talisman paper, feeling a profound sense of comfort. Indeed, good child. These years have not been in vain for me. Since this is the case, I shall graciously accept it." Li Guanao cheerfully stored away the tortoise-shell talisman. The exquisite talisman paper is quite rare. In fact, aside from a premium tortoise-shell talisman, Li Guanao also possesses several authentic quality tortoise-shell talismans gifted by Li Qingyuan. At the 7th level of chi refinement, this little old man has become invincible. When confronted by a practitioner at the 8th level of chi refinement, he can still engage in battle, contending for several rounds with the help of his talisman paper. Li Qingyuan retrieved a first-grade premium talisman ink, along with first-grade premium talisman paper, and grasped a first-grade superior talisman brush. After taking a deep breath to compose himself for a moment, he commenced the intricate process of crafting the talisman. Li Guanao stood aside, contemplating. Over the past month, Qingyuan had consumed 5 or 6 sheets of material daily, dedicating more than 2 hours each day to his studies. However, the first-grade superior talisman paper posed an insurmountable challenge for talisman masters, representing a profound transformation. The intricacies of crafting first-grade superior talisman paper were exceedingly arduous. At the recent gathering of talisman masters from the 5 islands of the sea and the 36 islands within the maritime domain, only 7 or 8 individuals were recognized as first-grade superior talisman masters, a strikingly small number amidst a congregation of industry elites. Among these few, 3 were semi-second-grade masters, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao. Through this exchange, Li Guanao realized that, despite being a self-taught practitioner with a natural aptitude for the art of talismans, he had come to the disheartening conclusion that, given his current abilities, he would remain unable to craft first-grade superior talisman paper in this lifetime. Li Guanao gazed at Li Qingyuan, who was engrossed in the art of talisman drawing, contemplating. However, with Qingyuan's innate talent, given a few years, he might very well master the pure yang sword talisman. After his impending failure, I shall offer him some words of comfort. I cannot allow him to lose faith in his abilities. Sighing, he reflected on the burden of having such a gifted grandson. This lad had never encountered failure or faced any setbacks since he began his studies in talisman drawing. Suddenly, the flow of spiritual energy in the world roused Li Guanao from his thoughts. From all directions, within a radius of several paces, the ethereal energies began to swirl. The potent pure yang aura coalesced around the isolated courtyard, infusing the talisman paper with its essence. With a thunderous roar, the talisman paper vibrated with spiritual energy, the power of the runes manifesting as they forcefully contained the pure yang energy. An overwhelming, searing sword aura was sealed within the talisman paper, imbuing the runes with a vibrant spirit. Li Guanao was taken aback. Is it done? Has it truly come to fruition? As Li Qingyuan set his pen to paper, the talisman was successfully inscribed within the enigmatic realm of the Xianpen. A mysterious figure meticulously crafted the talisman, which was none other than the pure yang sword talisman. Each stroke and line flowed effortlessly, akin to the work of a grandmaster of talismanic arts. Every brushstroke, every movement, every rune, and each transition was executed with impeccable precision, reaching the pinnacle of artistry, leaving Li Qingyuan entranced and profoundly enriched. If Zhao Tu's guidance was imbued with a craftsman's spirit, rigid and formulaic, then the insights from the Xianpen realm were akin to the very creation of the talisman itself. It was an ethereal experience, reflecting the profound simplicity of the Tao. Li Qingyuan contemplated, to have succeeded by mere luck once, without the guidance of the Xianpen space, who knows when I might achieve success again. With the direction provided by the Xianpen space, my talismanic artistry is poised to enter a phase of rapid advancement. Mastering the pure yang sword talisman is merely a matter of time. Li Guanao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Qingyuan, you have succeeded. You have truly achieved it." Li Qingyuan nodded with excitement and said, Indeed, Grandfather Patriarch, from this day forth, our Li clan of the immortal race shall possess our very own first-tier exceptional talisman master. Li Qingyuan said, Grandfather clan leader, the day has grown late. Let us rest for the night and return home at dawn tomorrow. Li Guanao nodded and remarked, Indeed. During this period, the two of us, grandfather and grandson, have amassed over 100 spirit stones and acquired the techniques for crafting the turtle shell talisman and the pure yang sword talisman. This journey has proven invaluable. It has been a month since the auction concluded, and I believe the islands and the sea have returned to tranquility. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth on our journey home. Li Guanao said, Qingyuan, you should rest early. Li Qingyuan shook his head and said, No. My grandson wishes to draw a few more talismans. With that, he picked up his brush and resumed the creation of the pure yang sword talisman. As he observed the method of drawing within the Xianpin space, he meticulously inscribed the runes of the pure yang sword talisman. Bang! The talisman paper self-destructed. It became evident that his previous success had indeed been a stroke of luck. This time, following the guidance of the Xianpin space, he encountered failure once again. With a deep sigh, Li Qingyuan exhaled a breath of frustration and retrieved several spirit stones to meditate and refine, restoring his spiritual energy and consciousness. After a quarter of an hour, he resumed his talisman drawing. Bang! Failure. Success. The pure yang sword talisman, a top-tier first-grade talisman paper, demanded an immense expenditure of spiritual consciousness and energy, allowing him to draw only 2 or 3 times before needing to meditate for recovery. At his mid-stage chi refining cultivation, drawing a first-grade top-tier talisman was indeed a limitation. Bang! Failure. Bang! Failure. Success. Bang! Failure. Soon, the hour grew late, and after 10 attempts at drawing talismans, he succeeded twice, yielding a success rate of barely 20%. Including the initial successful attempt, Li Qingyuan possessed a total of 3 pure yang sword talismans. Li Guanao exclaimed with joy, Qingyuan, you have just embarked on this journey, yet your success rate stands at 20%. In a year and a half, I am certain that your success rate will exceed 50%. With a top-tier talisman paper by your side, our Li clan will no longer have to fear even second-rate chi refinement families. If we remain patient for 2 or 3 decades, quietly developing the Li family, with you at its helm in 30 years, will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a first-rate chi refinement clan. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, Indeed. After 3 decades of discreet development, one can astonish everyone. Li Guanao, to you, Grandfather Patriarch, I humbly present a pure yang sword talisman as a token of my filial piety. Li Guanao laughed heartily, exclaiming, You are simply too filial. The clan elder accepted the jest with amusement. Chapter 055, Zhao Tu on the run. Zhao Tu, you old turtle, everyone has underestimated you. Lu Yuming, exasperated and disheveled, was enveloped in dark energy, his skin charred. He cursed, You old fool, not only do you possess a first-tier supreme inner armor, but you also master the art of talisman arrays. You managed to break out of a certain death situation and even killed 2 of my subordinates. Zhao Tu, panting heavily, his hair disheveled and his appearance in disarray, had a gash on his cheek from a flying sword, and his inner armor bore a severe crack, blood gushing forth. With fury burning in his eyes, he grit his teeth and said, Lu Yuming, what a fine Lu family you have, masquerading as bandits to hunt me down, attempting to reclaim the foundation building pill. If this matter were to come to light, countless cultivators across the islands could drown your Lu family in a single spit. Having fallen victim to the talisman array, Lu Yuming was wounded, and his disguise technique faltered, revealing his true appearance. Lu Yuming sneered, Old Zhao Tu, you have no chance left. Kill him. As Lu Yuming finished speaking, the other 3 immediately summoned their magical artifacts, preparing to join forces to slay Zhao Tuesday. Alongside Lu Yuming, there were 2 at the 10th level of chi refinement and 1 at the 9th level, 1 more at the 8th level. Originally 6. Zhao Tu had countered with talisman arrays, instantly killing 2, while the remaining 4 were either heavily or lightly injured. Clutching his chest, Zhao Tu's first-tier supreme inner armor was damaged, the blow nearly striking his heart and fracturing his ribs. He glared at the magical artifact in Lu Yuming's hand, seething. A second-tier magical artifact. Were it not for that, I would not be in such a dire state. Lu Yuming activated his magical artifact with a ruthless intent. Zhao Tu, die. With a clang, the second-tier magical artifact was unleashed, the flying sword soaring through the sky. Its razor-sharp sword energy could pierce through any late-stage chi refinement cultivator-s attack, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Zhao Tuesday simultaneously. The other 3 attacked as well. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light emerged from the nearby dense forest, launching an unexpected assault against Lu Yuming and another 10th-level chi refinement cultivator. Lu Yuming's expression changed. An ambush. With a first-tier supreme defensive talisman activated around Lu Yuming, thwarting the enemy's attack. While the second-tier magical artifact returned to hover before him as he called out, Who goes there? The other 10th-level cultivator did the same, activating their defensive talisman, deflecting the incoming flying swords. 2 figures soared forth, hands waving, unleashing a barrage of first-tier upper-grade talismans, raining destruction upon Lu Yuming and his companions. Lu Yuming, incensed, shouted, Seeking death. Breaking spirit sword technique. Boom. The Lu family's clan technique was unleashed, infusing the second-tier magical artifact with power, a Tinjiang sword energy sweeping across, shattering the talismans into oblivion. A man and a woman, both over 50, chuckled. Lu Yuming of the Lu family, TSK. Colluding with the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, masquerading as bandits to ambush old Zhao. If this were to reach the ears of the cultivators in the sea, it would incite their wrath, and even your Lu family, as a foundation-building clan, would not withstand it. Beside Lu Yuming stood the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, a sworn brother of the leader, Ji Hu. Gao Chang and Su Hong, what brings you here? Lu Yuming frowned, sensing trouble. Baiyang Island, one of the 36 islands, was a relatively powerful stronghold within the archipelago, boasting several first-tier spiritual veins. Among them was a first-tier upper-grade vein controlled by the Gao family. Gao Chang and Su Hong were the head and matron of the Gao family, also the lord and lady of Baiyang Island, both seasoned experts at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The Gao family of Baiyang Island was at the pinnacle among first-rate Qi refinement families. It was said that when the couple joined forces, they were nearly invincible beneath the foundation-building realm. The second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits whispered, Brother Lu, this is troublesome. Their spiritual energy was over half expended, and the other two cultivators at the 9th and 8th levels were also significantly injured, their combat strength severely diminished. In contrast, Gao Chang and Su Hong were at their peak, ready for battle. Zhao Tu quickly interjected, Friends Gao and Su, I offer a foundation-building pill in exchange for your aid in delivering justice for the cultivators of the sea, to slay the despicable Lu Yunming. Gao Chang chuckled, rest assured. Zhao, Lu Yunming's collusion with bandits to ambush righteous cultivators is a crime deserving of death. Please stand aside while my wife and I take action. With that, Gao Chang and Su Hong advanced together, using talismans to clear the way and unleashing their flying swords against Lu Yuming and his group. Outnumbered and wounded, Lu Yuming's group found themselves at a disadvantage against Gao Chang and Su Hong. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yuming declared, Gao Chang, you will pay dearly for provoking me. Saying this, he retrieved a vial of spiritual liquid, swallowed it in one gulp, and tossed it to the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, saying, Ji Bao, catch. Ji Bao, upon examining the vial, exclaimed with delight, Centennial Spiritual Milk. The Centennial Spiritual Milk, derived from the Jade Spirit Fruit, was a primary material for crafting the first-tier Supreme Pill, the Jade Spirit Pill. A single drop could restore a Qi refinement cultivator to peak condition. Worth over 100 spirit stones, yet scarce on the market. Ji Bao laughed heartily, what a treasure. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yuming distracted the two enemies, he consumed a drop of the Centennial Spiritual Milk, his spiritual energy surging back to full strength. Here, drink this. It not only replenishes spiritual energy but also heals all external injuries. With 2 drops remaining, the other 2 cultivators each took a drop, swiftly recovering their strength. Lu Yuming's heart bled. Were it not for being forced into a corner, he would never have parted with such a precious item. Gao Chang and Su Hong, this is all you're doing. With a clang, Lu Yuming once again unleashed the breaking spirit sword technique, the Tinjiang sword energy cleaving through the void, targeting Gao Chang and Su Hong. Faced with Lu Yuming's full force, they had to join together to resist. Su Hong waved her hand, unleashing a flurry of talismans, first-tier upper-grade and supreme talismans, raining down without restraint, bombarding Lu Yuming once more. Lu Yuming, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, How can your Gao family possess so many talismans? Your clan does not have a first-tier supreme talisman master. Gao Chang sneered, You need not know. With a swift motion, he scattered a handful of talismans, one of which, upon nearing Lu Yuming, detonated, summoning a fire python from the heavens. Zhao Tu gasped in astonishment. A spirit transformation fire python, such sentience and power, this is a second-tier talisman? Lu Yuming's expression turned pale with fear. Second-tier talisman. 3-foot sword wall. Boom. The second-tier talisman paper transformed into a fiery python, swaying through the vast sky, launching a head-on assault that unleashed the full force of a foundational cultivation practitioner's initial strike, shattering the 3-foot sword chi barrier and striking Lu Yuming. With a cough, Lu Yuming spat blood towards the heavens, being sent flying Tinjiang, crashing into and breaking several large trees, sustaining severe injuries. Struggling to rise, he incredulously exclaimed, Second-tier talisman paper? Besides my Lu family, how could there possibly be second-tier talisman paper in the island seas? In the island seas, the most advanced talismancers number only 3 quasi-second-tier talismancers. Without foundational cultivation and divine sense, they cannot draw second-tier talisman paper. Gao Chang chuckled, saying, My lady, you should capture Lu Yuming alive. Leave the other 3 to me. As he spoke, Gao Chang dove into battle, summoning a first-tier premium flying sword artifact, unleashing various talismans, single-handedly suppressing Ji Bao and the other 3. Ji Bao fought while retreating, feeling the urge to flee. Su Hong intervened, easily overpowering the injured Lu Yuming. Had it not been for the assistance of a second-tier artifact, Lu Yuming would have already been slain by her. However, given the situation, it was merely a matter of time before Lu Yuming would be defeated and captured. Seeing this, Zhao Tu thought, not good. The situation has reversed in an instant. Neither Lu Yuming nor Gao Chang will let me go. However, a cold glint appeared in Zhao Tu's eyes, but the reason I fled here was to keep a backup plan. In the next moment, Zhao Tu waved his hand, and array flags flew out from his storage bag. 8 array flags soared into different positions, and a formation plate burst forth from the depths of the earth. An array was instantly formed. The crowd gasped, "Not good, there's an array." Zhao Tu flew back Tinjiang, forming hand seals, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, everyone. Taste the might of my killing formation." The fire crow killing formation activated, coalescing into a Tinjiang tall fiery crow. Exuding a terrifying aura comparable to a perfected chi refining 10th layer cultivator, spewing flames towards Gao Chang and his companions. "I shall take my leave first." Zhao Tu activated the formation, swallowing a chi recovery pill to forcibly restore a portion of his spiritual power before immediately flying away on his sword. Gao Chang cursed angrily. Old scoundrel, he had actually set up an array plate here in advance as a backup. As a first-tier loose cultivator, he was willing to sacrifice even a first-tier premium formation for his escape. Chapter 056, The Grandfather-Grandson Duo's Cooperation, Slaying Zhao Tu. Gao Chang's expression shifted. The power of this formation has already reached a first-tier premium level, sufficient to threaten chi refining 10th layer cultivators. Su Hong gritted her teeth. "Husband, we absolutely cannot let Lu Yuming and the others escape. Otherwise, the wrath of the foundational celestial clan will be unbearable for the Gao family." Gao Chang nodded. "Fortunately, the Qin family's elder has gifted us a considerable amount of first-tier premium talisman paper. We must slay those four at any cost. Brother, I have come to assist you." A middle-aged beauty, around 40 years old, sped forth into the killing formation. Behind her were 2 robust cultivators, both at the chi refining 8th layer. "Father, mother, we have arrived." 2 middle-aged men, resembling each other, both at chi refining 8th layer, were Gao Chang and Su Hong's twin sons. Gao Chang laughed heartily. "Ha ha, splendid. Capture Lu Yuming and the others alive." Gao Chang's sister used first-tier premium talisman paper to combat the fiery crows of the killing formation, holding the array in check. Su Hong single-handedly defeated Lu Yuming, sending his second-tier artifact flying from his grasp, and used a first-tier premium binding net to capture Lu Yuming. To be cautious, she also employed a sealing talisman to seal away his spiritual power. A second-tier artifact, such a treasure, Su Hong exclaimed, exhilarated by her acquisition. On another front, Gao Chang unleashed his perfected chi refining 10th layer power, overpowering Ji Bao at the chi refining 10th layer, employing various talismans to strike him down with thunderous might, capturing him alive. Soon, the last 2 cultivators, one at chi refining 9th layer and the other at chi refining 8th layer, were also captured. Ultimately, Gao Chang wielded the second-tier artifact, channeling his spiritual power into it, unleashing a powerful sword chi that shattered the fire crow killing formation and dismantled the array. Gao Chang collected the formation plate and gathered the 8 array flags, chuckling. A new era for the Gao family is about to commence. A second-tier artifact, a first-tier premium killing formation, and 2 chi refining 10th layer captives. This journey has been worthwhile. Su Hong, the elder, added, "Husband, capturing Zhao Tu will complete this mission." Gao Chang nodded. "Second sister, Huar, Yenner, use sacks to secure Lu Yuming and the others, and return immediately to Baiyong Island to hand them over to Mr. Yu." Mr. Yu, named Qinyu, was the renowned expert who had secretly advanced the Gao family's spiritual veins over the years. Gao Chang's sister nodded. "Understood, elder brother." Gao Chang's second sister and twin sons nodded, using sacks to ensnare Lu Yuming and the others, piloting their flying swords away from Liuha Island and back to Baiyong Island. "My lady, pursue," Gao Chang commanded coldly. "Search every inch of Liuha Island. We must catch up to Zhao Tu and seize the foundational pills and second-tier talisman inheritance." Indeed, Gao Chang and Su Hong took to their swords in pursuit, employing tracking spells to capture traces along the way. During the time they captured Lu Yuming and his companions, and forcefully shattered the fire crow killing formation, Zhao Tu had already fled desperately, ignoring his stamina, covering dozens of miles. Thus, tracking the traces along the way proved somewhat taxing, consuming time. Meanwhile, Zhao Tu fled desperately, flying low on his sword, constantly coughing blood and consuming pills to replenish his spiritual power. "Lu Yuming, once I enter the foundational stage, I shall make your Lu family pay in blood for their debts." Zhao Tu coughed blood, forcibly channeling his energy to soar through the skies. "The fire crow killing formation won't hold them for long. I must escape quickly." Zhao Tu contemplated. It has already been a month. The area around Liuha City should have returned to calm, and various forces and rogue cultivators should have moved on. Yes, returning to Liuha City is the safest option. Within Liuha City, neither Lu Yuming nor the Gao couple would dare to act against me in broad daylight. 3 days later, Li Guangyuan and his grandson Li Qingyuan rode their unicorn-striped horse, having traversed 1,000 miles through the mountains and forests, completing a third of their journey home. On that morning, while urinating in the woods, Li Qingyuan casually peeled back his clothing and affixed a tortoise-shell talisman just below his navel. Li Guangyuan inquired with curiosity, "What on earth are you doing? Why do you insist on affixing a turtle-shell talisman every time after you relieve yourself?" Li Qingyuan said, "Grandfather Patriarch, this place is the Dantian Chi Si cavity. The turtle-shell talisman is concealed beneath the skin here. In times of crisis, the internal spiritual energy can erupt instantaneously, allowing it to be infused into the talisman paper from the Chi Si cavity, the stone gate cavity, and the Guanyuan cavity simultaneously. thereby activating the turtle shell talisman and initiating its defensive function. This method is significantly swifter than perceiving danger, retrieving the talisman paper from the storage bag, and then activating it. Li Qingyuan, you, young lad, though merely in your teens, exhibit a steadiness surpassing that of this old man of 80. Allow me to present one as well. Li Qingyuan produced a high-quality tortoise-shell talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master at the 9th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan, after an elderly man and a young boy finished their business and adjusted their trousers, they exchanged a smile and said, "Let us head home." However, just as the grandfather and grandson mounted their horse, a figure plummeted from the sky with a swift whoosh. Who could it be? Li Qingyuan wore a vigilant expression, clutching a talisman, ready to activate and cast it at a moment's notice. Li Qingyuan was similarly prepared, with the Qi High Acupoint and the turtle shell talisman ready for activation at any moment, and a handful of talismans in hand, among which was concealed a top-tier pure yang sword talisman. "It is you, old Zhao." Upon closer inspection, Li Qingyuan saw Zhao Tu, disheveled and drained of spiritual energy. Coughing lightly, Zhao Tu warily regarded Li Qingyuan, and with calm composure, addressed Li Daoyu and the young friend Qingyuan. "There are pursuers after me. You must leave quickly to avoid implicating yourselves." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan was taken aback and inquired, "Dao is Zhao, who is pursuing you? How did you incur such grave injuries?" Zhao Tu replied, "For at the 10th level of qi refinement, along with a group of those in the later stages of qi refinement." "What?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Li Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. "My goodness, so many experts." Zhao Tu rose to his feet, consuming recuperative pills, vitality elixirs, and foundational essence potions, relentlessly taking medicine in pursuit of a swift restoration of his spiritual power. He urged, "You two, grandfather and grandson, hasten your departure to avoid being implicated by this old man and falling victim to the ruthless killers." Li Qingyuan, a 16-year-old youth, appeared to be frightened. He hurriedly mounted his horse and exclaimed, "Grandfather, the clan leader, we must leave at once." Li Qingyuan's face was etched with terror as he urgently exclaimed, "Quickly, we must depart." The grandfather and grandson mounted their steed and galloped away, narrowly brushing past Zhao Tu's day. At that moment, a glint of malevolence flickered in Zhao Tu's eyes as he swiftly unleashed 2 upper-tier talismans, his heart brimming with murderous intent. "Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your misfortune. I cannot allow you to escape and reveal my whereabouts." One was at the 7th layer of qi refinement, the other at the 3rd. 2 upper-tier talismans, both exquisite, were more than sufficient to annihilate a practitioner at the 8th layer of qi refinement. It seemed excessive to employ such means against the duo. However, in the next instant, Zhao Tu's expression shifted dramatically. As they galloped past him, the grandfather and grandson simultaneously activated their talismans, launching a fierce assault. The talismans emanated a searing pure yang sword aura, strikingly sharp and entwined with a domineering blaze, possessing the power to severely injure even those at the 10th layer of qi refinement. What astonished Zhao Tu even more was the familiarity of these talismans. He recognized them all too well. The pure yang sword talisman, how could this be? In the vast expanse of the archipelago, among a handful of first-tier talisman masters, only 3 or 5 possess the skill to inscribe the pure yang sword talisman. Li Qingyuan, this lad, has only been practicing for a few days. It is utterly impossible for him to gain mastery. With a clang, 2 pure yang sword talismans surged forth, transforming into twin streams of pure yang sword qi, each extending a yard, instantly shattering the first-grade superior talisman paper employed by Zhao Tu and striking him directly. Boom, boom. Zhao Tu let out a wretched scream as he was hit by the 2 pure yang sword talismans, spewing forth blood incessantly, his internal spiritual energy erupting violently, causing his body to convulse. However, due to the protective properties of his first-grade premium inner armor, although Zhao Tu's injuries worsened, he did not succumb to death immediately. Clang. Li Qingyuan summoned a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, while Li Qingyuan similarly conjured a first-tier mid-grade artifact. The duo, grandfather and grandson, unleashed a synchronized strike, piercing Zhao Tu's eyes and penetrating his skull. Alas, Zhao Tu let out a wretched scream before succumbing to his grim fate. Thus, Zhao Tu fell lifeless to the ground. Following the demise of Zhao Tu, Li Qingyuan and Li Qingyuan exchanged a glance, tinged with a hint of awkwardness yet underscored by a mutual understanding. Chapter 057, The Family's Eldest Brother, Zhao Tu. Coughing lightly, Li Qingyuan solemnly remarked, "This old scoundrel is far from virtuous. He fears the exposure of his whereabouts and will undoubtedly seek to eliminate us to silence our tongues." Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Indeed. If we were to truly believe his words, it would spell misfortune for us. No, it would mean our demise. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must depart swiftly." Li Qingyuan then collected Zhao Tu's magical artifacts and storage pouch. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Tu exhibited remarkable synergy as he waved his hand, channeling a surge of spiritual energy. This energy infused the first-grade exquisite inner armor, which emitted a resonant hum before soaring from Zhao Tu's body and being deftly stowed away in his storage pouch. Li Qingyuan subsequently unleashed a fireball spell, incinerating Zhao Tu's corpse and obliterating all traces. Li Qingyuan gently caressed the 2 unicorn zebras and murmured an apology. With a swift motion, he executed the air blade technique, concentrating his energy into a lethal edge that effortlessly severed the life of the two creatures. Subsequently, he hastily collected their carcasses, stowing them away in his storage pouch. If only I had a spirit beast pouch, you need not have perished, he remarked. With that, he unleashed another fireball technique, incinerating the blood that stained the ground. Li Qingyuan stroked his beard and remarked, indeed, when it is time to sever ties, one must do so decisively. Riding upon the distinctly marked unicorn zebra, which left clear traces and moved at a languid pace, it was only a matter of time before the pursuers of Zhao Tu would catch up. Li Qingyuan had already made up his mind, yet he still inquired, Qingyuan, where do you think we should go next? Li Qingyuan promptly replied, Luhiqing. Li Qingyuan stroked his beard and smiled. The young one is indeed teachable. With a swift motion, both he and his grandson activated their respective levitation talismans, summoning their flying swords to soar through the air with all their might. To ensure their safety, they continuously employed the levitation talismans to enhance their speed. Zhao Tu was aware that Liyue City was a sanctuary. Li Qingyuan and his grandson Li Qingyuan were well aware that Luhiqing was a place of safety. However, the thought of returning to the Li family home posed a risk. What if they encountered those pursuing Zhao Tu? 30 minutes later, the elderly couple Gao Chang and Su Hong arrived at the scene. They descended and remarked, according to the tracking technique, the path lies in this direction. Gao Chang's expression turned contemplative. The pure Yang Sword talisman had unleashed its power, 2 talismans. To be precise, exhibiting formidable strength that inevitably left traces upon the ground and foliage from the ensuing battle. Gao Chang gazed ahead and stated, Zhao Tu has been traversing this path. If he continues forward, he will reach Luhiqing. Su Hong's countenance shifted slightly. Upon reaching Luhiqing, we must refrain from taking further action. After all, even the vicious dogs of the Lu family, the Black Mountain Bandits, would not dare to act openly within Luhiqing. The city requires order, and with order, the Lu family can prosper greatly. Gao Chang, unwilling to yield, declared, let us pursue. Zhao Tu is already at the end of his strength. He is merely hanging on by a thread and cannot run far. We are still over 1,000 miles from Luhiqing, and we shall surely arrive before him. Su Hong nodded in agreement, very well. But then, after flying for a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan suddenly had a realization and said, Grandfather Patriarch, we shall not go to Luhiqing. Oh, why not? Li Qingyuan halted and inquired. Li Qingyuan remarked that Zhao Tu was aware of the safety of Luhiqing. Those who pursued Zhao Tu were following the trail and likely deduced that he intended to head to Luhiqing. The pursuers were not to be underestimated. If they were to accelerate their pursuit, their speed would undoubtedly exceed ours. Li Qingyuan suggested, let us alter our course towards the east, circling around Luo Island before returning. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan suddenly realized, indeed, how could I have overlooked it? Just when everyone believes that Luhiqing is secure, it is already in jeopardy. They altered their course eastward. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson soared through the forest on their swords, redirecting their path. They had not been gone for more than a quarter of an hour when 2 streaks of light rushed past, heading straight for Luhiqing. As night fell in the northeastern region of Luo Island, the grandfather and grandson settled into an inn in a small town after finishing their dinner, preparing for rest. The inn was sparsely populated, with cultivators being a rare sight. In the stillness of the night, they finally found the opportunity to open Zhao Tu's storage bag. The moment the bag was unsealed, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, such an abundance of high-level resources. Zhao Tu truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 3 esteemed second-tier talisman masters. This first-tier exquisite magical artifact is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. However, to their dismay, only a little over 300 spirit stones remained, indicating that they had likely all been spent on purchasing foundation establishment pills. The storage bag itself was commendable, a first-tier superior item, holding significant value. Li Qingyuan produced the inner armor and remarked, this is a first-tier exquisite inner armor. Despite bearing a sword mark, its value remains considerable, surpassing that of comparable magical artifacts. Such armor is inherently more challenging to forge than magical tools of the same grade, requiring more materials and intricate craftsmanship. Hence, its price is elevated by 2 to 3 times. Li Qingyuan gathered his thoughts for a moment and remarked, there isn't even a single exquisite talisman left. It seems that Zhao Tu has also been driven to the brink by the robbers, exhausting nearly all his talismans. He is left with merely 3 first-grade superior talismans. The various elixirs suitable for the Qi refinement stage, such as the recovery pill, the vitality pill, the Qi nurturing pill, and the hemostasis pill, have also been nearly depleted. These remaining elixirs are likely worth only a few hundred spirit stones. Li Qingyuan gazed at the jade box, his heart racing as he exclaimed, Grandfather clan leader. This must be a foundation establishment pill, am I right? Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, gradually channeling his spiritual energy as he opened the jade box. His aged eyes sparkled with excitement, and he breathed rapidly, exclaiming, yes, it is the foundation establishment pill. With a sigh of astonishment, the grandfather and grandson exchanged a glance, both feeling an overwhelming sense of surrealism. They never anticipated that this foundation establishment pill, acquired for the exorbitant price of 13,000 spiritual stones, would fortuitously end up in their possession. Li Qingyuan, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, heaven bless the Li family, heaven bless the Li family. Qingyuan, with your innate talent, Combined with this foundational elixir, your chances of establishing a foundation may exceed 50% in the future. At this moment, Li Qingyuan felt his blood boiling. He envisioned the Li clan ascending to become a foundational celestial lineage, soaring amidst the islands of the sea, with hundreds, if not thousands, of cultivators in their ranks. A third-rate qi refining family boasts fewer than 100 cultivators. A second-rate qi refining family has over 100. A first-rate qi refining family is comprised of several hundred cultivators. However, a foundational celestial lineage, with its cultivators numbering in the thousands, has truly become a formidable entity, commanding respect for thousands of miles around. There are also 2 jade slips. Li Qingyuan picked up one of the slips, pressed it against his forehead, and read with his spiritual sense. In the next moment, he was filled with ecstatic joy. It was, astonishingly, the jade slip containing the symbol paper inheritance that Zhao Tu had devoted his life to studying. This old fellow had made 2 copies, one for auction and the other kept close at hand. Li Qingyuan engaged in deep contemplation. This represents a complete transmission of quasi-second-order talisman papers. There are 12 varieties of inferior first-order talisman papers, 6 varieties of middle-grade first-order talisman papers, 4 varieties of superior first-order talisman papers, and 2 varieties of exceptional first-order talisman papers. Among the 2 exceptional first-order talisman papers, one is for offense and the other for defense. The pure youngsword talisman, classified as an offensive talisman, and the primordial bowl talisman, classified as a defensive talisman. Finally, there exists one type of inferior second-order talisman paper. However, the creation of inferior second-order talisman papers necessitates the aid of spiritual consciousness to achieve true success. Li Qingyuan, after finishing, handed it to the clan patriarch. After reading it, Li Qingyuan was filled with excitement, with this set of quasi-second-order talisman paper as a legacy. The foundation of the Li clan is undoubtedly on par with that of the foremost qi refining families. Given some time, Yuana, you will surely succeed in establishing your foundation and will also become a true second-order talisman master. Haha. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, Zhao Tu, old Zhao, is truly a remarkable person. He is the foremost elder of the Li clan. Finally, Li Qingyuan picked up the second and last jade slip, infusing his spiritual consciousness to extract the information within. To his astonishment, he discovered the art of talisman formation. How extraordinary! Who would have thought that talisman paper could be utilized in such a manner? Chapter 058, Foundation Establishment Pill 2. Li Qingyuan was suddenly enlightened. The art of talisman arrays, particularly the 5 elements talisman array, employs the principle of the interdependence of the 5 elements. The talismans correspond to the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. By utilizing a unique technique to activate these 5 distinct talismans, their power can be exponentially enhanced, multiplying their efficacy several times over. When 5 top-grade first-tier talismans are activated through the 5 elements talisman array, their destructive capacity undergoes a qualitative transformation, surpassing the combined strength of individual first-tier talismans by several folds. This formidable power eclipses that of ordinary first-tier exceptional talismans. Should one simultaneously employ 5 first-tier exceptional talismans, their might would rival that of genuine second-tier inferior talismans, posing a significant threat even to those in the early stages of foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan exclaimed in astonishment. What sorcery of talismanic arrays is this? Allow me to have a look as well. Li Qingyuan presented something to the clan elder. After a moment, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, This Zhao Tu possesses remarkable fortune, for he has mastered such advanced talismanic formations. In his youth, he must have encountered numerous opportunities in the art of talismans. Li Qingyuan remarked, In the maritime archipelago, among the 3 esteemed second-tier talisman masters, Taoist Gong is revered as a member of a foundational celestial clan, while Taoist Zheng hails directly from one of the 5 prominent foundational celestial clans. Only Zhao Tu, a wandering cultivator, possesses such profound mastery in talismanry and has achieved the perfection of the 10th level of qi refinement. Contemplating this, Li Qingyuan began to distribute the spoils and said, Qingyuan, keep this foundational elixir for yourself. With your aptitude, it will surely prove beneficial in 2 or 3 decades. However, you must conceal it well, ensuring that no one else is privy to this, and it would be best if you refrained from even informing your father. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, Grandfather, rest assured, I will keep the foundation establishment pill well hidden. The significance of the foundation establishment pill is paramount, and I will also keep it a secret from my father. It is not a matter of distrust, but rather a means to protect him. Li Qingyuan nodded and remarked, As for these 2 jade slips of inheritance, you may keep them for now. Contemplate their essence, and once you have comprehended their depths, then offer your guidance to me. Regarding the over 300 spirit stones, I intend to deposit them into the family treasury, enhancing the resources available to our family's celestial seedlings, ensuring that each generation of our lineage flourishes beyond the last, so as not to hinder our family's advancement. Li Qingyuan concurred, stating that the patriarch possesses remarkable foresight. The future of the clan ultimately rests in the hands of the youth. In the past, we were hindered by poverty and a scarcity of spiritual stones. However, our family now boasts late-stage qi refinement practitioners, along with 2 first-tier high-grade talisman masters. In the future, the abundance of spiritual stones will increase, providing us with greater resources to nurture our celestial seedlings. Moreover, with the elevation of the Grand Elder's cultivation, an even greater variety of spiritual plants will be cultivated. Li Qingyuan's strength has significantly increased, now comparable to that of the Second Elder. Equipped with various talismans, they occasionally succeed in hunting first-tier late-stage beasts that rival the 7th level of Qi refinement. The income of the hunting team has multiplied several times. Consequently, the abundance of beast blood has also increased. After irrigating hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, the potency of these fields has been enhanced, leading to a rise in the family's yield of spiritual rice. The family's profits have grown year after year. In pursuit of a centennial plan and the overall enhancement of the family's strength, it is imperative to intensify the cultivation of immortal seedlings through increased resource allocation. Li Qingyuan stated, the first-grade superior storage bag, a first-grade exquisite magical instrument, and 3 sheets of first-grade superior talisman paper shall belong to me. The remaining nourishing Qi pills, foundational essence pills, restorative Qi pills, and hemostatic pills, among other auxiliary elixirs, will be yours. Furthermore, you shall don this first-grade exquisite inner armor, for your safety is paramount above all else. How do you perceive this arrangement? Li Qingyuan inquired. Li Qingyuan was deeply moved as he expressed his gratitude to the clan elder. Thank you, grandfather. I vow to live up to your expectations and those of our family. In the future, I shall establish a solid foundation, allowing the Li clan to ascend to the status of a foundational immortal lineage, supplanting the Lu clan. In the presence of the foundational elixir, all first-tier top-grade artifacts, first-tier high-quality storage bags, and 300 spirit stones pale in comparison. Moreover, the clan elder has bestowed upon him a first-tier top-grade inner armor, which, despite its damage, is still capable of withstanding the attacks of a Qi-refining 10th-layer practitioner. Zhao Tu, despite his severely injured state, did not perish immediately when struck by 2 pure yang sword talismans, thanks to the significant protection offered by the inner armor. As for Zhao Tu's storage bag, it contained nothing of value, no spirit plants or spirit mines. It is likely that all the remnants were sold off as spirit stones, merely to procure the foundational elixir. Alas, the old man Zhao Tu passed away with his eyes unclosed, lamenting the years spent toiling for others, only to have his efforts ultimately benefit Li Qingyuan and the Li clan. Soon, the grandfather and grandson completed their division of the spoils. Li Qingyuan acquired the inheritance of the quasi-second-tier talisman paper, the Art of the 5 Elements talisman, a valuable alchemical pill worth over 100 spirit stones to assist in the Qi refinement stage, and a slightly damaged set of first-tier exquisite inner armor. However, the most precious treasure was undoubtedly the Foundation Establishment pill. Although it was merely a low-grade Foundation Establishment pill, in the archipelagos of the sea, it was a priceless gem, worth thousands of spirit stones and exceedingly rare to obtain. After the division of spoils concluded, the grandfather and grandson each retired to their respective guest rooms for rest, separated by a mere wall, ready to support each other at a moment's notice. After seeing the clan leader grandfather depart, Li Qingyuan promptly retrieved the Foundation Establishment pill and stored it within the Xianpan space. Buzz. Within the Xianpan space, the Foundation Establishment pill basked in the brilliance of creation, dividing itself perfectly into two low-grade Foundation Establishment pills. Li Qingyuan breathed heavily, overwhelmed with excitement. The foundational elixir, which was exceedingly rare and valued at over 10,000 spirit stones, had miraculously multiplied from 1 to 2, amounting to a total worth of over 20,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, consuming both foundational elixirs consecutively would significantly enhance the success rate of establishing a foundation. Subsequently, he also replicated an auxiliary elixir worth over 100 spirit stones, as well as 2 sets of first-grade premium inner armor. Li Qingyuan sighed softly, lamenting that the flaw in creation's light lay in its mere ability to replicate, devoid of any restorative function. As for the quasi-second-tier inheritance in the 5 elements symbol array inheritance, these 2 jade slips could be inscribed and replicated at any moment, and could also be duplicated using the Xianpan space. The following morning, the grandfather and grandson continued their detour. It took them half a month to return to Yunxia town and ascend Yunxia mountain. Upon seeing Li Guangyao, Li Qingyuan's long-awaited return finally eased the unease that had lingered in the hearts of the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou. Li Qingyuan fully comprehended their concerns. Recently, the archipelago has been rife with battles. Many prominent Qi-refining families and influential factions have experienced high-ranking members being assassinated or mysteriously disappearing, creating an atmosphere of trepidation and unrest throughout the region. The Grand Elder, filled with unease, remarked, I have heard that the head of the Zhou family from Fubo Mountain, Zhou Kuei, along with his son Shou Li, have also been targeted by the Black Mountain bandits, narrowly escaping with their lives. The Wang family, the nearest first-rate Qi-refining clan to our Li family, has unfortunately met with misfortune. Li Qingyuan inquired curiously, oh, how so? The Wang clan, which oversees the Tushan market, is where the Li family frequently sells talismans, spirit rice, yuan iron, and materials from demon beasts. The Grand Elder replied. The head of the Wang family has been gravely injured, and the family's Grand Elder, the only first-tier high-grade alchemist, has been captured by malevolent cultivators, with his fate unknown. A collective sigh arose from the crowd. Alas, a first-tier high-grade alchemist is a priceless treasure for the family, a rare find even among foundational cultivators. The Wang clan has suffered grievously this time. Li Qingyuan blinked, contemplating. This time, perhaps some will profit immensely, but my Li family will never suffer a loss. Next, I ought to enter seclusion for cultivation, comprehensively enhancing my strength, mastering the inheritance of talisman arts, cultivating the illusory divine eye technique, and elevating my qi refining prowess. Chapter 059, the perfect completion of the sixth layer of qi refinement. Brother Qingyuan, are you looking for me? Li Qingqing, with her small hands behind her back, walked with a light and cheerful step. Clad in a flowing green dress, she stood gracefully, a 16-year-old maiden, exuding a charm akin to the delicate orchid in a secluded valley, a perfect neighborly sister. At 16, Li Qingqing had blossomed into a vision of ethereal beauty. Her face resembling a melon seed, adorned with willow-like eyebrows and cherry lips, a delicate countenance framed by snow-white skin and a slender, enchanting figure. Li Qingyuan looked at Li Qingqing as if gazing upon his own beloved sister, and remarked with a smile, Qingqing, splendid. You have already attained the perfection of the second layer of qi refinement, and you are poised to enter the third layer at any moment. Li Qingqing chuckled softly and remarked, it is entirely due to the guidance of Brother Qingyuan and the nurturing of my family. Li Qingyuan inquired. I have heard from the Grand Elder that your mastery of the spiritual rain technique is commendable, and when paired with the water elemental skill, you have become quite the adept at cultivating spiritual rice. Li Qingqing responded with a radiant smile, her playful charm evident. Cultivating spiritual rice is indeed fascinating. In the future, I aspire to become a spiritual planter like the Grand Elder. Li Qingyuan remarked that in order to become a spirit plant master, one must exert greater effort, enhance their cultivation, and refine their spirit rain technique. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyuan presented a low-grade, first-tier storage bag. Li Qingqing took the storage bag and, upon inspecting it with her spiritual consciousness, was immediately taken aback. Qingyuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She was inclined to refuse, wishing to return the storage bag along with the cultivation resources. Li Qingyuan's expression grew solemn as he said, Qingqing, you and I have been like family since childhood. In my eyes, you are my sister. Do you truly wish to reject the goodwill of your brother? Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing remarked, however, Qingyuan, this is far too much. Your cultivation also requires resources. Within the low-grade storage pouch of the first tier lay various elixirs essential for cultivation, such as the Puan pill, Qi nourishing pill, as well as supportive remedies like the Qi recovery pill and hemostatic pill, all valued at around 200 to 300 spirit stones. Furthermore, there was a small Yunsling pill, which would enable her to eventually break through to the perfected third level of qi refinement and attain the fourth level. Among the possessions was a magical artifact, the low-grade flying sword, green bamboo sword. Each of the elixirs offered was of genuine quality, with none being of inferior grade. Li Qingyuan intended to sell all the low-grade elixirs in the future, refraining from allowing his family to consume them. Only elixirs of genuine quality were deemed acceptable, as they possessed minimal toxicity and abundant spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan chuckled, what are these resources worth? Your brother is now a first-tier superior talisman master. A mid-tier talisman master has a success rate of 60 to 70% and can earn 200 to 300 spirit stones in a year. As for a first-tier superior talisman paper, earning 1,000 to 1,800 spirit stones a year is merely basic practice. The reality is, I am actually a first-tier exceptional talisman master. Qingqing, these resources are sufficient for you to cultivate to the fourth level of qi refinement, so strive hard. Li Qingyuan affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, encouraging her, hurry and elevate your cultivation level. In the near future, your brother will need your assistance. Li Qingqing clutched her storage bag, her delicate hand clenched into a fist, and resolutely declared, indeed, brother, rest assured, I shall exert every effort. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, I shall retreat for a period. We shall meet again after my sister and I emerge from our seclusion. With that, Li Qingyuan turned and departed. Li Qingqing held the storage bag, gazing at the increasingly distant Li Qingyuan, her beautiful eyes filled with determination as she proclaimed, brother, Qingqing will certainly not let you down. Nurturing Li Qingqing was Li Qingyuan's grand design. In the future, after establishing his foundation, he would inevitably depart from the archipelago in pursuit of greater paths, venturing to various states and nations on the mainland in search of opportunities and resources. However, the family required a formidable guardian to stand watch. Li Qingqing, endowed with the rare four-element root aptitude, possesses not only exceptional comprehension but also a commendable disposition. With proper guidance, she is destined to uphold the family legacy. Furthermore, it is paramount to note that Li Qingyuan regards Qingqing as a sister, thus extending her additional care and attention. In addition to nurturing Li Qingqing's potential, Li Qingyuan aspires to fulfill his father's expectations. Upon returning home, he presented his father, Li Dingzhou, with a substantial collection of elixirs, qi nourishing pills, blood vitality pills, essence cultivation pills, and tiger strength pills, potent concoctions beneficial for both qi refinement and physical cultivation, all of premium quality, with a few even being exquisite specimens. These elixirs were discreetly acquired in Lyoha City, amounting to a value of several hundred spirit stones. As a father, Li Qingyuan naturally understands better than anyone that his son is now an accomplished talisman master, abundant in spiritual stones. Thus, he graciously accepted his son's filial offerings. Li Qingyuan, having received the elixir resources, confidently proclaimed, "Within 3 to 5 years, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the 6th level of qi refinement." Very well, at that time, my son will prepare a spirit-nourishing pill for you. Li Qingyuan possessed a total of 2 spirit-nourishing pills. He had bestowed one upon the clan elder years ago to aid in his breakthrough to the 7th level of qi refinement. The remaining pill was reserved for his father. As for Li Qingyuan himself, he had established a principle for his cultivation, to refrain from consuming elixirs during the qi refinement stage, relying solely on the accumulation of his own spiritual energy to forge a flawless foundation. Should he choose to take an elixir, it must be of exceptional quality. Even authentic pills would not suffice. He aspired to transcend mere foundation establishment or golden core formation, yearning instead to achieve the nascent soul stage, attain divine transformation, and ultimately seek immortality, living in harmony with the heavens. Thus, after generously providing Li Qingyuan and Li Qingyuan with cultivation resources, Li Qingyuan began his seclusion. His daily training schedule was meticulously arranged, primarily focusing on meditative qi refinement to enhance his cultivation. He dedicated 1 hour each day to talisman drawing, 2 hours to practicing the illusory divine eye technique, and in the rare moments of leisure, he studied the 6 first-tier spells of his family. Furthermore, to fully immerse himself in seclusion and maximize his training time, Li Qingyuan reported to the clan elder. Following this, the clan elder relieved his mother, Qingyuan, of her familial duties, allowing her to devote her full attention to caring for her son's daily needs. In the words of clan leader Li Qingyuan, by nurturing your son and enabling him to devote himself entirely to cultivation, you are contributing the greatest service to the family. Naturally, Qingyuan relished this task. Seeing her son every day brought her immense joy. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 2 years ago, Li Qingyuan had just entered the 6th level of qi refinement. Through diligent practice and accumulation over this period, he had now achieved the consummate 6th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan pondered, if I were to consume a top-tier qi-nourishing pill, it would likely allow me to advance to the 7th layer of qi refinement approximately 6 months ahead of schedule, thus reaching the latter stages of qi refinement. Alas, I lack a pill of exquisite quality to establish a flawless foundation during the qi refinement phase, and considering my youth, it would be wiser to gradually refine my spiritual energy, allowing for a natural and seamless breakthrough. Hence, he chose to continue his seclusion, striving for the 7th layer of qi refinement. In the depths of the Yin mountain range, during Li Qingyuan's seclusion, 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, each exceeding 30 feet in length, soared through the air, their myriad legs undulating, their massive jaws revealing venomous fangs, emanating a 2nd-tier demonic aura. The air was filled with their piercing cries as they engaged in a fierce battle with a foundation establishment cultivator. Despite the cultivator's valiant efforts to combat the 2 formidable 2nd-tier beasts using 2nd-tier artifacts and talismans, the clash resulted in a stalemate. 1,000 meters away, Qingyuan, adorned in a flowing purple dress, exuded an ethereal beauty that was enhanced by her translucent purple veil, accentuating her delicate features. Beneath her, a creature resembling the bloodthirsty centipede emerged from the earth, measuring over 8 feet in length and radiating the aura of a late-stage 1st-tier beast. This centipede, with its dark red body adorned with blood patterns and 3 glowing stripes on its brow, seemed on the verge of sprouting wings, yearning to ascend to the skies. It gazed anxiously at the 2 2nd-tier bloodthirsty centipedes. Qingyuan gently patted the centipede's head and murmured, "Little Kai, do not fret. You shall devour them and ascend to the 2nd tier. Just give your second uncle a bit more time." Suddenly, one of the bloodthirsty centipedes unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, channeling its power into a formation disk, which rapidly illuminated as the killing formation activated, unleashing astonishing might. The onslaught of the formation forced the foundation establishment cultivator to retreat, leaving him visibly disheartened. "Second uncle," Qingyuan inquired, "is it still not possible?" Her second uncle shook his head, stating, "These beasts not only refuse to leave the formation's range, but they also seem to understand how to activate the killing formation. Undoubtedly taught by the previous owner of this cave. This formation is sufficient to contend with mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, especially with the 2 2nd-tier beasts guarding it. Only a true late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could break through, or perhaps a coalition of several early-stage cultivators." Frowning, Qingyuan replied, "Our Qin family must not expose our strength." Instead, her eyes sparkled with an idea as she continued, "Let us drive the wolves to consume the tigers, observing from a distance, and then take advantage of the chaos." Her second uncle chuckled in agreement. A cave belonging to a suspected late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the 5 major foundation establishment clans and island cultivators, resulting in endless conflict. The more chaotic the sea islands, the better. Yet, Qingyuan's brows furrowed in regret as she remarked, however, by doing so, the inheritance of this cave would fall into the hands of the 5 major foundation establishment clans. She had discreetly gathered intelligence indicating that the former owner of this cave was likely the renowned foundation establishment loose cultivator, Master Sanquan, who had made a name for himself in the Sea Islands 2 centuries ago. The term master denotes a foundation establishment practitioner, as only those who have reached this level are worthy of such a title. Those still in the chi refining stage remain bound to their mortal limitations, while only those who progress to foundation establishment can transcend and be regarded as masters. Her second uncle raised an eyebrow, asking, "What do you mean by Master Sanquan?" Qin Miaoyi elaborated, "Master Sanquan not only successfully established his foundation as a loose cultivator, but also excelled in beast taming, alchemy, and formation techniques. According to rumors among practitioners, he independently crafted foundation establishment elixirs, freeing himself from the constraints and oppression imposed by the 5 major foundation establishment clans. Furthermore, he was adept at beast taming and formations, having evaded multiple attempts on his life by the united efforts of the foundation establishment clans, even avoiding capture by 3 foundation establishment cultivators." Her second uncle, astonished, exclaimed, "A first-tier loose cultivator, managing to gather the materials necessary for crafting foundation establishment elixirs on his own? If true, Master Sanquan possesses extraordinary fortune and unparalleled insight into alchemy. Without immense luck, how could he gather such materials in this modest sea island? Without exceptional talent, how could a first-tier loose cultivator, devoid of a guiding master, succeed in crafting foundation establishment elixirs?" He gazed at the foundation establishment cave 100 feet away, where the formation pulsed as the 2 bloodthirsty centipedes patrolled, radiating their second-tier demonic aura. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "One is a mid-stage second-tier beast, and the other is an early-stage second-tier beast, comparable to mid and early foundation establishment practitioners. Even with my second-tier artifact and talismans, victory remains elusive. It is possible that Master Sanquan had indeed reached late-stage foundation establishment just before his demise. His legacies in formations, alchemy, and beast taming would allure even the most accomplished of practitioners." Regretfully, her second uncle continued, "Unfortunately, despite my repeated efforts over the past 2 years, I have yet to slay these beasts. Their rudimentary understanding of formations, combined with the second-tier formation's offensive capabilities, renders them nearly as formidable as 3 second-tier beasts attacking simultaneously." Qin Miaoyi nodded, stating, "To seize this foundation establishment cave, we would need a minimum of 3 foundation establishment cultivators working in concert. However, our Qin family's current strength is but a fraction of its former glory, with you as the only foundation establishment cultivator." He sighed, "To claim this cave solely, we must wait for Zhou Kuei, Gao Chong, and Su Hong to successfully establish their foundations." Her second uncle shook his head. "Zhou Kuei's potential is decent, with a 50% chance of success. As for Gao Chang and Su Hong, they appear to be in their 50s but have already surpassed 60 in a few years. They will be in their 70s, with slim chances of foundation establishment, even with inferior foundation establishment elixirs to aid their ascension to second-tier spiritual veins. Their odds remain only 30 to 40%. Qin Miaoyi replied, "Currently, the Zhou family's spiritual veins and the Gao family's spiritual veins on Baiyang Island are nearing the threshold of true second-tier status. 2 years ago, during the auction in Luyuan City, cultivators from various sects converged, with hundreds to thousands from the late Qi refining stage and tens of thousands from the mid-stage. During that event, the Zhou and Gao families took action, especially with our Qin family's discreet support, capturing many late and mid-stage Qi refining cultivators, including several from the 10th level." Her second uncle stated, "While the inheritance of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's cave is valuable, it ultimately pales in comparison to the profound heritage of our Qin clan. Our primary goal is to cultivate foundation establishment practitioners, seize Luyan Island, and use it as a foundation to unify the 5 great islands and 36 islands. Ultimately, we aim to consolidate all second-tier spiritual veins into one, creating a third-tier spiritual vein, thereby reviving the glory of our family, returning to the 9 provinces, avenging our grievances, and reclaiming our ancestral lands." Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoyi's eyes reflected a glint of hatred. Her hand clenched into a fist as she declared, "You speak true, second uncle. The grievances of my grandfather's demise, the murder of my father, and the usurpation of our family's legacy must be avenged. We need not use this late-stage foundation establishment cave as bait. Instead, we shall spread rumors to entice the 5 great foundation establishment clans to converge here, diverting their attention from the surrounding islands. Once chaos reigns again in the Sea Islands, our Qin family can assist the Zhou and Gao families in fully elevating their spiritual veins and cultivating 1 or 2 foundation establishment practitioners." Her second uncle nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Indeed, Miaoyi, your ability to prioritize the greater good over immediate gains brings me great comfort. Though you possess the innate qualities of a triple spirit root, your exceptional spiritual body allows your cultivation potential to rival that of a heavenly spirit root. You are the future of the Qin family." The second uncle of the Qin family remarked, "Thus, when the Zhou and Gao families elevate their spiritual veins to the second tier, it shall also mark the day you commence your foundation establishment. In no less than 3 years and no more than 5, you must attain the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, the 10th layer." Qin Miaoyi replied with confidence, "Uncle, rest assured. I feel that I have honed my Qi refinement to the 9th layer to perfection, and within a year, or even half a year, I shall surely break through. Within 3 years, I will undoubtedly reach the 10th layer's completion." The second uncle of the Qin family stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. With you and the Qin family. That bodes well. The prospects of our vengeance, reclaiming our ancestral lands, and restoring our former glory all hinge upon you. Qin Miao bowed respectfully, stating, Uncle, I shall return and continue my seclusion. She intended to return to Baiong Island to further her cultivation and strive for the completion of the Qi refinement stage. With a whoosh, Qin Miao took flight on her sword, departing the Tianyin mountain range. In her spirit beast pouch, the small centipede expressed its discontent. Bumping against the storage bag in frustration, Qin Miao comforted it, saying, All right, little Kai, I promise, the essence and flesh of these two bloodthirsty centipedes will be yours. Is that acceptable? I hope you can consume them and become a second-tier foundation demon to aid me. Upon hearing this, the three-colored centipede calmed down. On Luai Island, the Lu family, a foundation establishment sect, was led by a patriarch who was the strongest foundation establishment cultivator among the island's myriad clans, surpassing the heads of the four major foundation establishment clans. Grandfather, Changfeng is here to see you. Outside the cave dwelling, a young cultivator sought an audience. Inside the cave, in a stone chamber, a man in his 40s sat in meditation, slowly saying, Come in. With a rumble, the stone door opened, and a young man in his 30s entered the stone chamber. Bowing respectfully, grandson pays his respects to grandfather. Feng, have you located your second grandfather and the foundation establishment elixir? The patriarch of the Lu family maintained a composed demeanor, his face like still water. Seated cross-legged like a deep pool, Lu Chafeng replied helplessly, reporting to grandfather, It has been 2 years. The family has searched tirelessly. Yet we still cannot find any trace of second grandfather, as if he has vanished from the face of the earth. Additionally, the Black Mountain bandit Ji who was with him, has also gone missing. Many among the Black Mountain bandits, including the second-in-command Jibao, have disappeared as well. All mid and late Qi refinement cultivators from Black Mountain have been abducted, their whereabouts unknown. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's expression darkened. Who is behind this? For 10 years, various sects and forces in the island sea have faced ambushes and mysterious disappearances, with no bodies to be found. This energy is unsettling. The patriarch furrowed his brow, pondering. What are they aiming for? Without foundation establishment cultivators to cover their tracks, it is impossible to achieve such perfect concealment. Who could it be? Other leaders of the four major foundation families? Or perhaps an external force? Lu Chanfeng stated, I believe we can rule out external forces. The Tianyin mountain range stretches 30,000 miles long and over 10,000 miles wide, extending south and north along the coast, harboring countless second-tier great demons and a significant number of third-tier great demons. For external forces to traverse the Tianyin mountain range, only an exceptional golden core cultivator could manage it. Golden core cultivators would not deign to take notice of this desolate land. As for false golden core cultivators and those beneath them, crossing the Tianyin mountain range would be a near-suicidal endeavor. Why would they risk such peril merely to arrive in our barren territory? The patriarch nodded, very well. Pass down the order to continue searching for your second grandfather. We must see him alive or his corpse. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Zhao Tu and the foundation establishment elixir must also be determined. That elixir belongs to the Lu family and must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Lu Chanfeng nodded in agreement. Understood, grandfather. The patriarch gazed at his grandson with a look of satisfaction, saying, Fenger, you are a rare dual spirit root, a talent that appears only once in several hundred years. You have already reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement. However, you must strive to attain the completion of the 10th layer as soon as possible and push towards foundation establishment. With a hint of resignation, the patriarch confessed, at 60. I reached foundation establishment. Now, over 30 years have passed, and I have scarcely achieved mid-foundation establishment. The prospect of reaching golden core remains distant. At the age of 100, barely at mid-foundation, it may take me 50 years to reach late foundation, even if I am fortunate enough to do so. The chasm between late foundation establishment and golden core cultivators is a true abyss, difficult to surmount. Fenger, if you can succeed in foundation establishment before the age of 40, you will surely be able to advance to golden core and lead the Lu family in devouring the other four major foundation establishment sects, commanding the entire sea region. Lu Chanfeng felt a surge of ambition and clasped his fists, declaring, Grandson understands. I will not disappoint grandfather's expectations. Within 5 years, I will achieve the completion of the 10th layer of Qi refinement and challenge foundation establishment. Chapter 061. The contest among the 5 great sects begins. Not long after, a mercenary group, while hunting demons in the Tianyin mountain range, pursued an injured beast, venturing 5,000 miles deep into the mountains. By chance, this mercenary group discovered a foundation establishment cave dwelling. Outside this cave, not only were there second-tier illusion, confinement, and killing formations, but 2 second-tier great demons, the bloodthirsty centipedes. One was at the mid-second tier, while the other was at the early second tier. Even more alarmingly, these 2 great demons could roughly manipulate formations, using them to slay wave after wave of cultivators. Initially, the mercenary group intended to conceal their presence and claim the cave's treasures for themselves. However, after a brief test, they suffered heavy casualties. Had it not been for the second-tier great demons not leaving the cave easily, they would have faced total annihilation. The surviving members returned and discreetly contacted trusted friends and allies, preparing for a second assault on the Foundation Establishment cave. Yet, despite gathering several Qi refinement stage cultivators, they still faced devastating losses and fled in a panic. Ultimately, in desperation, the survivors convened and decided to report the situation to the Foundation Establishment sects, selling the cave's information in exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, they cunningly sold the same information multiple times to various first-rate powers and clans, as well as the Foundation Establishment sects, simultaneously at different locations, hawking dozens of copies. Thus, within merely 2 to 3 months, news of the Foundation Establishment cave spread like wildfire, sweeping across the 5 great islands and 36 archipelagos, attracting countless cultivators to investigate. In less than 3 months, the Foundation Establishment families caught wind of the situation, and even Foundation Establishment cultivators ventured to the cave to explore. On Luhai Island, within the Lu family, Patriarch Lu Yunlong sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, listening to his son Lu Yingjiao report information. Lu Yingjiao, one of the Patriarch's several sons, possessed the ordinary 4 spirit roots and mediocre comprehension but had become the heir due to his exceptional son, the dual spirit root Lu Chanfeng, who reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement by the age of 33 and was expected to establish his foundation before 40. Because of his son Lu Chanfeng, Lu Yingjiao, who had little interest in cultivation and preferred to expand his family connections, rose to the position of heir with his modest cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, temporarily taking on the role of patriarch. Lu Yingjiao reported, "Father, my investigations have confirmed the authenticity of the Foundation Establishment cave matter. Furthermore, the cave's owner is likely the renowned genius rogue cultivator from 200 years ago, Sanquan, who excelled in alchemy, beast taming, and formations." Upon hearing this, the expression of Patriarch Lu Yunlong shifted slightly. It is he, Sanquan. During the Qi refinement stage, one possesses a lifespan of 2 cycles, living up to 120 years. Upon entering the Foundation Establishment stage, this lifespan extends to 200 years. As one progresses to the later phases of Foundation Establishment, the maximum lifespan of a practitioner approaches 250 years. The differences in lifespan between the early and late stages of Foundation Establishment are significant and cannot be equated. Should one reach the core formation stage, the maximum lifespan can reach 500 years. The legendary nascent soul true monarchs are said to live for a millennium, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties and the passage of time. Lu Yunlong appears to be in his 40s or 50s, yet he is actually 60 years old, having established his foundation at that age, and now he has surpassed 90. Therefore, he is quite familiar with the esteemed name of Sanquan Shangren. 200 years ago, Sanquan Shangren established his foundation at around 40 years of age, thus he has been active for over a century. Approximately 80 years ago, he departed from the island territories, reportedly intending to traverse the Tianyin mountain range to reach the nearest Yu kingdom on the mainland. Lu Yunlong reminisced, 80 years ago, Sanquan Shangren planned to utilize a teleportation array to leave this place in search of a breakthrough opportunity in Yu kingdom. However, we, the 5 major Foundation Establishment clans, would not consent. In a fit of rage, Sanquan Shangren killed several high-ranking members of these clans. It was only when the 5 Foundation Establishment clans collectively intervened that they managed to repel him, chasing him deep into the Tianyin mountain range. Lu Yunlong stated, "It seems that Sanquan Shangren must have perished within the Tianyin mountain range. Send word to gather 1 practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 3 at the 9th level, 5 at the 8th level, and 10 at the 7th level from our family to investigate." Lu Yingjiao respectfully responded, "Yes, father. Soon." Lu Yingjiao withdrew. Lu Yunlong pressed the switch of the stone chamber and entered a hidden passage. After traversing 1,000 zhang, he paused outside a secret chamber, offering a respectful salute, declaring, "Father, the ruins of Sanquan Shangren's cave have emerged, and I wish to investigate further." Within the secret chamber, an aged figure responded with surprise, "Oh, Sanquan Shangren. Ah, what a name, both distant and familiar." Sanquan Shangren possessed not only exceptional spiritual roots and extraordinary comprehension, but also remarkable fortune. His 2nd-tier array inheritance, 2nd-tier alchemy inheritance, and beast taming techniques were things even I covet. Years ago, the 5 Foundation Establishment leaders joined forces to eliminate him and seize his opportunities. However, his evasion techniques were extraordinary, and his combat prowess formidable, allowing him to escape time and again. Go ahead, and should the need arise, shatter the jade slip. Even in my decaying state, I can still ignite a flame for the family before my demise." Lu Yunlong respectfully acknowledged, "I shall obey." With that, he turned and departed. Whoosh. Above the Lu family, Lu Yunlong unleashed the pressure of a Foundation Establishment elder, accompanied by family experts, including practitioners at the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th levels of Qi refinement, mounted on spirit cranes, soaring into the sky. 2 days later, deep within the Tianyin mountain range, 5,000 miles away, amidst towering peaks, Ka, the spirit cranes cried out as the Lu family's Foundation Establishment elder and Qi refinement experts arrived, their presence imposing, exuding spiritual pressure that rippled through the surrounding space. Roar. A blazing lion roared, bearing a sturdy man on its back. The old man, appearing around 50, had a square face, prominent nose, thick brows, and large eyes. He was bare-chested, his physique resembling bronze, standing over 2 meters tall, with a chest like a discus, a robust frame, and a rugged visage adorned with a thick beard. Behind him, a group of brawny men and formidable female practitioners rode the blazing lion, forming a torrent of steel and exuding overwhelming spiritual pressure. The leading old man laughed heartily. "Ha, Lu, old brother, you are not late." Lu Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly, replying coolly, "Iron brother, why have you left your forge to come here?" A flock of fiery crows fluttered, their wings shimmering as they flew through the flames. A female practitioner radiating the pressure of a foundation establishment elder, a charming woman in her 40s, smiled sweetly. "Ha, Lu, old brother, Iron brother, it's been a while. I've missed you dearly." Nay, horses neighed as a group of beast steeds galloped forth, each possessing late-stage, first-tier strength, with the leading steed comparable to a practitioner at the 10th level of chi refinement. Roar. Snow leopards roared, their icy breath howling as they raced through the forest, carrying numerous practitioners to this location, led by a leopard king, also akin to a practitioner at the 10th level of chi refinement. The Iron Surname Elder remarked, "The Lu family, Iron family, Yin family, Ma family, and Shui family, the 5 major foundation establishment clans have gathered. How shall we divide the legacy of Sanquan Shangren's cave?" The 5 exchanged wary glances. Lu Yunlong unleashed his cultivation, proclaiming, "Naturally, it shall be claimed by the capable." Boom. The other 4's expressions shifted, mid-stage foundation establishment. "Lu family master, we did not expect you to reach this level. In a certain part of the mountains." Qin family's second uncle chuckled sinisterly. "Interesting. All the heads of the 5 major foundation establishment clans have arrived. Let me add a little spice to the mix. The legacy can be offered, but it shall not come easily." In his hand, an incense stick ignited, emitting a scent imperceptible to humans but highly sensitive to beasts. Soon, across the depths of the Tianyin mountain range, within dozens, hundreds, and even several hundred miles, second-tier beasts began to stir, rushing from all directions. The Qin family's second uncle watched the incense burn down, lamenting, "The beast frenzy incense made from the cores of third-tier beasts. This is the last one our family possesses." Roar. Caw. Moo. Within moments, the surrounding beasts went berserk, collectively charging toward the cave of the foundation establishment, following the scent of the incense. Simultaneously, the steeds of the 5 families went wild, disobeying commands, their internal spiritual energy surging, eyes glowing crimson as they turned against their masters. Screech. Within the cave, 2 enormous bloodthirsty centipedes emerged, their eyes glowing red, sharp fangs spewing toxic mist, launching themselves at the practitioners of the 5 families. Lu Yunlong and the others were taken aback. Damn it, why have the beasts suddenly gone berserk? Boom. The 5 major foundation establishment clans immediately took action, suppressing their steeds, battling the bloodthirsty centipedes, while more and more second-tier beasts charged in wildly. The scene descended into chaos. The 5 foundation establishment clans and the practitioners from the island territories found themselves besieged by the beast tide, fighting while retreating, only able to choose to evade the onslaught. Seeing this, the Qin family's second uncle smirked, concealing his presence and observing from a distance. Let them fight. The more chaotic, the better. Keeping all 5 major foundation establishment clans entangled here is just perfect. Chapter 062. Late-stage Chi Refinement. 7th level Chi Refinement. In the shadowy expanse of the Tianyin mountain range, a tumultuous uprising of second-tier demonic beasts unleashed a wave of chaos. The steeds of the 5 prominent clans succumbed to madness, resulting in an unfortunate defeat for the 5 foundational immortal clans, who were compelled to retreat 1,000 miles. In the ensuing months, these clans launched relentless offensives, rallying the elite forces from various islands to quell the beastly insurrection, steadily advancing towards the foundational sanctum. Moreover, a tantalizing rumor spread like wildfire among the practitioners of the 5 islands and the 36 lesser islands. It spoke of the sanctum of the esteemed Sanquan, which housed not only the legacy of second-tier formations and alchemical practices but also the art of beast taming. Within a storage pouch lay an untouched cache of foundational elixirs, meticulously crafted yet never utilized. This rumor bore a high degree of credibility. Sanquan himself had once forged foundational elixirs, achieving the foundational stage as a solitary cultivator through his own concoctions. Thus, the existence of foundational elixirs within his pouch seemed entirely plausible. The legacy and resources left by Sanquan captivated even the 5 foundational clans, prompting their heads to mobilize collectively. This inheritance became a lethal temptation for the practitioners across the island realms, driving them into a frenzy. However, the uprising of the beasts had caused a series of setbacks for the island practitioners, leading to a stalemate between the 2 forces. The armies of demonic beasts and cultivators faced off, engaged in a brutal struggle. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyuan had entered seclusion for yet another year. 2 years prior, he had perfected his cultivation at the 6th level of Chi refinement, and after a year of diligent refinement, the opportunity to break through the bottleneck finally presented itself. Li Qingyuan practiced the great chunk cultivation technique, scattering hundreds of spirit stones around him as he devoted himself entirely to refining them. The energy from the spiritual veins, the essence of heaven and earth, and the aura of the spirit stones converged, penetrating his skin and entering the meridians to circulate throughout his body, ultimately transforming into his own power. He had been in deep meditation for 3 days. Outside the small courtyard, Chen Shoyun gazed at the house, a smile gracing her face. Who would have thought that Yuaner could reach the late stage of qi refinement before turning 20? In the future, my son will surely succeed in foundation establishment, leading the Li clan to become a renowned foundational celestial lineage, celebrated across the myriad islands of the sea for thousands of miles. Chen Shoyun was filled with longing. I truly hope to witness Yuano establish his foundation in my lifetime. Boom. Within the small house, the sky resonated with the buzzing of spiritual energy, and the essence of the universe surged within a radius of several meters. 100 zhang away, the elder in charge of the medicinal fields, the family patriarch, soared through the air on his sword and gracefully descended, his face alight with excitement. What a remarkable young man. Without relying on pills, he has managed to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement before the age of 20. Ha ha ha. Ancestors above, our Li clan is rising. The elder, now at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refinement, began accumulating spirit stones to purchase spirit-nourishing pills, contributing half from his own savings and the other half from the family support. In 2 or 3 years, he would surely acquire the pills. Rather than feeling jealousy over being surpassed by Li Qingyuan, he was filled with immense exhilaration. The family is flourishing, indeed. After another quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan completed his breakthrough, ascending to the 7th layer of qi refinement. The late stage of qi refinement had arrived. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing the elder's presence. Rising to meet him, he smiled and said, "Grandfather elder." He turned to Chen Shoyun, grinning like a child. "Mother." Elderly Guangyao chuckled. "Qingyuan, I congratulate you. Achieving the 7th layer of qi refinement brings you one step closer to foundation establishment." Li Qingyuan also smiled and said, "Thank you, esteemed grand elder." Li Kuan Yu chuckled as he stroked his beard, remarking, "You two are indeed intriguing. Even your breakthroughs seem to coincide by chance. 5 years ago, both you and your father nearly simultaneously reached the 5th layer of qi refining. To date, you have ascended to the 7th layer." Li Kuan Yu added, 10 days ago, your father successfully transcended the 5th level of qi refinement, ascending to the 6th level, his cultivation now on par with mine." As he spoke, the grand elder beamed with delight, his face breaking into a radiant smile. The Li family has grown ever more formidable. The number of family cultivators, including the celestial seedlings, has surpassed 80, nearing the 100 mark. In the realm of qi refinement, there are 2 individuals at the 7th level, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan. At the 6th level, there are 3, the grand elder, the 2nd elder, and Li Dingzhou. Indeed, a year ago, the 2nd elder also achieved the completion of the 5th level, rising to the 6th. At the 5th level, there are 5 cultivators, Li Dingyan, Li Dingfeng, Li Dingqian, and Li Dingxue. At the 4th level, there are over 10, a number that has more than doubled in the past decade. Among the younger generation, around 20 years of age, 2 individuals have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, Li Qingqing and the clan leader's nephew, Li Qilei. The grand elder, stroking his beard, remarked, "If this momentum continues, within a decade, the Li family shall ascend to the ranks of a second-rate qi refinement clan." A second-rate clan boasts 3 cultivators at the 7th level or above, with at least 1 at the 8th level and over 100 cultivators in total. Such a status would rightfully earn us the title of a second-rate qi refinement family. At that time, the family could report to the Liu family and continue to expand their enterprises and territories, gaining access to more mines, allowing them to extend their influence from Yunxia town for an additional 30 to 40 miles. However, the Li family has chosen not to pursue this path, opting instead to remain in seclusion, awaiting the moment when Li Qingyuan soars to greatness. Li Qingyuan engaged in a lengthy conversation with the elder, during which he learned much about the recent events occurring within the family. Li Qingyuan inquired, "Grand elder, patriarch, 2nd elder, and my father, where are they?" Upon hearing this, Grand Elder Li Guanga sighed with a look of melancholy. Over half a year ago, a cave dwelling left by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was discovered deep within the Tianyin mountain range. Late-stage foundation establishment? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. It is worth noting that across the vast expanse of the archipelagos, only the 5 principal islands, governed by the 5 prominent families, possessed foundation establishment cultivators, and they were merely at the initial stage. The revelation of a cave dwelling belonging to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was indeed astonishing. After Li Kuan Yu briefly elucidated the master of the foundation establishment cave, Li Qingyuan was left even more astonished. A prodigious rogue cultivator had shattered the monopoly and stranglehold of the foundation establishment celestial clan. Through his own profound understanding, he successfully refined foundation establishment pills and attained the foundation establishment stage, while also excelling in formations, alchemy, and beast taming. He was renowned as the threefold sage. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Goodness, this sounds remarkably like a protagonist archetype." Upon hearing this intelligence, Li Qingyuan felt a stirring in his heart. Shortly after, the Grand Elder departed, tending to the medicinal fields while also assuming the responsibility of overseeing the family. Li Qingyuan emerged from his secluded training, no longer in need of his mother's care. He decided to enter another period of isolation to solidify his cultivation. After half a month, having absorbed dozens of spirit stones to stabilize his realm, he quietly left a note and set off towards the Tianyin mountain range. Whoosh! Outside Yinxia town, amidst the wooded mountains, Li Qingyuan activated the moon shadow technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow, gliding through the trees with astonishing speed. With each leap, he effortlessly covered dozens of yards, traversing several hundred meters in mere blinks of an eye, his velocity nearing half the speed of sound. Tianyi Mountain Range, here I come. This journey to the Tianyi Mountain Range was imperative for Li Qingyuan. Firstly, after 3 years of seclusion to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement, he had nearly depleted his spirit stones. Without these precious stones, it would be impossible to engage in prolonged, undisturbed cultivation. Secondly, in just 3 short years, he had perfected the 2nd layer of the illusory divine eye technique, enabling him to dispel any illusionary formations or spells below the highest tier. Li Qingyuan moved with the grace of a swallow, soaring swiftly through the air, his eyes shimmering with a violet hue. As he employed his ocular technique, he could discern every blade of grass and tree 1,000 meters away with remarkable clarity, perhaps due to his inherently formidable spiritual essence. He found that mastering the illusory divine eye technique required little effort, and he soon attained the 2nd level of perfection. However, to reach the 3rd level of this technique and cultivate spiritual awareness, he needed to gather 3 rare first-grade spiritual herbs to concoct a potion, which would facilitate his training. These 3 exceptional herbs were quite rare and not commonly found in the market. During his inquiries in Lia City, Li Qingyuan had searched extensively but failed to procure them. The shopkeeper mentioned that they might be found in the Tianyi Mountain Range. Li Qingyuan pondered. Only by cultivating a divine consciousness can one inscribe genuine 2nd-tier talisman paper and possess the combat prowess of Foundation establishment. Over the past 3 years, he had primarily focused on refining his qi, yet he also practiced ocular techniques and talisman crafting. He had thoroughly studied the legacy of semi-2nd-tier talisman paper from the old man Zhao Tu, and in just 3 short years, his skills in talismanry had significantly advanced. He possessed numerous high-quality first-tier talisman papers, as well as exquisite first-tier talismans, complemented by a solid foundation at the 7th level of qi refinement, allowing him to effortlessly vanquish adversaries at the 8th level, against practitioners at the 9th level of qi refinement. He could also emerge victorious through the clever utilization of his extensive collection of talismans. Moreover, he donned a superior first-tier inner armor, layering it twice, enabling him to contend with even those at the 10th level of qi refinement. It was precisely for this reason that Li Qingyuan had the audacity to venture alone into the Tianyi Mountain Range, seeking first-tier superior spiritual herbs to enhance his ocular techniques. His aspirations had never been directed towards the layers of advanced Foundation establishment cultivators, nor would he resort to snatching from the jaws of such formidable beings. The path of cultivation requires prudence. Chapter 63, the first battle after leaving seclusion, not weaker than an 8th-level qi refinement practitioner. The Tianyi Mountain Range spans over 13,000 miles, with a central point serving as the boundary, stretching horizontally for 6,000 to 7,000 miles on either side. This range can be divided into 3 distinct zones: the core area, the middle zone, and the outer zone, radiating outward from the central point. The outer zone, extending below 2,000 miles, is predominantly inhabited by early to mid-stage first-tier beasts, with occasional encounters of late-stage first-tier beasts. The middle zone, ranging from 2,000 to 5,000 miles, is home to early, mid, and late-stage first-tier beasts, with a significant increase in the number of peak first-tier beasts and rare appearances of second-tier great beasts. The core area, spanning from 5,000 to 7,000 miles, harbors a second-tier great beast every few dozen to 100 miles, a territory even Foundation establishment practitioners dare not intrude. The heart of the 7,000-mile zone is known as the death zone of the Tianyi Mountain Range. It is said that within this forbidden area, there exist multiple third-tier great beasts, rivaling the strength of human nascent soul experts. Therefore, even nascent soul cultivators would hesitate to recklessly traverse the Tianyi Mountain Range, fearful of provoking a swarm of third-tier great beasts. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan had reached the outer zone of the Tianyi Mountain Range, venturing directly 2,000 miles in. This distance marks the boundary between the outer and middle zones, where late-stage first-tier beasts frequently roam, comparable to human practitioners at the late stage of qi refinement. Roar. In the depths of the forest, a heavily armored rhinoceros snorted smoke from its nostrils, its horn sharp as a blade. It charged forward with a terrifying force, toppling towering trees in its wake. This iron-armored rhinoceros was indeed a late-stage, first-tier beast, its strength on par with that of an 8th-level qi refinement practitioner. Li Qingyuan stood resolutely, making no attempt to evade. Within him, the Great Chun technique surged, infusing his arms with spiritual energy. The first-tier spell, Iron Arm Technique, was instantly activated, rendering his arms indestructible, imbued with the strength of 10,000 pounds, comparable to the 8th layer of qi refinement. It was an opportune moment for me to test the perfected Iron Arm Technique. Bang! The iron-armored rhinoceros, towering 2 zhang and stretching 3 zhang in length, charged forth like a colossal elephant, shaking the ground within a radius of 10 zhang, its hooves sinking into the earth. With horns as sharp as blades and its hide resembling a thick layer of armor, it suddenly lunged forward with full force, aiming its assault at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan, with his arms fortified like iron, faced forward, gripping the rhinoceros horn firmly, choosing to confront the armored beast head-on. With a thunderous crash, as man and beast collided, Li Qingyuan seized the horn, relying on his iron arm technique to engage in a contest of strength against the massive creature. The clash of their spiritual energies unleashed a tempest, sending forth a gale that swept through the surroundings, uprooting trees and foliage within a Tinjiang radius. Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically as his body recoiled. His feet, gliding along the ground, forcefully pushed back several dozen paces by the unyielding, iron-armored rhinoceros. Hold still. Li Qingyuan let out a thunderous roar, unleashing the entirety of his inner spiritual power. The iron arm technique was executed to its utmost limit as he forcefully stomped the ground, channeling strength from the earth to confront the immense force of the iron-armored rhinoceros head-on, successfully blocking the opponent's advance. He exhaled heavily, panting for breath. Meanwhile, the iron-armored rhinoceros emitted smoke from its nostrils. A fierce contest of strength unfolded between man and beast. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, "What a beast! Truly deserving of its reputation as a formidable force among the first-tier demon beasts, the iron-armored rhinoceros. Were it not for my profound spiritual energy and solid foundation, coupled with the mastery I have achieved in the iron arm technique, I would indeed find it challenging to withstand this attack head-on." With Li Qingyuan's ascension to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the first-tier spell, Iron Arm Technique, finally reached the pinnacle of its potential. In the next moment, he unleashed the Moon Shadow Technique, his body retreating abruptly as he soared backwards for several dozen feet, moving with such swiftness that he seemed to vanish in an instant. The iron-armored rhinoceros, caught off guard in its relentless charge, found itself unbalanced as Li Qingyuan suddenly ceased his momentum, sliding several feet away in a clumsy fashion. With his 7th layer Qi refinement cultivation, he gathered his energy into a blade, achieving the consummate form of the Qi blade, measuring 7 feet in length. With a swift motion, the 7-foot Qi blade sliced through the air with a sound akin to tearing fabric, effortlessly cleaving through the iron-armored rhinoceros's tough hide and flesh, blood gushing forth. Roaring in pain, the iron-armored rhinoceros's eyes turned crimson, and it charged once more with renewed fury. Li Qingyuan's Moonshadow technique, with its ethereal movements, left behind fleeting afterimages. He effortlessly evaded the relentless assaults of the armored rhinoceros, his hands slicing through the air to unleash a 7-foot blade of energy, targeting a single spot with precision. The wound deepened with each strike, blood flowing profusely. With a sharp hiss, after the 5th energy blade descended, it severed the armored rhinoceros's neck, cleaving its head from its body. The enormous form of the armored rhinoceros collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. Li Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction, remarking that although he was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, his first-tier spell had reached perfection, and a full-force strike would be no less formidable than a high-quality first-tier talisman. Such a talisman possesses power comparable to the full-force strike of an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner. In other words, Li Qingyuan, relying solely on his innate spiritual energy and the mastery of his first-tier spell, could stand equal to a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan pondered. It seems that relying solely on the spiritual energy cultivated through personal refinement, without the aid of external substances, indeed surpasses many ordinary cultivators, resulting in a purer quality of spiritual power. Having just entered the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I can slay beasts comparable to those of the 8th layer. Amongst my peers in the archipelago, I am truly exceptional. This, he noted, was achieved without the use of talismans, protective armor, formations, or magical artifacts. Upon emerging from seclusion, he sought not only to locate spiritual plants but also to engage in battles with fierce beasts, refining his spiritual energy through combat. Furthermore, the materials harvested from slaying these beasts could be exchanged for spirit stones, aiding in his cultivation. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan skillfully harvested the heavy hide of an armored rhinoceros, its formidable horn, as well as its tail and precious components. These items were either valuable for crafting or ideal for brewing potent elixirs. Ultimately, he selected a balanced cut of front leg meat, obtaining 20 to 30 pounds for sustenance, and subsequently unleashed a fireball technique to incinerate the beast remains. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan leaped gracefully, soaring over 100 meters, as light and shadow danced through the forest, making his way towards the mid-level region. In the days that followed, he hunted demonic beasts while gathering information on the spiritual plants he sought. Several days later, he ventured into the mid-level area of the Tianyin mountain range, approximately 4,000 miles deep. Upon entering this region, one could encounter late-stage, first-tier demonic beasts abundantly, with a noticeable increase in peak first-tier beasts, prompting even cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement to exercise caution. Bang, bang, bang. Deep within the forest, a man and a tiger were locked in combat. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. After cultivating the illusory divine eye technique, his senses had sharpened significantly, his spiritual awareness akin to that of a 10th level Qi refinement practitioner, allowing him to detect movements 100 meters away. Someone was approaching. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan activated the concealment technique, systematically lowering his cultivation from the 7th to the 6th level of Qi refinement, and finally stabilizing at the 5th level. You vile creature, perish! Li Qingyuan shouted deliberately, sweeping his hands to unleash a flurry of first-tier superior talismans, bombarding the area with fervor. In Zhao Tu's talismanic inheritance, There were 4 types of first-tier superior talismans: the Golden Spear Talisman, the Flame Talisman, the Divine Movement Talisman, and the Spirit Binding Talisman. Except for the Divine Movement Talisman, which served a supportive role, the other 3 were purely offensive. 10 Spirit Binding Talismans transformed into ethereal ropes of spiritual power, ensnaring the first-tier demonic beast, the black-striped Spirit Tiger, restraining its movements and thwarting its counterattack. Subsequently, the Golden Spear Talisman, Flame Talisman, and Ice Flame Talisman manifested as golden spears, blazing swords, and ethereal blue blades, unleashing a relentless barrage that decimated the black-striped Spirit Tiger with an overwhelming force. As the dust settled, the tiger lay utterly defeated, a pitiful sight reduced to a heap of mangled flesh, parts frozen, others charred to charcoal. 100 meters away, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions contorted. One among them lamented, what a waste indeed. So many first-tier superior talismans worth 1 or 200 spirit stones, just to slay a late-stage black-striped Spirit Tiger. Indeed, this beast has no valuable hide or claws, only its fangs hold some worth, perhaps a few spirit stones at best. Who is this young master that has so brazenly emerged from his home? Is this truly how talismans are meant to be used? Leading the group of 5 was a man who glanced at a voluptuous and alluring woman beside him, exchanging a knowing look. The female cultivator understood and stepped forward. Greeting warmly, little brother, what brings you here alone to hunt demonic beasts? Li Qingyuan concealed his true abilities, currently at merely the 5th level of qi refinement. He nonchalantly pulled at his tiger tooth, speaking with an air of arrogance. What business is it of yours? The female cultivator's eyes flashed with irritation. Yet she quickly masked her feelings and continued, little brother, have you come to hunt ferocious beasts and hone your skills? It would be prudent to join us for mutual protection. She added, recently, the Heavenly Shadow Mountains have seen a surge in beast activity, drawing together a multitude of cultivators, both noble and nefarious, with rogue cultivators lurking about. As a solitary traveler, you may easily attract their unwanted attention. Li Qingyuan tucked away his tiger tooth and clapped his hands, exclaiming with pride, no need for that. A mere bandit is no match for me. With that, he turned to leave. Bandits, is that not what you are? Even if you are not, seeing a wealthy young master venture out alone, carelessly tossing talismans and paper money, can you really resist the temptation to make a move? Li Qingyuan mused inwardly. Hurry and strike me, so that I may retaliate against you. Indeed. This cunning individual seeks to engage in a game of cat and mouse, masquerading as the innocent. Among the 5 of them, the highest level of cultivation barely reaches the 9th layer of qi refinement, which is hardly noteworthy. Haha, young brother, the leader of the group chuckled and remarked. I noticed that when you activated the talisman, your spiritual energy was rich and verdant. Might you be practicing the Great Camphor Technique? The Great Camphor Technique is a method practiced by any family or faction engaged in qi refinement, and it is not surprising that many cultivators pursue it. Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly. Oh, and what of it? The leading man said, to speak frankly, I too practice the Great Chuan Technique. I have no interest in knowing what techniques you cultivate, Li Qingyuan retorted, not even glancing back as he continued on his way. However, the leading man called out. Young brother, we have discovered a Qingmu chrysanthemum. Might you be interested? Qingmu chrysanthemum. Li Qingyuan paused in surprise and turned to look at the group. Is that truly the case? Chapter 064, Qingmu Chrysanthemum, The Colossal by Lin Giant Python. Li Qingyuan inquired, is it truly the Qingmu Ju? The leading man nodded affirmatively, indeed. It is the first-tier supreme spiritual herb, Qingmu Ju. The Qingmu Ju, a first-tier supreme spiritual herb, possesses an exceptionally pure essence of wood attribute spiritual energy, making it a substantial boon for those cultivating wood attribute techniques. For Li Qingyuan, it is one of the 3 first-tier supreme spiritual herbs essential for the cultivation of divine consciousness. The Qingmu Ju, along with the blood jade orchid and the illusory god mushroom, can be combined to create a potion suitable for advancing to the 3rd level of the illusory god eye technique, facilitating the development of divine consciousness. These 3 spiritual herbs constitute the very purpose of Li Qingyuan's expedition into the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan, without any pretense, displayed a keen interest and inquired, where can I find the Qingmu chrysanthemum? The alluring woman, with a voluptuous figure, responded with a playful smile, oh, dear brother. The Qingmu chrysanthemum is not far from here, merely 50 miles away. However, be warned, a formidable serpent lurks around it, and it is not to be trifled with. Li Qingyuan, unfazed, declared, what great serpent? Allow me to slay it and claim the Qingmu chrysanthemum for myself. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator's expression grew troubled, and he responded, young brother, I have had my eye on that Qingmu chrysanthemum for quite some time. How about we join forces to vanquish the serpent and share the spoils of the Qingmu chrysanthemum? Li Qingyuan stated, we can join forces. But the Qingmujia must belong to me. I can compensate you by converting the other half into spirit stones at market price. The leading male cultivator displayed a look of hesitation. Li Qingyuan remarked, the reason you have not obtained the Qingshu Jujube demonstrates that the great serpent is not to be trifled with. I possess an abundance of talismanic papers. Although I cannot guarantee the direct defeat of the serpent, I can certainly restrain it to buy you some time to harvest the Qingshu Jujube. If we join forces, I will require an entire plant of the Qingshu Jujube and will compensate you with spiritual stones. What say you? The leading male cultivator and the female cultivator exchanged glances, their eyes settling on the gruesome remains of the black-patterned spiritual tiger. The black-patterned spiritual tiger, a late-stage first-tier creature, was a formidable opponent, comparable to a human cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet it had been vanquished by numerous talismans. It was no wonder that this young man exuded such confidence. The male cultivator inwardly scoffed, "Foolish boy, when you meet your demise at the jaws of that serpent, I shall relish the opportunity to claim your storage bag." After a moment's hesitation, he displayed a troubled expression and finally conceded, "Very well. The Qingshu Jujube shall belong to you, young brother, and my share can be converted into spiritual stones." Li Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well. Let us proceed." The male cultivator remarked, "Young brother, this way please." A group of 5, with the male cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, the female cultivator at the 7th level, and the remaining 3 middle-aged men all at the 6th level, formed a team whose strength was quite formidable. Li Qingyuan affixed a spirit movement talisman, a top-tier first-grade talisman of genuine quality, and in an instant, his speed surged, rivaling that of an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. The male cultivator's eyelids twitched as he mused. This young man is indeed extravagantly wealthy. Despite possessing only a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivation, he employed the first-grade talisman with unrestrained abandon. While others utilize such talismans for desperate escapes, he employs them merely for travel. Ordinary 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, whether wandering practitioners or from minor clans, possess but a scant few first-grade talismans, typically reserved for critical moments of survival. Yet, this young man, at the 5th-layer cultivation, boldly ventured into the perilous expanse of the Tianyin Mountains, effortlessly slaying late-stage first-grade demonic beasts. The male cultivator chuckled and inquired, "From which esteemed family does this young brother hail?" At such a tender age, possessing 5th-layer Qi refinement and an array of first-grade talismans at his disposal, he must undoubtedly come from an extraordinary lineage. Li Qingyuan smirked with a hint of arrogance, proclaiming, "I hail from an ordinary family." The young male cultivator twitched his lips in disdain, retorting, "Do you take me for a fool, just like yourself?" The beautiful female cultivator smiled gently and inquired, "Young brother, might your elder be a talisman master?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's lips curled into a smirk as he proudly declared, "Indeed, my grandfather is a talisman master, and a first-tier exceptional one at that." These words left the crowd in astonishment. A first-tier exceptional talisman master? This? Li Qingyuan shook his head and sighed, lamenting, "Alas. It is truly unfortunate that the first-tier premium talisman paper is exceedingly difficult to craft. Even my grandfather achieved success only on rare occasions." The male cultivator's eyelids twitched slightly as he deliberately probed, "Oh, might I inquire if you possess any first-tier premium talisman paper? After all, that formidable serpent is no easy adversary, and even my 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivation has faced defeat on numerous occasions." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's spirit was invigorated as he remarked, "My grandfather has cherished me since childhood. Although it is exceedingly challenging to successfully inscribe a first-tier supreme talisman, I possess 1 or 2 as my personal treasures." At these words, the male cultivator visibly relaxed, his previously heightened anxiety dissipating. Being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was well aware that the difficulty of crafting a first-tier supreme talisman surpassed that of a first-tier superior talisman by several folds. Success was uncertain, and failure was a distinct possibility. He had also heard that first-tier supreme talismans did not differentiate between inferior, standard, or superior grades. It was simply a matter of success or failure, rendering the task immensely difficult. To his knowledge, throughout the entire archipelago, there were merely 7 or 8 first-tier supreme talisman masters. Among these few, aside from the 3 esteemed quasi-second-tier talisman masters, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao, the rest of the first-tier supreme talisman masters were mostly those who barely reached this standard, with considerable exaggeration in their claims. Having 1 or 2 talismans was indeed splendid. The male cultivator felt a surge of joy within. Let this lad distract the demonic beasts, and after he expends his first-tier supreme talismans, I shall seize his storage pouch. Haha. Covering a distance of 50 miles, the group swiftly employed their spells to travel, soon arriving at their destination. "We have arrived," the male cultivator announced. "The canyon ahead is it." Li Qingyuan followed the crowd into the gorge, weaving through the hidden depths for 100 zhang, until he emerged into a vast expanse, entering a bamboo forest. The vegetation flourished, and the verdant bamboo stretched endlessly like a sea. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, rustling the leaves, as the bamboo sea whispered melodiously. Li Qingyuan followed the direction indicated by the male cultivator and discovered a small clearing in the heart of the bamboo grove. At the center of this clearing stood a 3-foot-tall spirit plant, lush and verdant. The 3-foot green chrysanthemum, with its vibrant branches and foliage, bloomed with a single azure flower. emanating delicate wisps of fragrance that wafted through the entire bamboo forest. Li Qingyuan's face was alight with joy. Indeed, it was a first-grade supreme spiritual herb, the Qingmu chrysanthemum. Hiss, hiss. A venomous serpent flicked its tongue, while a colossal python dangled from a towering green bamboo, which stood at least several dozen feet high and was as thick as a bowl, bending under its weight. The immense python, measuring several meters in length and adorned in a vibrant emerald hue, shimmered with a radiant green sheen upon its scales. Its head was extraordinarily large, and its emerald tongue flicked out, producing a hissing sound. Surrounding the bamboo, near the giant python, were numerous smaller green snakes of varying sizes, exuding the aura of first-grade demon beasts, estimated to be 2 or 3 dozen in number. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. A peak first-tier demon beast, the azure-scaled giant python. A peak first-tier demon beast is comparable to a human master at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan's face turned pale with fear as he shook his head, saying, I do not want the Qingmu chrysanthemum. The first-tier pinnacle demon beast is exceedingly terrifying. Even my venerable grandfather would lack absolute confidence in a victory against it. The male cultivator replied, Young brother, there is no need for you to engage in direct combat with it. Merely use the talisman paper to provoke it, divert its attention, and restrain it, thus granting us the time needed to acquire the Qingmu chrysanthemum. How long will that take? Li Qingyuan asked, his expression troubled. The male cultivator answered, 30 breaths will suffice. Young brother, do you not desire to seize the Qingmu chrysanthemum, swiftly break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and reach the 6th level? Or even the 7th level, earning the admiration of your family elders? Should you ascend to the 7th level of Qi refinement, the fairy you admire will undoubtedly shower you with favor. Young lad, as a scion of a wealthy family, one naturally yearns for recognition and the affection of the enchanting fairy. Li Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then mustered his courage and declared, Very well, 30 breaths. If you have not procured the Qingmu chrysanthemum by then, I shall depart. With that, he gritted his teeth, activated the moonshadow technique, and swiftly advanced. With a flourish of his hands, a dozen first-tier superior talismans took flight. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquility of the bamboo grove was shattered as the Bailin giant python was unexpectedly assailed by the talismans, tumbling from the tall green bamboos. Numerous serpents in the vicinity met their demise at the hands of the talismans. Roar. Enraged, the Bailin giant python let out a furious roar that reverberated through the bamboo forest, its demonic energy sweeping across a radius of several zhang. My goodness! Cried Li Qingyuan, turning to flee. With a spirit movement talisman affixed, his speed surged, and he hurled talismans behind him as he ran. The Bailin giant python, its eyes aflame with rage, propelled its massive body through the bamboo thicket, gliding close to the ground in swift pursuit of Li Qingyuan. As the man and the serpent exited the bamboo grove, a male cultivator urged, Quick, take action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a group of 5 surged forth, wielding their magical artifacts and unleashing the talismans they had amassed, launching a blitzkrieg assault aimed directly at the Qingmu chrysanthemum. Surrounding the Qingmu chrysanthemum, a multitude of Bailin pythons roared, unleashing their demonic energy in retaliation. Among them were 2 to 3 late-stage first-tier pythons and a significant number of mid- to early-stage ones. The male and female cultivators joined forces, engaging in fierce combat against the late-stage demonic beasts, employing thunderous techniques to obliterate one Bailin python after another. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. The 30 breaths elapsed swiftly. We've got it, exclaimed the male cultivator, his eyes shining brightly as he grasped the 3-foot Qingmu chrysanthemum, uprooting it and stowing it away in his storage bag. Withdraw. The 5 retreated hastily, making their way toward the valley exit. Roar. Realizing the Qingmu chrysanthemum had been stolen, the Bailin giant python seemed to sense the loss, unleashing a deafening howl in a fit of rage. Li Qingyuan affixed a turtle shell talisman and a swift travel talisman, while running and crying out, Brother Zhongquan, Sister Lu Yun, help me, help me. This giant serpent is going to devour me. Li Qingyuan shouted as he ran towards the Zhang clan cultivators, simultaneously casting a flurry of talismans. The first-tier talismans barely managed to restrain the enormous serpent. Zhang Quan urged, Young brother, swiftly employ the first-tier superior talismans. Only the first-tier superior talismans possessed the power to injure a peak first-tier demonic beast. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan expressed reluctance, saying, However, first-tier exceptional talisman paper is exceedingly precious. My grandfather once stated that it should not be used unless one is faced with a life-and-death situation. Zhang Quan, filled with urgency, implored, Little brother, this moment is indeed a matter of life and death. Act swiftly. Otherwise, you may lose your very life. Friends, do not fret. The thrilling spectacle awaits in the next chapter. Chapter 065, Playing the Fool to Catch the Tiger, Killing and Plundering. It's now or never. Li Qingyuan clenched his teeth fiercely and retrieved a pure yang sword talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. Whoosh. A foot-long talisman soared through the air, swiftly approaching the colossal Bailin giant python. Clash. The talisman ignited with spiritual power, amalgamating the essence of heaven and earth, transforming into a blade of pure yang sword energy radiant and exceedingly sharp, extending a full yard, engulfed in flames. Roar. The Bai Lin giant python sensed the impending threat and let out a furious roar, gathering its internal spiritual energy and expelling it forth. Boom. The yard-long sword energy descended, shattering the spiritual radiance and striking the python's head, causing its skin to split and blood to gush forth as its immense body writhed in agony. Roar. The Bai Lin giant python, enraged, its serpent eyes ablaze with crimson fury, exuded a malevolent aura, channeling its demonic power as it prepared to unleash its most formidable strike. Having been robbed of its precious Qingmu chrysanthemum and injured by humans, it yearned to devour them whole. Li Qingyuan screamed, sprinting desperately, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, Sister Lu, please save me." Zhang Quan replied, "Little brother, what an impressive first-tier exquisite talisman. Do you have any more?" Quickly interrupt the charging of the Bai Lin giant python. Once it completes its accumulation of power, even a master at the 10th level of qi refinement must evade its might. Li Qingyuan was on the verge of tears. "Zhang Quan, it's gone. I only have one left. Please save me." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Quan exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yun, a hint of mirth flickering in the corners of their eyes. "Do not fret, dear brother. I shall come to your aid." With a swift motion, Zhang Quan, a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, soared through the air on his sword, rapidly approaching Li Qingyuan. With both hands rubbing together, he conjured a massive fireball, hurling it forth. Yet, his target was not the formidable Bai Lin giant python, but rather Li Qingyuan himself. "You." Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in realization, fury bubbling within him. "Zhang Quan, how dare you attempt to kill me? My grandfather will not let you escape unscathed." Zhang Quan chuckled in response, "Foolish boy, it is the Bai Lin giant python that will end your life. Even if your grandfather were to arrive here, he would remain oblivious to our machinations. Prepare to meet your demise." Zhang Quan flew closer, closing the distance to 10 meters from Li Qingyuan, unleashing the fireball technique with the full might of his 9th level qi refinement cultivation, capable of inflicting severe injury even to those at the 8th level. His intention was to severely wound Li Qingyuan, swiftly seize his storage bag, and ensure that the pursuing Bai Lin giant python would devour him, thus buying time for himself. Boom. The fireball struck Li Qingyuan head-on, flames engulfing him. "Young lad, I shall gladly accept your storage bag," Zhang Quan proclaimed with a triumphant grin. As his words echoed, he approached Li Qingyuan, reaching out to grasp the coveted storage bag. However, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Quan felt a firm grip clasping his wrist. How was this possible? Zhang Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fear etched across his face. A low hum reverberated through the air. Li Qingyuan's azure robe lay tattered and ablaze, yet a suit of inner armor enveloped him, shielding him from spiritual power and harm, perfectly countering the assault of fireball spells. Furthermore, a defensive talisman unfurled, resembling a tortoise shell, providing comprehensive protection, even safeguarding his head from the onslaught of the fireball. Zhang Quan's eyes twitched involuntarily as he gasped, a high-quality first-tier defensive talisman, and 2 layers of exceptional first-tier inner armor? In that moment, Zhang Quan felt the profound malice of fate. This young man was astonishingly affluent. It was likely that even a master at the 10th level of qi refinement could not boast such wealth. "Young man, are you mocking me?" Zhang Quan seethed with rage, his composure utterly shattered. Li Qingyuan harnessed the power of the iron arm technique, unleashing the full force of his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. He seized Zhang Quan's wrist with an iron grip, his body spinning fiercely as he hurled Zhang towards the approaching Bai Lin giant python. Just a few paces behind, the colossal serpent, measuring several meters in length, had already closed in, gathering its strength. With a furious roar that echoed through the heavens, it unleashed a torrent of emerald spiritual light that traversed the sky. Caught off guard by Li Qingyuan's sudden maneuver, Zhang Quan found himself unwittingly transformed into a meat shield, absorbing the full brunt of the Bai Lin giant python's devastating strike. "No!" Zhang Quan screamed. Boom. The Bai Lin giant python, a peak first-tier beast, unleashed its pent-up fury in a single, powerful blow. Even a master at the 10th level of qi refinement would have to evade its lethal assault and exert every ounce of strength into their defensive artifacts. Alas, Zhang Quan was struck head-on. "Ah!" He cried out in agony as the spiritual light collided with his legs, reducing them to a mere pulp, and sending a substantial portion of his body crashing to the ground. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "Since you are bandits of the righteous path, I need not pretend to be a virtuous gentleman." Li Qingyuan extended his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy to draw forth items from several zhang away, retrieving Zhang Quan's storage bag as well as the first-tier superior magical sword that had fallen from him. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan, possessing the 7th layer of qi refining, propelled his magical artifact, the spirit-breaking blood wheel, into the air, advancing menacingly towards the enchanting female cultivator Lu Yun, while affixing a fine spirit movement talisman. In an instant, the speed at which Li Qingyuan soared upon his sword was no less than that of a 9th layer qi refiner. Lu Yun let out a piercing scream. "You do not approach. What a vile scoundrel. Quickly retreat." With that, Lu Yun and her companions scattered in all directions. Li Qingyuan produced yet another shattered spirit blood wheel, infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it forth. This spirit blood wheel, a trophy acquired from slaying a tribulation cultivator, had been meticulously replicated by Li Qingyuan, resulting in 2 identical wheels, each imbued with the ability to shatter spiritual defenses, their edges razor-sharp. Having long since refined this high-grade magical artifact, he wielded it with remarkable ease and proficiency. With a whistling sound, the spirit blood will soared through the air, tracing a semicircle as it cleaved through the bodies of 1, 2, and 3 sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivators, severing them in 2. Finally, Li Qingyuan directed his spiritual sense to manipulate the spirit blood wheel, sending it hurtling towards Lu Yun. Hearing the anguished cries of her 3 companions, Lu Yun's mind was thrown into disarray as she sensed the deadly blade racing towards her from behind. Instinctively, she turned to block the attack, hurling talismans from her person in a desperate attempt to intercept it. With a series of explosions, the spirit blood will shattered through several first-grade talismans, striking Lu Yun directly. With a sharp hiss, she narrowly evaded a fatal blow by sidestepping, but her right arm was severed cleanly, resulting in a piercing scream that echoed through the air, her breath becoming erratic. The sword-flying Lu Yun plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and tumbling upon impact. Li Qingyuan unleashed his sword, a flying blade soaring through the heavens, striking precisely at Lu Yun's heart. With a piercing sound, the first-tier mid-grade artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, penetrated Lu Yun's body, swirling once before returning to Li Qingyuan's grasp, its tip glistening with blood. Li Qingyuan rushed past, seizing Lu Yun's storage bag and magical artifact, muttering under his breath about the poverty of others. Despite being at the 7th level of Qi refinement, how could one lack even a first-grade superior artifact? He overlooked the fact that even the patriarch of the Li clan lacked the funds to procure such an item, as the family required resources for its development and for individual cultivation. Roaring fiercely, the azure-scaled giant serpent relentlessly pursued him. During the time Li Qingyuan dispatched Lu Yun and his companions, it soared low to the ground, stirring up a tempestuous gale as it approached menacingly. Li Qingyuan let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Wretched beast, your time has come. The venomous fangs, the serpent's skin, and the gallbladder of the azure-scaled giant serpent are worth a considerable amount of spirit stones. In a swift motion, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, each fingertip deftly holding 5 pure yang sword talismans. In an instant, 10 pure yang sword talismans were unleashed, akin to the combined might of 10 adept practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement. A resonant buzz filled the air as 10 formidable sword energies, ablaze with fierce flames, soared through the heavens, hurtling toward the azure-scaled giant serpent. The creature quivered in fear, trembling uncontrollably, and attempted to flee. Yet, it was too late. The 10 pure yang sword talismans descended upon it, delivering a devastating blow. The serpent's tail was severed, its body cleaved open, blood gushing forth. It emitted a mournful wail, teetering on the brink of death, its once vibrant form now charred and exuding a tantalizing aroma of scorched flesh. Li Qingyuan wielded his power from afar, the spirit blood will howling as it sliced through the air, severing the serpent's head and sending it on its final journey. Li Qingyuan gathered various materials, subsequently unleashing a fireball technique to incinerate the colossal Bailin serpent. Following this, he repeated the process, setting ablaze Lu Yun, Zhang Quan, and the other 3 individuals, eradicating all evidence while naturally not neglecting to seize the storage bags of the 3 6th-layer Qi refining cultivators. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Li Qingyuan smiled with a crooked grin, realizing the sheer delight of playing the fool to deceive the tiger. Oh, the Qingmu chrysanthemum is now in hand, along with the materials from the formidable Bailin giant python beast, the wealth of a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator, the assets of a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator, and the fortunes of 3 6th-layer Qi refining cultivators are all within his grasp. Li Qingyuan activated the breath-concealing technique, once again returning to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and gracefully emerged from the valley. Seeking a secluded spot, he began to tally his gains and subsequently doubled his resources. Chapter 066, Sudden Wealth. Amidst the towering mountains, there lay an unremarkable cliff. The precipice was sheer, adorned with dense vines that intertwined, creating an almost impenetrable barrier to light. Beneath the layers of vines, Li Qingyuan simply carved out a stone cave to commence his inventory. Li Qingyuan held 2 stalks of the bluewood chrysanthemum, smiling as he remarked, "One will be used to cultivate the illusory divine eye technique, while the other will enhance my cultivation through the Great Kuan method." The bluewood chrysanthemum, a first-tier exceptional spiritual herb, is a naturally nurtured spiritual plant imbued with pure wood attribute spiritual energy. For Li Qingyuan, who practices wood attribute techniques, it serves as an invaluable tonic. Not only is it beneficial for him, but even for cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it offers immense advantages, potentially sparing them 1 or 2 years of arduous training. Within the marketplace, the bluewood chrysanthemum is exceedingly rare, and only with extraordinary luck can one procure it. For those practicing wood attribute techniques, even at a price of 1,000 spirit stones per stalk, the first-tier exceptional bluewood chrysanthemum remains a coveted treasure beyond their reach. Li Qingyuan contemplated, "Once I attain the perfect completion of the 7th level of Qi refinement, I shall harness the pure wood elemental spiritual energy contained within the Qingmu chrysanthemum to strive for the 8th level of Qi refinement, thereby potentially shortening my arduous training by 1 or 2 years." 2 specimens of the Qingmu chrysanthemum were carefully stored within a jade box, sealed with a hand gesture to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan extracted the head of the biling giant serpent, along with its gallbladder, reverse scales, and serpent skin, placing them into the Xianpin space for duplication. The biling giant serpent, a pinnacle first-tier beast, provided 5 types of materials: serpent fangs, skull, scales, reverse scales, and gallbladder, all of which were successfully duplicated. With the materials replicated in double, their total value is no less than 300 spirit stones, yielding a modest profit. Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together and said, "Next, let's open the blind boxes." 5 storage bags, arranged from highest to lowest, would be opened one by one. At present, Li Qingyuan had achieved the 7th level of qi refinement, entering the later stage of qi refinement. For him, the allure of the storage bags belonging to ordinary 6th-level qi refinement cultivators was no longer substantial. Soon, he examined 3 storage bags from 6th-level qi refinement cultivators, containing magical instruments, medicinal pills, talismans, and spiritual stones. When all the resources were calculated, they amounted to approximately 1,200 spiritual stones. 3 impoverished individuals combined only yielded a little over 1,000 spiritual stones. After duplicating the total, it came to about 2,400 spiritual stones. The storage bag of Lu Yun, a female cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement, was of medium quality and contained a magical instrument of the same grade, alongside some medicinal pills suitable for qi refinement and a few talismans valued at several tens of spiritual stones. The total number of spiritual stones in her possession was close to 400. When her wealth was tallied, along with an additional 300 to 400 spiritual stones, it amounted to roughly 800 and some spiritual stones, which, when doubled, would not be less than 1,700 spiritual stones. In summary, Li Qingyuan had currently amassed a total of 4,100 spiritual stones. The final storage bag belonged to Zhang Quan, a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan's face radiated anticipation. This was the highest cultivation-level storage bag I have seized, aside from Zhao Tuesday. As my spiritual sense permeated the bag, my eyes sparkled with delight upon discerning its contents. The sheer number of spirit stones exceeded 800. Truly, this was the spoils of a cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement, one who surely engaged in plundering and nefarious deeds. Furthermore, there were first-grade exquisite ores and first-grade superior ore materials. It appeared this individual had amassed spirit stones and materials to enlist a first-grade exquisite artifact craftsman to forge a first-grade exquisite magical item for him. The storage bag was of superior quality, containing a plethora of mid-stage and late-stage first-grade beast materials, evidence of prolonged hunting by their team, all amassed under Zhang Quan's ownership. Additionally, there were several first-grade superior spiritual plants and mid-grade spiritual plants. The alchemical pills of the qi refinement stage also numbered 200 to 300 spirit stones, including recovery pills, vitality pills, essence nurturing pills, blood replenishing pills, hemostatic pills, warming pills, and others. Zhang Quan's wealth, when calculated, amounted to approximately 3,000 spirit stones. Doubling that, it roughly equated to 6,000 spirit stones. I have struck it rich, indeed, a veritable windfall. When all resources are converted based on market prices, it nears 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, this reflects market prices, not the buyback prices. Various trading associations must also secure their profits, deducting operational costs, storefront expenses, and employee wages. So items sold at 10 spirit stones in the market typically cost them around 8 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan said with great satisfaction, "All sold. I can exchange it for 8,000 spirit stones, which is sufficient for my cultivation for quite some time. Before reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, I will not be lacking in spirit stones. Of course, if it weren't for the Xianpin space doubling my resources, selling off the entire wealth of Zhang Quan and the others would likely yield only 4,000 spirit stones. The Xianpin space is truly my greatest asset." Li Qingyuan took out the spirit stones and, channeling the Great Chun technique, began their refinement. After half an hour, many of the spirit stones had turned to powder, and his cultivation had returned to its peak. With the Qingmu chrysanthemum now in his possession, he continued to search for the other 2 types of spiritual herbs. As time passed day by day, Li Qingyuan engaged in battle several times each day, specifically targeting late-stage, first-tier demonic beasts to hone his skills. Through relentless combat, ceaseless consumption, and continuous recovery, he refrained from using talismans whenever possible, focusing primarily on perfecting his sword techniques and the art of wielding magical tools to vanquish foes, employing his family's first-tier spells. Thus, 2 months swiftly elapsed. Li Qingyuan still had not found the blood jade mushroom or the illusionary divine mushroom. During this period, he encountered various mercenary groups, adventurers, and solitary cultivators, experiencing both friction and cooperation. However, he notably lacked the presence of rogue cultivators like Zhang Quan, which rendered his plans for law enforcement and ambush futile. After 2 months of arduous searching, Li Qingyuan chose to head towards a city, a small town, to be precise. Nestled deep within the Tianyi mountain range, this town had emerged due to the looming threat of a beast army, with human cultivators gradually forming a base to provide logistical support. The allure of the late Foundation establishment cultivators' caves combined with the orders from the celestial clan of Foundation establishment to mobilize various vassal forces for the purpose of hunting the beasts, contributed to the town's growth. Over time, it evolved into a settlement dominated by human forces, with thousands of cultivators residing there, bustling in and out, and a myriad of shops clustered together. Here one could find an array of goods such as elixirs, magical tools, talismans, refining equipment, formations, spiritual plants, and spirit rice, with merchants and casual cultivators alike converging to create a thriving town of cultivators. Just a few hundred miles further into the depths lay the front line where the beast army clashed with human cultivators. The town of Beast Hunter had arrived. Li Qingyuan stood at the entrance, observing that despite the presence of over 10,000 residents, the town was modest in scale, merely a small settlement. Li Qingyuan contemplated inwardly. I covertly trade various cultivation resources and batches to acquire spiritual stones. Additionally, I seek information regarding blood jade mushrooms and illusory divine mushrooms. In the Demon Hunter town, where countless cultivators converge from the 5 major islands and the 36 minor islands, late-stage chi refinement practitioners abound. While the pinnacle of the 10th layer of chi refinement may not be ubiquitous, they are certainly not rare. This circumstance bolsters Li Qingyuan's confidence. Practitioners at the 10th layer of chi refinement, equipped with talismans, magical artifacts, formations, and medicinal pills, can subdue peak-tier first-level demonic beasts. With a modest expenditure, they can even slay them. Moreover, cultivators can collaborate, allowing one to face many in their hunt for demonic beasts. Li Qingyuan contemplated. Perhaps within this demon-hunting town lies a first-tier exquisite spiritual herb. Over the following days, he occasionally donned a black robe and concealed his true identity while selling various materials. At times, he employed the guise of a human skin mask to alter his appearance, assuming different identities to traverse the town, continually exchanging materials for spiritual stones. His cultivation level fluctuated. At times he presented himself as a 5th layer chi condensation practitioner. At others a 6th or 7th layer. Different personas, different names, and varied locations facilitated his resource transactions for spiritual stones. During the previous 2 months of fierce battles, Li Qingyuan amassed a considerable collection of materials from late-stage first-tier demon beasts, as well as mid- to upper-tier first-tier spiritual herbs, all of considerable value. Nearing 1,000 spiritual stones. With the potential to double this resource, he could obtain 2,000 spiritual stones. While selling materials in the town, Li Qingyuan occasionally drew unwanted attention. Given the precariousness of the situation, he opted to escape, altering his aura and cultivation level to evade pursuit. On one occasion, a formidable practitioner at the 10th layer of chi condensation set his sights on him, necessitating considerable effort and numerous transformations before he successfully eluded capture. At last, after a month, Li Qingyuan managed to sell off his accumulated materials. The remaining scraps were bundled and sold to various merchant guilds. Ultimately, he garnered a mere 8,500 spiritual stones, as the value of demon beast materials had depreciated. The influx of cultivators drawn to the Foundation establishment caves in the congregation of the 5 great clans for demon hunting had saturated the market with demon beast materials. This trend extended beyond the town. The surrounding archipelagos also funneled substantial amounts of demon beast materials through the demon hunting town, leading to a widespread devaluation across the islands. Nonetheless, even in light of this depreciation, 8,500 spiritual stones represented a significant fortune. The decline in the value of demon beast materials also indicated a corresponding drop in the prices of magical artifacts crafted from them. For independent cultivators, this reduction was indeed a boon, as the prices of artifacts of comparable grade were now 15 to even 20% cheaper than in previous years. After liquidating various materials, Li Qingyuan waited yet another month. On this particular day, he finally received news regarding the blood jade mushroom, the spiritual herb pavilion. Li Qingyuan arrived as promised. Having disguised himself with a human skin mask, transforming into a lean man in his 30s, revealing his perfected cultivation at the 6th level of chi refinement. Manager Juan, I have descended, he announced. The Spirit Herb Pavilion is one of the venues where Li Qingyuan sells spirit plants, medicinal herbs, and even resells elixirs. He is relatively well acquainted with Manager Juan. Li Qingyuan informed Manager Juan that should blood jade mushrooms or illusory divine mushrooms become available, they could be acquired at a premium price. Even in the absence of such goods, acquiring relevant information would suffice. Not only at Manager Juan's establishment, Li Qingyuan, under various identities, has left his contact details across different merchant guilds and among various loose cultivators, eagerly awaiting news. Manager Juan, a cultivator of the 8th layer of chi refinement, is a portly man in his 50s, exuding an air of tranquility reminiscent of a Buddha. He hails from a foundational celestial clan and oversees the Spirit Herb Pavilion, possessing considerable wealth and extensive connections within the demon hunting town, granting him a broad network of information. Manager Juan clasped his hands in greeting and said, Friend Gong, the blood jade mushrooms you sought are now available. Here. Li Qingyuan is known by the surname Gong and the given name Xian. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, Is that truly the case? I implore you, Master Juan, to hasten and present it to me, that I may behold it. Chapter 067, The First Order Premium Spirit Herb, Blood Jade Mushroom Acquired. Master 1 opened a jade box and replied with a smile, Taoist Gongxian, please take a look. Li Qingyuan focused his gaze. Within the rectangular jade box lay a 3-foot-long spiritual mushroom, quietly resting. It was as translucent as jade yet as crimson as blood, resembling a sculpted piece of blood-red jade. This blood jade mushroom exuded a rich and fragrant aroma. Merely inhaling its scent could invigorate one's vitality and blood flow. Li Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction, remarking, indeed. It is a first-grade exquisite spiritual herb blood jade mushroom. Its appearance is impeccable, and its spiritual energy is abundant. Manager 1. Shall we proceed with the transaction as per our prior agreement? The blood jade mushroom invigorates the blood, unblocks meridians, replenishes essence, and balances the yin and yang energies within the body. It is immensely beneficial for chi refinement stage cultivators and is an exceptional body-refining elixir for physical cultivators. The blood jade mushroom is one of the 2 primary ingredients for concocting the first-grade exquisite elixir, dragon blood pill, which can elevate a 9th-layer body-refining cultivator to the 10th layer of chi refinement. The dragon blood pill is comparable to the jade spirit pill. Manager 1 smiled and replied, Friend Gongxian, you are surely aware that recently, the prices of materials from the demon beast in the island seas have decreased, while the cost of talismans and elixirs have risen somewhat. According to market prices, this blood jade mushroom is valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan nodded and produced 1,100 spirit stones, saying, Manager 1, as per our prior agreement, I am willing to offer a 10% premium for this blood jade mushroom. Is that acceptable? Manager 1 stroked his beard and replied with a smile, Excellent. Your straightforwardness is commendable, my friend. The 2 exchanged the item and the spirit stones, successfully concluding their transaction. Li Qingyuan accepted the blood jade orchid, a hint of joy blossoming within him. With the greenwood chrysanthemum and the blood jade orchid now in his possession, all that remained was the illusionary divine mushroom. Li Qingyuan performed a courteous bow and said, Master 1, I take my leave. However, Gong Xuandao's voice halted him. Wait a moment, Master 1 called out to him, saying, I have obtained some information regarding the illusionary spirit mushroom from a dear friend. Li Qingyuan was taken aback and promptly inquired, Oh, might I ask where the illusionary divine mushroom can be found? The shopkeeper 1 displayed a hesitant expression. Li Qingyuan smiled, produced 100 spirit stones, and presented them, saying, I kindly request that Master 1 enlighten me. Li Qingyuan had been searching for 2 to 3 months with no clue in sight. If 100 spirit stones could procure information about the illusory divine mushroom, it would be worthwhile for him. Manager 1 accepted the spirit stones and chuckled, saying, Friend Gongxian, you are quite generous. Following that, Manager 1 leaned in and whispered, A friend of mine mentioned that the Spicy Charm Mercenary Corps has information regarding the illusory divine mushroom. Li Qingyuan was taken aback and inquired, Is the Spicy Sister mercenary group characterized by the Fiery Spicy and the Sister as in younger sister? To which Manager 1 elucidated, Indeed, it is the Fiery Spicy and the Enchanting Charm. Li Qingyuan mused, I see now. The Spicy Charm Mercenary Corps. What a peculiar name. Manager 1 remarked, The Spicy Charm Mercenary Corps holds quite a reputation in this demon-hunting town. A brief inquiry from Taoist Gongxian would surely lead you to them. Thank you. Li Qingyuan replied with a respectful gesture, I shall take my leave now. Li Qingyuan swiftly departed from the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and entered a nearby inn, where he requested a room. A quarter of an hour later, he transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding a distinct air of maturity and charm. He then left the inn without delay, revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of chi refinement, no longer concealing his prowess. Only those at this level of cultivation are deemed worthy of attention and can more readily join various mercenary groups or form temporary alliances with other cultivators. After inquiring along his path, Li Qingyuan arrived at the western gate of demon-hunting town, a convergence point for numerous mercenary groups and a gathering place for rogue cultivators seeking allies. The Iron Mercenary Group extended an invitation to fellow cultivators, welcoming those with unyielding will to join. The Three-Stone Mercenary Group, represented by the 3 brothers of the Sure family, expressed their desire to recruit an adept alchemist. The Dragon and Tiger Mercenary Group also sought to enlist talisman masters, inviting all interested cultivators to step forward. Li Qingyuan traversed through various mercenary groups, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refinement, having entered the latter stages of this realm. Many mercenary factions extended invitations for him to join, all of which he graciously declined. Soon, Li Qingyuan located the fiery and alluring mercenary group he sought. The founders of this group were a pair of strikingly beautiful sisters, both in their 40s, adorned in crimson dresses that accentuated their voluptuous figures and long, elegant legs. Li Qingyuan learned that the 2 of them were sisters. The elder sister was named Spicy Lady, and the younger sister was named Enchanting Lady. Spicy Lady proclaimed loudly, The Spicy Enchantress Mercenary Corps warmly invites fellow adventurers to form a team for hunting demonic beasts. Applicants must be at least at the 7th level of chi refinement. Priority will be given to talismans masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture, and said, I am Zhen, a practitioner at the 7th level of chi refining and a first-tier upper-grade talisman master. I wonder if I might be permitted to join the Lame Mercenary Corps? Upon hearing this, the enchanting Lady La, with her expressive, glistening peach blossom eyes, regarded Li Qingyuan and smiled warmly. A first-tier upper-grade talisman master? I am Lady La, and I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, fellow Daoist. At first glance, she found Jinyud quite appealing, at 40 years of age. He exuded an air of sophistication and the steady charm of a mature gentleman, clad in a flowing blue robe that accentuated his robust physique. As a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refining and a first-tier upper-grade talisman master, he certainly promised to be an excellent companion. The alluring Mei, who bore a striking resemblance to her sister, approached as well. She possessed the same voluptuous figure and exuded a captivating allure reminiscent of a mature woman in her mid-30s. Her every movement radiating a sensuous charm. With a smile, she said, I am Mei, and I too welcome you, fellow Daoist. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in greeting. No wonder the spicy charm mercenary group is renowned. It turns out these two sisters not only possess captivating beauty and figure that can enchant people of all ages, but their prowess is formidable as well. Spicy lady, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Charming lady, at the 8th level. They also have 3 companions. 1 man and 2 women, all at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Currently, with Li Qingyuan joining them. He too is a practitioner at the 7th level and a first-tier high-quality talisman maker. May I inquire if the spicy charm mercenary group is still recruiting? At that moment, a middle-aged female cultivator approached, also at the 7th level of Qi refinement. She had an unremarkable appearance and an ordinary figure. The plain-looking middle-aged cultivator said, I am Qin Ping, with Ping signifying fleeting encounters, at the 7th level of Qi refinement and a first-tier high-quality alchemist. Upon finishing her introduction, Qin Ping raised her hand to display several pills, including essence cultivation pills, blood vitality pills, and a first-tier high-quality spirit-nourishing pill, all of excellent quality. A first-tier high-quality alchemist? Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his face. Upon reflection, this was indeed his first encounter with a first-tier high-quality alchemist. It is worth noting that even among top-tier Qi refinement families, it is rare to cultivate a first-tier high-quality alchemist due to the immense talent required and resources consumed. While cultivating a talisman maker may require an investment of merely 1,000 spirit stones, nurturing an alchemist demands at least several thousand spirit stones, with no guaranteed returns. Thus, only first-rate powers can afford such endeavors. Charming lady exclaimed, a first-tier high-quality alchemist? Splendid. Spicy lady then inquired, might I ask what brings you, Daoist Qin? To join our spicy charm mercenary group? A first-tier high-quality alchemist would be coveted even by masters at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and would be warmly welcomed by any prominent force. This seemingly unremarkable Daoist Qin could easily become a distinguished guest in any first-rate faction. Qin Ping replied, I have heard that the spicy charm mercenary group often ventures deep into the Tianyin mountain range, up to 5,000 miles, to hunt first-tier peak demon beasts. Coincidentally, I require first-tier premium spiritual herbs to concoct pills and strive for the rank of first-tier premium alchemist. However, first-tier premium spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, even in the markets of the 5 great islands. Recently, I have heard that the demon hunter town occasionally yields first-tier premium spiritual herbs, and several mercenary groups are currently gathering them, hence my presence here. Spicy lady and charming lady exchanged glances and nodded gently. This explanation was reasonable. First-tier premium spiritual herbs are indeed scarce, even for first-rate powers, and it would be improbable for Qin Ping to use them for alchemical practice and skill enhancement. Such consumption is tremendous. Even first-rate forces would struggle to bear it, unless it involved members of their own family, as external elders are merely laborers. The cost of refining a first-tier premium pill could range from 700 to 800 spirit stones for a single failure, or even up to 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. Spicy lady smiled and said, excellent, excellent. With Daoist Qin and Daoist Qin joining us, our spicy charm mercenary group is ready to set forth. Chapter 068, Li Qingyuan, Qin Miaoyi, 2 old sixes. The members of the spicy charm mercenary group are as follows. Captain Spicy Lady, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Vice Captain Charming Lady, at the 8th level. Li Qingyuan and Jinyud, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement, are first-tier upper-grade talisman masters. Qin Ping, also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, is a first-tier upper-grade alchemist. The remaining 3 members, 1 male and 2 females, are likewise at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The average cultivation level among the team is late-stage Qi refinement. The strength of the spicy charm mercenary group is formidable, rivaling that of a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement, making them a difficult target for ambushes. Naturally, the greatest caution must always be directed towards one's teammates. The spicy woman declared, if there are no objections, let us depart immediately. Upon hearing this, the others unanimously agreed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All members activated their flying artifacts. As they are all at the 7th level of Qi refinement, traversing dozens or even hundreds of miles is not a challenge. They paused momentarily every few dozen miles to rest before setting off again. The demon hunting town, home to 10,000 cultivators, has the largest population of those at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Thus it is established approximately 3,500 miles from the Tianyin mountain range. Consequently, Li Qingyuan and his companions must fly over 1,000 miles to reach the depths of the mountain range, 5,000 miles in. To hunt peak, first-tier demon beasts and gather upper-grade and top-grade spiritual herbs. During their flight, Qin Ping stood out with her opulence, utilizing the wind spirit boat. A flying artifact. This particular flying artifact is a rare and exceptional creation that requires the construction of spiritual stones to convert laws, automatically absorbing these stones to generate power for flight. It is a product of the fusion of weapon crafting and formations, making flying artifacts exceedingly expensive and scarce. Li Qingyuan lingered at the rear of the group, casting envious glances at the wind spirit boat, pondering when he might possess a flying artifact of his own. Apart from the expenditure of spirit stones, such artifacts bore no adverse effects and required minimal mana, unless one chose to infuse it with energy for acceleration. His envy was not singular. Other cultivators shared his longing. The charming woman chuckled, "Friend Qin, you truly embody the status of a top-tier first-grade alchemist. Possessing such wealth that you can afford a flying artifact, how enviable it is for us all." Qin Ping revealed a hint of a smile, responding, "You flatter me, fire friend. With your exceptional talent, it is merely a matter of time before you ascend to the 10th level of qi refining. And there is even a possibility of successfully establishing your foundation." Fire Sister and Enchantress Sister, though their family name is Fire, have not disclosed their given names. By that time, acquiring a flying artifact will be as effortless as a mere extension of the hand. My situation, however, is quite different. I exhausted my entire fortune to acquire this wind spirit boat by mere chance. Li Qingyuan hovered in the background, attentively listening to their mutual flattery and subtle probing. Qin Ping maintained a serene expression, her brow furrowed in concentration as she unleashed her foundational spiritual awareness, which swiftly enveloped the crowd. All FAAs and any concealments were laid bare before her. This foundational spiritual perception, superior to mere spiritual awareness, was formless and intangible, rendering it imperceptible to practitioners in the qi refinement stage. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, pondering, "What is going on? I suddenly feel as though I am being watched." Qin Ping was taken aback. "Is it him? That young man with the surname Li? Every year or so, he comes to my spirit charm pavilion to sell a plethora of talismans. Qin Ping, or rather, she is called Qin Maui. After advancing to the 10th level of qi refinement, she consumed a family concentration pill, allowing her to refine her spiritual consciousness upon reaching this level, thus possessing the foundational consciousness. Originally in seclusion, upon hearing of the appearance of the purple fire spirit ape in the Tianyin mountain range, she abandoned her plans to fully cultivate to the pinnacle of the 10th level and chose to emerge from her retreat. She possesses a rare spiritual body known as the purple fire spiritual body. If she could absorb the essence of the purple fire spirit ape, extracting its pure purple fire spiritual energy, it would aid her in swiftly reaching the consummate stage of the 10th level of qi refinement. This method of cultivation is unique to her and cannot be replicated by others. Having arrived at the Demon Hunter town several days prior and through discreet inquiries and careful selection, she ultimately decided to join the Spicy Charm mercenary group, utilizing their network to gather intelligence on the purple fire spirit ape. However, she was genuinely surprised to discover that, apart from herself, there was another individual in the team. Under her spiritual perception, the age and cultivation level of the qi refinement practitioners were laid bare. 19 years old and at the 7th level of qi refinement. This young man is indeed a prodigy. Qin Maui, at 21, boasts a cultivation level of the 10th. Yet, she understands her own situation. On the surface, she possesses fire, earth, and metal spiritual roots, but in reality, she is endowed with the innate purple fire spiritual body. The cultivation speed of an innate spiritual body rivals that of a heavenly spiritual root, and she has been designated as a key seed for nascent soul cultivation by her family since childhood. Despite her family's decline, with resources and strength reduced to less than a tenth of their peak, her cultivation resources have never been lacking. With formidable talent, ample resources, guidance from foundational cultivators, and her own keen insight, she has reached the 10th level of qi refinement by the age of 21. Given her qualifications, achieving foundational cultivation before the age of 30 is nearly guaranteed. Qin Maui was quite astonished, reflecting, this young man, at only 19, has already attained the 7th level of qi refinement. In the island seas, only the most talented direct descendants of the 5 major foundational families can boast such power at this age. An intriguing young man indeed. Li Qingyuan appeared to sense something. Glancing toward Qin Ping and offering her a smile, Qin Ping returned the gesture with a smile of her own before diverting her gaze. Soon, the group arrived at the summit of a mountain and began to rest. A spirited woman approached, her bosom swaying enticingly, her long legs accentuating her alluring figure. With a smile, she addressed Qin Ping and Jin, saying, "Dear friends, in order to maximize our team's sustained combat capability and enhance our survival prospects, might I kindly request that you sell us some elixirs and talismans to aid in battle?" The woman, exuding a generous spirit, produced several hundred spirit stones and added, "I can provide you with an advance of these spirit stones. After our hunt concludes, any shortfall will be reconciled during the distribution of spoils. What do you think?" Esteemed friends? Qin Ping nodded in agreement, stating, "That sounds acceptable. Furthermore, as we are all comrades and share a bond, I shall offer these at the internal prices of the guild, at a mere 80% of the market value." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. We are all companions on this path. I shall sell these at 80% of the market price." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan gestured with his hand, and a total of 120 first-grade superior talismans soared into the air. These talismans comprise 6 varieties: the turtle shell talisman, the flame ice talisman, the golden spear talisman, the blazing fire talisman, the divine movement talisman, and the spirit binding talisman, with 20 pieces of each type, culminating in a total of 120. However, it is worth noting that Li Qingyuan had reserved a portion for himself. The majority of the talismans were of inferior quality, with only a scant few being of genuine quality and not a single exquisite talisman in sight. Indeed, Li Qingyuan had kept many secrets to himself. As a first-grade master talisman craftsman, he was determined to conceal his true identity. Among the first-grade premium talismans, he possessed 2 types, the pure Yang Sword Talisman and the Primal Chaos Bowl Talisman, one for attack and the other for defense. With several dozen of each at his disposal, capable of engaging in direct combat with those at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, he was equipped with a first-grade inner armor, consisting of 2 complete layers, ensuring maximum defense. As Li Qingyuan presented the 120 talisman papers, the crowd's eyes sparkled with delight. The fiery women expressed their joy, exclaiming, "With so many first-tier superior talismans, it seems that our esteemed Fringian possesses exceptional skills in talisman crafting." The group proceeded to distribute the talismans, with each individual receiving 20 sheets, encompassing 3 to 4 each of offensive, defensive, and binding types, thus significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Qin Miaoyi, examining her 20 talisman papers, recognized the Flame Eye Severing Talisman, a talisman she was quite familiar with, having seen numerous shipments at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. "This fellow is truly cautious," she mused, recalling how the pavilion had stocked many exquisite flame ice talismans from him, yet today he had not presented a single one. "My esteemed friends, these are elixirs," Qin Miaoyi declared, tucking away her talismans before casting her hand to release an array of rejuvenation pills, hemostatic pills, qi nurturing pills, and essence cultivation pills, which gracefully floated into the hands of her companions. After the distribution of the elixirs, the fiery woman began to showcase her talents. With a deft gesture and a sharp whistle, she summoned forth a resounding call that pierced the sky. Moments later, a Qingling eagle soared into view, its cries echoing as it circled twice before darting off in a specific direction. Esteemed friends, the hunt begins. In Chapter 069, titled The White Jade Monkey-Faced Spider, the fiery woman proudly introduced, "This is my spiritual pet, the Qingling eagle, which I have meticulously nurtured for over a decade. It has now reached the late stage of first-tier demonic beast. This eagle possesses eyesight far superior to that of cultivators, capable of clearly spotting prey from 2 miles away." Li Qingyuan marveled. This eagle is indeed a remarkable scout, essential for discerning enemy movements and exploring the path ahead, as well as for hunting the elusive beasts. Mei Nyangzi chuckled. "Every time we venture into the Tianin mountain range, my sister and I rely on this eagle to guide our way. It not only helps us evade formidable beasts but also leads us to numerous rare spiritual plants." Qin Ping added her praise. "It truly is an exceptional hunting eagle." Caw. The Qingling eagle soared high in the sky, emitting a cry before gliding swiftly towards a valley. Lady Yangzi remarked, "It seems the Qingling eagle has spotted its target. Fellow travelers, please follow me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group took to their swords, transforming into streaks of light as they pursued the Qingling eagle deep into the valley. Within the valley, vegetation flourished, and numerous spider webs hung between the trees. Caw. The Qingling eagle spread its wings, unleashing a blade of wind. The wind blades sliced through towering trees, severing the webs. Suddenly, a massive spider erupted forth, its body measuring a yard in size, as white as jade, with bristles standing erect like needles. Its eyes were as dark as ink, and it possessed 8 sharp limbs on each side, akin to blades. Most bizarrely, the spider bore a face resembling that of a monkey. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The white jade monkey-faced spider." This beast appeared to be a pair, male and female, roaming together. Suddenly, 2 jets of white light shot forth, expanding into a web that ensnared their prey after traversing several dozen meters. Fortunately, the Qingling eagle, with its keen senses and swift agility, deftly evaded the webbing twice, retreating to a safe distance with the aid of its powerful wings. The enchanting lady exclaimed, "Sister, these are 2 late-stage first-tier beasts, the white jade monkey-faced spiders. The webs they emit can only be severed by top-tier first-grade magical artifacts, and once ensnared, their prey is subjected to paralyzing toxins, along with the suppression of spiritual energy. Those below the late-stage Qi refinement level would be left to their doom if caught." The spirited lady chuckled, "Dear friends, shall we unite to capture these white jade monkey-faced spiders?" The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in such an endeavor. Capturing and domesticating them would yield a steady and substantial influx of spirit stones, thanks solely to their webs. "Let us act." Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the group sprang into action, with Li Qingyuan lagging slightly behind. Squeak. The 2 spiders, each measuring a yard in size, sensed the threat and emitted a piercing sound wave, gathering their spiritual energy to unleash a barrage of webs at the crowd. The spirited lady and the enchanting lady, with their profound spiritual energy, activated their top-tier first-grade artifacts to slice through the webs and advance towards one of the spiders. The spirited lady commanded, "Friends, merely restrain the other white jade monkey-faced spider. Once we have captured this one, we shall swiftly join you for assistance." Li Qingyuan summoned a blazing fire talisman, striking a web that erupted in a brilliant conflagration. He, along with Qin Ping and 3 others at the 7th layer of Qi refining, launched a coordinated assault on a white jade monkey-faced spider. The 5 of them easily subdued the creature, rendering it incapable of escape. Qin Ping remarked, "The strength of these 2 white jade monkey-faced spiders rivals that of cultivators at the 8th layer of Qi refining. They hold significant value for captive breeding. If an upper-tier first-grade artifact craftsman were to use their webs as the primary material, supplemented with other components, they could undoubtedly forge a web artifact that would pose a formidable challenge even to those in the late stages of Qi refining." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement, remarking that the value of the white jade monkey-faced spider surpassed that of an ordinary peak first-tier monster. As they conversed, the fiery woman swiftly launched an attack, sending the white jade monkey-faced spider flying. A silky artifact from her waist emerged, binding its movements, while she hastily affixed a sealing talisman to subdue it. With a gesture of her fingers, the fiery woman cast a spell, causing the white jade monkey-faced spider to shrink rapidly, and she subsequently stored it within her spirit beast pouch. After successfully capturing a white jade monkey-faced spider, the fiery woman and her sister, the enchanting maiden, soared through the air on their swords, collaborating with others to swiftly capture a second specimen. Qin Ping, a first-tier upper-grade alchemist, fully embraced her interests and hobbies, leaping gracefully toward the spider's lair. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Qingyuan and the others swiftly took flight. The spider cave, resembling a rocky cavern, was spacious enough for the white jade monkey-faced spider, measuring a yard in size, to navigate with ease. Thus, the group encountered no obstacles as they made their way to the spider's lair. Qin Ping's lips curled into a smile as she remarked, "Indeed, the white jade loquat is present." Li Qingyuan gazed curiously at the white jade loquat, a spirit plant he encountered for the very first time. Qin Ping elucidated, "This white jade loquat has attained the first-tier premium grade, capable of refining first-tier premium elixirs, specifically the white jade loquat pill." Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity, "What remarkable effects does this pill possess?" The enchanting lady's eyes sparkled as she replied, "The Bayou Pipa pill nourishes Yin and replenishes Qi, enhances the complexion, and can also eliminate scars and blemishes. This pill is highly sought after in the marketplace, with a single bottle exceeding 100 spirit stones." Daoist Qi, "Can you indeed concoct this elixir?" Among the 7 members of the group, excluding Qin Ping, the other 4 female cultivators gazed at her with eager anticipation. Qin Ping, with her unremarkable countenance, uttered words that ignited the enthusiasm of the women, nodding affirmatively, "I happen to possess the ability to refine this pill." The fiery lady exclaimed, "Excellent. After this hunt concludes, we hope Daoist Qin can produce 2 batches of Bayou Pipa pills. We are willing to purchase them at market price." The Bayou Pipa would be entrusted to Daoist Qin for now. Qin Ping gathered the Bayou Pipa and, securing it, stated, "Dear friends, our gathering is a matter of fate. As per usual, I shall sell it at an 8/10 market price." Upon hearing this, several female cultivators expressed their gratitude, and in an instant, Qin Ping blended seamlessly with the group of women. The fiery lady proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, we have triumphed in our first battle and reaped considerable rewards. Henceforth, I hope we can unite our efforts to hunt more beasts and seek out spirit plants." Everyone nodded in agreement, naturally. Days turned into weeks as the group traversed the depths of the Tianyin mountain range, utilizing the Qingling eagle as their scout, hunting late-stage, first-tier beasts and gathering superior, first-tier spirit herbs, accumulating a wealth of spoils. During this period, Li Qingyuan inscribed talismans on 2 occasions, providing sustenance for the group. The act of drawing talismans served to demonstrate that his stock of finished talismans was dwindling. However, unbeknownst to them, his storage pouch contained an astonishing surplus of talismans. Qin Ping also refined several batches of pills, primarily Qi recovery pills and vitality pills, enabling the group to restore their spiritual energy during battles and sustain their efforts. After half a month, the team, having grown more acquainted through combat, fostered a deeper understanding of one another. One day, Li Qingyuan approached the fiery lady, bowing respectfully. He inquired, "Fire Daoist, you and your sisters have roamed the Tianyin mountain range for many years. Have you heard of the illusionary divine mushroom?" The fiery lady paused in surprise, then recollected, "It seems that Daoist Jin has ventured into the Tianyin mountain range in search of the first-tier premium spirit plant. The illusionary divine mushroom." Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Indeed, the illusory spirit mushroom possesses the remarkable ability to nurture the soul and enhance one's spiritual awareness. As a talisman master, my craft requires a heightened level of spiritual perception. Strengthening one's spiritual awareness subsequently increases the success rate of talisman creation and elevates one's skills in the art of talismans." This explanation was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt, except in the minds of Qin Ping and Qin Miaoyi. Qin Ping mused to herself, "This man namely is likely not being entirely truthful. Under my spiritual perception, his awareness is no less formidable than that of an ordinary 9th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. What could he possibly want with the illusory spirit mushroom?" At that moment, the bold lady spoke up. To be candid, Fringian, I am indeed aware of a location where the illusory spirit mushroom can be found. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, Oh, truly? May I ask, esteemed fire friend, where might the illusory divine mushroom be found? Chapter 070. News of the illusory divine mushroom. The fiery woman pondered for a moment before responding, traveling southward for 5,000 miles. It lies approximately between the central and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The Tianyin mountain range stretches over 30,000 miles in length and 15,000 miles in width. Lengthwise, it is divided into 3 segments, the northern, central, and southern regions. Widthwise, it is categorized into core, mid, and outer areas. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, 5,000 miles to the south. Between the midsection and southern segment of the Tianyin mountain range. Could it be that the Fire Taoist sisters are cultivators from Ice Fire Island? The Tianyin mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles, lining the coastline. To the east, 5 major islands are distributed from north to south: Yoha Island, Xianshi Island, and Ice Fire Island. Among these 5 islands, Ice Fire Island is precisely situated between the midsection and southern segment of the Tianyin mountain range. The fiery woman nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we sisters are cultivators from Ice Fire Island. We heard that a cave dwelling of a late-stage foundation building master has manifested here, and we intend to take a chance. The enchanting woman coldly scoffed. I never expected that the cave dwelling of that late-stage foundation building master has long been monitored by the 5 major foundation building celestial clans, leaving no opportunity for other factions to approach. The 5 major foundation building celestial clans have always been tyrannical. Any treasures that appear in the island seas invariably end up in their coffers. Qin Ping, wearing a sympathetic expression, lamented, Yes, for us minor factions and humble families. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Resources for cultivation, be it island spiritual veins, spiritual plants, elixirs, magical artifacts, or spirit stones, are all monopolized by the 5 major foundation building celestial clans. Qin Ping expressed her indignation. As scattered cultivators, we either become vassals of the foundation building celestial clans, toiling like beasts for a meager return, or we venture into the Tianyin mountain range to hunt ferocious beasts, living on the edge of peril, uncertain of when we might fall prey to those very beasts. Sighing, Qin Ping revealed her sorrow. My father could no longer endure the oppression of the foundation building celestial clans, leading our kin to migrate to his small island for survival, relying solely on his leadership to hunt ferocious beasts. When I was very young, my father perished at the jaws of a beast, leaving our family struggling to survive. Were it not for fortunate circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to become an alchemist today. Qin Ping laid bare her hardships in the challenging cultivation environment, eliciting sympathy from others and garnering their acknowledgement. The enchanting woman coldly stated, Indeed, the 5 major foundation building celestial clans are the greatest parasites in the island seas. Another male cultivator in the group, an elderly man in his 50s, with a sorrowful countenance, remarked, Alas, this scar on my face is also a gift from the hands of a foundation-building celestial cultivator. Though Wang the old man appeared to be in his 50s, he was, in fact, over 60, with a grotesque scar marring his face. The other 2 female cultivators also spoke up, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently condemning the oppression imposed by the foundation-building celestial clans. Li Qingyuan cast a glance at Qin Ping, pondering, had this woman, with just a few words, united everyone in a common cause against a foe, whether by accident or design? Li Qingyuan cleared his throat and said, Friend Hua, please elaborate on the illusionary divine mushroom. What sort of beast surrounds it? The fiery maiden replied, 3 years ago, my sister and I ventured into the mountains for a hunt. By a stroke of fortune, the azure spirit eagle discovered the illusionary divine mushroom and guided us to it. Upon our arrival, we found a Sharon encircling the mushroom. Qin Ping's expression shifted at the mention of the Sharon. Indeed, a Sharon? They are an exceedingly rare and peculiar humanoid beast, adept in illusionary attacks, with an elusive agility capable of taking lives unseen. The fiery maiden nodded in agreement. Indeed, when my sister and I first laid eyes on the Sharon, we wasted no time and turned to flee. The enchanting maiden, still haunted by the memory, added that Sharon is formidable. Its aura is remarkably akin to that of a peak first-tier beast. It is best left undisturbed by practitioners below the 10th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, clasped his fist in a respectful gesture, and said, Fellow cultivator Hua, and esteemed friends, could you assist me in harvesting the illusory divine mushroom? Over the past fortnight, I have gathered a plethora of materials from hunting various beasts and collecting spiritual herbs, all of which I am willing to part with without any compensation. In this duration, our collective efforts have yielded bountiful rewards, nearing 3,000 spirit stones. Even should we commence distribution now, I would be entitled to several hundred spirit stones. However, the value of the illusory divine mushroom exceeds 1,000 spirit stones. He continued. The journey south spans 5,000 miles, and all the beasts hunted and herbs collected will belong to you, my esteemed friends. Moreover, I would like to offer each of you 30 high-grade talisman papers as a token of my gratitude. This concession already amounts to over 1,000 spirit stones. The 2 female cultivators, Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi, displayed signs of interest. Old Wang furrowed his brow and remarked, Taoist Qin. The Xiao people possess an elusive agility and are adept in illusionary arts. Should one fall prey to their tricks, their consciousness may be clouded, leaving their fate at the mercy of these beings. Your promise is indeed generous, yet life holds far greater value. The two female cultivators nodded in agreement. Main Yangzi confessed. To speak candidly, my sister and I are equally tempted by the illusory divine mushroom. The wings, sharp fangs, and claws of the Xiao are also exquisite materials for crafting. Yet, as precious as these treasures are, they pale in comparison to one's life. Lan Yangzi concurred. Indeed, in that vicinity, there exists not just one type of first-grade superior spiritual herb. There is also the first-grade superior spiritual wine, purple flame nectar. Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi licked their luscious lips, expressing their desire. Purple flame nectar, a first-grade superior spiritual wine, is brewed by the purple fire spirit ape using various spiritual plants, herbs, and fruits combined with a special secret technique. For cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques, it serves as a potent tonic, even aiding those in the later stages of qi refinement to break through minor realms and elevate their strength. Main Yangzi added, if I were to obtain purple flame nectar, a few years of secluded cultivation would surely allow me to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Entering the 9th layer, Qin Ping's eyes sparkled with delight as she subtly probed. Purple flame nectar is indeed a spirit wine crafted exclusively by the purple fire spirit ape. Have you encountered the purple fire spirit ape? Lan Yangzi confirmed. Indeed, there were 2 purple fire spirit ape kings in the group, both reaching the pinnacle of first-grade demon beasts. Thus, my sister and I can only gaze in longing, powerless to act. Qin Ping feigned a thoughtful demeanor, declaring, I have been cultivating fire attribute techniques, yet my progress has stagnated at the complete 7th layer for several years. I am in urgent need of purple flame nectar to aid my breakthrough. She implored, fellow cultivator Hua and esteemed friends, please assist me in obtaining the purple flame nectar. Like Taoist Qin, I offer all the beast materials and spiritual herbs I collect without expecting a single coin in return. Furthermore, should this endeavor succeed, I shall bestow the Bai Yu Peepa pill as a complimentary gift. The group fell silent, captivated by the alluring prospect. A talisman master and an alchemist, willing to forego all profits from hunting beasts and collecting herbs, while also offering talisman papers and medicinal pills as gifts. Including the beasts hunted and herbs harvested along the 5,000-mile journey south, they could potentially share an additional 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, while also receiving free high-grade talisman papers and first-grade superior pills. Old Wang chimed in. I too practice fire attribute techniques and wish to partake in the bounty of purple flame nectar. Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi, being practitioners of fire attribute techniques as well, echoed his sentiments. Li Qingyuan remarked, Fire Taoist, we need not engage in direct combat with the Shaoran or the purple fire spirit ape king. Instead, we should merely restrain or divert them, while dispatching someone to swiftly acquire the spiritual plants in the divine liquor. Qin Ping replied, I shall take but a quarter of the purple flame nectar. The remaining 3/4 may be shared among all fellow Taoists. She thought to herself that the essence of the purple fire spirit ape was far more valuable to her than the nectar, which held lesser importance. The fiery woman pondered for a moment, feeling quite persuaded, and concurred, Taoist Qin speaks wisely. We need not confront them head-on. We should lure the tiger from its den and steal away in the shadows. Moreover, with everyone exerting their utmost, even cultivators at the 10th level of qi refinement could stand a chance in battle. Hence, it was decided that they would head southward. The Fire Sisters agreed. Old Wang nodded in assent, and the other 2 female cultivators eyed the alluring beauty-enhancing white jade loquat pills with great desire. Thus, the group unanimously resolved to proceed southward. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Qingyuan felt an inner delight. Regardless of the circumstances, he must acquire the illusory divine mushroom. It would aid him in cultivating his spiritual consciousness and crafting second-tier talismans. His dreadful phobia of insufficient firepower had reached a critical point. Meanwhile, Qin Ping and Qin Miaoyi secretly rejoiced. They had unexpectedly located the purple fire spirit ape. By refining the essence of the 2 purple fire spirit ape kings, they would undoubtedly expedite their advancement to the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, gaining several years of cultivation and hastening their foundation establishment. Chapter 071, The Phantom and Illusion. After reaching a consensus, the 7 members of the Spicy Charm Mercenary Corps altered their course southward. Along the journey, Lady Spicy employed the Qinling Eagle as a scout, targeting late-stage, first-tier demonic beasts, particularly those possessing fixed territories. Generally speaking, late-stage, first-tier demonic beasts with established territories were comparable in strength to cultivators at the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement. Moreover, such demonic beasts often indicated the presence of first-tier superior spiritual plants, with the bare minimum being first-tier medium spiritual plants. The group continued their journey southward, hunting demonic beasts and gathering spiritual flora. Except for rest periods, they engaged in battle, traveling over 300 miles each day. After several days, they had descended 5,000 miles, arriving at the junction between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. Lady Spicy announced, The valley 10 miles ahead is our destination. The group then meditated to recuperate their spiritual energy before promptly taking action. Li Qingyuan settled into a meditative posture. Clutching a spirit stone, as he channeled the Dechun technique to refine the stone, striving to restore his spiritual energy with utmost haste. After a quarter of an hour, he had successfully refined the spirit stone, and his spiritual energy was nearly replenished. He mused aloud. I wonder if the illusory god mushroom still exists after these 2 long years. At this moment, Mei Nyang approached him. As she sat down, her ample bosom swayed enticingly. A vision of pristine whiteness. Despite being a woman of 40, her beauty had not waned, exuding an alluring charm. Her waist was slender, while her hips were round and ample, reminiscent of a grinding stone. With a delicate laugh, Mei Nyang reassured him, Dear friend Shin, you need not worry. Over the past year, cultivators from various islands in the sea have flocked to the cave left behind by the revered Sanquan. The lair of the Shao people is exceedingly concealed, making it quite difficult for anyone to uncover. Moreover, the Shao possess formidable skills, employing elusive movements and mastering illusionary arts. Even a formidable expert at the 10th level of Qi refinement would find it challenging to subdue them. Whether we succeed in our endeavor is uncertain. Li Qingyuan clasped his fist in salute and said, Regardless of success or failure, my prior commitment remains steadfast. The enchanting maiden gazed at Li Qingyuan, admiring the mature and charismatic countenance of the dignified and composed gentleman. Curiosity overtook her, and she inquired, Might I ask, dear Taoist Jin, do you have a partner or a family? Li Qingyuan nonchalantly remarked, I am but a lowly cultivator, born of ordinary descent, without the backing of a renowned cultivation family. As for the matter of a partner in the path of cultivation, I believe it is all a matter of fate. Oh, the enchanting maiden smiled sweetly, how coincidental. For my sister and I are also solitary practitioners, without any partners. Li Qingyuan merely smiled faintly and ceased further conversation. Soon, everyone gradually regained their spiritual energy. The fiery woman, her expression solemn, addressed the group, Dear friends, upon reaching the valley, we must not act separately, lest we fall victim to the illusions of the Shao people. The others nodded in agreement. With a flurry of movement, 7 individuals activated their magical tools to take flight. Li Qingyuan stood atop a Tier 1 superior magical artifact, the breaking spirit blood wheel, soaring through the air with remarkable speed, akin to that of sword flight. The 10-mile distance, which equates to 5,000 meters, was swiftly traversed as they approached the entrance of the valley. Taking a deep breath, the fiery woman, with her cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement, subtly circulated her energy as her long sword danced around her in a tantalizing curve. Be cautious, dear friends, she warned. Li Qingyuan adjusted his breathing rhythm, focusing on the position of the Qi high point just below his navel, while a mixed origin talisman was already prepared. This was a first-tier exquisite defensive talisman capable of withstanding the full force of an expert at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, he had donned 2 sets of first-tier exquisite inner armor, which would be difficult to breach even by the mightiest of the 10th level. As long as no foundation establishment masters intervened, Li Qingyuan was virtually invincible. A group of 7, their spiritual energy in harmony, moved forward in a formation resembling a character for pen as they slowly entered the valley. The entrance to the valley lay along a narrow path nestled between 2 mountain ranges. Traversing the concealed trail of 100 feet would lead them into the heart of the valley. Li Qingyuan fixed his gaze upon the valley, where mist swirled amidst the mountains and vapor rose gently. Rows of locust trees thrived in the valley, their canopies casting a verdant shade, thus creating a tranquil woodland sanctuary. 7 individuals ambled slowly through the grove of locust trees, their senses extending outward, attuned to the slightest rustle of the wind and grass. The foundational consciousness of Qin Ping and Qin Maui spread silently, reaching a radius of 10, 30, and 50 zhang, ultimately encompassing an impressive span of 100 zhangs, all while capturing every nuance within their range. Li Qingyuan activated the illusory divine eye technique, rendering him immune to illusions beneath the first-tier pinnacle. His vision was enhanced tenfold, allowing him to see clearly even several miles away. In an instant, his ocular magic pierced through the clouds and vapor, enabling him to survey the entire locust tree grove. They have arrived. The Shuren are here. Li Qingyuan felt a twitch in his eyelids. Amidst the swirling mists, a spectre-like figure leaped gracefully from one towering locust tree to another, its eyes a vivid crimson, and wings resembling those of a bat enabled it to glide down from the mountain valley. Halfway up the slope, the creature soared down 1,000 meters, weaving through the thick fog, its elusive movements nearly impossible to track as it swiftly approached the group. 500 zhang, 300 zhang, 200 zhang, 100 zhang. The enigmatic being concealed itself within the mist, darting among the locust trees, its agility unmatched, moving soundlessly, able to stealthily close in on the 7 individuals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Qingyuan beheld the ethereal beings amidst the mist, their demonic powers swirling as they exhaled enchanting fog. The haze seamlessly blended into the vapor of the clouds, formless and colorless, harmoniously merging with the mist, gradually drifting towards the crowd, enveloping them in its embrace. Li Qingyuan held his breath, his peripheral vision assessing the spicy lady and the enchanting women nearby. He mused to himself. It seemed they were oblivious to the fact that the Shao people had already approached and taken action. Finally, Li Qingyuan's gaze froze as he turned to Qin Ping. Coincidentally, Qin Ping glanced over at that moment, and their eyes met. After exchanging a subtle smile, they discreetly averted their gazes. Qin Ping held her breath, contemplating, The illusion mushroom is one of the primary ingredients for concocting the concentration pill. Once all of them fall under the illusion and lose their senses, I shall strike down the Shao people, seize the illusion mushroom, and subsequently rescue them, fabricating some excuse to cover my tracks. Soon, the spicy lady and her companions unknowingly inhaled the mist exhaled by the Shao people, each succumbing to the illusion, their gazes gradually becoming vacant. Old Wang began to disrobe, revealing a foolish grin as he embraced a locust tree, chuckling, "Imo, don't leave just yet, your partner is out today. So why not seize this opportunity for some fun?" Qinping, Li Qingyuan, goodness, it's Old Wang from next door. Meanwhile, two female cultivators, ensnared by an illusion, exhibit fervent gazes as they wield their magical tools, fervently excavating the ground, their manic laughter echoing. Ha ha, spirit stones, so many spirit stones. We're rich, we're rich. The enchanting maiden, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, is naturally unable to resist the mist emitted by the peak first-tier demon beast, the Shaoran. With her thighs rubbing together and her chest heaving, she gasps for breath, embracing a locust tree, and exclaims astonishingly, "Friendship, brothership. Why not yield to me and become my Dao partner, so we may revel in joy together? Moreover, I could invite my sister to join us too." Li Qingyuan's lips curled into a smile as he observed, the fiery woman has also fallen victim. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, her spiritual energy surged forth. And in a fit of manic laughter, she exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have reached the foundational stage." Li Qingyuan thought to himself, what a marvel. So this is the way of sitting forgetfulness. It seems that the illusions conjured by the Xian people evoke the most primal desires and obsessions within humans, even capable of unearthing one's inner demons. Even the fiery lady at the 9th level of Qi refinement unknowingly fell victim to it. No wonder it is said that the Xian are exceedingly rare and unique beasts. Even the most formidable masters at the 10th level of Qi refinement cannot guarantee their victory. Such illusionary techniques are indeed insurmountable. The mist merges seamlessly with the air, colorless, odorless, and almost inescapable if one fails to perceive it beforehand. Ah, but wait. There is still one person. Li Qingyuan unconsciously glanced over at Qinping. Qinping also withdrew her gaze from the spicy lady and turned towards Li Qingyuan. Their eyes met once more, colliding in a moment of silent understanding. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the next instant, Li Qingyuan produced a talisman paper and burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, a second-tier talisman, I have achieved it. Almost simultaneously, Qinping retrieved a pill, her excitement radiating as she exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, a foundation establishment pill, I have successfully refined it." Li Qingyuan and Qinping engaged in a fierce duel, when suddenly, a menacing claw surged through the air with a piercing whistle. In an instant, the claw sliced through the sky, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Li Qingyuan's throat. A strike that would surely result in a fatal rupture. In the next moment, consumed by frenzy, Li Qingyuan activated a talisman in his hand, unleashing an attack upon the demon. Following closely behind, he channeled his spiritual awareness and energy, propelling the magical artifact, the spirit-breaking blood wheel, which transformed into a radiant disc, cleaving through the expanse. The edges of the blood wheel were remarkably sharp, poised to strike the demon. Chapter 072. Two masters unite to slay the demon. With a thunderous boom, a fire talisman ignited, unleashing a roaring inferno that surged forth, startling the demon. It had not anticipated that this human would evade the attack, instead summoning a talisman to retaliate. However, the demon remained unfazed. With a sweep of its claw, it tore through the flames, a pinnacle first-tier beast. Its cultivation comparable to that of a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. A mere first-tier upper-grade talisman was easily dispelled. Yet, at the very moment it rent the flames, its blood-red eyes widened in shock, for a crimson will pierce through the air, slicing towards it. The demon's expression shifted dramatically, its spiritual energy surging forth as it swiped its claw, deflecting the blood-red wheel. With a resounding clang, sparks flew, and the spirit-breaking blood wheel was sent flying several feet back, only to be summoned back into Li Qingyuan's grasp by his spiritual awareness. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Qin Daoist, cease your pretense. Together, we shall vanquish this fiend." Qinping continued to exhibit an ecstatic demeanor, laughing maniacally as she exclaimed, "The foundation establishment pill, I have mastered it. I have mastered it." The fiend, baring its sharp fangs in a furious grimace, emanated a palpable rage. It glanced at its palm, where a scar manifested, blood seeping forth in rivulets. It was evident that Li Qingyuan's ambush had provoked its wrath. Whoosh! The fiend's movements were spectral, merging seamlessly with the mist, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages, while its crimson eyes lurked within the shrouded vapor. The illusory divine eye technique. Li Qingyuan's eyes shimmered with a faint light, penetrating through the essence of the Shao person's movements, discerning their true form. With a swift leap spanning over Tinzhong, the Shao person lunged forward. Moonshadow technique. Li Qingyuan, harnessing the power of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, executed the first-tier spell, Moonshadow technique, with remarkable mastery and boundless utility. Swiftly evading the strike of the Sieran, in a series of agile movements, he positioned himself behind Qinping. Qinping, with her companion Qin Miaoi, remarked, "I shall remember you, Mr. Li." With a swift motion, the Scaran, its claws as sharp as blades capable of clashing with superior first-tier magical artifacts, tore through the air, lunging towards Qin Ping with lethal intent, intending to rend her apart before turning its fury upon Li Qingyuan. In the next instant, Qin Ping let out a commanding cry, "Halt!" A resonant wave of sound surged forth as she unleashed the sound wave strike, amplifying her foundational spiritual awareness. Striking directly at the stare-rend psyche, the creature emitted a shrill, piercing scream reminiscent of a human infant's wail, its body plummeting from midair, racked with agony. Its features contorted. Clasping its head in anguish, it bled from all 7 orifices, rolling helplessly upon the ground. Li Qingyuan leaped forth with a fierce cry, "Abominable beast! Meet your demise." Swiftly, 5 talismans soared into the air, each of first-rate quality of superior grade, harmoniously merging into a formation of the 5 elements. This array ensnared the demon, culminating in a spectacular explosion. Boom! The force of the strike surpassed that of a typical 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, approaching the prowess of the 10th layer. Furthermore, the demon, having let down its guard, failed to muster its spiritual energy for defense in time. As the talisman array detonated, the demon emitted a wretched scream, its flesh and blood in disarray, teetering on the brink of death. In that fleeting moment of the explosion, Li Qingyuan activated his magical artifact, unleashing a razor-sharp blood wheel that swiftly severed the demon's head, delivering a fatal blow. Qin Ping gasped in astonishment. The art of talisman arrays. How is it that you possess knowledge of such techniques? Li Qingyuan summoned his magical artifact, gazing at Qin Ping, and remarked, "As an alchemist, you, my esteemed friend, are well versed in the art of sound striking. Is it not entirely reasonable that, as a talisman master, I possess knowledge of the intricacies of talisman arrays?" Li Qingyuan inquired. "Moreover, I am quite curious. The Xia people are adept in illusions, their spiritual essence formidable. Even a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement would find it challenging to assail their soul. How is it that your sound strike technique was effective, even managing to severely wound its spirit?" Qin Ping replied with a cold smirk, "You think of me as a shield to deflect the Xia people's attack? I have yet to settle the score with you." With a thunderous roar, the spiritual energy within Qin Ping surged forth, infusing her magical artifact with an overwhelming aura of menace. Whoosh! A beam of sword light soared through the air, aimed directly at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. 10 layers of Qi refinement? A first-tier, top-tier magical artifact? In that moment, Li Qingyuan felt an overwhelming urge to curse vehemently. How infuriating! It was utterly intolerable that someone could be even more cunning than himself. A dignified practitioner of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, masquerading as merely a 7th layer. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual energy, and the power from his dantian surged forth in an instant, activating the concealed Henyuan bowl talisman. With a hum, the Henyuan golden bowl unfurled, enveloping Li Qingyuan and shielding him from the strike of a first-grade superior magical artifact unleashed by Qin Ping, who wielded the cultivation of the 10th layer of Qi refining. Qin Ping launched another assault, sending forth the flying sword of her magical artifact for a second strike. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual energy, infusing it into the inner armor, causing 2 sets of first-grade exquisite inner armor to radiate with a luminous defense, enveloping his form and repelling the assault of the first-grade exquisite magical artifact once more. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Ping wielded her sword with her divine sense, moving with astonishing speed as she darted forth, relentlessly striking at the surface of Li Qingyuan's body, causing the inner armor to hum and tremble under the immense strain. The force you exert through the magical artifact is undeniably beyond mere spiritual awareness, to the extent that even the first-grade exquisite inner armor cannot withstand it. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted, and he hurriedly activated the premium turtle shell talisman and the primordial bowl talisman to bolster his defenses, barely managing to hold his ground. Qin Ping's lips twitched. 2 sets of first-grade exquisite inner armor, a first-grade exquisite defensive talisman, and countless first-grade superior defensive talismans. Qin Ping's eyes widened. Just how afraid of death are you? Li Qingyuan produced 5 talisman papers, each of the first rank and of superior quality. The 5 talisman papers interlinked, forming a talismanic array that emanated power comparable to that of a perfected 10th layer of Qi refinement. Qin Ping's expression shifted slightly in surprise. 5 first-rank superior talisman papers, all 5 elements gathered, and each of exquisite quality? Li Qingyuan chuckled. Hee, Daoist Qin, shall we continue? I possess an abundance of such talisman arrays. Each set is capable of delivering a full-force strike from a perfected Qi refinement stage 10. Qin Ping replied with a cold smile. No matter how formidable your talisman arrays may be, can they rival the power of a second-tier talisman? As she spoke, a second-tier talisman materialized in her hand, emanating a powerful aura of spiritual pressure. Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically. A second-tier inferior talisman? A second-tier inferior talisman is comparable to a full-force strike from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Typically, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator possesses an overwhelming advantage over a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, rendering the outcome utterly predictable. Even with 2 layers of first-tier premium inner armor, it would be difficult to withstand a second-tier inferior talisman. Li Qingyuan's expression flickered for a moment, and he chuckled. Friend Qin, allow me to share a few words. As he spoke, countless talismans appeared in Li Qingyuan's hands, including the mixed Yuan bowl talisman, the pure yang sword talisman, and the divine movement talisman, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. So many talismans? Qin Ping felt a jolt in the corner of her eye. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Friend Qin. Second-tier talismans are quite rare in these island waters. Each one is invaluable. I possess 2 sets of first-tier exquisite armor, alongside first-tier talismans, and an abundance of first-tier superior talismans at my disposal. The second-tier talisman in your possession may not guarantee my demise." Despite his words, Li Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. After 3 years of seclusion, 3 years of talisman crafting, and 3 years of accumulation, it was indeed difficult to part with so many talismans when it came to preserving his life. "Friend Qin, we harbor no enmity. Why not transform our conflict into harmony?" Li Qingyuan continued to persuade. Qin Ping appeared contemplative and inquired, "Were these first-tier exquisite talismans crafted by your hand?" Li Qingyuan nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, to be frank, I am not merely a first-tier master talisman maker, but rather a top-tier one. The reason I concealed my identity to join the Lame Mercenary Corps is that I discovered they possess intelligence regarding the illusory divine mushroom." Qin Ping remarked, Taoistly, "I have always had a penchant for recruiting talented individuals. If you were to join the Qin family, we could put today's matter to rest." Taoistly? Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, feigning confusion as he responded, "What does Taoist Qin mean by this? My surname is Jin." "Ah, still pretending." Qin Ping scoffed coldly. Boom. A radiant aura enveloped Qin Ping, her ink-colored dress torn asunder, revealing a resplendent purple gown that accentuated her graceful figure, along with a face as exquisite as jade. Flawless in every way, and eyes sparkling like stars. Buzz. The foundational spirit sense dispersed outward. Qin Miaoyi stated calmly, Taoistly, under the scrutiny of my spirit sense, all your disguises are laid bare. So, do you intend to continue this charade? It is you. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Quanshan Fengshi. The owner of Lingfu Building, Taoist Qin. Chapter 073, Coercion and Temptation, a guest of the Qin family. It is indeed you? Li Qingyuan truly did not anticipate that the proprietor of the Spirit Talisman's Tower in Chu Mountain Square was actually a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, this woman appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years his senior, yet her cultivation was astonishingly at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that she possessed dual spiritual roots? Or perhaps even a singular heavenly spiritual root? Li Qingyuan felt a profound sense of vigilance within. Yet he maintained an impassive demeanor. With a cupped fist salute, he remarked, "Ah, it is indeed you, Taoist Qin. I extend my respects to you." He continued, "It is worth mentioning that most of the talismanic papers I have crafted were sold to your esteemed Lingfu Building. Thus, we may be regarded as old acquaintances and even business partners." Li Qingyuan began to establish connections, smiling as he said, "Today has truly been a misunderstanding. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My surname is Li, and my given name is Qingyuan. May I inquire how to address you, Miss Qin?" Qin Miaoyi replied with a hint of indifference, "I am Qin Miaoyi." "Such a lovely name, Miaoyi," Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile. "After several years of collaboration, I am finally privileged to learn your name, Miss Qin. It is truly a stroke of fortune." Qin Miaoyi responded coolly, "We cannot be considered old acquaintances, nor can we be deemed business partners. I have not forgotten how you previously used me to shield yourself from the grievances of the Shao people." Li Qingyuan chuckled bitterly, acknowledging, "This matter is indeed my fault. I am willing to offer a first-tier premium talisman paper as an apology." Recognizing his inferior strength, he understood the necessity of humility. Earlier, when the Sharan attacked, he had intended to gauge Qin Ping's abilities, only to discover her extraordinary prowess, cultivating to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, possessing divine awareness, and wielding a second-tier inferior talisman. She exhibited greater steadiness, resilience, and talent than himself. This woman undoubtedly harbored a remarkable background. It would be prudent not to make her an enemy. Qin Miaoyi responded, "I have no need for your talisman paper. Allow me to inform you that the Qin family is currently seeking to recruit exceptional talents. Your extraordinary cultivation aptitude and unparalleled talent in the art of talismans are rare gifts. Should you choose to join the Qin family, we would become kin. Once we are family, trivial disputes would mean little." Li Qingyuan's expression momentarily faltered as he spoke. "Fairy Qin, you jest. My talent is rather mediocre. And when compared to yours, I appear even more unremarkable. Furthermore, your esteemed Qin family boasts a second-tier talisman master in residence. What significance does my humble status as a mere first-tier talisman master hold?" Li Qingyuan pondered to himself. The Qin family's ambitions must be considerable. It will inevitably lead to a tempest of bloodshed. To nurture a prodigy like Qin Miaoyi, they must possess a foundation as strong as that of a foundational immortal clan. The struggles among foundational immortal clans are beyond my capacity to engage. Moreover, I am not alone. I have my parents and my kin to consider, necessitating a more prudent approach. Qin Miaoyi, with an evident appreciation for talent, spoke with notable patience, Taoistly. "The 5 major foundational immortal clans oversee the archipelagos of the sea, reaping the bounties of its resources, their legacies spanning millennia. Under their rule, apart from the 3 complete immortal, no 6th foundational family has emerged in the archipelagos for 1,000 years. Numerous geniuses, leaders of first-rate families and powers, have mysteriously perished just before their ascension to the foundational stage." Qin Miaoyi continued, It is precisely for this reason that the existence of the three complete immortal is rendered exceedingly unique. His cave abode and relics stir insatiable greed among all practitioners in the archipelagos. If you inquire even slightly, you will discover that before and after his foundational establishment, he was frequently besieged by a coalition of foundational immortal clans. With a light laugh, Qin Maui remarked, at 19 years of age, "You are at the 7th level of qi refinement. If my assumptions are correct, in such a modest place as the archipelagos, achieving the later stage of qi refinement before the age of 20 implies you possess dual spiritual roots. If I were to proclaim your identity, your strength, and your talent, do you truly believe the 5 foundational immortal clans would spare you and your family?" Li Qingyuan felt a heaviness in his heart. Qin Maui continued, "Moreover, with your extraordinary talent, it is inevitable that you will someday depart from the archipelago of the sea. There are only 2 ways to leave this archipelago. The first is to use the teleportation array, and the second is to traverse the Tianyin Mountains." Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Neither of the 2 methods was viable. Qin Maui chuckled. "The 5 great foundational immortal clans have united to control the teleportation array, permitting only their own members to utilize it. The area within 100 miles has been designated as a forbidden zone. Anyone who approaches within this radius will inevitably face the wrath of the cultivators from the 5 clans. Furthermore, traversing the Tianyin mountain range poses a significant risk of perishing. Even for those who have successfully established their foundation, safe passage is utterly unattainable." Li Qingyuan understood that her words were all truths. Li Qingyuan inquired, "Do you intend for the Qin family to supplant the Lu family of Lu Hedao and emerge as one of the newly established 5 foundational families?" In response, Qin Maui shook her head and declared, "No. Our Qin family shall replace all foundational celestial clans, unifying the 5 major islands of the sea and the 36 islets, thus becoming the sole elixir-forming celestial clan." Hiss. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, inhaling sharply. "The Jidan celestial clan? This is inconceivable." He shook his head and remarked, "Without a third-grade spiritual vein, without the Jidan spiritual objects or third-grade elixirs, it is virtually impossible for a Jidan true immortal to come into existence." Qin Maui, brimming with confidence, replied, "Time will provide you with the answer. So, have you made your decision? Will you join the Qin family and serve them? Or will you perish at the hands of the covert assassins from the 5 foundational celestial clans?" Li Qingyuan inquired, "What must I sacrifice to join the Qin family? And what shall I gain in return?" Qin Maui pondered briefly before responding, "To become a guest elder of the Qin family, you are required to inscribe talismans for 30 years. 30 years? Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Maui continued, "Of course. The Qin family will not neglect your need for spiritual stones. We can even assist you in establishing your foundation. Furthermore, after serving the Qin family for 3 decades, you will be granted a teleportation opportunity, enabling you to depart from the archipelago and venture into broader realms of cultivation." Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Do you, the Qin family, possess foundation-building elixirs to assist me? Such precious items are exceedingly rare. Would you truly part with them?" Qin Maui replied, "Of course. But it comes with conditions. It will depend on the contributions you make to my Qin family." Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment before replying, "Very well. I shall consent to join the Qin family." At this juncture, he could only temporarily acquiesce to placate the young woman. Furthermore, the 5 great foundational immortal clans had long held a monopoly over the archipelagos of the sea for millennia. If the Qin family could incite a conflict among these foundational clans, it would, in fact, be advantageous for me, particularly when, in the future, after establishing my own foundation, the only way for me to depart from the archipelagos would be through a teleportation array. Qin Maui nodded in satisfaction, her delicate hand gesturing as a token soared forth. The obsidian token bore an intricately inscribed crimson character, Qin, shimmering with brilliance. "Is this a first-grade superior magical artifact?" Li Qingyuan, holding the token, examined it briefly, his expression revealing astonishment. "Merely a token, and yet it has been fashioned into a first-grade superior magical artifact?" Qin Maui remarked. "This is a unique token of my Qin family, currently possessed by only a few individuals. Others are all at the 10th level of qi refinement, with you being the sole exception at the 7th level." Li Qingyuan felt a stir in his heart, retracting the token and clasping his fists in a respectful salute. "I, Li Qingyuan, have the honor of meeting the young Mississippi. A first-tier exquisite magical artifact is priceless yet elusive. Many masters at the 10th level of qi refinement may not afford it, and even if they could, obtaining it is another matter entirely. Joining the Qin family seems to be a promising opportunity, if only it did not require 30 years of service." After pondering for a moment, Qin Maui tossed forth a jade slip and remarked, "This contains the method for crafting a second-tier inferior talisman. Study it diligently, as it will aid in enhancing your talisman-making skills. Fellow Taoist Li, I have great faith in your innate talent for talismans. Do not disappoint me." Li Qingyuan took the jade slip, his expression brightening with delight. He clasped his fist in a respectful salute and said, "Rest assured, miss. I shall spare no effort in enhancing my talismanic skills, striving to become a second-tier talisman master at the earliest opportunity. How generous it is to casually present a second-tier talisman slip as a token of goodwill. One must seize the opportunity when it arises." Qin Miaoi continued to dangle the bait, stating, in my Qin family, there exists another second-tier elixir known as the Spirit Convergence Pill. As long as a cultivator reaches the 9th or 10th level of Qi refinement, they may consume the Spirit Convergence Pill to advance their spiritual awareness, significantly boosting the success rate of foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist Li, your ability to obtain the Spirit Convergence Pill will depend on your performance. Li Qingyuan clasped his fist in salute and replied, understood. Qin Miaoi smiled and said, excellent, Qingyuan, from this day forth. You shall be a guest elder of the Qin family. There is no need for you to address me as miss. We may refer to each other as fellow cultivators. Meanwhile, the moans of the alluring ladies, including the enchanting ones, echoed as their consciousness gradually returned. Li Qingyuan remarked, Taoist Qin, they are about to awaken. Qin Miaoi channeled her energy, her consciousness transforming instantaneously into that of a woman in her 40s, her appearance unremarkable, her figure ordinary. She spoke softly, rest assured. I shall handle the ensuing matters. You may go and gather the illusory divine mushrooms. They shall be yours. Chapter 074. The illusory divine mushrooms acquired. Qin Miaoi continued. The illusory divine mushrooms are yours. The refining materials from the Shao person shall belong to me. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Li Qingyuan nodded and replied, of course. My purpose for this journey is the illusionary divine mushroom. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan executed the moon shadow technique, racing through the locust growth. The illusionary divine eye technique activated, allowing his eyes to pierce through all mist and vapor, swiftly leading him to a crevice in a cliff. Within the crevice, a mushroom stood approximately 2 feet tall. Its cap round and exceeding a foot in diameter, entirely dark as ink, exuding wisps of ethereal mist. At last, the final spiritual herb, the illusionary divine mushroom, was complete. Li Qingyuan stepped forward to pluck the mushroom. Unintentionally, he inhaled the ethereal mist emanating from its surface and instantly felt his senses reel, faintly perceiving tiny figures dancing before him. Hiss. Li Qingyuan inhaled sharply, hastily invoking the illusionary divine eye technique to swiftly dispel the effects of the potion. The potency of the drug was astonishing. Merely inhaling a single breath had induced hallucinations, were one to ingest it directly. Even a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement would surely be rendered incapacitated. After Li Qingyuan harvested the illusory divine mushroom, he contentedly placed it into a jade box, affixed a sealing talisman, and carefully stored it in his spatial pouch. Upon completing his gathering, Li Qingyuan summoned his blood will of spirit severance to soar through the skies, swiftly returning to his destination. As he arrived, he was greeted by a remarkable scene. Qin Miaoi and Qin Ping showcased their profound cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement and graciously presented a vial of white jade loquat pills to each of the 5 women, evoking both reverence and gratitude from the fiery lady and the enchanting lady. Qin Miaoi cleared her throat, exuding an air of superiority, and proclaimed, friend of the fire path, let us proceed to the lair of the purple fire spirit monkeys. The fiery lady sisters nodded respectfully, replying, yes, please lead the way, Taoist Qin. A master at the 10th level of Qi refinement, she possessed the qualifications to challenge the foundation establishment stage, and they dared not show any negligence in her presence. Qin Miaoi nodded in affirmation, very well, guide us. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of 7 ascended into the air on their flying instruments. After 2 hours, they halted beneath a mountain cliff. The fiery lady pointed towards the cliff and said, Taoist Qin, behold, this is the dwelling place of the purple fire spirit monkeys. A long howl echoed through the mountains, reverberating for miles around, as colossal monkeys leaped across the terrain. Each held spiritual fruits and extraordinary flowers in one hand while scaling the sheer cliffs with the other, swinging back and forth, occasionally. Spiritual fruits and wondrous flowers would plummet from their grasp, cascading from the heights above. Li Qingyuan activated the illusory divine eye technique, clearly perceiving that there were no fewer than 100 purple fire spirit monkeys on the cliff. Among them, the majority were at the initial and mid stages of the first rank, with a dozen or so having reached the late stage of the first rank beast level. At the top of the cliff, there was a stone cave. Outside the cave stood 2 giant apes, their entire bodies covered in purple fur, their long purple hair swaying in the wind like flames of amethyst. The monkeys had dark faces with crimson eyes, busily wielding stone tools to crush peculiar flowers and exotic fruits, seemingly brewing some kind of liquor. These 2 giant apes stood over 3 zhang tall, measuring no less than 10 meters, their seated forms resembling 2 imposing stone hills, appearing quite formidable. The fiery woman's expression shifted slightly as she spoke, friend Qin. Those 2 purple fire spirit ape kings have both reached the peak of the first rank beast level. The purple fire spirit monkeys are inherently social creatures, and their movements can easily be detected by human cultivators. However, among our Ice Fire Island cultivators, 3 Qi refining 10th layer practitioners once attempted to infiltrate this place in a bid to seize the purple flame nectar, only to be defeated by these 2 purple fire spirit ape kings leading their troop. She continued, I suspect that these 2 purple fire spirit ape kings are far from ordinary first rank peak beasts. Qin Miaoi, instead of feeling anxious, was filled with delight. That is precisely what we desire. The stronger, the better. You 5 need only to act according to the plan and hold off the remaining late and mid-stage first rank beasts. Old Wang gazed incredulously at the multitude of giant apes, exclaiming, ah, Are we five to hold off dozens, even hundreds of purple fire spirit monkeys? His legs grew weak as he said, Friend Qin, we cannot accomplish this. Qin Miaoi turned to Li Qingyuan and inquired, Friend Jin, where are your talismans? With your talismans to aid us, they will be able to hold off the troop of monkeys. Li Qingyuan, with a reluctant expression, inquired, how many? Qin Miaoi revealed a figure, 100 sheets per person? What? Li Qingyuan exclaimed. The group of fiery women were equally astonished. 100 sheets per person? Did fellow Daoist Qin not mean 10 sheets each? Qin Miaoi gazed silently at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan felt speechless within. Very well. Let this be regarded as an acquisition of a top-tier first-grade magical artifact and a method for inscribing second-grade inferior talismans. In the archipelagos of the sea, the technique for crafting second-grade talismans is indeed a rare find, akin to a stroke of fortune. It is unlikely that he shall encounter another esteemed figure like Zhao Tuesday. Li Qingyuan's face contorted with pain as he waved his hand, unleashing 500 talismans, all of the first-tier superior grade. Naturally, they were all of inferior quality. Only those of genuine quality could withstand the assaults of cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of qi refining. The exquisite talismans remained in his possession. Qin Miaoi could hardly contain herself, her lips twitching as she mused. What a cunning little rascal. So many talismans? To produce 500 at once. As though he had no regard for spirit stones was indeed extravagant. The 5 ladies were left awestruck. Mainyang's heart fluttered. And she remarked sweetly, I never imagined that Daoist Jin would possess such wealth. Hundreds of first-tier superior talismans could fetch thousands of spirit stones in the market. Daoist Jin is certainly no ordinary talisman master. Li Qingyuan stepped a little further away from the enchanting lady, moving to stand behind Qin Miaoi. The woman's gaze was so intense it seemed capable of devouring her whole. Most notably, during the earlier encounter with the illusion of the Xian people. The enchanting lady had been shedding her garments while calling out his name. Fortunately, he was now Jin Yud, not Li Qingyuan. Ahem. Qin Miaoi remarked, Friend Jin, I would like you to shield me from the purple fire spirit monkey king shortly. Li Qingyuan pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Qin Miaoi replied. I am aware that you can accomplish it. Li Qingyuan's lips twitched. This woman truly knew how to manipulate him. However, he still wished to voice his thoughts. Qin Miaoi remarked, you only need to hold one of the monkey kings at bay, allowing me the time to slay the other. Once the task is accomplished, all the purple flame essence will belong to you. With a smile that was both inviting and enigmatic, she inquired, what do you say? Li Qingyuan pondered. The purple flame essence is a first-tier exquisite spirit liquor, brewed from various fiery exotic flowers and fruits by the purple fire spirit monkey king, his grandfather. The clan leader, along with the second elder and his father, all practiced the yang fire technique. This elixir would serve as a miraculous treasure for them, rapidly enhancing their cultivation. Li Qingyuan contemplated within himself, with this object in hand, in a decade's time. Both my father and the clan elder could reach the 8th level of qi refinement. Currently, the second elder, who is at the 6th level of qi refinement, could ascend to the 7th level in 10 years. Li Guanao and Li Guangzong, now both in their 80s, have largely exhausted their potential, and their levels of cultivation may be destined to remain stagnant. Their father, now 60, despite appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, is also nearing the limits of his cultivation potential. Without the assistance of rare materials, it is unlikely he will reach the 7th level of qi refinement in the future, even if he were to consume a spirit-nourishing pill and, by chance, attain the 7th level. Advancing to the 8th or 9th levels of qi refinement would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Li Qingyuan possesses the Xianpin space, which allows him to duplicate the purple flame nectar, thereby yielding double the rewards. Li Qingyuan gazed at the 5 women of the spicy ladies and inquired, if I were to indulge solely in the purple flame nectar, what would become of them? Qin Miaoi responded, the talisman papers you provided them are sufficient to cover the price difference. Li Qingyuan, damn, waiting for me here. How cunning is this woman, Qin Miaoi? Qin Miaoi waved her hand and said, I implore all fellow cultivators to assist me in slaying the purple fire spirit ape king. Chapter 075, Fierce Battle with the Purple Fire Spirit Ape King. In the heights of 1,000 zhang, atop a sheer cliff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 figures propelled by magical artifacts soared into the air, each wielding their hands to channel spiritual energy, sending talismans hurtling through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans shot forth, creating explosions amidst the cliffs, sending rocks flying and vines snapping. The purple fire spirit apes, caught off guard, plummeted heavily down the 1,000 zhang cliff. The 7 assailants unleashed dozens of high-grade first-tier talismans in a single strike, causing numerous mid- to late-stage giant apes to tumble into the valley, either dead or severely wounded. Roar, roar. The 2 drunken ape kings were abruptly roused, glaring at the 7 attackers from above. They let out a furious roar, their sonic waves transmitting commands to all the giant apes throughout the valley. In an instant, from the mountain peak to the valley below, countless giant apes howled at the sky, pounding their chests in anger, their purplish-red fur ablaze, their formidable bodies radiating spiritual energy. Roar, roar, from all directions. Over 100 giant apes abandoned the strange fruits they had been holding, leaping forth to attack. They swiftly scaled the cliffs, swinging on vines, their spiritual energy surging towards the summit. Qin Miaoi and Qin Ping instructed, fellow fire cultivators, hold them off. The two ape kings are ours to handle. Along with Daoist Chen, the fiery woman, a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, stood atop a grand tree, wielding her sword to strike from afar. The sword light was like a fleeting shadow, dashing through and slaying 3 giant apes before returning to her side. She declared confidently, "Rest assured, Daoist Chen. With Daoist Jin's talismans aiding us, we can hold them for at least a quarter of an hour." The enchanting woman, Old Wang, and 2 other female cultivators, 1 at the 8th level and 3 at the 7th level of Qi refinement, each unleashed their magical artifacts, occasionally tossing out talismans. The battle erupted as giant apes were blasted and pushed back amidst the mountainside. Roar. The ape king thumped its chest in anger, issuing a command that summoned over 10 nearby monkeys, each at late stage 1st tier. Each one was comparable to 7th or 8th level Qi refinement cultivators. Qin Ping, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, exerted her full strength as she unleashed her top-grade 1st tier flying sword, combining it with her spiritual sense to strike down foes. The sword energy flashed like lightning, utterly destructive. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light swept through, instantly slaying 5 or 6 late-stage giant apes, shattering their hearts in a single, lethal blow. Li Qingyuan pinched the talisman paper between his fingers, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to shoot through the air and strike its target. The 1st-tier high-grade talismans were of exquisite quality, each comparable to the full force of a 9th-layer Qi refining practitioner. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen talismans descended, their power astonishing. As the remaining late-stage 1st-tier giant apes were annihilated, their demise gruesome. Roar, roar. The 2 purple fire spirit ape kings seethed with fury, their crimson eyes seemingly spewing flames. Standing upright, their 3-meter-tall forms towered over 10 meters, with arms extending beyond 3 meters. Their fur swayed like purple fire, and their massive bodies resembled mountains. Boom, boom. Spiritual energy surged forth in torrents as the ape king swung its colossal fists, crushing the air with the force of a millstone, producing a sonic boom. The fist's radiance pierced the void, carrying with it the weight of 10,000 pounds, charging forward with lethal intent. Li Qingyuan, not being a practitioner of physical cultivation, naturally refrained from confronting the adversary head-on. In an instant, he executed the Shadow Moon technique, augmenting his speed phenomenally with a 1st-tier superior divine movement talisman, deftly avoiding the strike of the ape king. With a swift motion, the spirit-breaking blood will spun forth, slicing through the air and targeting the giant ape's eyes. The colossal creature instinctively shut its eyes and raised its arm to defend. The clang resounded as the blood will struck the giant ape's arm, merely grazing its fur before being repelled by the ape's spiritual force, sending Li Qingyuan tumbling back several yards. The ape king roared in fury, thumping its chest as the sound waves wreaked havoc around it. With a tremendous leap, it descended with the weight of a mountain, intent on crushing Li Qingyuan beneath its might. Li Qingyuan leaped with great agility, narrowly evading the colossal figure as it crashed to the ground, causing the mountainside to tremble and rocks to shatter, a fierce wind howling in its wake. Immediately following, the giant ape struck out with its massive hands, swatting as if attempting to crush a fly. In an instant, its enormous palms converged, intent on obliterating the retreating Li Qingyuan. The sheer speed of this behemoth was astonishing. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted to one of alarm as he promptly activated a premium tortoiseshell talisman, capable of withstanding an assault from a 9th-tier Qi refinement practitioner. However, in the face of a peak 1st-tier demon beast, the mighty ape king, endowed with terrifying physical strength, the talisman offered no absolute guarantee. Nevertheless, it sufficed for Li Qingyuan. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's palms collided with the protective talisman, momentarily stalling its tremendous force, before the protective barrier shattered with a sharp crack. Li Qingyuan extended his hands, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy as the iron arm technique activated, rendering his arms as unyielding as iron and astonishingly powerful. He successfully blocked the giant ape's converging hands, gaining a fleeting moment. Seizing this precious instant, he deftly executed the moonshadow technique, propelling himself through the air with remarkable agility, covering a distance of several dozen yards in one graceful leap, retreating to a place of safety. Li Qingyuan waved his hands, unleashing a flurry of talismans into the sky. The Flame Ice Talisman, the Golden Spear Talisman, the Blazing Fire Talisman, and the Spirit Binding Talisman activated in succession, each imbued with formidable power. The Golden Spear pierced sharply, the Blazing Fire scorched fiercely, the Flame Ice chilled to the bone, and the Spirit Binding ensnared its target. After creating a distance of several dozen feet, he adeptly maneuvered his long-range attacks, setting the hair of the ape king ablaze, freezing its fur, and causing its body to bleed, inciting a furious roar as it pursued him relentlessly. Li Qingyuan stood upon the shattered spirit blood wheel, soaring through the air as he released talismans one by one. With a casual flick of his fingers, he arrogantly beckoned, "Come here." Roaring in fury, the ape king's chest heaved, expanding and contracting in a rhythmic fury. Waves of spiritual pressure coalesced, culminating in a thunderous roar that erupted forth, sending a beam of spiritual light soaring 100 meters into the sky, streaking across the heavens. This luminescence resembled a violet thunderbolt, descending with deadly swiftness. Li Qingyuan's expression abruptly changed as he held the Pure Yang Sword talisman in his hand. He cast the talisman, unleashing a surge of Pure Yang Sword energy that descended with formidable might, colliding with the ape king's ethereal light. A thunderous roar erupted, at the precipice of the mountain. The clash of pure yang sword energy and violet luminescence produced a deafening explosion, stirring the clouds and winds. The pure yang sword energy shattered. Yet the violet luminescence retained a fraction of its potency, bearing down upon Li Qingyuan with relentless force. This single strike revealed that the Ape King was no ordinary pinnacle first-tier beast. Its combat prowess was comparable to that of a perfected 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. With a resounding thud, the violet luminescence struck Li Qingyuan's exterior, only to be deflected by a protective barrier, rebounding harmlessly. Thanks to the timely efficacy of the 2 sets of first-tier exceptional inner armor he wore. Realizing his initial assault had failed, the Ape King let out a furious roar and began to gather strength once more. Li Qingyuan called out loudly, "Qin, my friend. Come swiftly to aid me in slaying the Ape King. The first-grade superior talisman paper is exceedingly challenging to inscribe, and I have but a scant supply remaining." At that moment, the 5 individuals, including the Fiery Maiden and the Enchanting Maiden, comprehended that their team harbored 2 hidden talents. Qin Ping, at the 10th level of Qi refinement, was a first-grade superior alchemist. Zhen Yued, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was a first-grade exquisite talisman master, rather than a mere superior one. The Enchanting Maiden exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this fellow, who was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, contend so fiercely with the peak first-grade Ape King?" Standing upon the flying artifact, the Wind Spirit Boat, Qin Ping engaged in aerial combat with the Ape King. Leveraging the advantage of terrain, utilizing a first-grade exquisite flying sword in conjunction with her talisman paper, she inflicted grievous wounds upon the Ape King. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's urging, she replied coolly, "I shall come at once." In the blink of an eye, Qin Ping unleashed her prowess, releasing 5 sheets of first-grade exquisite talisman paper, each detonating and severely injuring the Ape King. Subsequently, with her consciousness guiding the sword, the flying sword struck the Ape King's brow, piercing cleanly through its skull. With a resounding pop, the Ape King's brow exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Ping then extended her hand and drew forth a fist-sized essence crystal from the Ape King's head, which shimmered a fiery purple-red, containing a miniature purple fire spirit monkey sealed within. First-grade demon beasts and second-grade demon beasts absorb the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, transforming it into demonic power for cultivation. The demonic power of the beast coalesces within the essence crystal, akin to a human's dantian. Upon reaching the 3rd grade, when a great demon beast forms its core, the essence crystal gathers in its abdomen, culminating in the formation of a demon beast golden core. Both the essence crystal and the golden core are repositories of demonic power, representing the pinnacle of a demon beast's cultivation. With a furious roar, the Ape King, witnessing its mate's demise, completely lost control. It unleashed a deafening howl that reverberated through the skies, its bloodline power igniting, emanating an aura surpassing that of a peak first-grade demon beast, nearing that of a second-grade great demon. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, hastily retreating. A second-grade great demon? Is this Ape King attempting to break through to Foundation establishment? Chapter 76, Slaying the Ape King and Obtaining Spiritual Wine. It is attempting to break through to Foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan activated the magical artifact, the Breaking Spirit Blood Wheel, channeling spiritual energy into it and guiding its direction with his consciousness, swiftly retreating 100 zhang, distancing himself from the impending threat. Qin Ping remarked, "What a cunning little rascal." The expressions of the fiery woman, the enchanting lady, and the old man Wang shifted dramatically. Is the Ape King about to advance? The aura of a second-tier demon. The 5 of them felt their hearts sink, their fighting spirit extinguished. A second-tier demon is equivalent to a human in the Foundation establishment stage. A casual strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator can obliterate anyone below that level. Even a perfected 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner would find it rare to withstand a full-force strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator, even if one miraculously survives such an attack. They would be left severely wounded and bloodied. "Qin Daoist, we should flee," Wang Laohan trembled. Qin Ping sternly replied, "No one is allowed to leave. Rest assured, I can handle this Ape King." Li Qingyuan urged, "Hurry and take action. If you delay any longer and allow it to successfully advance, we shall all meet our demise." Meanwhile, Qin Miaoyi and Qin Ping continued to observe, pondering, should I acquire the essence of a second-tier purple fire spirit Ape King? It would not only expedite my attainment of the perfected 10th level of Qi refinement, but would also greatly benefit my Foundation establishment. My purple fire spirit body allows me to absorb the pure purple fire spiritual energy from the essence of the purple fire Ape King without any adverse effects, transforming it for my own use. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and slowly retreated, pondering the intentions of the woman before him. What could she possibly be waiting for? Could it be that she intends to facilitate the ascension of the Ape King? This madwoman! The Ape King roared ferociously, summoning the remaining 30 to 50 purple fire spirit apes from the surrounding cliffs, who charged forth with reckless abandon, rallying behind their living leader to avenge their fallen kin. Dozens of colossal apes, undeterred by the prospect of death, unleashed torrents of violet spiritual light in their assault, leaving the 5 women, Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi, frantically defending themselves. Had it not been for their ample supply of high-grade talismans capable of repelling foes, they would have suffered grievous casualties by now. With a powerful howl, The Ape King inhaled deeply, drawing forth a premium-grade spiritual liquor, the purple flame nectar, from a crevice 10 zhang away, swallowing it whole. Li Qingyuan felt a surge of anxiety. Mine, that is my spirit liquor. Qin, if you do not act soon, this Ape King will undoubtedly ascend to the second tier. At that point, even if you possess a first-tier exquisite magical artifact and second-tier inferior talismans, you will be no match for it. Furthermore, you have slain its mate. It will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Buzzing. The Ape King voraciously consumed the spirit liquor, simultaneously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth into its body. Its towering figure, exceeding 3 zhang in height, slowly ascended into the air, with bones cracking as its physique expanded. 3 zhang, 3.5 zhang, 4 zhang, 4.5 zhang. Madame Mei felt a prickling terror at the nape of her neck and exclaimed, Qin, once the Ape King's physique reaches 5 zhang, it will become a second-tier great demon. Lady La, her fiery form trembling, swiftly commanded, retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them frantically hurled talismans, unleashing a barrage to thwart the colossal ape's relentless assault from all directions, while simultaneously soaring away on their swords, withdrawing from the battlefield. Li Qingyuan's expression changed dramatically as he remarked, the Monkey King is about to ascend to the second tier. Those who have established their foundation can wield formidable magical powers, manipulating spiritual energy to traverse the skies and engage in aerial combat. Similarly, second-tier great demons possess such capabilities. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan retreated with remarkable swiftness, more decisive and rapid than even the group led by the fiery woman. He soon found himself 1,000 feet away, contemplating. The purple flame essence can be sought anew. But life is singular. Once it is lost, all else fades into nothingness. At that very moment, the Ape King advanced to a staggering height of 4 zhang and 8 feet, mere moments away from transcending to the second tier of demonhood. It voraciously consumed the purple flame essence and greedily devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its bloodline power surging as it endeavored to break through. In this instant, Qin Miaoyi and Qin Ping's eyes sparkled with determination. Holding a talisman in hand, she murmured, we cannot allow this beast to ascend to the second tier, otherwise I too may be in peril, for certain hidden cards within my family cannot be activated until the foundation stage. The In-Corp's talisman hummed. The second-tier talisman activated and shot forth. The talisman spirit transformed into a corpse, exuding an aura of extreme cold and darkness that shattered the Ape King's spiritual energy shield in an instant. A claw struck out, its sharp talons piercing into the Ape King's body as it underwent its advancement. The corpse unleashed a venom of chilling darkness, infiltrating the Ape King's beings, corroding its vitality and flesh, disrupting the flow of spiritual power and halting its breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, the Ape King let out a cry of indignation, forcibly releasing its internal spiritual energy to conjure its strongest attack in this lifetime, nearly rivaling that of a foundation-building cultivator. Its desperate strike was both formidable and swift, akin to a violet lightning bolt slicing through the sky, aimed at Qin Ping. Qin Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting her silver teeth, she tore open another second-tier talisman. The talisman erupted with foundational power, colliding with the violet lightning, the two forces annihilating one another in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across 1,000 feet. This clash resembled a duel between two foundation-building masters, a spectacle of terrifying magnitude. Qin Ping formed a seal to command her sword, which swiftly pierced through the Ape King's brow, traversing its skull, and she proceeded to extract the second essence of the Ape King. This essence was even more potent and substantial, surrounded by pure purple fire spiritual energy, resembling a remarkable violet crystal. The fiery woman and her companions stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, gazing at Qin Ping in astonishment. Second-tier talisman. When did our archipelago give rise to second-tier talismancers? What is the true background of this Taoist friend Qin? While they were still in a daze, Li Qingyuan had already soared to the cliff's summit, unleashing a flurry of talismans that struck down the colossal apes that were scaling the cliffs. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated, sending the giant apes tumbling down one after another. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, ha ha. I knew that Taoist Qin possesses both audacity and meticulousness, approaching tasks with great prudence. Indeed, even as this beast is on the verge of ascending to a second-tier demon, it has still met its demise at Taoist Qin's hands. Please take a moment to rest. Taoist Qin, we shall handle these giant apes from here. Li Qingyuan called out, Fire Taoist, Wang Taoist, why are you still standing there in a daze? Slay these giant apes and acquire materials from the demon beasts. The 5 of them suddenly came to their senses. Oh, right? Yes, Taoist Qin. We shall lend you our assistance. Qin Ping cast a calm glance at Li Qingyuan, thinking to herself, what a fickle individual. In the next moment, Qin Ping harnessed her cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refining, unleashing a first-tier exquisite flying sword that soared forth, leaving a trail of crimson blood as it felled a giant ape. After a quarter of an hour, all the giant apes in the valley were vanquished. The next phase involved the collection of spoils. Among the extraordinary flowers and rare fruits, there were dozens to hundreds of first-tier inferior and middle-grade spiritual plants, along with several varieties of first-tier superior spiritual plants, yet there were no first-tier exquisite spiritual plants to be found. Li Qingyuan arrived at the cavernous recess, gazing at the dwindling pool of violet flame nectar with a pained expression, exclaiming, "Is it truly only this little left?" As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly gestured, summoning his spiritual energy to sweep the divine liquor towards him, meticulously collecting it into his wine bottles. To his dismay, a 1-liter bottle could only contain 5 bottles in total, amounting to a mere 5 liters. Li Qingyuan's heart ached during the ascension of this ape king. It had consumed no less than 20 liters. 20 liters, all of it belongs to me. Qin Ping remarked, "Be content, for 5 liters of purple flame nectar, when sold in the market, can fetch no less than 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones. Moreover, this purple flame nectar was brewed by 2 ape kings together, which enhances its quality even further." Li Qingyuan carefully stored the spiritual wine and curiously inquired, "Daoist Qin, I am perplexed by one matter. Among the myriad of extraordinary flowers and fruits used for brewing, there is not a single first-tier supreme spiritual plant present. How then can this purple flame nectar be classified as a first-tier supreme spiritual wine?" Chapter 077, A Bountiful Return. Conventionally, a first-tier supreme elixir necessitates a first-tier supreme spiritual plant as its primary ingredient, meticulously refined by a first-tier supreme alchemist. Similarly, first-tier supreme spiritual wine must also be brewed using a first-tier supreme spiritual plant as its primary component. Qingping Qinmiaoyi, indeed well-versed in her knowledge, elucidated, the purple flame nectar, brewed by the purple fire spirit ape, is primarily crafted from its essence blood. It is precisely for this reason that the purple fire spirit ape king can directly consume the purple flame nectar, finding it remarkably easy to refine, and can even partake in it during the ascension to the second tier. For a purple fire spirit ape king, several dozen liters of purple flame nectar yield effects comparable to the foundational elixir sought after by human cultivators. Li Qingyuan suddenly realized, so that is the case. Fellow Daoist Qin, your extensive knowledge is truly admirable. Qin Ping cast a faint glance at Li Qingyuan before turning her attention to the 5 individuals accompanying the spicy lady. She stated, "Esteemed friends, the second-tier talisman paper is my secret. I would prefer the secret not to spread across the archipelago." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 individuals shifted dramatically, their faces revealing vigilance. Their bodies tensed as they subtly channeled their spiritual energy, hands instinctively moving towards their storage pouches, ready to summon their magical artifacts for battle. Qin Ping offered a serene smile and reassured, "There is no need for alarm. Apart from the materials derived from the 2 purple fire spirit ape kings, all other materials from the ape horde are yours to claim. The only condition is that you serve me from this day forth." A glimmer of menace flickered in Qin Ping's phoenix-like eyes as she inquired, "What say you, esteemed friends?" Old Wang furrowed his brow, taking a slight step back and shaking his head. "Apologies, fellow Daoist Qin, but I am accustomed to the freedom of a solitary cultivator, and I dislike being constrained." With that, he brandished a talisman paper and leaped into the air, taking flight on his sword and departing. Qin Ping's expression remained tranquil, unperturbed by his refusal. In the next moment, a shadow erupted from the mountainside, transforming into a swift specter that lunged towards Old Wang. His expression changed as he hastily threw the talisman paper. Bang, bang, bang. The talisman detonated, yet it failed to hinder the advancing shadow. As the shadow closed in on Old Wang, a tremendous surge of demonic energy erupted, accompanied by a piercing shriek. A massive maw opened wide, consuming half of Old Wang in an instant. Before he could even utter a scream, he was devoured whole, the remaining half vanishing into the creature's gaping maw as it drew in spiritual energy. Roar! A colossal bloodthirsty centipede emerged, measuring over 5 meters in length, adorned with countless legs and swaying antennae. Its blood-red fangs dripped with venom, and a fierce, menacing aura permeated the surroundings. The spicy lady and her companions turned pale. Is this a bloodthirsty centipede? Once it matures, it can become a second-tier great demon? This creature has already reached the pinnacle of the first tier, comparable to a 9th-level chi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan's lips twitched as he remarked, which good Samaritan would craft armor and magical artifacts for a spirit beast? This blood-devouring centipede was clad in armor from head to tail, revealing only its eyes and mouth. What left Li Qingyuan utterly speechless was the fact that the armor on the centipede was of the highest grade, first-tier quality. Coupled with its demonic power comparable to that of a 9th-level chi refinement, it was no wonder it could disregard numerous first-tier superior talismans and directly devoured Old Wang. After consuming Old Wang, the blood-devouring centipede burrowed back into the earth, only to emerge again beneath Qin Ping's feet a mere moments later. Qin Ping gently traced the tricolored patterns on the centipede's forehead and turned to the ladies, softly inquiring, "Do any of you have answers now?" The fiery lady sighed. "Do we have any choices left?" The fiery lady and the enchanting lady, along with 2 others, clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and declared, "From this day forth, we shall abide by your commands." Li Qingyuan coughed softly and inquired, "Friend Qin, might I trouble you for a vial of the white jade loquat pills?" With a casual toss, Qin Ping replied, "The pills are yours as a gift. Remember our agreement." Li Qingyuan received the elixir, clasped his fist in a gesture of respect, and said, "Thank you very much. I shall take my leave now." Li Qingyuan gazed at Qin Ping, gradually retreating before finally soaring into the air after several paces, commanding the broken spirit blood will to race forth, vanishing into the horizon. The enchanting lady inquired, "Aren't you concerned that he might reveal your possession of the second-tier talisman paper?" Qin Ping replied with a serene smile, "He fears for his life. He would not dare." Whoosh! Li Qingyuan soared through the skies, hastily departing, and could not help but exclaim, "This Qin Miaoyi possesses remarkable skill. With her formidable strength, exceptional talent, and mastery in controlling others, she is destined for greatness, provided she survives. I shall make every effort to keep my distance from her." Li Qingyuan was truly reluctant to engage with Qin Miaoyi, feeling a profound sense of insecurity. In fact, it was not only Qin Miaoyi. He harbored an aversion to interacting with any foundation-building cultivator whose strength surpassed his own. Dealing with the powerful always instilled a sense of walking on thin ice, with life and death resting entirely in their hands. However, a smile graced the corners of Li Qingyuan's lips. This outing had proven immensely fruitful. Such an abundance of spirit stones and spiritual plants would suffice for several years of secluded cultivation, enhancing his cultivation and refining his consciousness. As for exposing Qin Miaoyi, he had no intention of doing so. Firstly, should his own talents be revealed, the 5 great foundation-building celestial clans would undoubtedly be intolerant of him. Secondly, to expose Qin Miaoyi would equate to incurring the wrath of the Qin family, likely resulting in being pursued by their foundation-building cultivators, leading to a similarly dire fate. Lastly, he was not only considering the present but also planning for the future. For the sake of securing a spot in the teleportation array, Li Qingyuan had no choice but to feign amiability towards Qin Miaoyi. Half a month later, Li Qingyuan traveled thousands of miles, returning to Luwa Island and arriving at the Li family residence in Yunxia town. In the secluded courtyard, he returned to his tranquil sanctuary and began to tally his gains. During this expedition, he had eliminated several robbers and hunted numerous magical beasts, including the materials from a peak first-tier magical beast, the Bailin giant python, its skin, venomous fangs, skull, and gallbladder among them. After selling various resources, he obtained 8,500 spirit stones, which had been duplicated. He exchanged 1,100 spirit stones for blood jade mushrooms and another 100 spirit stones for information regarding illusionary god mushrooms. Meanwhile, he acquired a first-tier premium spiritual plant, the Qingmu chrysanthemum, duplicating it into 2 blooms. Ultimately, he obtained 1 illusionary god mushroom and 5 liters of purple flame nectar. Li Qingyuan placed the illusory divine mushroom and the purple flame essence into the shim in space, resulting in a duplication that yielded 2 illusory divine mushrooms and 10 liters of purple flame essence. The white jade loquat pill, classified as a first-tier superior elixir, also experienced a doubling of resources. As for the blood jade herb, it was acquired by exchanging the resources obtained from duplication for spirit stones. Thus, it could not undergo further duplication. I was left with merely a few dozen spirit stones. Li Qingyuan assessed his wealth and remarked, however, "I currently possess over 7,300 spirit stones. Furthermore, during this outing, I consumed several hundred first-tier superior talismans and urgently needed replenishment. The Pure Yang Sword Talisman and the Hunyuan Bowl Talisman had also seen nearly 1/3 of their quantity expended, necessitating further restocking. Only with ample resources would I feel secure when venturing out." Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, "First, I shall attend to some trivial matters, and then retreat to strive for the 8th layer of qi refinement. I hope that the first-tier exquisite spiritual herb, the Qingmu chrysanthemum, will prove beneficial to me." As Li Qingyuan stepped out of the courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, coincidentally returned as well. "You honor." Li Dingzhou soared through the air on his sword, laughing joyfully as he exclaimed, "The Grand Elder mentioned that you have advanced to the later stage of qi refinement." Li Qingyuan, akin to a child eager to share his achievements with his parents, grinned and replied, "Hee, indeed." Li Qingyuan pulled Li Dingzhou into the room and said, "Father, come here. I have something wonderful to show you." Li Dingzhou murmured, "What an intriguing treasure, shrouded in mystery." In Chapter 078, Family and Kinship, a sound of astonishment erupted from within the room as he exclaimed, "A first-tier exquisite spirit wine, the purple flame nectar? This is a spirit wine brewed by the pinnacle first-tier demon beast, the purple fire spirit ape king, possessing an exceptionally pure essence of fire attribute spiritual power. It is an immensely precious treasure for cultivators in the qi refinement stage who practice fire attribute techniques." Li Dingzhou gazed at the violet flame elixir in astonishment and exclaimed. Once, a single bottle appeared in the Tushan market, fetching an astonishing price of 300 spirit stones. "You honor, how is it that you possess a full 10 bottles? Li Dingzhou gazed at the 10 bottles of purple flame nectar, observing the pure fire attribute spiritual energy emanating from the divine liquor. As he inhaled the rich aroma of the wine, his mouth watered with anticipation, while his expression reflected profound astonishment. "Yuana, these 10 bottles of purple flame nectar could fetch no less than 3,000 spirit stones in the market." Li Dingzhou inquired, "How did you acquire it?" Li Qingyuan found an excuse and said, "Father, after I advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement, I planned to venture alone into the Tianin Mountains for training. During my journey, I was targeted by a cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refinement." Li Dingzhou's expression changed in alarm. "A qi refinement stage 10 tribulation. Yuana, are you unhurt? Quickly, let your father have a look." Li Qingyuan waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Father, rest assured, I am a first-tier master talisman maker. Taking advantage of their momentary complacency, I launched a surprise attack with 20 pure Yang Sword talismans, catching them completely off guard. 20 pure Yang Sword talismans. Li Qingyuan's lips twitched as he replied, "You reckless child, that is tantamount to the combined strength of 20 Qi refining stage 10 cultivators striking at once. However, your actions were indeed justified. When confronting a Qi refining stage 10 cultivator, one must exert their utmost effort." Allowing not a single moment for the adversary to catch their breath, Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Indeed, I launched a surprise attack with 20 pure Yang Sword talismans, delivering a devastating blow that left my adversary on the brink of death. Subsequently, I wielded my magical artifact to behead him. These 10 bottles of purple flame nectar are the most precious treasures from his storage pouch." Li Qingyuan said, "Father, both you and grandfather the clan leader, as well as grandfather the second elder, cultivate the Yang fire technique. The purple flame nectar will significantly enhance your practice, far surpassing that of ordinary first-grade superior elixirs. Each of you shall receive 3 bottles, which will aid in your swift ascension and cultivation." Li Qingyuan added, "Once the patriarch reaches the 8th level of Qi refinement, and you and the second elder ascend to the 7th level, the foundation of our Li clan will be on par with that of a second-rate Qi refinement family." Li Qingyuan, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "Yuaner, you may indeed indulge in these purple flame nectar on your own, or exchange them for spirit stones, medicinal pills, or spiritual herbs, thereby enhancing your own cultivation. There is no necessity to offer them to the family." Li Qingyuan, however, said, "Father, in my vulnerable youth, it was the family's protection that nurtured me, imparting to me the techniques of our craft and bestowing upon me spirit stones. The mastery I possess in the art of talismans is a testament to the diligent guidance of our venerable clan leader. The family has treated me with great kindness. And now that I have acquired the means to repay this kindness, it is only natural that I should give back to my kin." Li Qingyuan said, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall respect your wishes. Come, let us seek out the clan leader. Not long ago, I ventured out with the clan leader and the second elder. Together, the 3 of us engaged in the hunt for demonic beasts. Armed with a superior-grade first-tier talisman and a few exquisite first-tier talismans, we successfully vanquished numerous late-stage first-tier demonic beasts." Li Qingyuan chuckled. "This hunting expedition lasted 3 months, yielding nearly 2,000 spirit stones. With the assistance of the talismans you crafted, our Li clan's upper echelon possesses combat capabilities that rival those of second-tier Qi refining families, perhaps even surpassing them. The disparity between a 7th-layer Qi refiner and a 6th-layer Qi refiner is indeed overwhelming. A 6th-layer cultivator, after toiling for an entire year, might only acquire 300 to 500 spirit stones from slaying demonic beasts. In contrast, a 7th-layer cultivator could reap a harvest worth several times, even tenfold, that of their 6th-layer counterparts. The gap between 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier Qi refining families is approximately tenfold in terms of foundational strength, the number of cultivators, and family income. Of course, 2nd-tier families also face severe exploitation, contributing thousands of spirit stones annually to the Lu family. What remains is scarcely sufficient to cover family expenses, nurture celestial seedlings, and allocate resources for clan cultivators." Soon, Li Qingyuan and the others arrived at the residence of the clan leader. Additionally, the second elder was summoned by Li Qingyuan. Upon seeing 10 bottles of purple flame nectar, both the clan leader and the second elder were as astonished as Li Qingyuan had been, struggling to believe their eyes. When Li Qingyuan announced his intention to offer 9 bottles to the clan, distributing 3 bottles each to the 3 of them, the 2 elders were moved to tears, filled with gratitude and contentment. Li Guanao patted Li Qingyuan on the shoulder, gazing at the now 19-year-old youth, who stood tall and graceful like a jade tree. A wave of gratification washed over him. "Qingyuan, you have grown. At present, you have emerged as the most formidable cultivator of the Li clan, the sole first-tier exceptional talisman master of the family, becoming the strongest trump card of our lineage. Years have elapsed, and despite Li Guangao's limited talent, he remains unable to depict the pure Yang Sword talisman or the primordial bowl talisman. Nevertheless, he is capable of crafting other first-tier superior talismans. Thus, he asserts that Li Qingyuan is the family's only first-tier exceptional talisman master." The second elder, tears streaming down his face, laughed and cried simultaneously, "Ha ha. With this Qilin child, our Li clan will break free from its confines and aspire to become a foundational celestial clan. A foundational celestial clan possesses hundreds, even thousands of cultivators, ruling over a vast expanse of territory, with countless enterprises under its dominion, and dozens of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. How magnificent it is. Little did I expect that, after a lifetime of mediocrity, I would witness the rise of our family in my lifetime." Li Qingyuan took only a bottle of the purple flame elixir and smiled. "Grandfather clan leader, grandfather second elder, father, I shall seek out grandfather elder to have a word." Having said this, Li Qingyuan turned and departed. Inside the residence, Li Guangao waved his hand and collected 3 bottles of the purple flame elixir. The second elder, Li Guangzhou, and Li Dingo each also took 3 bottles for themselves. Li Guangao remarked, "In the coming years, our primary mission as a trio will involve refining the purple flame essence, advancing our cultivation, and strengthening our family's foundation. Naturally, every 3 months, we shall still emerge from our seclusion to hunt demon beasts, augmenting our spirit stone income and securing resources for the family. Li Guangzong and Li Dingzhou clasped their hands and bowed, affirming their agreement. That evening, Li Qingyuan sought out his sister Qingqing, first guiding her through the intricacies of their family's cultivation techniques and addressing her perplexities in practice. Subsequently, he tempered his own cultivation to engage in a duel with her, imparting invaluable combat experience. In addition, Li Qingyuan bestowed upon her over 300 spirit stones, along with various elixirs essential for her cultivation of the water elemental technique. He was left with precisely 7,000 spirit stones. In the dead of night, Li Qingyuan ventured to the herb field, carrying a modest assortment of dried vegetables, cold dishes, and marinated meat as accompaniments for his drink. With a smile, he called out, "Grand Elder, Qingyuan has come to visit you." The Grand Elder opened the gate to the small courtyard, chuckling, "You little rascal. Having just reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, you venture alone into the Tianyin mountain range for training. You've been gone for months, causing me much worry." Li Qingyuan spread out the appetizers, the enticing aroma of marinated meat wafting through the air. The elder savored a slice of braised pig tongue, nodding in approval. "Indeed, indeed. This black-toothed fragrant pork is exquisite, perfectly suited for braising. Among the entire family, it is your mother who excels in the art of preparing such delicacies." Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Grandfather Elder, I have something wonderful here." He presented 2 wine glasses and a large bottle of spirit wine, which held a full liter. Li Qingyuan poured 2 cups of wine and savored a slice of braised pig's head, raising his glass and saying, "To the esteemed Grand Elder, I offer you this toast." The Grand Elder, eyes gleaming, replied, "Is this the first-tier exquisite spirit wine, purple flame nectar? Haha, splendid. Today is a fortunate day for this old man. Let us drink." With a resounding clink, the grandfather and grandson toasted, taking delicate sips of the spirit wine before swiftly downing the rest in one go. As the spirit wine flowed down, pure fire attribute spiritual energy surged into their bellies, racing through their meridians, causing their limbs to warm and their faces to flush, reminiscent of a tipsy demeanor. Such potent spiritual power, such overwhelming medicinal effects. Li Qingyuan and the Grand Elder exchanged a glance, each channeling their respective techniques to refine the spiritual energy within, dissipating the scorching heat and calming their vital essence. A light sheen of perspiration formed on their foreheads as the steam of warmth enveloped them. Li Qingyuan poured the wine, his face alight with ecstasy as he exclaimed, "What a splendid vintage." The liquid was smooth upon entry, a gentle caress to the throat. The second elder nodded in agreement, declaring, "This is the finest spirit I have ever tasted in my lifetime, though its potency is rather overwhelming. Come, Qingyuan, let us indulge in another glass." The grandfather and grandson reveled in conversation, savoring delicacies of beastly braised meat, gnawing on pig's trotters, and enjoying chilled dishes and peanuts as accompaniments to their exquisite first-grade spirit. They were utterly at ease, the only drawback being the wine's formidable after-effects, which necessitated sips rather than gulps. Yet, despite this, the pair found themselves drenched in sweat, exhibiting unmistakable signs of inebriation. After consuming approximately 1/3 of the wine, both were soon overcome, one sprawled across the 8 immortals' table and the other reclined upon the floor, lost to slumber in utter disregard for decorum. Before falling into a deep slumber, Li Qingyuan smiled gently, realizing that the familial affection he lacked in his previous life was indeed like this. This feeling was rather delightful. Chapter 79, Seclusion. The following afternoon, the Grand Elder Li Guangyao slowly awoke. His Li Kuan Yu gently rubbed his brow, channeling his spiritual energy to dispel the residual effects of the fine wine, and marveled. "Truly, this is a first-tier exquisite spirit wine, the purple flame nectar. Its aftertaste is remarkably potent. The quality of this purple flame nectar is exceptionally high, verging on a quasi-second-tier spirit wine. The brewing materials include rare flowers and fruits of inferior, medium, and superior first-tier quality, as well as the spiritual spring from the mountains. However, the primary ingredient is the essence extracted from the blood of 2 first-tier peak demon beasts, the purple fire spirit ape kings, one of which is on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, the quality of this purple flame nectar has indeed reached quasi-second tier, far surpassing that of ordinary first-tier exquisite spirit wines. Where's Qingyuan? The Grand Elder scanned the surroundings, realizing that Li Qingyuan had long since departed. On the table lay a medicine vial and a note. "Grandfather, Qingyuan has returned to seclude himself for cultivation. This is a spirit-nourishing pill of genuine quality. It is certain to aid you in ascending to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, advancing into the later stage of Qi refinement." This item was also obtained from the storage bag of that 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Upon witnessing this, Li Kuan Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction, his aged visage illuminated with tears of joy. This child truly embodies filial piety. Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan learned that his father, Li Dingzhou, had already entered seclusion for intensive cultivation. In addition to his father, the clan leader and the second elder had also publicly declared their intention to engage in a period of rigorous training. The clan leader commanded the recall of Li Dingyan, who, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, was to temporarily oversee family affairs. Another practitioner at the 5th layer of Qi refinement from the clan was to be dispatched to guard the Yuan iron mine. Li Qingyuan mused to himself. This spirit-nourishing pill was originally reserved for my father. However, with the acquisition of the purple flame elixir, my father no longer requires it. It is just as well to bestow it upon the Grand Elder, to assist him in his breakthrough. Of course, the Grand Elder is still some way from achieving the perfect 6th layer of qi refinement. It is estimated that he will need to hone his skills for another 3 to 5 years before this spirit-nourishing pill becomes useful. Mother. Li Qingyuan made his way to the vegetable plot in the backyard, where he found his mother, Qin toiling away, a mortal without innate roots. She married Li Dingzhou at the age of 19 and gave birth to Li Qingyuan when she was 20. Li Qingyuan is on the verge of turning 20. Now, she finds herself in the midst of her years at 40, with faint wrinkles adorning her brows, no longer possessing the gentle elegance of her youth. Mother. This is the elixir I have purchased for you. Li Qingyuan remarked with a smile. This item is known as the White Jade Loquat Pill, a superior grade elixir of the 1st tier. It is imbued with pure spiritual energy, providing gentle nourishment, enhancing vitality, beautifying the complexion, and promoting longevity. Qin held the elixir with a pained expression and said, My dear, I have heard that a 1st-tier superior elixir costs no less than 100 spirit stones, and can go up to several hundred. Why would you waste such precious resources? You must return it and exchange it for spirit stones. Your cultivation cannot be delayed. 100 spirit stones would significantly aid you. Mother. Listening to her mother Qin nagging, Li Qingyuan felt a pang in her heart. Her eyes blurred with unshed tears. All along, her mother had been this way, always ensuring that the finest food was consumed first by her. Sewing garments from the finest silks, fearful of her falling ill or going hungry. Now that she has grown and become an immortal master, her mother continues in the same vein, anxious that a few elixirs or a handful of spirit stones might impede her cultivation. Li Qingyuan suppressed his sorrow and forced a smile, saying, Mother, this elixir is a token I obtained during my travels through a transaction with a friend skilled in alchemy. It is not something purchased from a merchant association, and I am not well acquainted with that individual, so I cannot return it. Mother. This is but a small token of my appreciation for your years of hard work. Pretending to be heartbroken, he added. If even this small gesture cannot be accepted by you, what hope is there for me? Qin accepted the elixir and replied, Very well, my son. Your filial piety is commendable. I shall accept this elixir. Li Qingyuan remarked, Mother, your son is now a late-stage qi refinement practitioner and an exceptional 1st-tier talisman master. In a radius of over 3,000 miles around Lyoha, I am indeed a distinguished figure. A mere 100 spirit stones are but a trifle for me to acquire. Qin proudly responded, Indeed, my yuan is the most outstanding. After accompanying his mother in labor and engaging in a brief conversation, Li Qingyuan was soon urged to leave. Instructed to devote himself to his cultivation and not to delay his training. Once he had attended to all household matters, he returned to his solitary courtyard and commenced his seclusion. He activated the Great Mulberry Technique, beginning his breathing exercises, as hundreds of spiritual stones cascaded around him. Fully absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of the stones, and the energy from the spiritual veins, striving to enhance his cultivation to the utmost. Meanwhile, on Baiyang Island, which spans an area of 800 miles and is home to a 1st-tier superior spiritual vein, the Gao family has held dominion over it for generations. In recent times, the formidable couple Gao Chang and Su Hong have pledged allegiance to the Qin family, transforming this location into one of their clandestine strongholds. Upon her return to the cave dwelling, Qin Ping regained her appearance as Qin Maui. Her figure was graceful, her visage flawless, and she exuded an ethereal beauty. Her violet eyes sparkled like stars, and her delicate lips and bright smile added to her allure. Suddenly, the second uncle of the Qin family appeared, irritable as he remarked, You, my dear girl, have ventured alone into the Tianyin mountain range for several months. Did you not vow to enter seclusion and not emerge until you achieve the 10th level of qi refinement? Qin Maui responded, Uncle. The 10-year agreement we initially made with the Zhou and Gao families has now come to fruition. Presently, both the Zhou and Gao spiritual veins are on the brink of advancing to the 2nd tier. If we delay any longer, I fear the Zhou and Gao families may harbor discontent, jeopardizing our family's resurgence. Additionally, I will require the assistance of a 2nd-tier spiritual vein during my foundation establishment. If it takes me another 3 to 5 years to reach the 10th level of qi refinement, it would only mean prolonging their wait. The family's great cause cannot be delayed excessively, lest we invite unforeseen complications, she continued. Her second uncle replied, Yet you cannot journey alone into the depths of the Tianyin mountain range. It is fraught with peril. If anything were to befall you, how could I face your father and mother? How could I uphold the family's honor? At this point, the second uncle fell silent. Qin Maui too became quiet, her exquisite features reflecting sorrow. After a moment, she lifted her gaze and said, Uncle, I am no longer a child. I have now reached the 10th level of qi refinement, equipped with 2nd-tier talismans and the family's secret treasures. Even if I encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, I can surely retreat unscathed. You cannot protect me indefinitely. A flower raised in a greenhouse cannot revitalize the Qin family. Suddenly, Qin Maui smiled and said, Look, Uncle. This is the essence of the purple fire spirit ape king. The second uncle of the Qin family focused his gaze and exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the essence of the second-tier beast, the purple fire spirit ape king? Qin Maui clarified, though not precisely, it is quite close. She then succinctly recounted her journey through the Tianyin mountain range, emphasizing the ascension of the purple fire spirit ape king. Upon hearing this, her second uncle stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, indeed, two purple fire spirit ape kings. One at the peak of the first tier and the other nearing the second tier. Once you refine them using your purple fire spiritual body, you will undoubtedly reach the 10th level of Qi refinement within a year. Moreover, this completion will be polished to perfection, bringing you very close to foundation establishment. He continued. Before the age of 25, achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement with 3 spiritual roots in a purple fire spiritual body, alongside the early condensation of your divine sense. Supplemented by the family's authentic foundation establishment elixir in the second tier spiritual vein.